2025. We're so excited to be here in Warsaw, Poland.
Finally, it's been a long time coming. I know people have already been saying we're late. Of course they have. We are late. There are a couple of things to... Yeah, 2 minutes is not bad. Considering the amount of streaming we've got to do over the next 48 hours, I think that can be forgiven, right?
Yeah, so we've gone from like an 11-hour stream to an 11-hour less 2-minute stream.
Yeah.
Personally, I think that's perfectly forgivable. Now, we've got a technically complex setup for the whole day. I say 2 things. First, any issues, just drop them in chat. We'll do our very best to resolve them as quickly as possible. There's a lot of moving parts. The second is, if the stream goes fully down, which we hope it won't, it's an unlikely event, but if it does, just come back to the channel and there'll be a new stream. We can't log back into the same stream. There'll be a new stream, so just head back to Battle Camper and we'll be getting going with a new one.
And of course, tomorrow, if the same happens, everything will be on the videos channel, so same story, but we'll worry about that at the end of the day.
Well, that's right, but we should say, so today we're here on Battle Camper, and thank you so much to everyone who's already joined.
Yep.
Tomorrow we're on Entmoot, your channel.
Videos, yeah.
There is a link to that video in the description, so you might want to go there and just, there's a little bell you can click that says remind me when the stream is starting.
Exactly, yeah.
Obviously then you'll have to account for the fact we'll probably be late starting tomorrow as well.
Yes, of course, because I realise it's 8 o'clock in the morning in the UK, which I assume is where many of you are, but I see some different names. I see, is it Kevin there, who looks to be from somewhere in Europe, based on the van in the middle of his name, so you might be on our time, which is 9 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, well, appropriately for Battle Camper, there's a van in the middle of his name.
I like him already.
Yeah.
So we are here at Nations Cup. I said it is a massive international event, the largest NESBG international going. I hope you're going to be able to still hear us as the TOs are making announcements in the background. Yeah. But we've got 22 teams from 18 different nations. 132 players.
You've memorised.
I've memorised the stats. Yeah.
After 3 attempts yesterday to get it all right.
I'm surprised I got it at all, to be honest. So it's hugely exciting. And Harry, which teams are we going to have here first?
Well, this morning we have the excitement of Wales versus Denmark. In fact, you can see some people pointing at the table right now. These guys are a combination of people from Team Wales and Team Denmark. Denmark in the red and white, Team Wales in green with a dragon on the shirt. And just to be aware, they're making announcements behind us as we speak, so we might have to whisper slightly, or well, actually probably raise our voices, frankly.
Yeah. But forgive us, I mean, this is good. We're going to pause, I think, whilst they...
Yes, indeed, but they are. So there you go, Nations Cup. It's all very exciting. You know what, actually, what we should do, because just a few minutes ago we recorded a bit of content just wandering around to give you a sense of what we'll be doing over the course of the day and the weekend. And we've got a little short film just to give you a sense of what we'll be doing throughout the day. The next ones will have interviews. This was just a little bit of a tour to give you a sense of what's going to happen. So let's play a bit of a flavour of the boards for you. So here we are at the Nations Cup. We've just thought I'd give you a bit of a tour of the tables before we get really well and truly away with the live stream itself. So just most of these tables have been provided by the Polish community, so big shout out to anyone who's provided tables. This is one of my particular favourites. Look at the work on this one. That's absolutely fantastic. Got a lovely elven kingdom here with the what I assume is a Calas Galadon kind of situation going on. So really happy with that. Looking great. There's Amon Hen down here. And just generally the whole hall is looking resplendent with chandeliers dangling from the ceilings. Got a little Osgiliath there. Oh, that's really good. Look at just check out the little fountain on the Osgiliath table there. Lovely stuff. So yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. We've got what looks like a Dol Guldur ruin. So yeah, loads and loads of fantastic tables. 132 players soon to be gathering in this hall. We're absolutely hyped to the gunnels. We've even got our exciting purple shirts on. So let's get back to the live stream itself, Alex.
Thank you very much, Harry. So we're back. The TOs are still going on. So forgive us for chatting whilst they are chatting in the background, and you might get some slightly messy audio. But to start with, whilst they are going through the necessary preliminaries, we will say I can see we've got some support going on from different countries in chat. We've got the USA in, we've got New Zealand, we've got Ireland. I'm sure some Polish supporters as well. We want your teams to feel supported as the day goes on. So definitely let us know where you're watching from and show support for your teams. We will be passing it on as and when. Last year, the teams loved to hear that as they were playing, they were cheering them on. Thank you. I forgot the word cheering.
It's fine. Of course, particularly we're keen for Welsh and Danish people to start, because in about 50 minutes, you might have just heard Ed announce over the tannoy, the draft will begin in the next couple of minutes. So in the next, I think it's quite a long process.
20 minutes. 20 minutes.
Yeah, so 20 minutes to draft. Which, if you don't know how Teams Events works, I'll literally read exactly what has happened, and we will address some people who have been asking questions already. We'll get to those in a second about the makeup of the nations and things like that. But essentially, in the draft, both teams roll off, and then they simultaneously choose one of their army lists face down to put up first as a defender. Then the winner of a roll-off selects a table for their defender to play on. The loser of the roll-off selects a table for their defender to play on, which is a different table. And then both teams then reveal their defenders, and they then simultaneously put forward two of their army list as attackers on the table of the opposition's first defender. The teams then reveal their attackers. And then this goes on until they've revealed basically all of the teams.
There's 15 steps in this process.
I was going to say, I didn't want to read all of it, but you get a sense that there's a sort of to and fro. Each of the team captains here gets a decision based on a roll-off as to whether they put forward certain armies for certain tables, and then the responder gets to respond. So it's a bit of to and fro. So that process, with 6 players in each team, 3 of which are good, 3 of which are evil, does take some time. I think we said 20 minutes, something. So 20 minutes of time. And then, because this is the premier international competitive event, and Will and the refs here wanted to make sure that there was plenty of time for deployment, so that nobody's rushing to get their army on the table, because I think many of you out there will know that setting up the army in a bad position from the start can be the downfall of any competitive game. So there's plenty of time for that as well. I believe it's another 20 minutes or 15 minutes.
Yeah.
15 minutes for that, and then there's a 2-hour 15 round or thereabouts.
Right.
So it's quite. I think in total it's 2 hours 30.
It is. So you'll see a countdown.
Boom,
so we'll have a clock on screen. And as Harry mentioned, our first round is going to be Denmark and Wales. So we'll have 2 hours and 30 of these two teams. Looking forward to seeing them both play. And our first round is going to be Fog of War. Oh, we've got a Mr. World Champion doing some mime.
Will's just determined to make sure that everyone knows that he is the head referee here.
The head honcho.
Show us the back of your t-shirt.
I just work here.
Oh, look at that. That's head ref, Champo. Yeah.
I mean, we should say, I think, a big thanks to Will for inviting us here, because I came last year, had an absolute blast. And this year we decided that, Will decided he wanted to expand on what was started last year, and so brought Harry in to lend it some kind of credibility, which is, I think, a fair shout. And I'm really grateful for certain, because it was such a joy last year, and I'm so excited to cover these games again this year.
Absolutely.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, super good. It's been a really busy couple of days, but everyone seems to be happy. We got off to a smooth start. We haven't had to put out any fires just yet, so that's really good. I'm just super jazzed that you two are both here. Obviously, the people looking through the internet will just see how cool everything looks. They won't see all of the cables and lights and all the stuff that you've put together and all of the overlays that they're going to enjoy. So a massive thank you from me. It was really important that I know that we can run a good event because we have 132 people here, but I want everyone at home to see just how good the event is, and then hopefully we'll get more next year. And the best way that we can do that is to make our media coverage better, and I can't think of 2 better people to do that.
Well, thanks for singing our praises. Just a quick question we've had in the stream, which I don't fully know the answer to. There's 18 nations represented here, 22 teams, and the 4 other teams, they're a mixture of sort of, I guess, rogue. They're not nations, are they? But they're sort of rogue teams. What is there a particular reason for that, or is it just because you want to fill the room as?
So we need to fill the room out to make sure that we can spend all the money on prizes that we have. We didn't want to have a situation where we had, for example, England 1, England 2. I think it's optically less interesting, and also, despite the fact we all know that the English guys hate each other and will, Team 2 would take great pride in destroying Team 1.
If it doesn't come to blows, I'll be surprised.
We wanted every team to just have their own separate identity. So we've got a couple of teams that were sort of had the people spare that were interested in coming, and we made sure that they formed their own identities. So should they end up clashing with their brothers, there's no love lost.
And just on the, there'll be some people watching perhaps from other countries that don't have a team yet for the Nations Cup, but might be keen to come next year. I know we're very much at the start of things of this weekend. Yeah. Is there a way of getting in touch with you guys to express interest for next year if you're excited about this weekend?
Yeah, just hit me up, bro. we've got quite a few ambassadors for countries that aren't here this year but are already sort of in the circle. If you live in a country that plays Middle Earth, or you have 6 mates in a country that plays Middle Earth and you would like to come to an event like this, post on the page. We've got an ambassadors group on Facebook that's publicly findable, so request to join there. Drop me a Facebook message. If you have a country that's interested in playing, you are welcome to come and play here. It's that simple.
Excellent. So just search the Nations Cup on the old interwebs.
Yeah. There is a link to the Facebook group in the description, so you can always click on that. And actually, I suggest you do, because whilst we'll have stats, leaderboards throughout the day, loads more is going to be posted there as well.
Absolutely.
People will be sharing their experiences, and it's just fun to follow along.
And it's also worth noting, I don't know whether you've got the link for this in the description of the video, but there's the MESB Tracker website, which is the way the whole tournament is being run. This is a French program, which I know you've adopted. And
absolutely super.
It's really good.
Yeah, really good.
It's been in use for the Grand Prix, which is
Thank you, Will.
Cheers, Will. I'll let you get onto work. But if you want to follow along at home and read all of the army lists, or just keep an eye on a particular player, all that sort of stuff. Obviously, we'll be able to try and bring you some of those stats, but it's definitely worth you finding MESBG Tracker, just searching for it, or via the Nations Cup webpage. Maybe, Alex, we can add that into the description.
I think we'll do that when we've got a moment. Just to say, guys, a few people have commented on the sound. We've been adjusting it throughout the morning so far. Keep comments coming. If there are any issues, that's very much appreciated. It can be very hard to tell here. We did a lot of sound testing, we did a test stream, but even after all that, it can be really hard to figure out what the experience you're getting at home. So just keep those comments coming in. Second, we've got loads more people joining, which is awesome. We're up to 53 already, and we've not even got into a game yet. We've got Swiss fans in, we've got New Zealand, we've got Poland, so keep them coming as well. We want to see where everyone is listening from. New Zealand, what time will be there?
You know what? I used to have this on my phone, so let me just have a look. I've got Sydney, which is 8 hours ahead. I think Wellington's 2 hours ahead of that, so it'll be 10 hours ahead, so 7 o'clock in the evening probably, yeah.
Okay, fine. So really grateful for everyone joining. The last thing I think to talk about before we go into the round is we haven't actually talked about points.
Oh yeah, of course.
So it's 750 point tournament?
It is a 750 point tournament. I mentioned already that it's 3 teams. On each team there's 6 players, 3 of which are good, 3 of which are evil, 750 points. It's worth noting it's not a good versus evil tournament, and the reason for that is Will and again...
It's a common misconception.
It's a common misconception that only fools would make that mistake. But essentially the reason for this is to encourage a wider spread of armies, I believe. So they want to make sure that the matchups aren't all sort of kind of almost predetermined, because if you have 3 good and 3 evil, it means that the matchups it halves the number of potential opponents. So, but this way it adds a lot of potential combination. That's part of this.
And in that spirit, we might as well mention that this is probably one of the last tournaments, if not the last tournament, that isn't using the new army lists from the armies of Middle Earth, and we're not using the legacy rules. So that's disappointing for everyone. I know it's disappointing for the organisers here. The difficulty is the deadline for the lists was just before the book came out, and they'd advertised well in advance, anticipating the fact that something like this might happen. They'd said, if after this date the army books release, unfortunately it will be too late, and it did come just after that date. So everyone here would prefer to have had this as the first tournament of what is essentially, I guess, the 0.5 of this edition, after a 6-month absence, but unfortunately it just wasn't practical. It wouldn't be fair on the teams to ask them to resubmit.
I mean, we've already mentioned 132 players. It takes a fair amount of time, even with the advanced MESBG Tracker website that we're running it would be very tricky to check all 132 lists once and then offer the opportunity to resubmit new lists. And also, frankly, for the TOs and the referees here, the newness of the Armies of Middle-earth book may throw up questions that they haven't yet tackled, and in a setting like this it might be a little bit more tricky for them to make a snap judgment when they haven't already had that discussion or seen the general community response to a certain question.
So I think what the takeaway from that is, let's enjoy and say goodbye, a fond farewell to the unaugmented version of this edition. This will probably be the last, or at least the last weekend of tournaments ever played of the non-Armies of Middle-earth version of the tournament, and that has its own charm, is my view. Going to chat, we've got England in, we've got Finland. Mersu, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name, says maybe we'll join next year. You absolutely should. We would love to have a Finnish team. Right, looks like we've got some players.
Yes, it does. So if we have a look at the table now, Michael Bradford there, looking lovely in his purple shirt on the left, is one of the referees. And we have someone from Wales there in what I would argue are quite short shorts. There you go. And a Welsh flag there. And we've got a Danish player that's just fetching what appears to be, I'd hazard a guess, at a Black Gates Open list, or is it a Minas Morgul list? I don't know. There's a Witch King and a Troll. So we're going to hand the guys microphones in a second. So do you want? Shall I head? Do you want to cover stuff for a second while I
can do
explain
that.
To the guys over there what's going on?
Do you know how to work the microphones?
You know what? That's a good point. Maybe you should.
I'll go set the guys up. You keep on babbling inanely.
That is what I'm good at. Yeah.
And you're very good at it. You're very good. It's almost not inane at all.
Exactly.
I'm going to leave you in Harry's very capable hands, and I'm going to go set up the guys.
Excellent. Now is the time to lose all of Alex's many subscribers here on Battle Camper. We'll find out in a second what the players' names are. In fact, if Alex shouts them over as soon as possible, we should have a good idea of who they are. But drop in your comments in the chat down below as to who you're cheering on. As we've mentioned, Denmark and Wales playing there. So it's Mihao and Mihao and Axel are playing. So Axel from Denmark and Mihao from the Welsh contingent. So I'll flick through the camera angles because here we go. We've got. You might have just heard in the background the microphones pop on, but so here's Alex setting up over here. He's explaining some of the situations within the kit here. I'll just show the angle. So we've got a dice cam set up. You may see in the dice tray here we have, sadly, not a Nations Cup logo. That's actually DMP 2023, which is the biggest Polish tournament on offer, I believe. So that's celebrating with some medals and a decent dice roll, I believe, of a 6 in the bottom right corner on the Nations Cup dice. Let's flick to the other angle. This is the table itself. So this camera is the close-up angle, and that will be moving around over the course of the games. So hopefully we'll get some really nice close-up shots, and you should be able to see there the high detail that we're going to be able to bring you. Someone's asking, is the water on the board being played as shallow water? You know what?
That's going to be up to the players, isn't it?
I suppose it will be, yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe we'll show. I can shout Michael and see if he knows the answer to that. Oh, there we go. I didn't show the top.
Right down the middle, we've got. Have you moved that?
I haven't moved anything.
Sorry, guys. That's my mistake. So right down the middle of the river, right down the middle of the board is a river. The question is whether or not it's shallow water. The difference it will make for anyone uninitiated: if it's shallow water, it's difficult terrain. If it's deep water,
you have to take swim tests.
It's drowning. Yeah. It's got.
It's also worth noting it. People are playing left to right here.
Yeah, people are playing
and
left to
I think there are fords sort of sculpted into what is a neoprene river. So I think if you can we show off the drawing function?
Yeah, absolutely.
How do we do this? Just show us how we do it.
So guys, throughout the day, we're going to be able to highlight things. So we've got fjords here and here. So perhaps they're shallow water or just completely passable terrain.
Or difficult terrain, whatever you want to do. Yeah. But yeah, we'll be able to do a lot of stuff like this, and ideally, so as I've mentioned, players playing from left to right, and we should say we haven't mentioned, I don't think, or is it on the bug on the bottom? No, we haven't got that yet, have we? That it's Fog of War, first of all. So
that's right. Let's get that.
A curious one to start with. This should be quite good. So hopefully you'll be able to see there. Yes, Fog of War, round 1, Wales versus Denmark. So there you go. So that's kind of it. I'm very excited now. So,
I'm very excited as well.
Do we know much about the armies? Are we able to get the army list?
We can. We're going to have to log into, which we should have done before.
MESBtracker.com. So this is something that you guys at home can also do. Log into MESB Tracker. The one thing I don't know is what table this will be showing up as on the website.
I think we're table 1.
We are table 1, are we?
I think we're table 1.
All right, well, that's exciting. So we'll be looking. You might be able to start hearing the guy. Oh no, you won't be able to. We're going to turn their mics on in a second. They're just measuring the board out at the moment. So yeah, we'll just find out what their lists are, and then we'll crack on. Very exciting.
Absolutely.
Very exciting. We've still got plenty of time before the start the round gets officially underway. So what's time?
So the MESB Tracker. Okay, that's. Okay, I think the problem is I'm on the information page for the tournament organisers, not for players. But what we can do is we can go.
So it's all right. I mean, it's, there's no super rush. There's no super rush.
So, well, I'm hearing Taskmaster.
I was going to say there's a Taskmaster and a captain involved.
So Axel.
Yes, Minas Morgul. Yeah.
Minas Morgul. Let's have a look at that list. In fact, I'm going to have to get all the. You keep the guys entertained.
Yeah.
Because guys, we're going to be keeping a track of Mike, Will, and Fate getting up on screen. I need to set that up.
Okay. Yeah. Of course.
So I'm going to busy myself with that for a moment.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for the lists from the armies and for getting some of the stats on the page, I'll run some of the through some of the interesting facts. So we've already we're pretty confident we've got Minas Morgul army on the table. Minas Morgul is representing 21% of all of the evil lists coming along to the tournament. So quite a sizable chunk, and I know obviously. I think as soon as this edition came out, it was rated quite highly among competitive players. People immediately thinking that Blades of the Dead, sort of spectral blades rule, was going to be quite a powerful tool against different armies. So that's interesting. Clearly reflected here in the organisers or the number of lists that are using Minas Morgul. So 21% of all evil lists Minas Morgul will be seeing them in action on the table. I believe the Danish side has Minas Morgul. I'm trying to look at the models on this side. I can't quite make them out actually. Are they goblins? There's a lot of orcs on the table. I can't quite work out what models they are. We'll find out in a minute. Other lists, the most popular of all lists is the Army of the White Hand. Of course, if you follow the competitive scene, you'll know that Army of the White Hand very, very highly rated. Of course, they're a mixture of Saruman and Grimmer and just the sheer number of dudes, and of course that brutal lightning power that you can take models off before the opponents had any chance to really combat it. So it'll be interesting to see how many armies of the White Hand will be getting on the tabletop, the top table over this weekend. As I say, 25% of all evil lists.
Please, Harry. Sorry, can I have the armies book, please? I'm just trying to figure out what resources the Taskmaster has.
Some stats. More stats. The other evil lists, Depths of Moria being the third most popular at 20% of all evil lists. So Depths of Moria, I think I was speaking to David Farmer, who's certainly was or maybe is currently the reigning champion of the GBHL. He's in contention to be the winner of the GBHL. He came second last year in the Hobbit League, biggest league in the world. He said that the Depths of Moria army bonus is one of the strongest in the game. The board-wide banner, the board-wide +1 courage and -1 courage to your opponent. He argues very, very powerful. And with goblins being points efficient at 5 or 6 points, argued that they're very good. And I think generally, we do have an average model count, but generally the the model count is really quite high, certainly above the average counts we were seeing in the last edition. So I think in the last edition it was roughly sort of 20 points per, or a model for every 20 points of your army. So you're looking at for 600 points, somewhere in the region of 30 models, for 700 points, something like 35. We're certainly seeing a lot more models than that here at the Nations Cup. We've got somewhere in the region of 40 models on average for each army. I think it's 46, sorry, according to my stat sheet, which I should have been consulting. 46 model average. So Depths of Moria leaning heavily into that. And some, of course, taking Balrogs and Watchers in the Water, but others taking Goblin Captains and only Goblin Captains. I know Matt Lightbarner from the UK had great success at the very first tournament of the edition, or was it? No, it was the Grand Prix, the 7th City Collectibles Grand Prix, which is one of the bigger events in the UK, which also attracts international players. That one, he did very well at that one with the.
Sorry, what's your name on the tracker?
Just the Moria Goblins. So very exciting.
So yeah,
that's all of the top 3 evil lists.
Undertaker, thank you very much.
We've got 66% of evil lists belonging to 3 fractions. 3 factions. So I'm assuming by factions, this is stats, by the way, are prepared for me. Factions, I think, being Isengard, Moria. Don't know what the other one would be. Probably Mordor. I think that's what they mean. So intriguing to note that about 2/3 of the armies here are from a very small number of factions. So what's happened to I don't know, the evil Hobbit armies, Gundabad and all that sort of stuff, for example, not in showing up as often as those ones. Intriguing point. Maybe we can have a debate about that later. Let me know your thoughts in the comments section about the balance. Which list do you think are the most popular? Are the armies of the White Hand, Ben's Morgul, or Depths of Moria overly powered, or is it just the scenarios, which of course we've already mentioned? There's only 6 in play at this tournament, the 6 from the rules, the main rules book. So there's that. Then, excuse me, I'm already running out of voice, which just doesn't bode well for the weekend. We've got 3. Well, let's talk through the good lists. Interesting that the percentages are nowhere near as high, as we've already mentioned there, and 66% of evil lists belonging to three factions. The good list is 36% of good lists belonging to those 3 factions, so a much better balance spread compared to evil. The most popular good list is Dale, which I guess is probably not surprising to anyone who has played Dale, although I find it quite odd because I haven't really seen it very much at tournaments I go to. Maybe it's the availability of miniatures, but it certainly is very popular in the competitive scene. Just that, the excessive, I would argue, shooting capabilities, as well as the wind glance buff and the deployment zone buff. So getting a +1 to wound when you're in your deployment or within, I think it's 6 or is it 3 of the wind lance, which I'm sure you'll correct me on which it is, 6 or 3 in the comments. So that's interesting. 18% of the all good lists, the Army of Dale, and then Defenders of Helm's Deep is 9%. So this is the second most popular faction or army list at 9%. So it's showing, pointing to that spread much wider across the good armies. Defenders of Helm's Deep at 9%. So still, there's the Legolas, there's the Elven shooting, or even just the throwing weapons, and just the choice of heroes, I guess, which is very, very handy. Erebor Reclaimed also at 9% of good list as well. So Erebor Reclaimed, again, the choices on offer there are quite something, aren't they? And I know there was a lot of discussion about, I'm going to get this on, Boffa. Was it Biffa? Boffa. Right. Boffa, the one who denies the rules. Just before, we were privy to the captain's conversation last night, and there were a lot of questions about the interaction of Boffa's rules and being able to deny people special rules. So there you go. That's the rundown of percentages. Alex, have you got something to show us?
I think so. So you'll have to forgive me, guys. So we are filling out a table to track Light Wheel Fate as we go. But be warned, before I bring it up on screen, I can't see it. I can't see it until it's up. So if there's errors, we'll correct them. But we're basically playing Leaves versus. It's Leaves versus Eyes of Sauron. Because we don't have good and evil, we wanted a way of distinguishing them. So if they're Leaves, they're one team. if they're Eye of Sauron, they're the other team, and hopefully they'll play good and evil accordingly, but we obviously can't guarantee that. And let's get everyone in there. So, unfortunately, I need to figure out a way of reordering this, because you can see they're slightly split up. But there you go, Eyes of Sauron, that's Angmar, Witch King, Orc Captain, Taskmaster, just the 3 heroes, and then we've got Ugluk Scouts, and that's Krishnak, Snagger, Ugluk, Scout Captain. Harry is going to take a quick scan over those resources and make sure he doesn't spot any glaring omissions.
It doesn't look like there's any glaring omissions to me. I'm sure people will correct us. We've already mentioned that this is Minas Morgul against. So it's Ugluk Scouts, is it? That's interesting.
Ugluk Scouts, yeah.
Which again is a very good list. Certainly at lower points level, whether it scales as well up to the 750 points that we're playing here, the Nations Cup is a different matter. But we'll have to wait and see, I guess.
We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
So the players are still. We haven't even gone to the deployment time yet, have we? At least I certainly haven't heard it called.
No.
So the guys are still. They've got plenty of time to sort of relax and unwind before the game actually starts, because some of the other guys, some of the teams are still in the draft. So you can see the huddles behind us, but I think we'll be starting very, very soon, because it is 8:32, so the game is due to start 2 minutes ago. I think 12 minutes ago.
Soon. Well, deployment should be started, I think. Yeah, deployment should already be underway. Yeah.
I'm going to check that, because okay, that's fine. I'll just need to edit our timer then, because it's currently showing 2:30, whereas we'll have it on 2:15. To make sure that everyone knows exactly how long.
If you want to check this
around. Hello, Will. Thank you. We've just. Yeah, that's fine. So, sorry, just being passed notes by.
Has that round started?
Sorry.
50, so in 15 minutes. Oh, sorry, I see it on the time on the board.
Oh, okay, fine. So the round has started. So
right, we missed the call. That's all.
Sorry about that.
So apologies to everyone there. Alex was going to twiddle with the times. We are actually into the round already. They have started deployment. So there we go. The game time is already there at 20.
So let's get.
That's with minutes.
And I guess we can check in with the players and.
So I think they're only in the deployment time. I think they've just had a discussion, and I don't know which way the discussion went as to how to rule the rivers. I'm going to just go and find that out for you, Alex, while you cycle through the views for it.
Yeah, that sounds great. So the discussion, of course, is what we had earlier about what the rivers count as. Might make a difference, of course, to one team or the other in a game like this, particularly when they're trying to get to objectives on the other side of the board, trying to get to to kill. I'm not sure what the outcome was. But the players obviously have it resolved, and they're now questioning. You can hear them questioning whether or not they're ready to start. So we're going to pass you over to them shortly, as soon as we have an answer on that question, and as soon as they're ready to go. But I'm very, very excited that we're dropping in to game 1 of 6 of the Nations Cup. It's very, very exciting indeed, and you've had Harry for such a long time now, so you've got me for a little bit. I'm going to check in the chat as well, see who's in, see who's watching. 64 in, that's great. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Okay, we do have an error. We've got an error in the table. Both to be there again and Lynn have both said Lord or Captain should not have 2 will. Thank you so much. We will correct that. Anything else, do let us know. Jomp says, oh no, the river imbalanced. We've got OP river already. So what's the call, Harry?
So Ed has ruled that all water across the tournament will be treated as shallow water. So our river is shallow. And what I went over to there to ask about whether it's shallow or deep water or just difficult terrain, and Ed started reeling into a conversation about fog of war. Oh, I've just caught my leg around the cable. And of course, if you look on the board, then you can see, if we draw a line down the middle, the river's largely on one side, and they've classed each of these pieces as a different separate piece of terrain.
Sorry to interrupt, Harry. Sorry to interrupt. So just so you know, that this is the first Uruk-hai captain going down.
Oh yeah.
So it's Ugluk Scouts to deploy first.
Uruk-hai captain there. But yeah, so if I go back to this, so each of these pieces is a separate piece of terrain on that side of the battlefield, which could be chosen as a piece of terrain to occupy. So that's really interesting. So I hadn't considered that someone would want to capture it, but of course it is very close to the centre, and sometimes you might think if your armies are similarly matched in terms of numbers, to go for the one that's closest to the middle, just to try and capture that objective, especially if you feel you're going to dominate the screen. So that's interesting.
Tactical chatter coming out early.
Oh yeah, well, you know,
thank God you're here. I tell you.
Look, whether it's accurate or why
it's not.
Well, that's the thing. If it's good advice, fair enough.
And obviously, if you're in chat and you think that Harry is dead wrong, which he probably is, then do drop it in. We'd love to hear your thoughts on how the players are playing this as well. Obviously, we're not going to pass any information to them. And I just make sure to mention, since this came last year, if you happen to know any of the players, do not contact them during the game.
Oh, absolutely not.
If that happened, it would be quite a serious issue. So make sure you're not contacting the players during the game.
I think the idea of anyone relaying our tactical advice to
not
them.
our tactical advice, but if they pick anything up, we shouldn't assist anyway. If you've got a great idea, you can put it in chat. Don't put it to the players.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah, that seems wise. And also,
that's my disciplinarian voice.
Good.
Like it?
I did. It felt quite serious. the table's lifting up at the force. And I don't know whether you mentioned this already while I was wandering around, but it's worth noting that there might be judges' calls throughout the course of the event, and in those instances, we will not be broadcasting the conversation between the judges and the players as they debate over various rules or whatever it is. Just so that because we want it to be a transparent process. We don't want anyone to feel like they're being scrutinised for the way they're playing or the way they're interacting or arguing rules cases. So just for the competitive integrity of the tournament and the sort of privacy of the players, we won't be broadcasting any of that. So just so you know, if there's any contention, which we like to think there won't be, we're playing on top table here. So you know, these people, and these are all excellent players, the best each country can offer, or each team can offer. So we like to think that everyone will be playing to the best of their ability and not getting in any confusion. Although worth noting, with language barriers, even the most simple thing can easily be misinterpreted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't envy the players. Stressful. Okay, we're going to interrupt myself. We're going into deployment 2 for the scouts here. Let's tune into the players and see what they've got to say.
Alright, deploy Slaga.
I'm just going to be poking over your shoulder occasionally.
Okay.
Okay. Really sorry, guys. I can see that we've got real problems with the player microphones. That's a bit frustrating because they're really crystal clear to us, but we will resolve that for you. So, however, we do have a tech issue. The player microphones aren't working. So they're working for us. We can hear them, but the players at home can't hear them. So I'm going to hand over to you to chat inanely while I see if I can resolve that.
Lovely. Let's see. I'll talk you through what's been deployed over here then. So you should be able to see on the left-hand side this big blob of orcs there. There is, you might not quite make it out, but you can see the white head of Snagger just there. So that's Snagger, the orc captain, who's one of the special characters from Uglet's characters. And just slightly in front of him, I think he's just shaded by the ruins there. There is an Uruk-hai scout captain or thereabouts just in front. The model's pretty cool actually. He's holding a He's holding a horse's head. I'm just going to switch to camera 2 so we can have a better look. So that's the Morgul side. So actually, no, that we can't see that sadly, but that's okay. So we're just going to try and resolve this audio issue while the remainder of the things are deployed. So we've got, they're just discussing the Urukai banner there. Alex, you might have seen the camera wobble there as Alex stomped across the board.
I have a mighty stomp.
He does have a mind to stomp.
All right, guys, the problem is I'm going to have to try this again. So when I turn these microphones on, you might have another awful, god-awful sound. We just have to experiment here. So I'm going to inflict it upon you one more time, I'm afraid. Because we can't hear it, Harry and I. Harry and I, we've got clear sound from the table, so there's something wrong somewhere else in the chain. So in a moment, I'm going to turn those mics back on.
Do let us know as soon as you get it what you think is going wrong.
Yeah.
Thanks to be there again. Noticed it. Curtis, thanks for joining us. Terrain looks fantastic. It does. We actually did a little brief talk. I mean, we might be able to play that video again actually. Earlier on, we saw the sort of the spread of terrain across the board, across the tournament, all the boards across the board, and actually it is really quite extraordinary. There's some fantastic boards here at the event. We've got the Polish community largely providing much of the terrain here. Of course, we're coming from Warsaw in Poland, so very, very handy for them to be providing lots of terrain. I think my particular favourite is a Lothlorien type board with a massive treehousey Kalaskalathon, I think is the official name. So there you go. We might play that video in a bit, but I'll let Alex arrange that because he's in charge of the tech today. You might just be able to hear the announcement in the background. 2 hours 15 on the clock, which means we're into, I believe, deployment officially, or is it officially the game? No, I think it is officially the game. Let me just double check that because I don't want to get these things wrong. But either way, we're getting very close to the first dice being rolled. So there's 2 hours 15 plus 15 minutes before the round for deployment. So officially, the game has now begun. Deployment is over. But of course, as with everything, there's plenty of time. These guys are still setting up their models. So we've seen the Witch King go down on the table here. I don't really need to circle it because it's a Witch King, but he's gone down on the table. And I think there's still Ugluk and Grishnak to be deployed on the left hand side. Oh no, I tell a lie. There's a blob down here which must be Grishnak or Ugluk. So there we go. Alex is still trying to get these microphones sorted. Any success so far, Alex?
I think so. Let's try it. Okay. Hi everyone again. 92 of you in, which is wonderful. As we were just explaining, we're about to test the microphones for players again. We had a bit of an issue. I'm so sorry if this is horrible, but we're going to turn them on, and you're going to let us know whether you think it's still a disgraceful mess. So there we go. Players' microphones are on. We're going to give it a couple of seconds. If it's horrible noise, just put it in chat. The players aren't talking, so you won't be able to hear them yet, but let us know. There you go, they're off again. So we now have to wait an anxious few seconds.
Indeed. While we'll see. While we're sorting the sound, there's a couple of questions in from the camera perspective. The Welsh on the left, Denmark on the right. That is correct. Welsh are playing with Minas Morgul. The Danes are playing with Minas Morgul. That's Axel on the right-hand side for Denmark, and Mihau for Wales on the left. And he is playing with the Ugluk Scouts. So yes, as you read it, left you can see his head in frame just now. That's Mihau's head with the bun on the back of his hair. He is from Wales, and actually he might be a sub after a dropout. I have a feeling he might be. But either way, let's see.
Says, maybe you should do another video which shows more tables. Well, Harry, got loads of new people in, so Harry is going to be sent off. He is a field journalist this weekend, and we're going to send him off into the field to do some pieces. Look at the other tables. We want to have a range of teams represented. He's going to look at the hobby, he's going to do interviews, and he's going to bring them back to the table, and I'm very excited about it.
Yeah, so I mean, it looks, according to be there again, we don't hear anything right now, so maybe it's fixed. Is that the case? So let us know. Was there a sound?
Well, we're going to. It sounds like the players are So who's just deployed, Harry? I've been away.
I think Minas Morgul have almost fully finished deploying on the left-hand side. Maybe one more band left, is there? I can't see any models off the table still. So Ugluk Scouts, quite a large army. Did we get the information of the armies?
Yeah, so we don't have a full army list yet, I'm afraid. But here is for anyone interested.
You had it open there, didn't you?
Here are the heroes in the micro
yeah.
debate. So you can see we've got Grishnak, Snagger, Ugluk, and Uruk-hai Scout Captain, Uruk-hai Scout Captain. Like I said, unfortunately at the moment I need to figure out a way to reorder this because the way we're differentiating between the two teams, it's a little bit of a live issue here as we try to get all the information inputted in real time. Is you've got Lothlorien Leaves versus Eyes of Sauron. So in this case, Ugluk Scouts are the Lothlorien Leads. Not idly do they fall. So they're a hero-heavy army. Right, I'm going to switch you back because I think the players are about to start.
Just so you know, 58 models on Ugluk Scouts side, so quite a lot. I don't know the Minas Morgul tally. If you want to look it up, you can find it on MASPDtracker.com. If you search for MASPG Tracker, then you can find it. Hopefully you can hear the players.
I hope you can hear the players. Yeah, they're talking at the same time. So let us know in chat if there's any issues. Just so you know, they said Ugluk is up here somewhere. Snagger is down here, and then the captains are somewhere else.
No, the Snagger is here.
Snagger's there.
And yeah, he's the white head in the middle there. And there's an Uruk-hai captain here. I believe Grishnak is somewhere down here.
Yeah, Grishnak was south of that little rock. So so Ugluk is at the top.
Ugluk it must be somewhere else. You know, I'm going to go and find out for us.
Harry's going to go find out where he is. This is, again, bear with us. Just FYI, we spent a huge amount of time setting up this table. And it's a brand new setup for us. It's a whole new system. We wanted to bring you the very best presentation we possibly could, but that has necessarily meant investing in some new gear and some new equipment.
Just trying to spot which models are which. There's Grishnak now, I see him.
We hope to resolve it as quickly as possible, but we're excited by the prospect.
So, just to clarify, Ugluk, the shading isn't helpful because of the lights when we walk in front. Ugluk is around about there. He's standing on a rock. We should be able to see him from a different angle later on. Grishnak is also standing on a rock somewhere in the middle here. So, intriguingly, Mihao has put his models very much in the depths of the warriors. I don't know whether he's got much to be concerned about from the opponent other than there's two trackers over this side, so there's not any particularly concern about shooting. Maybe it's to do with the sentinels.
Before the situation moves on, so the players, I'm going to pass you over to the mics in a second. They've just rolled their first roll priority, and Minas Morgul has been given. So Ugluk won the priority roll.
Yep.
Minas Morgul is taking first turn priority, so we're going to get that dice count there as well. There you go. So you should be able to see the dice rating there as well.
Yeah, so my rudimentary analysis
this bowman will be stand still.
About the potential for the spectres bringing those heroes out, so he's embedding them deep in the lines, and of course Propel and stuff from the Witch King. So playing a cautious game so far with the models.
I'm absolutely delighted to hear that apparently all the rankings are resolved. Apologies for everyone, but I'm very pleased about that. Everything is the... Oh no! Static is there, but all quieter. We'll do our best, guys, but as I said, it's difficult in...
I think there might be an issue with the speakers that we have here for announcements causing some static. I think there was an issue when we were testing yesterday, so it may well be that, which I can find out if we can try and prevent that in some way. I'll nip off for a second.
Okay. It was ironic, of course, that was exactly as I was saying the audio issue was resolved. That's when everyone started alerting us that they were back. So apologies, guys. Again, we'll do our very best. It's a bit of a movable feast here, and it's a little bit complicated, but we want to get it as good as we possibly can. What's important is Ugluk Scouts are on the move, moving up to that river. As we said earlier, the entire river is shallow water, so simply difficult terrain. Don Tuscany says he's having a problem with the top camera and refreshing every couple of seconds. That's very unusual. I've not seen any problems coming through on our screen, but if anyone else has that issue, do let us know. Again, we want to try and resolve that if we possibly can. But luckily, Marcy says totally fine. If you can only hear you're commentating, we'll try. We are going to try, guys. We really want to give you the players, because the players can give you information about what they're doing, of course, in real time, better than we ever possibly could. And also, they've been kind enough to let us stream. We feel they should deserve to have their voices on the web. if that's what you want.
Hopefully that might have solved the issue. There's some speakers in the room that are running on a similar channel. I'll turn them off. Maybe it won't help. Maybe it will.
We'll try that again in a second. I mean, the weird thing again for us, Harry, is there's no feedback. We're listening. We're monitoring on our headphones, so we can hear what the players are saying, and we're not having this issue. So it's very odd that it's happening between our headphones and the next step of the chain, which is a little bit to hear.
Is it to do with all of the cables here? Or
yeah, quite possibly.
Anyway, we'll try and plough through that anyway. It looks like the things are starting. I can't hear what they're saying if they're saying anything. Can we?
They just did. I can not hear them.
I can just about hear them. I don't know whether we can turn our monitors up so we can hear them a bit better. But, if there's a way of doing that. I wonder whether now is the time for me to dip out for a brief period and gather some footage from the rest of the tournament. Alex, what do you think?
You go right ahead. Go and report from the bottom tables.
So yeah, I mean, there is no bottom table as such just yet, but I'm going to have a bit of a tour of the room. We might see if we can grab some brief chats with some of the players who are I guess they're starting the games now, so perhaps they're not going to be keen to talk just yet. But I'll certainly give a tour and get a sense of some of those boards. So I'll rejoin you in a few minutes' time.
Lovely stuff. Good luck, Harry. We'll see you shortly. Very lovely comments coming in. Thank you so much, everyone. Saying tech problems are always a stress. Praying for you too, and peace as you handle it. That's very kind indeed. Jay saying welcome in, by the way. You're a legend. Thanks for doing this. Thank you so much for joining. Eric saying we appreciate what you do. So thank you, everyone. It's really, really kind. We're trying to make it as good as possible, but obviously we know that you guys want to know what's going on. It's a baseline expectation, but it's an important one. At the moment, Ogluk Scouts have moved. Minas Mogul are on the move. You can see the troll coming right up there to that piece of terrain. We're playing Fog of War, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, so they've all got their terrain piece to capture. They've got a hero to kill, and they've got a hero to protect. And we've now got an intelligence test coming up. That intelligence test was passed. So that was obviously some moving shenanigans trying to get one of the Ogluk Scouts out of the line there. I'm going to turn their mics back on. You're going to let me know if you have any problems. So hopefully there's a slightly different angle there on the advancing line.
I have to get forward.
Really cool.
You're going to win the shooting war. So.
Matchup. The mics were on for a second there, and I hope that they sounded okay. Do let us know. Oh no, okay, we've still got the buzzing, still got the noise. Okay, we will work on that, guys. We're working it, try and get it solved. I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to do it one more time. Because I've just tried something else. So their sound is on. Again, let us know if it comes back. Thank you so much for troubleshooting this with us. Always a stressful part of the stream. Oh, players are louder than the buzz. I think I know what the problem might be. Okay, still there. Thanks, Darren. Thanks to be there again. But Curtis Hodgson really likes the camera angle. So do I, Curtis. I think it looks great. So let's get back to the top down and see what's going on. I feel like Ogluk Scouts have really held back. We've got Minas Morgul moving right up to the river as quickly as they possibly can, and I'm still none the wiser as to what each person's terrain piece is. If anyone has any guesses, I mean, Minas Morgul seem to be focusing either on the centre. They've got a huge big building in the middle there, that could be their objective, right around there. But I also get the sense that they're coming down this way, so perhaps in the bottom left-hand corner, where unfortunately Ogluk Scouts are also focused, so people are going to use one. But Ogluk Scouts, I'm absolutely none the wiser, so taking on bets as to which objectives everyone's going for. Okay, Eric says the players sound much clearer and the ambient noise interference is fixed, but the buzz is still there. Okay, we might be able to figure out a way of fixing this, guys. Just bear with us. In fact, I do know a way to fix it. I do know how to fix it, guys, but we're doing it live, so you're going to have to bear with me. It is very, very stressful to be trying to troubleshoot the tech with 115 people watching live, which is fantastic. Welcome in, everyone, while trying to cover the game as well. So I'm going to leave you on the top down. You'll be able to see what the players are doing, see where they're moving, and I'm going to try to get this fixed myself. So bear with me. I'm going to be silent for a second, break the cardinal rule. I'd love to have Harry here so that he can keep you occupied whilst I'm doing this. Just so you know, the players are now shooting. So here comes the first shots. So these are shots, I think, on a municipal captain. We've got a pass on the end way for the first orc. Oh, we have dead orc. First blood of the tournament for us on this table. Okay, so I'm actually Googling tech tech solutions whilst we're going. It's all very chaotic, even after 2 test streams and a bunch of other stuff, so you're going to have to bear with me just a moment if you can. Oh, Harry is back, thank God. So I'm going to pass you over to Harry. He's going to keep you entertained whilst I try and fix this. Harry, I have a tech solution, but I need some moments to work it through.
Lovely.
Can we swap seats for a moment?
Yes, we can. I will. Oh, there's lots going on over here. So I'm
they're in shooting at the moment, Harry.
Shooting. Oh gosh, your chair's warm.
Sorry. I have a warm ass, apparently.
Yes, you do. So let me just grab my microphones before they all run out of batteries. So where we're looking. So we're on camera 3. Lovely. So so we've got the top-down approach there. So I've actually just been around the hall having a look at some of the other tables. Had quite an intriguing glance at some armies, some of the USA armies, and some of the rest of the Danish and the Welsh team. Maybe in a couple of minutes' time we'll be able to get a glance at that video. But for now, let's just keep our eyes on the prize ahead of us, which is, of course, Axel and Michał on this board here. So hopefully, so I understand, Alex, that we can't hear the players at the moment, so we'll have to relay everything.
Give me a moment. I'm doing.
We're sorting that out, so that's fine. Lovely. So as we can see, so I'm just going to try and get a better angle here. Oh no, he's standing in front of the thing anyway. So currently we can't see that the Ugluk scouts are moving just behind the river. I think that's Snagger and his warband that are moving towards the river. And of course, we don't know what the objectives these guys have chosen. So that's a complete mystery to me, complete mystery to you guys. But I'm intrigued. What would you guys have chosen, or which characters would you have chosen? Bearing in mind, we've got the heroes, which I can hopefully get on the screen in a second. This is the stuff on the screen. Hopefully, if we can see it. I don't know whether we can. Yeah, we can. So, what do you think? Which of those heroes would you be choosing to protect and, of course, to target? Let us know in the comments down below. We've got Grishnak, Snagger, Ukluk, 2 Uruk Scout captains, and the Witch King, Mordor Orc captain, and Taskmaster. So, of course, you can't choose to protect or kill Ugluk or the Witch King. So, I mean, I think my choice would be to go for the Taskmaster, to try and kill the Taskmaster, but is he the sort of guy that you use his might and his whip and then hide him back? I don't know. I feel like it's quite a difficult one for the Minas Morgul to protect their heroes in this one. I don't know. Maybe you guys have different thoughts. Let me know in the comments down below. Let's go back to the action on the table. So you should now be able to see the top down as Michał finishes moving. He's really pushing his army forward towards that river there. Of course, we mentioned earlier that the river is potentially objectives that could be chosen, terrain pieces that could be chosen by the Minas Morgul side, because they're largely on the left-hand side of the board as we look at it. it means there could be terrain pieces that the Menace Morgan have chosen to capture.
Okay.
Because Alex is still fixing the tech, but the river at the bottom, they're sort of divided into 4 segments, which could all be separate pieces of terrain for the purpose. So there you go. That is that. I don't know any additional information at the moment because we're unplugging the tech to try and find out whether we can hear the guys. So we can hear them. So they're trying. Here we go. This is a courage deck. Let's get to the dice. That's a 1, which is not a great start for the courage deck. And a 6. It's all right. He passed it. So that was for a Spectre manoeuvre. So no one being pulled out there. Thanks to the guys for making sure they're rolling the dice tray. Alex is still trying to sort out the audio. I've just seen a comment. How many eagles are there? There's only 1 eagle army in the entire tournament, which hopefully we'll be able to have a look at soon. So hopefully we'll be able to have a watch of it in a second. Oh, there we go. That's a lot more volume there. I don't know whether that's changed anything for you at home, but we can certainly hear our voice in our ears. So apologies for not being able to bring you the action from the direct on the table. Okay. There we go. Alex.
So, let me explain what we've done, which is a bit annoying because of a few reasons. Hopefully, their players might plan out fixed. They've not said anything yet, so we'll find out shortly. But the reason I say that is because I've changed over the way that it works. I've got rid of this little box, which I think was causing the problems. The difficulty is now, we can't hear them if their microphones are off. We cannot monitor them ambiently. So players at home, watchers at home, you're just going to have to bear with us as we try to get a second guess when it is we want to turn the mics on and off. We'll probably leave them on basically all the time, excuse me, and just turn them off as and when we need to, and it means they can interrupt us. But it means we're not missing any important things they say. Fingers crossed that's
you know what, Alex, I'll just interrupt you there because Eric on the comments has said, frankly, the commentary you're giving is perfectly fine, if not better, than being able to hear the people.
Well, that's very kind.
To be fair, the guys will probably not be talking through their moves often because they don't want to give the game away, I guess. So hopefully...
Yeah, I think the important thing is things like when they say stuff like, I'm shooting at X, I'm shooting at Y, it can be really hard for us to figure out what's actually going on and then relay that to you. We want to get those little tidbits.
Absolutely.
But that's what the situation is. You'll be able to hear them as well now. At all times, we're not turning them off again, and we might try and fix them this thing. That's really kind. Thank you so much, everyone. Everyone seems to be having a good time. You tell what, Harry, before we came into the stream, he was like, you're getting too worked up about the little things. And I said, I do tend to get hyper-fixated on things like this, so perhaps that's what's happening, and we just need to enjoy. And I hope that everyone at home is enjoying as well. So, Harry, I've been messing around. What's going on? We look like we're in turn 2 moves. Who's got priority?
Good question. I don't know, because you were fiddling with the cable so I couldn't hear them. All I know is that the Uglut Scouts moved first, so unless they call the heroic move, which seems unlikely at this stage, they will have had priority. I don't know who chose to have priority. I would guess Minas Morgul probably won the roll and then handed Uglut Scouts priority. But there is a point here that actually, if we look on the left, this contingent hasn't moved anywhere near as much as the block up the north here, which I'm not sure why that would be. Maybe thinking about protecting heroes in this block. Maybe it's concern.
Or anticipating that that's the objective for us.
Yeah, exactly, because we did see most of Minas Morgul was deployed on the sort of the bottom side there, although it has then, of course, gone over this way. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's always difficult with Carnivore, isn't it? Are you going to go on the attack, throw everything in, leave nothing back behind to try and resist, or are you going to split and try and play both defensive and offensive, or are you going to play defensively, hope to fend them off? Personally, I think that's a loser's game, because it means that they have the initiative, they've got momentum, and if they can break through, they're not going to be able to win simply because they've left too little time to get the objective. You're the one who's doing the offensive there.
And We're hopefully going to play a video at some point. We're going to get it onto the computer to be able to play you in a lull of the game, perhaps, because as I mentioned, I went on the tour around a second ago. But yeah, I think you're right, Alex. I think I used to at the start of my gaming career, which I still would argue that I'm not a particularly competitive or experienced gamer, but I used to think trying to feign, that I was going to go for this terrain piece, or perhaps focus all my shooting on the wrong hero to try and give the opponent a sense of the fact that I'm, targeting a hero other than the one I actually am. I think over the years, I've realised that actually that perhaps wasn't a very good idea.
I'm going to quick off there. I'm not sure what that roll was.
Was it a 2 dice roll? I didn't see where the dice landed in there.
A terror check.
It might have been a terror check, yeah, or perhaps the. It might have been. It might have been a compel, or it might have been a compel or something like that. Yeah. So sorry, I was saying. So I think that basically putting all your cards on the table and going hell for leather for the hero you're targeting, whether or not it shows off or gives it to the opponent a clue as to which one you're going for, I don't think that's necessarily a bad move. I think you always go for the one you need to go for.
It was when we played last, not time before last, the one time I've won in all the times we played.
Yes.
And I have Ents, and you're like, you've given the game away because I have to deploy all on one side of the board. It's like, mate, you're playing Ents in Fog of War. I'm walking towards my objective or I'm not. I'm not playing funny games.
And you did get the objective, didn't you, to be fair? There we go. So you can see very proudly Axel displaying his name on the back of the shirt. And if we switch the other angle, I'm not convinced we'd want to see that one. Briefly, it was as good as a bum shot as we're going to get for the rest of the event. So there you go.
Well, yesterday people were very excited by elbow cam.
Elbow cam.
Yeah, people were really into elbow cam. So maybe ass cam.
Ass cam is the thing. I think there's a good chance we're going to get ass cam. Yeah. The blur is perhaps saving Axel his dignity there.
Yeah, I mean we're not here to humiliate people, are we?
No.
If it was my ass, it wouldn't be humiliating.
No,
it would be a glorious.
It would be.
Would be a spike. You'd see a real spike in views.
Yeah, people will be rewatching and rewinding back to that moment, won't they? But there we go. So let us know what you think. I think. We've sort of given us a vague précis of what's happening, but it looks to me like the Minas Morgul aren't bothering protecting anything at the moment. So yeah. That is right. Actually, sorry. People are talking about the drum. Glyn, troll is given 3 marches. Yes, that is something I overheard earlier. Was that a troll is meant to have a drum sculpted onto it, but doesn't, and they wanted to check with the referees that it's okay. Okay, so I think the troll is armed with a drum.
That's how they've moved so quickly.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
I was worried that we missed some light and not took it off our spreadsheet, but it didn't be the case. Simply the troll is giving them 3 marches. Harry's just having a look at some rules now. We've got some other comments on the board. So John is concerned that the board has balance issues. Says the river is more one side of the players than the other, and also there's a huge bunch of terrain. It says really ought to play from the 2 sides along the river rather than across the river. Interesting thought. Batman says, please check the audio sources between games. Right now, you two are very quiet compared to the background noise. We will do that. We'll try and add a filter. I think the difficulty is it's such a loud room.
It is very loud.
We'll do the very best we can, but
I shoot to the Witch King.
Slightly limited.
I shoot to the Witch King.
We've got 4 microphones running simultaneously.
4, 7,
but
11.
We'll do the very best we can, but this might be the very best of this.
5.
I'm just trying to track down the exact army list that we've got here.
So we've got a roll here.
So we've got 46 models in the Minas Morgul army, Witch King on Fell Beast with 7 Morannon Orcs with shield, 7 Mordor Orcs with spear.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Do we know what these rolls are? Oh, this is shooting. It must be shooting. So no particular wounds there. There's a Spectre in each warband. There's only 1 Spectre over the course of the army. There is a Mordor Troll with a war drum, yeah. So we've got 46 models, Mordor Troll, a pretty even split.
Mostly
mostly Mordor Orcs with some Morannon.
I'm going to talk to you. More shooting at the Fell Beast here.
1, 2,
These shots are all going into the fell beast, are they?
I think this first round is to the fell beast. 2 hits.
So we'll throw it down for the rider. Both hit the fell beast. No wounds there.
So this
I think
4
the
to
rest
the
of them
second
are
row
yours.
to the spear support.
On spear supports, not spear supports.
1
So
hit
another 2, oh no, just 1 hit.
in the way. With the first strength.
This is the target here. We've got the picture of the dice in the top left. You can see it.
Classic SPG shooting, Harry.
Next one.
Yeah, not particularly effective, but crucially, it has brought the Minas Morgul army towards the Uglut scouts. There's no bows at all in the Minas Morgul army, so they kind of have to. Especially with, and this is Uglut scouts, so I'd imagine most of the bows are Uruk scouts with Urukai bows. Yes, so there's how many is that? That's 11 Urukai bows. There's quite a lot of bows in this army actually. Oh no, even more than that. Is that right? 18 bows. That can't be right. It can, 18, because there's 58 models in the army, so a lot of shooting in the Uglut Scouts army. They're clearly not doing a great deal of damage. If we take a look at the top down here, I think, I can't see the pile of dead. Maybe that's because there isn't a pile of dead just yet. So there we go. So we're looking now at the top down, that's Axel's head there, so we can see the context of the hall. These guys deep in thought there. They debate the next move.
So, Harry, it seems like what people are saying is they would simply prefer to not have the player microphones on because they're causing all the background noise.
Yep.
And we will simply monitor the player microphones.
Seems
So
fun.
for now, guys, there will be no player microphones, but we're going to try and listen out very carefully and let you know exactly what's happening when it's happening.
So we're just fiddling with the army to the volumes there. So interesting. I mean, I'm genuinely impressed by the number of models in the Urukai Scout army. I mean, interestingly, the ratio is, I mean, depends on injury. It's mostly Urukai, 2 warbands of orcs. So just about 20 or thereabouts orcs, including the 2 heroes. I think just over. And the banner is there's 2 banners, one of which is on the orcs and one of which is on the Urukai. Oh, Fell Beast has lost a wound, does it? Looks like it.
We don't actually have a separate tracker for the Fell Beast, unfortunately. Only the Witch King himself.
I mean, we could add one, can't we? Or is that going to be too
There
hard?
he is in all his glory. It's a good looking game, this, Harry. It's a good looking game.
It does look good.
Some nice models on a nice board, and oh dear, a bit of acid there as well. Very good looking game. So this is the troll moving.
Not quite sure. I think because of where the armies are
the water.
clashing, we've got Axel there standing in front of the microphone, so the cameras. There we go. That's a good idea.
So the trolls just tied up those 2 orcs there and charged into those 2.
Very nice. Oh yes, in fact, we've got a nice view here as well. If you look at the bottom left.
Oh, that is good. Yeah, there you go. So the troll's really making progress. He's out on a limb, out on his own.
I mean, in some ways, is that the sensible move to send a troll so far
It
forward?
does feel like a very good way to lose it, doesn't it?
But is there any danger? I mean, really, if we look at where the rest of his models are, they're here, aren't they? So.
Oh, there's the Witch King going.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think.
Harry.
No, you're right. I think what we're seeing here is a Spectre pulling a guy forward, and we're seeing a troll charge said model, and then the Witch King's also going in there. Are we likely to see a heroic combat here? Do you think? I think there's a strong chance of heroic combat, or maybe it's just a quick and easy kill. Start racking up some kills. Although one model here, out of a 58 strong list, feels like a waste without doing something special with it. Maybe we're going to see a hurl. I don't know. It depends how. I think the lines are not that close in order to do that. Sorry, the guys are in a particularly bad position for the cameras right now.
Yeah, we might go move those in just a second.
We've only got 2 cameras, and both of them are pretty much exactly where Axel is standing. So I think, if Alex, maybe we twiddle the camera so we're on. It looks like they're going to be largely on the left-hand side of the board. So maybe if we have a camera looking the other way, we'll be able to.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like I say, guys at home, we can't tell the players where to stand really because they've got to play a game. They've paid to come to a competitive tournament.
You know what? I think we can tell them.
You think we can?
I think we can go over there and say, you know what? I think you should lean all the way over that table and put your back out in order to in order to improve the live stream.
Well, I'm going to go and rearrange one of the cameras.
We're just having a tour from the reception team at the hotel. Having a look around.
Great. Well, I'm going to go and see if we can get a better camera angle.
Yeah, excellent.
And I'll leave the chat in your very capable hands.
Thank you very much. So yeah, we'll try and monitor the progress as much as we can, but it appears that you guys are just as capable here at listening to us. I think you can see Michał having a good laugh there at the fact that the camera is pointing directly up Axel's backside, trying to improve the view here. There we go. So that's all. So this is where we're currently moving to try and get the angle differently. But this is the best shot we've got at the moment, I'm afraid. But there we go. Yeah. So progress continues. Sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Rashi? Reji Jelen? Does the Witch King have range for a heroic combat to Ugluk? I don't think so, because certainly when they were being deployed, Ugluk was kind of in the depths of the army. I think we can't quite see him here. I believe Ugluk is somewhere behind this ruin. In fact, it may be underneath the blob. So, sorry, it's still moving. We'll stop that there you go. Alex is right there. That's Alex. That's the army. There we go. Let's have a look. Right, there we go. Can we see Ugluk there? And do we think the Witch King is in range for a heroic combat? That's, I think, what I was sort of alluding to there.
Do you track of where Ugluk is? Do you know where he is?
No, that's why I figured because you were over there, you might have a better chance. I'm going to have a look. I'll report back.
So interesting commentary going on in.
So you might be able to.
Glenn says Scouts only have 2 heroes with strike, and they're currently bubbled. Plus with Harbinger. I like the aggressive play. Let's see. I'm so sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. Thanks so much for that. Thanks. So very brave manoeuvre with the Witch King. Harry, I don't know what you think about that. We've had a description of the Witch King's manoeuvre as brave. Would you agree with that analysis?
I think it depends very much on what he's trying to achieve here. And someone's mentioned, is he in heroic combat range for Ugluk? No, Ugluk is behind this building here. I don't know why I've done an H there. But of course, Ugluk isn't necessarily the hero that they want to be targeting here, because fog of war, it could well be that one of the captains, or I think it was Grishnak, which was somewhere down here, could be the target. But again, they're in such a huddle. I think the only real opportunity they've got here is to do some kind of hurl, which may give the game away a bit, but we'll see.
So that's the end of. Oh, I was going to say, what is the chance? There we go. Sorry, Axel. I was going to say, what do you reckon the odds are of Denmark's Axel knocking the camera on the way out? But I did place it right behind him without telling him it was there.
Basically fenced him in.
I did fence him in. Yeah, I did fence him in.
But now we can see a bit more of the context of the board as well, which is nice. So again, it's very difficult to tell where. I'm sorry. I'm going to just report back in a second.
Yeah, you go. This is the joy of having 2 people, Harry. So we've got some potential charges across the river, which is shallow water, so difficult terrain. Harry's back now. He's going to tell us where everyone is.
Okay, so Grishnak is, as I suggested, you can't quite. I know he's somewhere in the middle of this, so it's Grishnak is relatively risk-free at the moment.
Can we get him on this angle?
Except for perhaps a hurl. No, I think the focus is slightly off. I think, is that him? Oh. Is that? He's on a rock, so he's slightly higher up. Is he? There he is. There he is. So that's his fur coat on the back. So that's him. So that's. I think he's relatively risk-free at the moment, except for a potential hurl. The other thing we need to be wary of, once Alex has sorted this out, Michał has cunningly hidden Snagger in this ruin here. Sorry, we're watching the wrong camera here. So Snagger is basically under this bit here. So I was just saying to everyone that Snagger is underneath this ruin right here. So if I was a betting man, I would suggest that Michał is keen to protect Snagger. But of course we don't know this, and please, if you have a direct line contact with the opponents, but he is hiding underneath the ruin. So it's changed context, but this is Grishnak here. So I don't know I mean, looking at this is about the halfway point of the board. So that to me looks like about 2 or 3 inches on. So we're looking at 10 inches maybe, and that's a big hurl.
Yeah, it is.
That's a big hurl.
So strict strength difference plus D3.
Yeah, so 6, I think it's D4, isn't it, for a Urukai scout? So 2 plus D3. So defense 3. I get it. Strength difference. So it's strength 4. So 2 plus D3. He's not going to make a hit on Grishnak there.
No.
So what's
the intelligence? If you're hurling with a beast being ridden, do you use the race?
I think you use the race.
The race.
I think so. Yeah, because this combines profile. But the range is not going to be helpful there unless. So I'm intrigued as to what. But of course he can be hurling it. He's measuring down the line. I don't know what's going on here. Nobody knows. Maybe you guys in the comments have a better idea of what could be happening here. Let us know in the comments.
It's one of those games. I mean, they spent a little while getting close to each other. We're nearly down to an hour and a half. An hour in, including deployments, and there's not a huge amount of bloodshed so far.
Apologies, I'm
Team
just trying
Wales
to listen
thinking,
to exactly what they're doing.
really
There's some
hard about where
complicated
to
movement here.
to get in.
See some
I know that feeling, that the real stress of knowing a single millimetre in this game can be the difference between victory and defeat.
To be there again has reiterated your point. A lot of time spent moving. It started at 2 hours and 30. Yeah, so well, technically the deployment started at 2 hours 30 and 2 hours 15. So we are 45 minutes into the game proper, at least, or getting onto it. But either way, I think you're right. There has been a lot of posturing and thought, and I suppose courage checks for spectres delay things, shootings delay things, and so there's plenty happening, but not a lot of blood spilled.
Not a lot of blood. We want blood. That's what we're here. We want blood.
Ultimately.
I see. Big old Jim says, "Good stream. You don't often see this from SPG. Thank you very much." SPG deserves it. It's the best game.
Well, yeah, absolutely is. Yeah.
It is. That's just a ton of my passion. It's a very good game. Sorry.
No, that's fine. We're just seeing if we can hear them, monitor the volume a little bit better for the table. I know you can't hear them, but I'm keen to be able to hear as much as possible.
It's even more important we can hear them. So
yes, yeah, exactly. Maybe it's just that the guys over there are talking quite quietly.
If we ever abruptly stop talking, it's probably because we're trying to hear what they're saying, so we can relate to you. Probably worth saying.
That's a lovely little
cool
shot there.
Yeah,
so yeah, I think, can we now see Grishnak in the bottom? Yeah, there he is. There, so he's a lot more prominent now. So that's Grishnak. But you can see the lines have really clashed over there. I haven't really been monitoring that, but yeah, the lines are absolutely hammering into each other over the top right hand side. I wonder. I think it's interesting here because Mihal, who's on our left from Wales. He doesn't look like he's likely to make much progress towards the objectives. I don't know about you.
No, yeah, he's been playing very
he's been very reserved here, and the chance. I mean, he has got more models, so the chances he might be able to move round once the lines have clashed. And we've still got an hour and a half, so there's plenty of time to do it. But it does feel like our Danish player Axel is putting the pressure on. Okay, we're getting some announcements on the table. We've got an OK.
So that's all movement for the scouts done.
Into shooting, yeah, the shooting.
Get that. Dice cam up. So
the two trackers.
Coming up over this way. That's my arrow. It's not very good.
Hitting on sixes because they moved. Nice, got a hit. A 5 to wound there. Oh,
so close.
We're really baying for blood, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. it's what I'm here for. I might as well just go home. So that's these two guys over here. Shooting in front of me. That's it. I'm not sure who we're shooting at here.
So he's shooting.
combat,
No,
so shoots
I
own
think
guy.
Ugluk Scout is shooting and hitting his
So
own
and
model.
killing his own scout.
So that's actually a really big move there. So he's shot the guy out of combat. So there was a guy who was here, has been killed.
He's got off the troll.
So now there's no hurl potential. That's interesting. Good move there.
Yeah, that's a good move.
And where are these going? Lots of shooting. Ooh, lots of hits.
Double sixes back there.
I think these are probably going to go for. Well, I'd have thought the Witch King.
Witch King, yeah.
But I didn't hear.
Yep, so up or down, you did mention Fell Beast. One on the 3 on the Beast, 2 on the Rider.
Sixes
So
to
on
kill.
Beast.
Just the one wound on the Fell Beast. I think that chips a second wound off from memory. One wound
So
left on
one
the Fell Beast.
wound
That
on
is
the Fell
correct. Yeah. So that's the one stat we're not tracking, and is the one stat that
It's actually mattering. Yeah.
that's actually mattering at the moment. But you see, this is a big roll for
No, not on
So
the
that was
raid.
for the Witch King, but no wound on the big guy himself.
So into fights. So they're just figuring out who is fighting who at the moment and doing some pairing off. But it looks like we're starting with 2 on 1 here. And then we've got 2 on 1 here. Yeah, 2 on 1, 2 on 1. So I expect they're looking for some traps and making sure they don't relinquish those before time. Harry, are there banners on the table?
Are there what, sorry?
Are there banners on the table?
Yes, there are banners, and so Ugluk Scouts have 2 banners, one orc and one orc and one Urukai. We might be able to see it in this shot. In the corner, there's one of them. I think the other one is on the other side.
Sorry, so this is, I think. Oh, sorry, I thought we were going straight. Sorry, I cut Harry off thinking we were going straight into the first roll. Combat. And so blue is for Urukai, is what they're saying. It was always going to be blue for the Urukai. So here's first combat, that's the Urukai, getting a 6. So, won it on fight, no kill.
There's a hit,
Another 6 again.
no wound.
And we've got one this time.
So that's another kill.
So that's an orc making a little hole there. 5 this time, still goes to Urukai. No kill. So just lines clashing off against each other. So it's a 2 on 2 now. 6 for the Urukai, so they take it. And we get a kill. So you can see a real hole building here. Another, well, 6 for the, so we've got banner for the Urukai. No, so it actually goes to
And then it's Morgan this time?
first time.
So I think they'll be winning on 4s or thereabouts, aren't they? Captain being wounded there, we hear.
Captain being wounded?
Not wounded, but certainly trying to wound him. I don't think we got through, so we're straight into the next round. You'll appreciate that these guys are not pausing to allow us to understand what's going on.
We're doing our very best.
We are trying to follow it as well as we can. I hope you're getting a general sense here from what we're seeing on the screen that the combat's progressing slowly down the line from the top to the middle.
And Ugluk Scouts have managed to make a hole.
I think they have.
They've pushed
I mean, the fight value is.
down.
This is one of the things I remember everyone at the start of the edition when it all came out. Minas Morgul, everyone was like, "Yeah, Minas Morgul are great because the courage, wounding against courage is really strong," which it is. But I kept saying to people, well, "Yeah, but the orcs still have to win the fight, and if they're losing all the fights, it doesn't matter how easy it is to wound stuff." So, and I think maybe my assessment there is bearing fruit.
I told you so.
Yes, a little bit. But we'll see how it develops. So the priority here, Wales has taken priority. So won the role and claimed it for himself. Wales being on the left. Wales, Denmark. just because we've got that.
So what we've done is just put.
Yeah, and that. Yeah, that's another way of doing it.
We just like playing with the drawing, don't we? Really.
Yeah, we just doing the drawing. Yeah.
Any excuse. So, are we right that no might has been spent whatsoever yet?
Well,
Seems a bit nuts.
I assume that the
Oh, this is a cruise check to charge the Witch King.
-1 because of the Witch King here. Ooh, that's a fail.
No, not even close.
So of course, I've got scouts trying to pin down maybe the troll. And I mean, if I were Mihal there, I would be trying to send one lonely Urukai into both the troll and the Witch King, and then shoot him out again to try and stop the Witch King doing anything fancy. Maybe that's what he was going to do.
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, perhaps.
Saw how effective it was last turn. Little Urukai dead with a load of arrows there.
Yeah, just keep him shut. Oh God, so they are breaking through, look.
More terror check. What was that, sorry?
Oh, we've got a roll.
There's another terror check. It was on the table, but it looks like was that a move? I didn't see whether he actually got the guy in. I think he did. Yeah. So of course in Minas Morgul, I believe they had to take a terror check. Oh no, actually no, they did.
Against orcs within 3 inches.
No, that's Angmar. So this must have been a spectre that he's just charged, I would guess.
I'm so close, Harry.
He's so close. He's so close to having some knowledge, but sadly lacking.
David Lambert says, loving the quality. Thanks, guys. That's very kind, David. Thank you. Tim says, the drawing is fun.
And we haven't yet got to the stage where we're drawing penises on the screen, so that's a plus.
There's that coming. As soon as we get the right angle.
As soon as we get it, yeah.
I think, just to remind people at home, we think that no resources have been spent whatsoever yet.
I'm going to go and double check.
The only wounds gone are 2 wounds on the fell beast, which is the only one we're not actually tracking.
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Just check. Have you spent any resources at all?
Harry's just checking.
Might or will or fate? Nothing. I didn't think so. We were just checking. Oh yeah, good.
Players have confirmed
2 wounds, yeah. I thought so. What was tricky, yeah.
So we will keep you updated, of course, when that does get spent. But that's remarkable. This is fine for the game. We are now only an hour and 25 minutes left, and not a point of anything spent.
No, I guess both sides are relying on. I think Ugluk scouts have the movement advantage with the 8-inch move on their Urukai. So I guess they don't need to engage until they lose priority and then charge after Minas Morgul have already moved. And maybe Minas Morgul is thinking that they've got the terror and things like that. So who knows? People are probably double checking. But still, what's going on?
So it's still just. This is still.
Matt Fremantle's just mentioned, can we add the army name to the matchup? So it says Wales brackets Ugluk Scouts, Denmark brackets Minas Morgul.
I think that's a very good idea.
I think I might be able to do that. Let me see if I can do that.
Harry is going to go into the overlays. He's going to try and do that.
That is a smashing idea.
Clyde agrees. Tom Fellowship of the Steel says, as long as it's life-size Battle Camper, you wouldn't be able to see it. It wouldn't show.
It's crushed.
Okay, so they've just used a fearless bubble. They've got who in Ugluk Scouts gives them fearless? It looks like.
Well, I believe they can do something to do with if Ugluk chops somebody's head off, it gives them fearless.
We'll look that up because that looks like that's what's just happened. In order to get a model in on the troll just behind the there.
Do you want me to check that?
Let's get the other angle because we should be able to see it on that one. There you go. He's actually tied. He's used that scene walk there to tie up both the Witch King and the troll. So I'm assuming what we're going to see is a bunch of shots going into that combat to try and get rid of him, turn off the troll and the Witch King in a single go for a single walk. Is this the special rule? Does it happen to be called looks like Meat's back on the menu, boys?
It's a bit like that, yeah, I think so. Oh, it must be in Ugluk's rules himself. Sorry, guys. I'm sure everyone's screaming at the stream saying.
Some thanks in chat for your adding the.
No worries. That makes a lot more sense, doesn't it? Head taker. No. So yes, looks like Meek's back on the menu. Ugluk can kill a friendly orc warrior within 2 inches of him. If Ugluk does this, then all friendly Urukai within 6 inches gain the fearless special and +1 to wound when making strikes till the end of the turn. And if Ugluk does it in a turn in which his army is broken, then it will count as triggering the head taker rule, which is
okay, so that's
increase, which is automatically passing his courage chest and stand fast increase. So yeah, that's a really powerful rule and very, very handy. It looks to me like he's probably just put the one model into him again.
Yeah, that's it, and that's their move done.
There you go.
So as you see, huge line of Urukai.
Well, I believe that's most of the archers.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I think
they're
we said
just
earlier
gonna,
it's
they're
12
just going to go straight back down into,
was it 16?
into that orc there, try and get him dead. We've got some rolls here. It's terror checks, I think.
Yeah, 18 bows, so there's a good chunk of those bows behind that view there. Yeah, you can see on camera 2 here, up to the left, you can see all the bristling bows here.
Yeah.
Now we might get a bit of bum camera again.
So I think, sorry, I said that was a courage check, it wasn't. I think that was an intelligence check with respect to trying to make someone move. But the intelligence check was passed. It's passed every time so far.
Yeah, I think that's probably good rolling on behalf of Mihal there, because the Urukai scouts are intelligence 7 plus.
Check.
Oh, that's a fail. That is a fail.
All right. So who's moving? So we've got one of the archers by the looks of things.
So he's bringing someone forward. It just looks like one of the archers, yeah.
So in case you missed that.
So ideally, I'd imagine that Axel will be wanting more than one of these to pass their courage check.
Yeah.
Fail their intelligence check.
Well, they're setting up a combat. Which heroes are in there? Oh, we can't see yet. We've got an arm in the way, I'm afraid.
Is that a captain of some sort? Should we get rid of this bug for a second?
So that might well have scuppered the single Witch King troll combo plan. That was probably quite a clutch failed intelligence check for.
Yeah, I mean, but it's going to happen again, though, isn't it? He's going to get shot at. But crucially, the lines are very, very much closer. Preserve his dignity there.
Yep, there you go. That's our life censoring there.
That's really honourable. That's really honourable. We could have put anything. We could have drawn anything in that hole. Yeah. And you choose to be actually quite nice to our
Harry,
players.
would you like to get our scoreboard back?
Yeah. Scoreboard.
The regular book. There you go. So we know who, what, and why.
Blocking a little bit again. Interesting. We got an hour and 20, and there's still a lot of time left in the game. Maybe it's just we're sat here hoping for some more blood, but actually,
blood for the blood god.
Yeah. The lines are very much clashing. I think in the next 20 minutes we're going to see a lot of death.
Yeah,
a lot of death.
I think particularly given one army was racing to get up the board, the other army wasn't doing anything. It meant that it's going to take a little bit longer for them to get together. But now they have. We saw actually not that much death last turn. It's the Troll and the Witch King. The Troll and the Witch King break free.
Yeah.
Start to get amongst the lines.
As we mentioned, I think I thought there was only one. I'll have to just have a reload. I thought there was only 1 or 2 spectres in this Mordor army. It's just the one spectre. So maybe we've seen some magic. I don't know, because maybe we've seen some magic happen and we didn't know about it. I'm going to just.
But we've not got no resources been spent. So
not yet, but that was things have happened. That was before.
Well, Uglicks moved first again, and I think they tied them up again. So I'm not sure how the Witch King could have cast, but definitely worth checking. Go and check with the players. So Harry just off to see whether or not the Witch King has spent any will, giving me a shake of the head there. So I think he's just not cast a single thing yet. Still looking for that chance. So here come some fights.
They're starting to shoot here.
Shots, sorry, not fights, we're into shots. So it's on the Witch King, it's a shot on the Witch King. Looking for 6. Ooh. So another shot on the Witch King.
It's a hit.
So a hit, up and down on the Witch King.
Hits the Fell Beast.
Sorry, so that was in the way.
Fell Beast.
Okay.
Ooh, just a point. Yeah, of course they're trying to hit the character in combat.
Of course. So these
all 3 all going into the same thing, and if they kill the Auric, they're going to separate them. So one hit
goes through onto the. So that's the Witch King then.
No.
The double sixes to get that. It's so close. And it's again, I think, same time.
Yeah, so this is killing the fella in the combat by the look of it. Oh no.
So this is now an up and down on the Witch King, I think. Unless I'm mistaken.
No, I think this is the guy in the combat, isn't it?
That's up and down. That's on the Witch King.
Fell Beast.
Oh, okay.
6 to kill the Fell Beast. No.
Oh.
So Michal will be tremendously disappointed by that shooting there.
Yeah.
Not killing that guy in combat.
Yeah, and not chipping that wound off the fell beast either.
Yeah, that's big, because
So
if
he's
he'd have
still
got
there.
either of those, then that would have been big. But Axel will be very pleased. Very pleased about that.
So shooting back now.
Just before we, so I don't think we have, unless this is a, I don't think this is a captain. I actually can't remember. So I think this is just for a lot of dudes surrounding a guy.
So this is just one hit from
This is just
on the scouts, but it doesn't look like anything happened. So now we're into fighting. So you see Harry trying to gather the intel there. Okay, heroic combat with the Witch King, Harry. So it looks like we've got the first mic going, heroic combat with the Witch King. Obviously only possible now because of that failed attempt to kill the one he's in combat with, and it should be a relatively simple one, and the trolls in that combat as well, so this is a real opportunity to do some serious damage. So we're into that combat, Uruk is shielding. I think we take that off for a second, sorry Harry, just so we get the rolls. Sorry mate. So this is the Witch King and Troll. We've got 6 so that's a win. So he's obviously going to kill that one little orc.
So the troll kills that. Unsurprisingly, the troll has killed that guy.
Sorry, I interrupted Harry as he was showing off the new graphics, the Might Will Work Fake Tracker. I'm going to fix something with the camera 1 second.
So the troll there, it looks really like this manoeuvre's just been there to try and get the momentum by the look of it. Where the Witch King is going, it's hard to tell. Perhaps this has been a feint. Perhaps the Witch King and troll were pushing forward to the left with a view to pushing forward to the left with a view to feigning and then actually moving to the right. But we'll see. Just for if you're not aware, the Orc captain is here. The taskmaster is somewhere here, and obviously the Witch King here. So potential targets and protection are over here. So it looks to me like this captain is probably being protected by the Danish player.
What have I missed, Harry? So that combat's gone off.
They've just been measuring, to be honest.
So Witch King's going into...
So it's just that clearly the threat of those bows is disrupting quite a lot.
So they've so nearly got that beast down.
Absolutely, and a point of mine, crucially...
And then, sorry, just so I know, the troll then moved back in. Oh dear, we've got a fall.
Dear.
We've got a fall.
It is quite a wobbly board. I mean, playing on the stage is and we've lost wings as well.
Oh dear. Oh, such a beautiful one as well. I hope that fixes nice and easily.
I think that they look like they've been magnetised or glued with the intention of the wings coming out. So fingers crossed it's going to be.
Oh yeah, he's putting it back together.
This is pure vodka. Okay, it's that time of day.
Still, you hate to see it. So much worse when you've got a brand new model. I mean, I remember painting up a new army for the last tournament, arriving and like 2 or 3 models had broken in transit.
I must admit, I went to a tournament not too long ago of Dyson Men in Yorkshire, and I just finished painting my Balrog for it. First time I got the Balrog on the table, knocked it off the table, and the little horns ends broke off.
So we've got combat here. Sorry, Harry.
So one guy against, the Witch King takes that one, if that was the Witch King. Yeah, it looks like it. Oh no, that was the trapped fella. Should we have picture in picture? Do you want to see picture in picture here rather than just the dice?
Oh yeah, let's do that, sorry.
There we go. So we'll try and keep the dice coming.
So he was.
So that's
the
this
guy
combat here. So he's completely dead.
Yeah.
So Witch King is
Witch
now.
King now.
Yeah, and I think he said something about supports there. I'm not quite sure exactly what. But this is the Witch King's combat there. So I don't really saw the dice. Oh, we need to put the dice camera. If we change cameras, sorry, I didn't know that.
No, it shouldn't happen. It's another glitch. So.
It's just a good. Oh, he's dealing the wounds over there. So let's
So he killed both of those guys with 2 double strikes there. Apologies for not being able to see
we're like 1 second behind with every cut.
yeah, they're quite quick. And there you go.
So here's the troll. This is the troll's combat. So troll fighting first. Ooh, three
was a low
high.
roll. Oh, the Ugly
5.
Scouts have got it, unless there's a banner there, which there
troll
probably
can
is.
do about that.
6 to wound the troll. Oh, +1 to wound though, because of the Ugly's head taker, so it would have been 5s, I think.
Still nothing. Missed opportunity there. Matus says, spoiler alert, that fell beast will fall. I don't know whether he said that prior to it falling over.
They're just having a decision here. I think there was a bit of confusion over which models were meant to be in combat. So they did a sensible thing. They did a roll-off to decide. And then the combat is 2 dice with a Minas Morgul. Take it. Minas Morgul with a little dice, if that helps. 4s to wound on the green, 3s on the red, but sadly no wounds for either.
Wrong way around. So it's just a 2-on-2, Uruk Speed Orcs. 6 goes to the Uruk Scouts. And they get a kill as well.
That's a kill, yeah, there's a lot of kills from the Uruk Scouts here.
They're doing a lot of damage on that side of the board. 2-on-1. 5 for the Uruk Scouts. So far it's for the Scouts. But it looks like Minas Morgul have got a banner. No, 2-on-1, so again goes to the Scouts. And it's another kill as well.
Yeah,
they're really
they are.
smart there.
So this is the thing: the Minas Morgul aren't really converting any of the wins that they do get.
No.
So even with that courage base bonus, I think
So 2-on-2 here.
the dice are betraying him
Ooh,
slightly.
a double 1 for the Scouts.
Well, so can they convert though? That's the thing.
It'll be on 5s.
Banner reroll for there if it fails.
Oh,
4 should do
plus
it, I
1.
think.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Is that the first of the Uruk Scouts dead?
Second,
It feels like it.
second.
Feels pretty.
So this is a
Spectre.
Spectre.
Someone's
Six.
fighting 2-handed here, but I think the Uruk Scouts have won no matter what. So he's
So
going
6
straight
is
for the
wound.
Spectre to try and kill the Spectre. Yeah, he kills. That's a Spectre out of action. Sorry if we're the dizzying array of dice and commentary here is not helping, but yeah, the Spectre has been taken off play, which is a big guy felon. Well, that was the 2-handed weapon from the
so much more damage than I thought they would.
Yeah, well, they're strength 4 with +1s to win because the Uruk's head taking them.
Yeah.
And I think that guy took 2-handed as well.
I mean, that in this edition, retaining the 6s 2-handed makes such a difference. You see, he's got a load of 6s on those 2-handed dice.
I think if I was a betting man, I'd be backing the Uruk Scouts to win this one.
I agree
It's
now.
an
I
objective
wouldn't
game. All the Minas Morgul needs to do is assassinate that one character and take the terrain piece, and they're on the right side of the board for that. Maybe that happens. I bet you're getting very frustrated now that that dice camera has been knocked once. It's
going to happen. It's inevitable.
It's going to happen every game, and it's going to be a constant war.
Banner for Uruks.
Scouts. Into the 6, as he do.
Does he turn it into a kill? He does. Oh, that sucks to be Minas Morgul in that situation.
So the last combat of the round.
Another 6 for the
Again,
Scouts.
Uruk Scout taking it with high fight value
And
a
another
kill as
Wow.
well. That must have been a devastating turn up.
Yeah, look-
I don't know whether you
look
can
at the
see it on.
challenge.
You can't quite see it on the screen, but the dead
priority.
pile is quite significant. And then. So let's have a look at the
So
leaderboard
which
here.
goes off to Will?
So we've got the Witch King now on 2 might and 17 will. Still not spent any magic, which I don't know if
Sorry to interrupt. Uruk Scouts just took won the priority roll, took it for themselves, and they haven't. Denmark didn't call anything, so there's still no might spent. Sorry to interrupt you on that.
No, you're fine. I don't know, if I was in this position, I think I'd be very tempted to be spending might on the Witch King in order to call the move.
Right? Yeah.
But the crucial thing is, the Witch King is here, the Taskmaster is here, the Captain is here. So where's all of his might that he's actually going to be able to use? It's all on the Witch King. And does he want to be spending that on a heroic move just to stop him getting charged? Maybe not.
So here's a courage check to try and get in on the Witch King.
-1. So 9+ required here.
Nope,
That's
on
a
a 5.
So that was an Orc taking that check, I believe.
But he's got plenty more chances. Try another one. No, another fail. So this is basically this front rank here, trying to get in. Another one.
It's a good start.
Yes,
there we go. That's
got
what he
one.
needs.
So
9
that's
plus,
the
so he got
Witch
it.
King
So he's engaged the Witch King, which again, so we know that he's going to lose a point of will for that eventually. So I'm going to chip that off now before I forget.
So we've got 2 questions in chat. One is, which one of our hosts has the best Ogluk impression? And another one is, can we check what casualties are on both sides? One of those is potentially a more pressing question than the others.
So yeah,
Ogluk impression.
I was going to say, go on, what's yours?
Looks like beats back on the menu, boys.
That's pretty good.
Thanks. It's pretty good. Thanks.
Do you want me to do it as well?
Yeah, I do.
Saruman will have his prize.
For a great enunciation on the P on prize.
Thank you very much.
Why weren't we cast? I mean, I was like 9 at the time.
Yeah,
I'm ugly enough. I didn't know prosthetics required.
And on that note, I'll go and check the tally of the dead.
Many thanks. So, Matus, thank you so much. We are going to go and get those casualty counts for you. I suspect it's going to be pretty lopsided at the moment. You can see how far forward the Witch King is. Really, really pressing into the enemy line, wasting no time, which is good because we're down to nearly the last hour, Harry.
Indeed.
Go on, you got some stats for us.
Yeah, some interesting stats. So bearing in mind the Ugluk Scouts started with a number advantage here. I think they were on 58 and the Minas Morgul on 46. There are 15 dead orcs from the Minas Morgul and only 7 dead on the Ugluk Scouts.
I didn't realise 7 orcs had gone.
Yeah, you can just actually, they're just, if we can see them now from our vantage point over here. In fact, you can see them on the screen, yes. But the Ugluk Scouts are, the Minas Morgul are to the bottom right of our screen. But yeah, so the Minas Morgul started on 46 models. They're now down to 31. So it's quite a decisive thing. So that means Ugluk Scouts are on 51 models at the moment, so they've at the moment got a 20 model advantage.
Wow.
But it's worth noting that there's still a Troll and a Witch King on the table, and there's not really anything to rival them in terms of killing power on the other side, particularly the Witch King's assassination potential. And I don't think he has moved. Snagger still under here, and could there be something like this coming?
Yeah.
We don't know.
I mean, the interesting thing, one more dice, one more wound on that Witch King's Fell Beast could have been decisive.
That's true.
So here we go.
But that's why he's churning through the bows. He's charged and he's colliding with that bow line in order to prevent that. Really interesting, really interesting.
So this is when we get into the nitty gritty. Lots of little moves trying to tie up the remaining orcs, and it looks like trying to obtain and succeeding in obtaining a path through. I mean, I don't know where the Uruk's objective is, but these Uruks, you know, they've broken through quite decisively.
Well, remember there is a captain here, so they could potentially be using that, and there's some more stuff here.
It wouldn't take much to tie up the fact they've got a break that's so, but I mean, bear in mind, what's the dominance? So which King's captain to be dominant 3?
I think he may be more with the Fell Beast, but he's certainly at least 3.
He's on 3. So actually, he's a really great model to capture objectives because, of course, you're limited to only a single point if you only have a single model in contact. So he really wants to have the Witch King if it's going to be his only model.
That's true. That is true.
Will the Troll be dominant 3 as well?
Yeah.
So Troll, another great one to go and grab it.
Yeah, Fell Beast's a dominant 3, so the gains no benefit for that over the leadership.
Sorry, Harry.
No, carry on.
Lots of very precarious wobbling with the Fell Beast going on. I don't know.
I think this staged. I think when we see the video of the rest of the tables later on, we'll be able to see a bit more context of where we are in the room, and they are on a stage in the top left of the room.
We've got some real praise, by the way, coming in for our Ugluk impersonations.
Yeah.
Deservedly so.
Closed my eyes and I was right there around on the outskirts of Fangorn, says CJ. Thanks very much, CJ. That's great. Sorry for that blurry shot of us there. The camera tends to struggle to... Yeah, that's true.
It's like, oh, what the fuck?
Closing its eyes.
Yeah.
So Ugluk's just sacrificed another model.
So that's how the Orcs are getting wrecked.
I don't think all of them are.
No. A couple of them are
sacrificing
him. And that's to charge what? Is that a spirit there? Must be.
Well, so
he sacrificed him to get to avoid crush checks to charge whatever that model is right there, which I can't actually see at the
Well, I thought the Spectre had died, so I'm not quite sure what it is anymore.
Let me go and have a gander. I'll go and do some scouting this time.
I thought the Spectre had died. It clearly hasn't. I don't know what else could be causing terror. But anyway, there you go. Okay, so what we're hearing here, as we see Alex's head bobbing into the stream, the one at the Michal, who we can see at the top of our screen, is trying to work out which models can take a crush test to get the Spectre because of the range involved of Luck's head taking on. There's a lot of thought going into this one. A lot of thought. Right into the.
I'm going to be completely frank with you, mate. I'm normalizer.
He's failed the courage check, whatever it was for. And he's passed on there. So we have got a courage check, we have got a charge. So he's moved. Oh, it's for a troll.
It's for a troll.
Yeah, duh. Of course it was a troll. But the Spectre is right there. So there's more than one Spectre. Now this is curious because I'm looking at the list. Am I looking at the right list? You know why? I think I might be looking at the wrong Morgul list. Is that right? Alvator. Apologies, I have a feeling I've been giving people the wrong information, unless there's something not right here.
Just a very quick.
Yes,
to Tobias.
Apologies. I've been talking about the completely wrong.
Oh no, you went
list.
for the wrong list.
So that explains the. So yes, they're quite similar. I think I was looking at an elevator rather than an accelerator username. I can't remember what I said. I think I said the Minas Morgul counts.
So sorry, Harry. Just interrupting very briefly. This is a roll to charge the Witch King. So it's a courage check. It's failed. But that was an attempt to charge the Witch King.
And I think he's going to be trying to find some more people here to do that as well. And so apologies, but there were 44 models in the Minas Morgul army, which means the loss of 15 is actually greater. It means it's down to 29 total. That also means there are more Spectres. So there are 3 Spectres in the army rather than just the one in the other list. So other than that, I think we're pretty much on. And the mixture of Morannons and Mordor Orcs is slightly different to what I said earlier.
So if I'm looking at this correctly, there's still only a single model that actually made it into the Witch King, if any.
I don't know whether anyone's in the Witch King at the moment because that guy's
we've not got the angle, so it'd be one of these if it's anyone. But let me go and find out because he's surrounding him. He definitely wants to shoot him, but Minas Morgul haven't moved yet, right?
No,
Or Scouts
that's
have
right. Yes.
priority.
So he's clearly trying to keep the Witch King in combat and try and fence off any. Well, we'll see what happens with the Danish move now.
Yeah.
He'll be able to counter-charge and probably pair off. So he's got a few more models in support of the Witch King, unless he doesn't want that to happen. Because I suppose here, no matter what happens, the arrows are going to be shooting into the Witch King because the bows are closer to the Witch King than they are to whatever counter-charge on the other side.
Oh down
dear.
again.
And that's his own model. Disastrous.
Okay, I think they're going to leave the wings off.
Yeah, we're going to leave the wings on the side.
now.
Indeed.
I sympathise.
I do sympathise, yeah. Especially on this stage where it's a little bit wobbly.
Corentin says, where can I see the lists? Well, you can go to the MSPG tracker. I think, Harry, maybe we put a link in the description now to the MSPG tracker
Yes.
page. Really good question, guys. We're going to put a link to the lists in the chat, and you can follow along on the MSPG tracker website, and there you'll have it at your liberty. We'll also give you an update on White Woman Fate in a second and Heroes on the Table once Harry's done this little bit of admin. And in the meantime, welcome to everyone new. We're nearly at 200 people watching, which is absolutely fantastic. Welcome. Amazing to see so much passion and enthusiasm for this game and this tournament. We are in Game 1 of the Nations Cup here in Warsaw, Poland. Wales v Denmark. Wales are part of the Scouts. Denmark bringing Minas Morgul. And so far, Minas Morgul have moved further up the game in this game of Fog of War, but Wales have done a lot of killing. Quite a lot of killing. And we're in Denmark's move at the moment. It's Minas Morgul's move, and they are trying to punch your way through in this bottom left-hand corner down here. Presumably, my expectation is their objective is this piece of terrain here. Can't say for sure, but it looks pretty reasonable as a proposition.
I'm not sure whether it updates immediately or if you have to refresh your stream, but I have put a link in directly to
maybe you can drop it in chat as well.
Oh yeah, good idea. Sorry, I didn't think of that. If I copy the link address, hopefully, hold on. I don't know what that's doing.
Oh, you can't post links.
No, you can if you're the YouTube video person.
Oh, it just doesn't like it for some reason.
It's just too long for some reason. Hold on, let me just
Link shortener.
Yeah, let's try it again.
Harry is trying to get you a link in chat as well. So we're into shooting now, guys. That's the entirety of it.
Yeah, there you go. It should have appeared in the chat now. It's also in the description of the video as well. So if you're checking back at a later date, it should already be there with a full army list. And that's linking directly to the tournament itself. Worth noting, it's I think it defaults to French. So you have to change your language in the top right if you can't.
Hits Witch King up and down on the reef.
Fell Beast for the wound of a 6. Can we get it? Oh, we got a cheer from Mihal. Something has happened, and Mihal has cheered to the cameras here. Commiserations to Axel there, because that will be a big blow.
So 6 on the Throne Rider.
Oh, he can
still fight. That's a consolation prize there.
It's a bitter consolation prize, but consolation prize nonetheless. Yeah, that will be mightily frustrating for Axel. He still has the dominant 3.
Look at the hole it leaves.
Yeah, it leaves a big hole.
It's sad.
He won't be happy about that. And as I mentioned earlier, if I'm correct in thinking that I don't think Snagger has moved. Snagger was around here. He's going to be a lot harder for him to tack him down now, isn't it?
That prospect is probably gone now.
And of course, the
shooting over to Orcs on the other side now.
And of course, he is worth points. The Witch
5 and a 6. Good shooting. Only 1 wound. Still.
So I think I'm correct in thinking that in the new Fog of War, the General is worth VP, so that is going to make him a lot easier to kill, surrounding him.
So I think we should have might spent, a fate and a might. I'm going to have to go check who that was that spent it.
It's all right. Well, we can check in a second. But I'll do it. Oh, yeah. Okay. So there's some shooting going on here. You might be able to see that. 1 hit from the Orc Bows. So the Taskmaster is taking damage by the Sentinels. So yeah, the Taskmaster has taken some damage there. How much damage was that?
So 1 fate, rolled a 3, and spent a might to get it up. So fate down, might down.
Interesting. So the Taskmaster's out of might and out of fate, which is interesting. Again, because this could be an important thing. So Taskmaster here, that's just been updated. But there you go, yeah, so Mordor Taskmaster, but I believe so the unwounded is important though, that is important.
This is the, sorry, we're missing, just go back to the combat on the Witch King here. So Witch King took it. So it looks like what happened here, Harry, which I think we missed, I'm afraid, guys, sorry about this, is the Witch King called a combat, because he's just succeeded and moved into a captain.
Interesting. Bear in mind there are a lot of Uruk-hai Scout captains on the table. There's 2 Uruk-hai Scout captains plus the others, so we're trying to keep a track. So that puts the Witch King down to only 1 might, which is risky.
So this is Witch King versus the captain. Captain on blue here, and Orc on white. So
it's not a great roll from the Witch King on a 4, so he could get it up to a 5 if needed.
Only a 4,
he just wins anyway. Oh, banner for the Uruk-hai Scouts?
This is a big one, he wants this. Ooh, that's clutch.
An understandable god damn it there from Axel. Fours to wound the Witch King here from the captain because he's two-handed and he gets the bonus from Ugluk, and he just gets the 1 wound. Is it worth spending a might there? Oh, 6 by 4s.
Spent a might. Captain spent a might.
So fate rolls Witch King. So past his fate. Right, okay.
So Witch King down a fate, captain down a might.
Yeah. We don't know which captain, so we'll just have to
add 10 for the Witch King. And this is just 2 on 2. Going to Angmar so far, going to Minotaur so far. The banner, but doesn't help. Forced to kill here. We've got a kill. That's another orc down. So 2 orcs versus an orc down here.
Just for a second, we'll move that out of the screen.
All of a 1. So going to the scouts on a 1. Go to scouts on a 1, and that's a kill.
No, that was a roll off to see who won.
Oh,
because they were all Angmar orcs against the Isengard
apologies
orcs.
for that. Yeah.
So now the Angmar, the orc is trying to wound the thing and then failed. So we're on to the next combat. Crikey. I think we'll have to leave our assessments till after the combats because they're coming thick and fast.
They are coming
thick and fast.
Yeah.
Thick and fast.
So it's two orcs versus
4 high from the orc. I was at the wound roll. Sorry, missed the dual roll there. But that's another Uruk-hai scout down. I think that was the Uruk-hai, the captain against him.
Scout gets a 6 for this one.
Morannon, that was what it was. God, whew, this is hard to keep track of.
Oh, 6s all around.
Oh, it's a roll off then. I think we said that Minas Morgul is evil
Makes
because
sense.
they are close to 7.
Yeah, so they got a wound on 5 there. So actually, it's a bloody turn, both sides.
It does feel like Minas Morgul's getting some of the well-needed kills, but is it too little, too late?
So we've got shielding here. So we've got two
Moran,
orcs.
I think one of them's a Morannon, maybe. I certainly saw one Morannon, but there might be both Morannons.
And the Uruk is going to be shielding. On a 6. Takes it in.
Yeah, pushes them back. Yeah.
So 2 on 2 here.
We're in the nitty gritty here of that malaise of combat, but I think generally the Minas Morgul are putting up a better showing, I think, than they have been in previous rounds.
That's it. Banner here for the Uruk-hai. No, and no wound.
No wound. Again, Minas Morgul really struggling to wound
Really
here.
struggling. Yeah.
Just not converting.
And when they need it.
Yeah. I mean, it can't be far off Minas Morgul breaking, to be honest.
So 2 again, 2 on 2. So 2 dice and 2 dice. Uruk-hai on 6. Oh, New Worlds get a 6. The Minas Morgul get a 6 as well. So
No wound there. There's a shield on that fella. So the banner's in combat here.
Oh, that would be amazing. Martu asks if we can use different colours on the resource table for resources that have been spent. We can't. That's not a feature that it enables us to use, I'm afraid. It would be great if we could.
We'll give you a summary of what the state of play is at the end of the turn.
Combats,
yeah, just once we've, because we're just trying to follow along roughly, so that, frankly, so that we know what's going on
exactly.
as much as you guys. But I mean, I think the state is getting
So banner reroll for Minas Morgul, only 2, so the Uruk take it still. And it's trapped as well, trapped orc.
unlucky. I think unless things have gone better than I thought, I think Minas Morgul are going to break this turn.
So banner reroll, we need a 6 here from the Uruk-hai. No. So it's not to Minas Morgul. Can they get a kill? This is obviously, it was shielding. Sorry, shielding up there. So just back off. Right. Sorry, Harry just turned the microphone off. We might as well just say he asked whether we actually need to tell you what's going on in every single little combat, but probably we might just reserve our comments for when.
Well, I mean,
really
let us know. Let us know. The advantage of us keeping a track of every combat is that we know, and it means that it's easier for us to update stuff. But whether you want every blow by blow is different. But as I was saying, considering the Minas Morgul started on 44 models, they'd lost 15 up until this round, so they only needed to lose another 5 before breaking, which feels plausible.
Well, we're back to priority now, and we've not had a mention of breaking, so.
Okay, I'm going to go and check on the stats then to see how many models.
Goes to Uglut Scouts again. No calls from Minas Morgul. So no Mike Spence, no calls from either side, no moves. Surprised at the lack of move-offs in this game. The players have been extremely restrained with their might. Let's very quickly go to the Might on the Fate so you can see what's left. Still lots of might on the table. Lots and lots of might. I'm really surprised at how little has been spent in this game. But there you go, just while the players start to get the moves in, keep that for a couple of seconds so you can see, as before, it's basically Leaves versus Sour Eyes. That's how you differentiate who's the watch team. I'll try and arrange it better for next time, Harry. Apologies for that.
Yeah. So just coming back from the table, I think because we did see a lot of shielding there from the Ugluk Scouts, I think that they killed fewer than I thought they might have done. So they've killed only 2 models that turn, the Ugluk Scouts. But of course they did take the Witch King off the Fell Beast, which is a big deal. So the death tally is. It's sliding slightly more in favour of the Minas Morgul than it has been, but it's 12 models dead from the Uruk-hai Scouts, 17 models dead on the Minas Morgul. So creeping closer, but not quite to the level of breaking. So there's 27 models left on the Minas Morgul side, which puts them needing 4 more to break, I believe, from memory.
I mean, yeah, I do still say, actually, it's difficult. They're both making their way towards them. But I mean, I think that must be Uruk-hai objective. Around that way. Although I suppose we've got a group going up that way as well.
He's clearly hedging his bets there and trying to split up this force here, because there's a tiny Minas Morgul force there, which includes a captain, which I think. I still think Axel's probably trying to protect said. Axel's trying to protect that one. And in the same way that Snagger has yet to make a reappearance, he's still behind this building, I believe. Yeah. I'm going to double check that actually. No, he has. Tell a lie. He has moved. He's here, look. So that is Snagger. So, but he's relatively safe there, isn't he? This is all Ugluk Scouts. Yeah. So there's only a couple of Minas Morgul there. So it's very unlikely that the Morgul's going to
get barging through in one turn.
Maybe, but I mean, you could see it happen. But there's still guys in the ruins here as well. They're shooting stuff. So I think Snagger's relatively safe at this point.
But actually, I still can't call it. It's a close game. Depending on what their objectives are.
Well, I think so. Based on what I think the objectives are, I think the Ugluk Scouts are going to take it. Only because his hero to protect is very safe, whereas the Minas Morgul hero is not. It's vulnerable. I mean, obviously it's a captain, so it's slightly better than the average Joe. But if it's fighting, I can't tell whether these guys are Uruk-hai or Orcs. I guess they're Uruk-hai, so they're the same fight value. Yeah. So there's a good chance that captain struggles in a fight, a war of attrition over that end. But just because there's very little supporting him. And in terms of objectives, it looks like both sides have got a good chance of capturing the terrain piece. But because Mihao has put a lot of guys on this terrain piece, it's unlikely that I think it's unlikely, unless Axel was confident about taking them off, it's unlikely he'd have chosen that terrain piece as his target. So based on where all these Minas Morgul warriors are, I would suggest they're probably aiming for this one. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
That would be my feedback on our blow-by-blow combats.
Go on.
David Miles says, give us all the blows.
All the blows. Everyone loves a good blow, so
give the people what they want.
Give the people what they want. All right, that's fine.
So this is the little clump that's breaking off at the back here. So this is the guys we were talking about. So if you're on the top-down screen, this is this group back here. So as Harry said, the Uruk-hai have split up the forces. You can see some through that doorway there, heading off, it seems, up to that objective there. But then also dividing their forces and keeping these...
Interestingly, Taskmaster here, quite far away from the line, Captain quite far away from the line. So both relatively safe in terms of the stuff going on here, but Ugluk is making his way around, look. That's Ugluk right there. So he's making his way around, or potentially through, but probably around. So I think he's gunning for one of these heroes, unless he then goes this way, which then will prove us wrong. But we'll see.
I just want to say very briefly, we have staggered our way over 200 viewers, which is absolutely mad.
Wow, that's insane.
Thank you very much, everyone. You're so welcome. Please let us know where you're watching from. We want to hear, have we got Welsh fans in? Have we got Danish fans in? who are you rooting for? Give the players some support as we go into our last 3/4 of an hour.
Also, worth flagging, so we've been joined by quite a considerable number of people, so maybe we should just reiterate where we are, what we're doing. We're at the Nations Cup in Poland, 132 players here at the Nations Cup, representing 18 nations. There's 22 teams, 4 of which are doubles from other teams, so that's exciting. And we're bringing you 2 whole days of coverage. First day here on Battle Camper, the second day tomorrow on my channel, Entry Videos, and you'll be able to find the link for my video down below. So if you want to pre-save that or whatever, get it on there ready for tomorrow.
2 people dropped out while you were plugging your channel.
Damn it! And also, just let us know you're there. We'd love to see the comments going in.
I'm so sorry, I'm going to interrupt. So this is a Courage chest to try and get into the Witch King. Sorry about that, Harry.
No, that's fine. Alex, I'm going to leave you in peace for a second while I visit Little Girl's room.
So 7, that's not
Little Boy's room.
Not quite enough, not with the -1. So we spent a will point. This is captain then. This is captain spending a will point to try and get in on the Witch King there. Oops, sorry, it's on camera. So the Witch King is now tied up. He's just there, as you can see, and then we've got a spear supporting there as well. So we'll see if he tries to shoot that one out again. Lock down the Witch King for a turn. Sorry, not a particularly flattering view there, but no ass, which is a plus. Let's go back to the top down, because I don't think you're getting anything from those, except those are some absolutely gorgeous shorts there. Oh, really ornate printing there on those shorts. Lovely stuff. So we've got some orcs finally coming out of that building. They've been in there. Those are Urukai that are just coming out of that building there. They've been in there the entire game and are choosing this moment to come out behind the troll, but not trying to charge him. I expect they're trying to break out across the river and head off this way. They've been there, tucked away nice and safe, and now they can see an opportunity. There is basically nothing in the way except for these two models here. Otherwise, they're going to be able to make a break across the right side of the board, perhaps get in here and take out a model if that is their objective, or to try and kill a captain who's quite obviously Minismorgle's protectee, or get to the back of the board and pick up on those objectives. Otherwise, Urukai are just trying to tag up everyone in that line here. And now we've got another courage check on the Witch King. So he wants another orc in on the Witch King there to assist his captain. So here's a courage check. On a 6, no. So that captain stands alone at the moment, and we'll update that will and show you where the resources stand in just a moment. Harry's flapping about over there, he'll back to you in just a second. And now we're over to Minismorgle's movement. That's the end of the Scouts movement. Harry is now back at the table. Welcome back. Did you enjoy the little boy's room?
Yes, I did enjoy the toilet facilities. Thank you.
So, Captain Spencer will, if that's the captain there to get in against the Witch King just here.
Okay.
So, just need to mark that down if you don't mind.
Is it the same captain that already spent a point of might, do we know?
It must be, yes, to try and get rid of the Witch King, that would be them. So, Banner moving up there. I'm a little lost on who's moving because it seemed like we had completion of the Ultimate Scouts move. We're on to Minismorgle's moves, but actually we're still.
There was a heroic move called. We'll find out who, by, and when. Well, that must have been why.
We'll do a bit of investigating, guys.
A big shout out to Michael Bradford, who's one of the referee teams. He's keeping us in water, which is good.
And look at Michael.
There you go, Michael there offering
the players waters.
Not only is Michael offering them water, but he's doing it looking
absolutely
sexy.
He's a sexy man.
He is a sexy man, is Michael.
A beer.
Oh, wow.
I want a beer. I'll get the first round in. Okay, tell you what.
It's far too early for the beer.
Is it?
It's 11:20. No, It's not too early for you. You go ahead. The guys at the table are questioning
Harry
my
is
judgment.
shaming the players.
I'm not
for their
shaming.
drinking habit. What
No,
appalling.
I merely am concerned about my own voice here. You might already tell. Just the hubbub in here is so loud. The ambience is so loud.
It is loud.
My voice tends to struggle. I'm going to get my lozenges, which I forgot to bring down with me later.
Sexy lozenges. David Miles says, is there going to be interviews with players after games? Yes, there is, I think. We're going to try and get to grab each of the players and see how they experience the game. And I think that brings us to a point. If you want to ask the players anything, put it in chat.
Yeah.
We'll definitely make a note of your questions and put them to the players when we interview them. So whack it in chat if you've got anything for them. So we've got some shooting here now.
And obviously, anything that's along the lines of
shooting.
Why did you make that massive tactical blunder? Probably not wise.
So no wounds.
I'm going to go and find out who called the heroics.
Okay, we're into combat. Heroic strike from Grishnak. So that's a heroic strike against the Witch King from Grishnak and a combat from that captain. So strike on Grishnak, combat on the captain. Now we'll see whether Denmark calls anything in return. No. So we're into that heroic captain net first on the captain. Oh, 6 on Minas Morgul, so the captain needs a 6. And he gets 2 6s. So killing on 5s. Yeah, there you go, 6 there. So captain's combat goes off. Orc being handed over to the Danish player there. And now we see where he goes. I assume he's going to try and get into the Witch King.
So it was Grishnak that called the strike.
Grishnak called a strike.
And the move, I believe, and also spent the will.
And then Grishnak's called a...
So
and then the captain called a move.
So he's already spent all of his resources in one go by the look of it.
What a champ. I was wrong, the captain's moving up. Captain is moving into these guys here. So 2 on 1 here. We've got 1 Urukai, both get a 6. It goes to a roll off. It goes to good, so that's going to Minas Morgul. That's going to the Scouts. Doesn't get a kill.
Grishnak only spent 1 of his might, correction. But he did spend the will.
So this is a captain and an orc. 6 on Minas Morgul. Ooh, only 4, so Bannering needs a 6 now. 5, no, so it goes to Minas Morgul. But he's shielded. 1 on 1 here. 6 goes to... so it's a kill. Goes to Urukai and they get a kill. So a little hole made there. Single combat again, 1 on 1. 6 goes to the Ugly Scouts, but no kill on a 1. And then another 1 on 1 here. 6 goes to Minas Morgul. I think we have banner. No, we're out of banner range. So attempt to kill from Minas Morgul, but nothing. Yet again, as Harry says, failing to make the damage stick. So we've got 2 Urukai over here. They're getting it on a 5. Out of banner range. And double 6s, so getting the kill big time there. So that was just up here, getting another kill against the Minas Morgul Orcs. And now we're switching back to this group over here. Went to, another kill. So again, a 6 for a win for the fight from the Urukai, and then a dead Orc as well up the back here. And we're going to another 1 on 1. Drop dice there. A 1 for Minas Morgul, 3 for the Urukai, and another kill on another 6. Wow. On the captain, he's shielding. Double 6s goes to Minas Morgul. Ooh! 4 and 5 to wound. So that's a dead Urukai scout there. So we're now into this group here at the back. With a 1 on 1 there. We didn't have 1 on 1 at all. We had a big clump, and I think the captain was in there as well. But obviously it went to the Urukai scouts, and I can see a couple of 6s in there, so I'm assuming that's just dead Angmar or and then we've got so banner and support. So the banner's in combat there, Harry, is that right?
I don't know for sure.
They're talking about supporting the banner, so that's what it sounds like. It goes to the Urukai scouts anyway.
Yeah, the banner's in combat, yeah.
But double one on the strikes. That is unfortunate.
Just a quick update on the might. The Grishnak did spend the 1 might and 1 will. One of the captains has spent both of his might, so one of them was for the move and one of them was for something else, I can't remember what. Witch King spent 2 might, 2 will, and a fate. And the Taskmaster spent a might and a fate, but no, as far as I can tell, no heroes wounded, which of course is very important in Fog of War. We'll show all that on the screen at some point when all combats are done.
Thanks for keeping track, Harry.
That's all right.
to be there again thinks that that's now a break against Minas Morgul.
I think it almost certainly will be. Yeah. That we only needed, I think, 4 models to break them.
Banner here, all goes to Uruk-hai in this one. 4 to kill. No. They've just, bearing in mind where the line started, look how far back they just churned away.
And not just there, but round here as well.
As well, yeah. Did so much work.
And you can, if we just glance on there on the table
2-1
there,
here.
you can see that Mihao is already drinking to a success with his fine whale.
An early toast. No, that goes to Uruk-hai as well. Let's see if they can get a kill on that one. They can't. Oh, no, not on the 4. So 1 Uruk-hai here on a Minas Morgul on the support, so 1 and 2. Yeah,
So
1 and
this
2.
is shielding him.
So on a 4.
So
Yeah,
the
get it on the
shielding
4, but we've got
success
banner.
on the banner. Oh, the banner takes
no,
it.
goes to Minas Morgul on a 5.
So I think what we're seeing here is Mihao potentially trying to slow the game down from breaking. It might be too late, or I don't know. But if Mihao is shielding in a situation there, I think he wants the game to carry on because this objective.
Presumably still got to get to his.
He's got to get to his objective. He's got to kill an enemy. We've got half an
So
hour.
like, at the moment, he'd win just on breaking banners.
Probably, yeah. He'd certainly win on break, but clearly this is he wants to get a major victory, and break won't be enough to propel Wales to victory. So
This is the troll now.
I'm going to let you take
shielding
coverage.
against
I'm
the
going to go and find out how the rest of their teams are doing.
Yes, it's good, yeah. There you go, unlucky guys, stuck with me. So this is the troll coming up against, just the one walk on a 3. Oh, it's a hurl. This is a hurl, by the sounds of things, because it looks like we're doing an intelligence check here. So failed his intelligence check, which means that the Minas Morgul don't get to choose the target. Wales get to choose the target within 5 inches, so now he's just deciding where it's going to go. So here we go, we've got a hurl against this guy at the back here. So this is the guy that gets hit. No one's dead yet. So it's just a move. Just a move in a pro model. No dead miniatures there from that hurl, so not particularly successful. We've got a bowman up here fighting. More guys in. Bradley Clyde, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chris. I hope you're all well back in your respective countries. Remember to let us know who you're supporting today. That's a 2-on-1. It goes to the Uruk-hai on the 6. Can they get a kill? Sorry, surely no. Double 3s. And here's the strike off. So this is Grushnak's strike roll against the Witch
He's
King.
rolling for the strike here, big one.
This is a big
Does
one.
he get above the Witch King?
No. On a
no,
1.
so he's only fight 5. So
Witch King only got
Witch
3
King
high
fails.
though. So.
Big lot riding on this. There's a 5. So
So
Grishnak
it's
takes it even though
despite
the
the strike.
strikes.
Yeah.
But it's so interesting. The strike really not playing any part. It just shows how
that's just a
important.
bite down.
Yeah.
It was still worth doing.
Of course.
So 6s from Grishnak. Nothing.
Oh, he's
yeah,
got a
we do
wound.
get
Cheeky
wound.
wound going through there.
Has he spent
Two points of fate on the Witch King. So
So
last fate, this could be
fatal
fatal
death.
goes
We
down.
saw
Oh.
a little celebration from Wales.
Unlucky Axel.
Commiserations to Axel. Oh, that was clutch.
You can see it etched on his face there.
I
I
felt it. In
Double
my
one,
heart, yeah.
double one. I think to be fair, he did only have 1 point and might left. So, but that's obviously a big loss there.
So
to
Minas
lose the
Morgul are
Witch
now
King.
broken. We're into priority. It goes to Ugluk Scouts again. No calls from Minas Morgul. And Ugluk Scouts taking priority there. That's huge, Harry.
Yeah,
That's
a big
huge.
and also commiserations for any Danish fans watching this.
That's a
because
big loss.
It's not looking great for Axel here, but also sad to report that from the other tables, the Danish aren't doing particularly well.
No, are any games ended, Harry?
So one Dane has lost, another has drawn, but having spoken to the guy who I didn't catch his name, a guy who just lost his game, he also reported that he thinks that they're going to lose at least one more down there. So it looks like it might be
Denmark,
a decisive win to Wales here. Sorry to the Danes, but having said that, I spoke to one of the Welsh guys and he said it's all in the balance. So you know, losing the Witch King, although it's a big piece lost, it's not very many VPs, is it? Because he's only the general, so he's only worth 2 VPs here.
I know, but that and the break, that's 4 up.
Yes, that's true, but all he needs to come back here is to get that target model and kill them for 5. So if he kills them in combat, that it could swing the game. Yeah. Though, frankly, it might be an uphill struggle.
It's going to be difficult, yeah.
It is.
So here's a bit of a close-up. You can see the Urukai, or the Scouts models at least, continue to surround miniatures there.
Captain and Taskmaster both in combat here, which is not good.
No, because
for them. one of them is going to have the
target and protect you there.
And at the very least, I mean, I think that's they're both scout. They're both fighting Urukai scouts themselves, so they're matched in fight value.
5-4. No strikes on those 2.
No. So it's just. But I mean, and of course the Taskmaster's lost the point of might.
Yeah. Do you want to get? Is it a good time? Have you updated the stats? Can we get our resources on the table? Here we go, Harry. Thank you so much. Oh, look at that.
Sorry, I've not updated the wound line. I don't think you can draw on that.
I can make it so we can.
There you go. So as you can see, Witch King dead. But look, crucially, the Taskmaster and the Captain are the ones that are the main VPs. But also looking at those lines, the Scout Captain's untouched, still with their fate, although obviously one with 2 points of might. Snaga untouched. Grishnak's Spencer might and will, but otherwise.
3, 5, 6, 7, 8 might left.
That's a lot on the table.
That's nonsense. This late into the game.
He's done very well. He's done very well. I mean, we haven't been paying close attention to the priority rolls and stuff, but clearly, I think here is the fight. The move 8 is probably helping.
So a few comments that are coming in. Firstly, someone else saying a really nice setup, great battle. Thank you very much indeed. I think it's been a fantastic battle so far.
It's been really interesting. Fog of War is always very good.
Yeah. Chris Powell says, "Oh my God, you guys look so professional." The tone of surprise. I think he's referring to our shirts, to be honest.
Oh yeah. Well, these are very nice shirts. We've got Nations Cup shirts, and actually on the back, which you can't. We've got names and everything. So.
It says member of the media. I've never been. I could wear this to a war zone, and I'd have instant access everywhere I go.
Yes, I'm sure that would be worth you doing.
Yes. So here's a Bowman moving forward. Have they tied the patrol yet?
It looks like there might be someone there, or is that a banner? I can't tell.
Yeah, because we've got a gap there, so I'm not sure whether they've actually moved in anyone yet, or whether they're trying to make the rest of them first.
Maybe. Well, they're moving forward so they can shoot. So I don't know where they'd be shooting, but they could potentially be shooting over towards these guys, these heroes.
Yeah.
Because I suppose if you've got, I think it was, we said it was 18 bows, 18 bows into a Taskmaster and a Captain could be a decisive round of shooting.
Yeah,
but worth noting, more VPs for killing them in combat than killing them in shooting. It's 5 for killing them in combat, 4 for shooting. So worth knowing. Which could, you never know.
So that's it for that's it for Ugly Scouts moves. So I can't see that anyone actually tagged up.
Courage check here. I think he passed.
Missed it. Sorry about that, guys. Not quite quick enough off the mark. He wants him to run, I see. Missed that one as well. That's 2 passes, so we've got 2 Spear Sport Orcs passing their courage checks.
Mihal lifting his pint in heroic fashion there.
Spectre now. Passes, he's sticking around 2. He's doing well in his courage checks at least. So that's going in there. Another Spectre, courage check. Passes as well.
Of course, his heroes are all in the wrong place to be supporting them. Because friendly Orc models within 3 inches of friendly Spirit model automatically pass courage chests when charging a model with a Terror special roll. But of course, that's no help.
So we're going to get to that bit at the bottom so that we can actually see what's going on there. Okay. Another check there. So that's an intelligence check from Move. So here's the troll. So here's a courage check on the troll. Oof. Yeah, he's done it. That's the big one. So
the troll is
sticking around.
It's really important. Because of course, with the Witch King dying over here and the heroes all being here, you're relying on some quite poor courage in a sense.
Oh my God, he's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that.
But again, you know,
So we're into shooting now then.
of all the things on the board, to be able to kill an Urukai captain, a Snarker, a Grishnak, the Troll's pretty good. It could do it in one go.
So these are shots coming from the building down into the troll combat here. And there we go. Looks like I've got 2 hits there.
There's
just the one actually,
There's
just
some
one half.
agreement over which models could actually fire here because some moved, I believe. So just debating that.
Harry, I'm going to leave that with you for a sec while they're chatting, and I'm going to go and move the camera.
Just got some kills there. So these 2 at the bottom here are going to be shooting, I believe, or being shot at. Sorry. I know it's combat. We're straight into combats. Okay, shooting was very brief indeed. So the Urukai failed to win them in a small group ladder.
So we got into fights while I was away, Harry.
Yeah,
So it's
Urukai
an
fighting now and not wounding
No
there. So
killing,
this
no.
is all down in the bottom left of our screen. So actually, we've got a really good view here.
So we've got 1-on-1 just down behind the fat hand here. Banner for the Urukai. No, goes to
Small, take it.
No kill though.
Still not
That's how it
converting
says,
at
yeah.
all. There's 3 guys over there. Oh, Minutes Mogul, they're getting some
Have we got
clutch
Banner
wins
as well,
right when they needed them.
Banner, but it's not going to do any good.
The question is he going to convert? He
He
has
is.
finally
He's
converted.
actually
It
got a
feels
kill.
like he needs to get a few more of those to be in with a shot of breaking him at the very least.
So we've got 1 here versus 2 back there. Only a 2 for the Urukai, and double 1 for Minus
that's
Morgul.
brutal for the Minus Morgul.
Are they in banner range?
Any Orc supporters out there will be head in hand.
No banner range.
And the Danes,
But he
I'm
was
sure, are
shielding,
not
so.
particularly happy.
So we've got banner range here. Attack 2 for no, so it goes to Urukai again. And we've got a kill there as well, so that's another Orc gone.
Min
See, they're
Sister
really
points
getting
out
cleared out
that he should have rolled a 6, that's what he did them.
Another kill on a 6. Ooh, wow.
Brutal.
And we've got 1 on 2 here. So it strikes the Spectre and a 6. That's it. That's a dead Spectre. 2 on 1 there. Goes to Minus Morgul. Can he get a kill? Oh, dear, I think he shielded. Sorry, apologies for that. I think he shielded. So this is a captain now. 6 Minus Morgul, 6 on the captain as well. Strikes. Yeah, there's still 6s in there. Where are these guys? Sorry, we've not got a very good angle here, everyone. Sometimes this happens.
It's another win.
We're in for the Urukai. Sorry, the combats are going so fast. It's very difficult.
It's really hard to keep track. I've just put the thing back on the screen. Sorry, we left the Wales and Denmark off the screen briefly so that people could see.
Taskmaster now. Only a 2. Taskmaster takes it. That's the captain.
Getting very close to the end of the round.
Yeah, just
So this is a big roll. End of the game could be on a 1 or 2. No, it
game
continues.
next turn.
I don't know whether that's a good thing for either. I mean, I think Mihao has the win at the moment, but there's a small chance that Axel from Denmark might be able to get his target in this turn with the troll kicking about. But
So
I
that
think
was
realistically,
sorry, that was sorry, Harry. That was 2 5s for the priority roll there. That's what we missed. And
so I think it's Mihao trying to decide. He's got a choice. I think a little bit. It looks like there's an attempt there to try and get Ugluk into the Taskmaster. That is ugly, I believe.
Yeah.
And the taskmaster here, who is clearly measuring to get there, so he needs to engage him somehow. Engage the captain and get him around. It's clearly if Ugly can get.
Oh, Mark Page says hello from Canada. Unfortunately, we couldn't make it this year. You're missed. Well, there's been a lot of Canada talk. We were chatting about you guys yesterday. Canada was here last year. Had a fantastic time, I think. I hope. But Canada.
Oh yes.
But not here this year. We'd love to have had you. But hopefully you can make it back next year.
Indeed.
So that's no calls.
Mihan not contesting the break move. So Denmark is moving first time.
Yeah.
So Taskmaster, because they could run away.
Yeah.
And realistically,
so
Taskmaster gets a 6. So he spends a point well.
I think so, might.
I think he's out, might, isn't he? Must be well. Unless it was the captain.
Is the captain?
Taskmaster must spin it well.
6, so he's got it already. He's approached 7. So Taskmaster and Captain both staying around. Of course, one of the big ones is going to be the Troll. We'll see if he sticks around. Nope, in the middle there. No, he's off. Another walk there.
This is where there's no stand fast in this area here.
No mercy. Knocked by the Troll there. No, he's going as well. I didn't catch what the last was. I think that orc, I think, is sticking around.
Did you see where the so I think the captain and Taskmaster have gone this way.
They have, yeah.
Just getting a lot of pairing off, blocking as many gaps as possible. Spectre.
Oh,
passes.
Passed on a 5,
yeah,
I guess.
Courage, quite high courage.
Now, Axel's coming around to the side of the table. She still has a few survivors, stragglers over this side.
I was trying to work out where to send a Spectre, I believe. So I think the Urukai captain, he said, is now taking an intelligence test.
Yep.
See if it can be moved.
Passed on an
8.
Yeah.
Passes it. I'd imagine the intention there would have been to send the Urukai captain towards the Troll. I think, is it that captain? I can't remember. I don't know whether it was this captain here. If he'd have got him potentially up there, then the Troll might have been able to meet in the middle. But sadly, that player has been dashed by a strong intelligence check.
So that was just another orc running away there. Well, keep missing them just. And then another one running away. See if we get that one.
And there's another one there. Failed as well.
There you go.
They're coming thick and fast now.
Yeah, that's a bunch of orcs gone, is the gist. You're going to see in that bottom left-hand corner there, Harry's just pressing all the buttons on the control, see which one does the right one. It's just really thinned out. I mean, but we still
the Troll check, that's a 6 on a... He passed it just, I believe that's correct, yeah. They've just...
so the Troll's sticking around for another turn?
Troll is sticking around. I thought the Troll had a lower courage than that, but 6 plus clearly enough. It's good. Yeah, courage 6 plus. Not that I shouldn't doubt them, but he's a much better player.
Crossing back across the river, and who's that? He's got into
that is just an Urukai.
Just an Urukai.
Yeah. I believe there's no heroes left in the middle. Although I think that is a captain, that guy right there, because he's holding a horse's head. There's a chance he's going for a hurl here to try and chip a wound. I think realistically that's the best hope that it's got, because again the game could end this turn, and frankly if it goes on for another turn I don't think there'll be any Smorgasbord left on the table.
And I think with the time we've got left, the best they can hope for is one more turn after this one.
Yes, absolutely true. And there is a dice down policy here at the tournament.
Is it 15 after?
Yes, it's quite some time after the start.
So they
quite generous in terms of time.
They don't like to, if at all possible.
Just to clarify, if you can't complete the final turn of the game within 15 minutes of the round timer expiring, they may call dice down, which is a hard dice down. But frankly, if they haven't finished,
to be there again, so it's a good point. Rather than trying desperately to switch back between the two cameras, just put the picture up.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
That's
why I put it up.
That's why
you've then taken off.
I not intentionally, it glitched out as it does sometimes. But you're absolutely right. Next time to be there again. That is exactly what we will do.
Let's just leave it there.
Leave it there. until we change cameras for some reason.
Yeah, it turns off
shouldn't.
automatically.
It shouldn't.
So there's just, I think this is the final moves here, really, isn't it, of this game?
Yeah.
The wee hours of this game.
I mean, we're in the point now where really, realistically, Denmark are trying to mitigate a loss.
I think so, and not just a loss on this game, but a loss for the entire round, based on what we heard earlier.
Do we think any of them have come out on top? Any of their six?
So far, I don't think so. But you know what? I'm going to take the headphones off as we
Harry's
speak,
going to go
and I'm going to go and find out.
Reporting.
I'm going to do
Go
it.
on. I mean, these are the difficult final throws, not just because every move can count, but I always find it's very difficult to remain committed to the game. So we've got some courage checks here. The picture-in-picture, that's what we're talking about. So let's leave that on. So that was one fail and one pass to charge, I think, a Spectre down there. That's another one going in over the river there. Not a trap, I don't think, but certainly a lot of dice on him right there. And a banner up, coming up just behind, entering the river. Clearly not proper wrapping his banners anymore, so with some confidence that they're not in any real peril. But of course, the troll is just around here, so definitely within hurl range of that banner. Oh, Harry is back. Harry, what news from the mark?
Basically, it's looking pretty poor for Denmark. I should have asked his name, but I've spoken to one of the Danish, and he says the best that they're going to hope for is probably a draw in a couple of rounds. But I think they've drawn 2 games, and he's hoping for maybe another draw in one of the ones that in any of the games that are still going. So they might get 3 draws, but I think 3 draws and 3 losses is a loss overall, but a narrow loss nonetheless. So it might all come down to Axel on the top table here. We'll see.
And just a reminder, after the game's done, we'll interview the players, and then as soon as possible we'll get the leaderboards updated, and we'll show you our shiny new leaderboard, see where everyone's sitting, and have some interesting comparisons, I think, to what happened last year. So Harry, what you missed, obviously some combat's going on. Banner, I think, has been placed very much within hurl range. So
maybe. But, I mean, a banner's not a particularly key target here, is it?
So these are some combat. We've gone straight into combat, so we have no heroics in the combats, and the fights are the ones happening dead ahead of you in the centre of the camera there.
There's the captain there, nice and safe.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you can actually see the roll of the dice up there in the top left, but
no, it's a bit rubbish. We might make that bigger between rounds.
Yeah, that's It's another win for the Morgul. What are you doing? What are you doing?
I thought he was taking a model off. I know. I thought he was taking a model off.
Roll for the end of the game. This is a big one. Oh, it carries on.
Last turn.
But frankly, I think with the 10 minutes on the clock, so priority does go to Denmark. He's going to go first.
Less than 10 minutes on the round. Less than 10 minutes.
So where's Ugluck in there, Harry?
I believe that's him.
So a move on Ugluck and a move on the captain. It's our first roll off for a move.
It went to Ugluck.
Okay, so Minas Morgan's moving.
So are we doing some measuring then?
Checks coming up.
I'm just going to waz this on very briefly to give you an indication of how little might has been spent on the table. Still very, very little.
So that's after. So that's Ugluck's first might.
Yeah. He's been very, very efficient. Anyway, back to the rolls. So these are some courage checks to stay on the table, I believe, at this point.
So
Okay.
not calling with me on that captain.
Yeah. That was on Ugluck.
Ugluck, sorry, just taking charge. And then it's just priority. Inspector courage check. I'm going to move dice cam a bit closer.
Great.
hopefully, guys, that gives you a little bit better picture-in-picture. It's still a little bit small, quite hard to see, but that's what we can do at the moment. So the Troll's passed again, is it?
Yeah, well, it's slightly higher courage than the Orcs.
Still, the
courage
rolls,
6
the
plus
ball.
compared to courage 8 plus, so he's got a better chance than not of
I still
passing.
think three in a row is not bad.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. He's finally getting his ass in gear.
I believe, now this is actually quite an interesting move here because that Troll is now charged the Urukai captain. Or he's certainly very close to the Urukai captain. Whether that's the actual captain or not, I don't know. Let's try.
I know potentially a barge into the captain if needed.
Yes, could be. So that's the captain, and there's an orc in the way there.
But the captain's still to move.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, so he probably will. But I mean, there's a clear direction of travel there, isn't there?
Yeah. It's the best you can say at the moment.
Thank you. Yep.
I mean, it's been
Sorry.
half an hour ago. I'd have said there was still a real good opportunity for both players. It really did come in right at the end.
I mean, I think the whole way through, though, the Ugluk Scouts have been just converting their wins from the combats much more efficiently than Minas Morgul. And I don't think that's, I said that the courage bonus perhaps isn't as all it's cracked up to be. I don't think that's the reason. I think it's just generally, Axel, bless him, he hasn't been able to roll much higher than a 3 on his combat wound strikes. So it's a shame.
So we've got shooting here. Shooting at the troll
and
the guys building.
Yeah.
So troll.
Try and put some damage onto that.
One hit. Hits the Urukai. It doesn't kill. And then we're going to fights.
Five high on a combat. I'm not quite sure where that combat is.
Let's put the picture-in-picture back on, I reckon.
A 5 from the Urukai, so he wins that one.
5 to kill.
Yeah. I don't know where that was.
We'll see when they move the model.
Yeah.
There it is.
That was the captain.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. And so now we're going into the troll now. So this is troll and the single guy.
Troll gets the 6.
That captain's still there. Do we see a barge?
Oh hell. He might be deciding. It's quite. He's thinking there.
That is a big thinky face.
You got a. That looks like a barge to me.
So where's he going?
No, that was the measure for a hurl, and then an intelligence check, which he's failed. He needed an intelligence 8 for that. So
he's just going on an orc.
Yeah.
He's going on this orc here.
So yeah, I think as you can see there, if he'd have passed that on a 8 plus, then he would have got a chance at getting the thing. But actually, I don't know about you, Alex. I think that might have been the wrong choice. If he'd have barged this guy out of the way, he'd have gone straight through and a much better job.
Mark
Asks, did Krishna kill the Witch King? Yes, he did. Yeah. Not very good, Harry.
Not much better there, was it?
No.
Well, for the end of the game. And
Yes.
that is the end of the game.
Okay, end of the game.
And you
And
can
a
see
very
there the
good
handshake.
game indeed from both players.
So obviously the tally, they're showing each other the scores there. So I think while you do that, I'm going to go. Do you want me to? Are we going to talk to them live on the stream?
I think so. Yeah.
Is that going to be easy to do, considering the microphone setup? Or are we just going to have to do this?
Yeah, I think we have to do that. Yeah.
So guys, any questions for the two players?
Yeah. Why don't you put questions in? Give your comments. Chris says he made a maggot hole in his belly.
He did.
Yeah, quite an efficient one, quite a big one. How much of that do you think, Harry, came down to the dice? I felt like there was some real spiky dice in there.
I do generally think that the Minas Morgul were failing to convert, but I think that the big thing here is that the lack of might needed to be spent on the Urukai side. If I'm frank, I think that Michal with the Urukai just had a kind of a good strong play with his shooting was powerful. It denied the Witch King and the Troll the chance to get into combat 3 turns in a row. Chipped away massively against the numbers, and he already had a big numbers advantage. I don't think he really needed to put his heroes in danger's way at all. Snaga was out of the way for most of the game. So was the Urukai captain. And
Was Minismogul too bold with the Witch King?
maybe, but equally, if he'd have just stayed at the back the whole game, he'd have been shot to beat. He didn't cast. No.
Yeah, they're just chatting about that now. I think that's quite remarkable, not getting through a single.
Maybe he forgot. Maybe he was thinking too much about.
Well, he wasn't moving a lot.
No.
And so he was often tied up. Yeah. And he wasn't calling when the Urukai called.
Mersu, we're going to hopefully have a chat to some players. I'm going to just go and have a chat with them briefly now once they've tallied up and see how keen they are on that, because obviously it's lunchtime. They might want to just have a rest after an intense game, so we'll find out what they want.
You report back. And in the meantime, again, guys, let us know what you think. Who is surprised by the outcome? Was your money on the Urukai Ugly Scouts at the start of the game? I must admit, I thought Minismogul were going to take it. I thought they advanced very purposefully. They had the Troll, had the Witch King, had a lot of power, they had a lot of numbers as well. They got over the river, despite the fact that the river was on the other side of the board. By the time the lines properly clashed, and I just thought in fog of war, that means they're going to get up to their objective, and that Urukai are going to have a real difficulty in punching a hole and getting back across in time. So I was really surprised. And when I started seeing it swing that way, I thought the Orcs really want to just be a road bump as much as possible, slow them down, plug the hole, but it's just so difficult for them to do. And they're losing so many models. It just seems like a real nightmare for them, and particularly Witch King going down to Grishnak in one roll of combat. Grishnak didn't even get the strike, but he got a 6 in the fight, and the Witch King only got a 4 high, didn't have the might to get up, and then a couple of real clutch 6s from Grishnak, and then 2 1s from the Witch King on the fate roll was an absolute nightmare. So, what can you say? I mean, what can you do against such reckless dice, you know? Really difficult indeed. Apparently I'm a little quiet. I'll turn myself up. Thank you very much, Chris, for pointing that out. Hopefully I'm a little bit louder now. And we've got 15 seconds left in the round for the rest of the guys. Harry, do they want to speak with us?
Yeah, they're happy to have a brief chat. I was going to say, shall I just go over to the table and have a chat with them there, or do you want to bring them over?
No, you do that. Again,
we can have a look at, we can maybe even have the top down while they talk through what happened on the field. If that's
I'll try and annotate drawing, and I will not to make it rude.
Well, they're just finishing uploading the scores.
Do we have so we don't have the scores yet?
No, not the exact. Well, they're just uploading them, but we'll get them in a second.
That's time.
What's worth knowing is this is the terrain piece. So this is the terrain piece that Ugluk Scouts were after. The Troll has denied some points because he's in base contact. I pointed out is that why he didn't hurl, why he didn't barge, but to be fair he could have barged and still been in base contact, so he could have done both, but maybe that wasn't the reason. But, I think Axel's just going to grab a quick catch up with his teammates while Mihal practices.
That's the thing, in team-based game, the first thing you want to do is go and decompress.
Yeah, I don't blame
you.
him.
Everyone know what's happened.
Especially, I do feel the pain, particularly of the double 1 on the Witch King's fate roll. That was quite
fatal death. It's like 1, we can do it. He had might on him, didn't he? So
he had 2 points of might, I think.
So even a 2 would have saved.
A 2 would have been okay.
It was anything but a 1, and he got a double 1. That does hurt.
He might, to be fair, actually, he might have been on 1 might at that stage. But either way, it's still rough. We had a 1 in 3 chance of passing at least. With a mic.
Right,
okay. I'll head over to the table.
All right, thank you so much.
The camera. So,
Harry's just.
So, guys, shall we gather you together? So we're going to basically go over here. So,
I don't know whether you can hear Harry at the moment. He's actually just holding his
when Axel is ready.
microphone by his waist. Right, here we go.
So we're here with Mihal and Axel. First of all, Mihal, you got the win there, but we don't exactly know how decisive a victory it was. What was the final score? 0.
Yeah.
0. Okay, so which heroes did you try and target and try and protect and all those things? What were you going for?
I picked Orc Captain because Orc Tech Master was here, and I decided to protect Snaga. so I hide him in the ruins.
Spotted that earlier.
But later when I drop Witch King of the Fell Beasts, so just run to the have a score that point.
And for this terrain piece in the centre, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one.
And Axel, you were trying to protect which hero?
My captain.
You were trying to, which also, of course, is what Michał was going for, which is an unlucky swing, I suppose.
Yeah.
Because you lost the captain in the end. Is that right?
Yes. At least it died because it fled and not because it got killed in combat.
Yes, I didn't notice that. So yeah, you deny a few, just 1 VP extra for that.
Denied 2 points for that.
Denied 2 points. Which is something. Which terrain piece were you heading for here?
The part of the river, the one with no crossings. So
that's this one, is it? Oh dear, that poor Witch King. He's gone through the ringer, hasn't he, your Witch King? I mean, having been shot off his Fell Beast and then rolling a double 1 on the Fate. I mean, it felt like you were struggling generally to convert any wins you got. It felt like you weren't really wounding very often, which must have been quite a tricky thing.
Well, yeah. I don't think it was that bad. It was more unfortunate that my troll kept losing when I lost twice in a row, and the Witch King couldn't win against a 0 even with the fight value.
Yeah, that's the thing. I suppose it felt like a myriad of different problems. But what we were noticing on the stream, Michał, is that you guys didn't spend much in the way of heroic resources. You didn't spend much might until the very end of the game. I mean, was that just because you were so confident, or that your troops were kind of leading the way for you?
Yeah, I was confident with the situation on the board, so I don't want to spend any might points, and I saved them because when Witch King was stolen field beast, so I try to protect my resources. But then when he falls, so I decide I have control of the side of board, so that was okay for me. So I strike with Grishnak, but I fail to have a higher 5 value, but I managed to win the dual roll to kill him. So.
Yeah, that was quite a look. I'd forgotten that you'd failed to actually get the strike, because I think he only got up to fight 5, didn't he?
Yeah, 5.
Which it's a rough deal. I mean, did you have a particular strategy in mind, Axel, at the start? Were you, because obviously you're outnumbered, he's got lots of small heroes, which I guess makes it difficult for you to know which one he's trying to protect. Did you have a big particular strategy?
Yeah, not a very good one, but it was had to get Witch King into combat quickly, so he didn't get shot to pieces, which he did anyway. But also because him and the troll are the only things I have that can actually beat him in combat.
Yeah, and I guess because you'd had that heroic combat set up twice, I think. You had a fight with a troll and the Witch King in combat with an Urukai, which
to kill myself.
Yeah, you shot him out of the combat.
Yeah, he managed once, but fortunately he didn't manage to do it the second time. But then the troll lost its combat afterwards.
It did feel like your linchpin pieces, your key killing heroes or models were struggling generally to make the damage. But all in all, and obviously you'd be happy with your victory. But did it go as you planned, or was that the strategy overall?
I was afraid about Axel casting, because Axel don't cast any spell with Witch King, so I was surprised of that. And my strategy was to shoot a little bit and then protect my heroes and work with my numbers, with anxiety roll, so I feel pretty confident with that.
Yeah, and you have bigger numbers and a higher fight value.
And when the side of draws, I rolled the better side with the river, so that was good. I was a little bit afraid, but it go well.
Yeah. And Michał makes a good point. The Witch King didn't cast any magic. Was that just because you were so eager to get him into combat that you forgot, or was it a conscious decision?
It was because there wasn't anything good to cast on. When early on, the things I wanted closer to me was model, so I couldn't compel them towards me. And when I finally got in a position where I would actually want to cast spells, he pinned me down before I could.
And lost a couple of roll-offs, and you got bogged down quite a few times, and you had a chance to cast, I think, at that stage, didn't you? Yeah. Well, guys, 18-0 to... Sorry, apologies, 16-0. 16-0 to Team Wales. And as I gather, Team Denmark, I think they've struggled this round. Is that right?
I haven't talked to them, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Bless you. Team Wales, I think, have come out on top this round. I know when we were checking earlier that there were a couple of losses on the Danish side, maybe a draw or two. and now another win to the tally. So I think you've won this round, but I don't know how much. Guys, thank you so much for being on stream. I know it's a bit awkward having to roll in the dice tray, and we've got such a big setup here, but I really appreciate your time. So thank you very much. Cheers. Nice luck for the rest of the tournament. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Harry, who's making his way back to the desk. There you have it from the horse's multiple mouths. It was a really tense game. I personally think that the dice did play a role of competitive spiking, but at the same time, Oakland Scouts played it really well. Definitely had good strategies, as Harry said, carried it through, and deserved the win at the end of the day. It was a real shame, I think, that the Witch King couldn't get that one extra round in, get through that one fate roll, carry on to the next round, get a bit more killing in, particularly given he was making progress towards the back of the board with some of the Oak Scouts characters as well. Harry,
I don't know whether you heard much of that. I realised that you might have had to monitor it differently, but
I heard.
It's really interesting to hear some of the tactics. I do feel for Axel because he mentioned that quite rightly, Michał had protected his heroes really well. He'd bubbled them up. I mean, I think when we saw the deployment, I was questioning why they were so surrounded by layers and layers of troops, and then we remembered about the spectres, the magic, and it made sense. So Michał did a great job of protecting those heroes, wrapping them in troops, which denied Axel any particularly good chance at doing any magic.
Yeah.
So no compel opportunities at all. And then by the time he got into the line, he kind of got surrounded and killed before he had a real chance to do any damage. So
16-0.
16-0.
So it's a major win. So major win is defined in this tournament as any win of more than 8 victory point difference.
Something like that. Well, it's but then of course there's game victory and then there's the tournament victory. So you get 5 game points for a major win, 4 game points for a minor win. A draw is 2, and a minor loss is 1 point, and then a concession is -1. Major loss 0. So that would mean, I think, that Wales will get 2 tournament points for the win for that team. So,
and as those results come in, which they will trickle in now over the lunch break, we will get this table updated.
Yep.
Players are going to have lunch. Harry, I think we're going to have something in a moment for your exploration of the lower tables.
Yes. Did you? Well, I had a bit of a tour. Is it ready to go?
No.
Oh, right, okay. Well, there's not much point in teeing it up. If you want to get it...
Well, I'm teeing it up in order to prompt you to unlock your phone so I can transfer it, if that's okay.
But basically, yeah, earlier on, I gave a little bit of a tour of the tables. So this was before the round really got well underway. We'll definitely try and grab some interviews over the lunchtime period before, so as long as we sort it. No, that won't be it. So if you sort by, sorry, we're talking about this a lot actually. If you sort by created, and then should be the latest one. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh.
No, that was it. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry, everyone. We're just trying to find.
It'll be the highest of these, so 60. I think it'll be that.
This one?
Yeah.
Right then.
It's quite a sizable file. So yeah, we're going to get that on in a second for you, just to get a sense of what was going on. Particularly, I think I spoke to Team France and Team USA. So if you're supporters of those guys, and we also caught up with the rest of the Danish and the Welsh while the games were ongoing.
Presumably USA, they might start to creep in now as the.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Right then, so we're going to hand you over to Harry Past now.
Dice down.
And that's half past down, yeah. We will see you back here in just a moment.
So just here in front of the main stage, so if you can see, just behind me there's Alex, he's doing the live stream just over there. As we see, people are waving, they don't know that I'm facing the other direction. This is the top table here on the stage, and if I swing round, there's the Nations Cup itself, and the various prizes, lots of prize support from a variety of different places, including Army Painter, we've got SPG Magazine, we've got Guardians of Wiltshire, a 3D printing company, we've got Generation Shift bases or GS bases, so lots of prize support as well as a few sponsors for the channel, like Entmoot and Battle Camper, of course, Forge Master Minis and various other places providing prizes for the goodie bag. As you can see, the hall behind me, earlier we saw the tables a little bit more empty, but now we've got a full hall of 132 players. So I'm going to just nip across the board a little bit, just as we have a wander around to see what's going on. I'm going to try and... So this is the... we've already got some of the Danish and Welsh people on team over there. This is the board I was mentioning earlier. So we've got this beautiful Lothlorien board. It's facing backwards. Now you can wave. Now. So this is... What a beautiful board that is. So there we go. And do you mind if I just quickly ask, what armies have you got here, guys?
I got Minas Morgul against Defenders of Helm's Deep.
Brilliant. Minas Morgul against Defenders of Helm's Deep. How confident are you feeling here on the Danish side? We'll see. And then it looks like there's a Battle of the Five Armies over there to my left against an Army of the White Hand. We'll see a few of those armies of the White Hand across the tournament this weekend. How confident are you feeling with your Army of the White Hand, sir?
Feeling
Feeling good about it. He's got his win. All right, there we go. So if we move forward here, go to some of the rest of the boards, I'll move along to the end tables here. I'm just going to interrupt these guys over here for some live broadcasting. Team Denmark and Team Wales. What army have you got there, sir?
Battle of Fornost.
Battle of Fornost. Exciting. So Glorfindel there and Earnor somewhere here. Kurdan, Earnor there, if you can see that. And we've got Michael Haskell over here. What have you got here this weekend?
So I've got Erebor Reclaimed, I've got Thorin, Dwalin and Gloin.
Excellent. So how confident are you feeling about this matchup?
Well, it's a tricky one. Glorfindel, if he lets loose, I could be in trouble.
You could be indeed. Well, best of luck, guys. So that's the rest of the Danish and the Welsh contingent. We will touch on some of the different factions, different armies, different teams, I should say, of the rest of the tournament. So I'll just have a quick glance down the lines over here. If you can see, this looks to be, I think it's this Team USA. Is that right? Team USA? Yep. It's actually Devon. How are you doing, Devon?
I'm doing all right.
You feeling confident?
We'll see. I mean, first time me playing against Hulls at the Randuil in this new edition, so we'll see how they shape up on this one.
And we've got a lot of Cobain in your army.
I do. I love birds.
You love birds. Let's see, I think, I don't know how many there are. How many Cobain are there? Must be
7 of them.
7 Cobain. Okay, interesting. So lots of different unusual matchups. And then I see over on the other side, before I apologies, I know you're just deploying. I want to just have a glance at these eagles. Look at those eagles there. Are these your eagles? Sorry, I thought they're already over this side of the battlefield. That's why I come around this side. So we've got some eagles over there. Let me just think. I think you're one of the very few people who brought eagles to the tournament. Is that right?
The only eagles.
Only eagles. Yeah. Is that because at this points level they're not considered quite as powerful?
I don't know.
We don't know.
We're going to find out.
We're going to find out in this game, aren't we? So anyway, I'll stop interrupting. Cheers, guys. So that's the. I don't know what to, actually. I know we've got Team USA. What team are you guys?
France.
Team France. You guys came second last year. That's right.
Exactly. So we'll try to reach that level again.
Yeah, or maybe improve.
Maybe improve. Hopefully.
Well, best of luck, guys. So there you go. That's a bit of a tour of the tables. So there's lots and lots of stuff, obviously, ongoing for a very big wave there from some of the Lions, the second English team. Team Scotland just behind me will be nipping into the tables again over the course of the weekend. But for now, Alex, back to you on the stream.
That, there you go. Sorry about that, guys. You can now hear me just fine. So thank you very much, Harry, for that, whatever that was. Hey, Will, champion, has joined us. Will, so on the scorings, what is what? Which one is determining where they are in the rankings?
You score your VPs.
Yes.
So you win your game by scoring VPs as normal.
Yep.
Those VPs are transferred into game points based on major win, minor loss, major loss, concession. Hopefully no concessions. And then the team points, you win a round by winning 4 of 6 games or by scoring 16 game points. So major wins, minor wins, translated into that ranking, which then gives you your overall ranking.
And so on this, team points is their overall ranking?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the most important number, followed by game points scored.
Thank you very much. All right, there you go. Thank you to Will Champion there, and apologies for everyone for my need for a bit of clarification. But what I've got in front of me is a little table on the Middle Earth Stress Battery tracker, which you can go to as well. There's a link in the description to get to the tracker, and that will show you all of the rankings and listings and stats and everything else you possibly want. And on the left-hand side is team points. And so I'm looking at team points to see who is where at the moment, and I do have some preliminary results, which is very preliminary results. Loads of results dropping in. Behind me is the TO desk, and there's still a bunch of people gathered around trying to feed the results in. But for the moment, sat at the joint top, there's a bunch of teams. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams on 2 tournament points each, or 2 team points each, and that's England, Bieda, Germany, Austria, Corsairs of the North, Poland, the Company of the Gin, which is an Italian team, and that's it. Those are our 2 team pointers at the moment. So these are the teams that are here for the moment who are doing quite well out of the first round. And as you saw on our table, Wales might have done quite well as well. We're looking to see whether or not they manage to get the opponents to draw draws. But at the moment, we've got 1 major win on our table, and it looks like it might be at least 4 wins across the rest of the tables, which will also give Wales a good points as well. So they're in the running. So there you go. That's basically where we stand at the moment. It's lunch, so I can show you the team hall. Everyone is just milling about, and a few people are heading out to get their lunch. But for the moment, you're stuck with me, and what we're going to do is have a little look at the stats that come in, and we're also going to try and figure out as soon as we can which team we're going to have here next and what game we're going to have here next. Because the next game will be starting in about an hour or so, and we'll be back on this table, and of course have maybe two countries. We might have Wales back maybe, but it seems unlikely. Certainly not slightly unfortunate round we just had, but we'll have 2 teams back here because this is going to be the top table teams. We are going to be we don't want the teams who aren't going to be top tables to have screen coverage. That's why Harry is heading out as well. So he's a good lad, good egg. He's going out and he's going to try and find some coverage for us of the other tables as well. So it's the hobby as well. Last year, a giant Helm's Deep, a big ministerial section, some really incredible displays. I'm hoping that we'll have some here today as well, particularly because we've actually got 2 tournaments going on in a single hotel, which is nonsense, real nonsense. And I must admit, I didn't realise the scene was so big here, but in this one hotel here in Warsaw, we've got our tournaments, and as you can see, that's quite a large room with 132 players, as we've said before, 22 teams, 18 nations represented, and then in the next hall over is the biggest domestic part of the tournament in Poland, so another massive NESBG tournament. There are hundreds of NESBG players filling this hotel, which is quite remarkable. We were here last night, of course, and the bar was just absolutely packed with NESBGers, loads of Polish players, but also players from around the world, and I did feel very, very sorry for anyone who wasn't actually here to play NESBG, because this has been utterly baffled about what is happening in the hotel. It's quite an odd hotel anyway, because the walls are broken, you can hear all the goings on at night, but also it's on the face of it really quite smart. And it's a lovely little venue, and it's got a swimming pool, it's got a red carpet out front, things like this. So a slightly unusual setup, but we had a great first game, and sorry, just waiting for the it's quite hard to speak over there. It's a little bit deafening, but they've got to get the word out, of course. So if you're in chat at the moment, let us know again which country you're from. I'd be really interested to know who you'd like to see on here next. Bearing in mind, we don't get a say over which teams we do get a say over which armies to a certain extent. We'd like to have some interesting matchups, certainly, whilst it's not a good versus every tournament. And we would quite like to see some interesting matchups. We've just had Scouts and there's Morgul, 2 equal teams, lots of Orcs and Rakai, Hack and Ranger. I'd love to see some quite good matchups, particularly in the board, which will be swapped out tomorrow, but with this one for today. I guess at least it is a very creepily themed board. If I switch back to it, you can see lots of haunted, desolate landscape, nice little stream. It would be great to see some more thematic gameplay. And we'll see shortly whether or not that's going to be the case. In the meantime, up on the stats.
You can't
It's
say.
interesting results coming soon, but it does look like the same. Here we go. Take the classification. Austria has joined the 2-team pointers, so Austria is now submitted some results, got 2-team points as well. So now we've got Jim, Italian, Poland, of course there's the North, they're Polish. Austria, the USA has got 2-team points as well. Wales, Germany, Bieda, Polish, and England. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 teams. 9 of the 22 teams have managed to get 22 points. Sorry, 2 tournament points, which makes sense, I guess, because it's only about half who have managed to get over the 4 wins threshold, in theory, unless there's a lot of drawing going on, which is what Will mentioned. That's what counts towards the total points. That's the big points bracket. That's what determines their rankings. So really interested to see 9 already, and there's still going to be reporting going on. Mr. Parkhill is back with us now, much to, I'm sure, everyone's delight. I've just been wittering away. Hello, how were your adventures?
Good. Good.
So what's going on in the rest of the hall?
Well, I mean, we'll be able to have a look at it in a few minutes' time, but generally, I know that England, I think you might have been running through the wins
So
and losses
we've got
ratio
9
anyway.
teams on 2 team points each.
Yeah. And of course it's I mean, is that's likely, isn't it? That's quite likely for 9.
Yeah, we were saying
win.
unless we've got a lot of draws going on.
Yeah.
So Will was over and he was telling us that if they got 4 team wins in a round, that's going to give them 2 team points. And so you expect nearly half. We've got nearly half.
Yeah.
Accounting for the odd round that might have gone under 4 for draws. I suppose you could go 3 and 3. Could have you go 3 and 3.
Yeah.
But it looks like it doesn't look like that's happened.
I mean, the one thing I don't know much about is, so I've been trying to get grab interviews before people go off to lunch of the people who did particularly well last year, but I managed to miss Poland and also Germany, who came 4th. But I did get hold of France, who sadly for them lost their match against the USA. USA coming out on top on that with a lot of minor victories, but victories
Oh God, sorry. Oh God.
Oh, we've lost audio.
So sorry, guys. Oh my God, I've got a load of comments here about my microphone being too quiet. Now I've got some. We're going to address this. We'll get back into the interesting chat in a second. I was looking at my phone because people are saying I was looking at my phone but not checking the comments. But there's a whole bunch of oh God,
of what?
So a whole bunch of comments criticising the fact that my audio wasn't working. Some people saying I was checking my phone, but not the comments. I was checking the comments, but the feed wasn't updating. So I was looking at it, and I was like, oh, I was pissed off for lunch. They're all just gone, and I wasn't seeing that there were some audio problems. But a few people saying muted, better. Alex and technical difficulties. I think your mic might be quite directional. And then the announcer is hugely loud. So thank you for pointing
to be
that out.
fair, the announcer was quite loud, and they've got to announce things. Obviously, we're trying to cover a live event which is happening around us. They're not going to stop for us to be able to record or say things.
So hopefully, I'm so sorry about all that, guys. If it's any consolation, you didn't miss anything particularly interesting. What we were doing was we were running through the teams that have got the 2 tournament points.
Great.
So let's just do that again. Because we've got a whole bunch of them.
And we will bring you interviews with some of those teams in a second.
Yeah,
USA, England as well. So we'll get some of them on. And I will endeavour to cover all nations.
I did mention that, but that might have been muted. I said you're very, very keen on the representation of the teams at the lower table.
100%.
Which is good, lad.
Mr. Edward Ball is here to ask us a question.
Would you like to have the pleasure of rolling on the stream for scenario 2?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Do you want to do it, Alex? So
do you mind? Do you take that honour?
I can use the dice cam. Oh, yeah, you go over to the dice cam. There we go. Right. So we're going to find out the scenario live here. We've got the dice cam there. Alex is heading over. Here he is.
You're going to give me a thumbs up when we're ready.
We're ready. Here we go. Oh, hold on. No, too late. I wasn't actually on the screen.
So I didn't look at it. Do you want me to roll again or leave it?
Yeah, roll again. Right, here we go. Oh, it's a 3, which means... Hold on. It's hold ground.
Hold ground?
Maelstrom. Hold ground. So Maelstrom of battle is the next objective. So that's interesting. We can discuss that in a second, I'm sure.
I can't remember what we were talking about before we were interrupted by that excitement.
So it sounds like the audio's fixed. So thank you for that. But in a moment, Harry, just for your reference and to the guys at home, we gave the players the good microphones, but since the players aren't going to be on, I'm going to swap us over so we have the nice microphones,
Nice.
which will hopefully make a bit of a difference. Right then, so the teams that have currently got 2 team points is the Company of the Gin, and they're Italian. Poland, Corsairs of the North, they're from Poland, so 2 Polish teams, and they of course won the tournament last year, and they've got the home field advantage as well, so probably going to be...
If that's an advantage.
Oh, it's the magic of the home field.
Now, hold on a sec. Yeah.
So I didn't catch that because I had my headphones on, but I think Harry's being summoned for something. USA, 2 team points. Wales, Wales have got a mix of nations represented, so they've got two Wales, 1 UK flag, 1 Polish flag, another Welsh flag, and a Ukrainian flag. We've got Germany, Bieda, they're Polish as well, so that's 3 Polish teams. 3 Polish teams in the top, and England. So all of them are in the running. Now in terms of who's got the most game points, that actually goes to England. So England is right at the top on 29 game points. With Bieda being next on 24 game points, and Germany on 22, Wales on 20, USA on 20, Austria on 19, Corsairs of the North on 19, Poland on 18, Company of the Gin on 16. So that's your top 9. Those are your 9 that have got the 2 TPs, and a real range of 16 to 29 game points. That would be, of course, a tiebreaker for TPs. So at the moment, coming out the first round, England is at the top. And the top 3 is England, Bieda, that's a Polish team, and Germany. We'll see if they can maintain that going into round 2, but a very, very strong start for all 3 of those teams. Harry said, Chris says, England in the comments. Yep, it's coming home. Mark Hansen says the static is getting louder, and that's what's the temperature like in Spain? It's hot as balls. I can imagine that it is. It is hot here as well. I think it's only getting to about 24 today, but as you can imagine, with 132 players all in the room plus the TOs and everything else, it is getting pretty sweaty. Right then, people complaining about the sound. Harry.
Apologies for that. And I was basically being summoned to reveal exclusively where the next, which teams we're going to be having on the stream next. Which, very excitingly, we have Team Scotland.
That is exciting.
Very exciting.
Like the Scots.
And we also have the team Tiernanog, which is the Irish second team. So actually, we've got a Gaelic off.
A Gaelic off,
which is very exciting.
Very exciting.
And so we're kind of broadcasting from the middle of the pack at the moment, perhaps slightly below the winning tables, because tomorrow the plan is, according to the Nations Cup team, they want to see top table action tomorrow and some more of the mid action today. So
that sounds great. Yeah.
So excitingly, we'll have Team Scotland versus some Irish folks, which is very exciting.
Just one Irish folk. They don't get to all come to this table.
They did. That is correct. Actually,
that would be great, though. We should just
have
all 6.
All 6 just playing on the same table. Would be mad.
For 2.5 hours.
But that would be really cool. So that will be coming up. I think the round starts at 1:30, so we'll have the live coverage of that round at 1:30.
2-hour break.
No, it's an hour.
This clock has not updated.
Some of the clocks aren't.
We've got 1 hour.
So yeah, we've got some time. So there we go. Yeah, very exciting.
Really exciting.
So that.
And how did they do? Well, while you're doing that,
do you want to look at? I'm just trying to get. So we've got some
out.
Interviews that I've just been recording as the people went off for their lunch.
Yeah.
But
sorry, Harry.
No, go on. But I'm going to play them in a second. We're just trying to work out where they are.
And just to reassure everyone, once that's done, we're going to swap over the microphones.
Yeah.
So when you guys are back, we'll have the nice microphones, and hopefully that will resolve some of the sound issues. So thanks again, everyone, for bearing with us, and apologies that it's not gone entirely to plan on the sound front. So Scotland, 0 team points, but 11 game points. Tiernanog, just above them, tying their game points on 11 as well. So at the moment, they look pretty evenly matched. They've both had a similar round 1, and I guess we're going to see who can break that mid-tier tie going into round 2.
Yeah, and
I think obviously there's the element here of native rivalry. I think so. If you're a follower of the GBHL, you'll know that Scotland and Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland are all in one regional league in the Great British Hobbit League. So that regional league is very fiercely competitive, with people travelling over the Irish Sea to fight at each other's tournaments. So they've come all the way from Poland to reignite that bout in the next round, which is very exciting. So we'll be able to see some fiery hair and some fiery combos on the tabletop.
What a line! Excellent.
It was a try. It was a try.
No, I liked it. Yeah, there we go. We've got a big thumbs up
from Michael Bradford, of course, also of Ireland. So there we go. Yeah, great. So I'm excited about this. It's going to be ace. So I'm just working now to get the new interviews ready. And hopefully this will give us a little bit of a breather. I think inevitably we're going to have a break of some sort.
Yeah, well, the organisers here want us to all go out and take a nice big picture together, which is very, very fair. So at some point you will get a card that just says that we're back shortly. We will be back as quickly as we possibly can. We don't want to leave you hanging, but at the same time we expect you probably want a break as well. We want time to sort out our tech issues. You want time to go and have lunch, so it's a win-win-win-win-win.
So I think we've got a couple of videos that we can play for you now, which hopefully will sound okay. And when they're done, I think I'll link the two videos together, and then once the second one is done, we'll whack a card on the screen, and then we'll probably be back by just after 1.
I agree. Yeah, probably like 5, 10 past 1. Let's just call it 10 past 1. Let's give them a time.
10 past 1. Which is our local time.
We can write it on the screen.
Yes. So yeah, local time for Poland. So you're if you're in the UK, it's an hour behind. Yeah. Wherever you'll have to do the maths for everywhere else. We're not going to give you every time zone, I'm afraid. Okay, cool. Right, let's see if we can get this first video. I believe this is an interview with Poland's team captain.
I expect it's going to come in upside down again.
Yeah.
So reporting from the tables here, we've got Jakob, who is
James Starch. Let's keep the disguise.
The disguise. Jakob, you're the captain for Team England. I understand Team England have done fairly well. What's the result been in the first round?
So we played Ireland in round 1, and we've won all the games, 5 of them with major wins. So unsurprisingly, we've won the matchup.
Anything that you can tell us about of those matchups? Was it a tricky matchup? I know Ireland are fierce competitors at times.
So 5 our lists were the same. We only had 1 different list. So it was basically decided on it wasn't about the different armies countering each other. Most of us did fine. I'm proud of my team. Yada yada. I beat Erebor Reclaimed personally with my Men of the West. Aragorn had a very nice time winning Dwarf Heroes and 4+, and everyone did good. And now we're probably on table 1 the next time, so it will be much more difficult than that.
Excellent. There you go. You can hear the announcements in the background, but sounds good for Team England. Thanks, Jakob, for talking to us.
Thanks.
So that was a bit of a chat with Jakob, who's the team captain for England,
and he's done very well.
Yeah, very well. So I believe England are currently in the top spot.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they've got 20,
as he put it,
29
game
points, 2 team points. So game points are, as I said, tie-breaking when they're to time the team points. So they're right at the top of the pack at the moment.
Excellent. Right, now we're going to hear from the USA and France, who were up against each other in the previous round.
So we're here with team captains from both the USA and from France. Just remind me, it's Evan and... What's your name, sorry?
Pierre.
Pierre, sorry. It's very loud in here. Guys, you've just had your team matchup. I understand USA have come out on top. What's the exact score line, roughly, for each win? Do you know how many wins you got and losses you got?
They got 4 wins.
4 wins.
2 losses for us.
2 losses. And were they major, minor victories, do we know?
So we had they were almost all minor. It was a major. The Eagles beat the Depths of Moria major.
But the Eagles got a major win against the Depths of Moria.
Yes, they did.
That's interesting because obviously Depths of Moria is considered quite well.
This didn't have a Balrog.
So it's just a horde of goblins.
Balrog, it would have been very different, but it was like 94 goblins, and I mean it takes a while to kill them, but the birds If they play fast, they can't kill the birds.
Yeah, I was going to say, because Greyhair being the only target in Fog of War as well, I guess Greyhair's got
no way to kill him.
Yeah.
No way to kill him.
Warrior just win all his fights.
Yeah.
And at the end, I think the Goblin just killed the 2 eagles. So not enough.
No, not enough at
to
all.
go to the end of the game.
Now, I don't want to remind you, but you guys came second last year at France, right? So, I mean, it must be a disappointing start.
Kind of, because we were pretty good, pretty happy with the pairings.
Yeah.
But we have 2 good matchups that we lose. So it was kind of difficult. But we lose against him without them. Normally it should be a good matchup, but he played very well.
There was a big swing where it would have probably been a draw otherwise, but I was playing my Minas Morgul against Dale, and what ended up happening is I did a very risky move because he was shooting me to death. I lost like 20 models before combat hit, so I did a very risky move. My target was a captain, and he was right up against a hedge, charged the Witch King in, heroic, I barged off of some guys, basically went into the middle of his army with the Witch King, and then killed the captain, and it turned out not only was that the captain I was targeting, it was also the one he was protecting.
So you got a little bit lucky, do you think?
A little bit lucky, but I also killed his siege veteran as well on the second to last turn, so it ended up... Yeah, it ended up being fine, and also there were 2 game end rolls, which went his way before we finally ended the game. So, a bit lucky, but also...
Very lucky on your targets.
Yes.
On the,
the
targets,
yes.
The choice of targets, I guess, yeah. Well, so USA are riding high. We found out that England beat Ireland as well, so there's a good chance they're on top table with a lot of major wins, and you've got a lot of minor wins, so maybe not top table for you guys. So the USA versus England clash won't be happening yet. Guys, thanks very much for chatting to me, though. Appreciate it. Cheers. Cheers.
There you go. A little bit of a chat with Evan and Pierre from France. So there you go. We've got a little bit. You can probably tell the ambience is a lot easier for you to hear, and frankly for us to understand what we're saying.
We've just been left utterly alone. Yeah. I was going to say, do we smell or something, but
yes,
I've showered.
Almost certainly. Yeah, the shower has long since borne through. I think.
Worn off, yeah.
So we're going to take a break. As we said, 1:10. So what's that? That's
about half an hour.
Just over half an hour break, and hopefully you'll join us when you come back. But yeah, it's been a pleasure to start the stream now.
Sorry, guys. We were sent the the slide, the holding images on their side, and there's no way of us rotating. Well, actually, there probably is a way of us rotating them before we add them in, but we haven't done that. Anti-clockwise. There we go.
So that's one of them.
We're just going to leave you with that for the moment. There you go. It's 45 minutes.
Wow, he's going to be super happy.
Yeah. And we'll be back in about half an hour at 1:10. So stick it in your diaries.
Lovely. Cheerio.
Hello, and welcome back to the stream. Apologies for the... Oh dear, one of our cameras has turned off, or it's not working properly because it's not showing me, so we're just going to fix that. There I am. Hello, we're back live at the Nations Cup here in Warsaw, Poland, for the 2025 tournament. It's once again the biggest international MESBG tournament going. Thank you for those bearing with us as we go and had lunch. Everyone needed a bit of a break here. I can see that there's still 288 of you. 288 of you have persisted, or you're out having your lunch at the moment, which would be perfectly understandable. In a moment, we're going to have some interviews that Harry is bringing back from the field, and then at past we go into the draft for round 2. As a reminder, the teams have got to basically negotiate through a series of complicated steps. There's 15 steps detailed in the rule sheet, which you can get on the Facebook page, but the teams have got to negotiate between themselves as to who is going to play who. Each team is comprised of 6 players, and they have no duplicate characters or lists between them, and so there's a kind of attempt to match up the best list that they have versus the best list that the opponent has. Now, I have, over the course of the lunch break, changed my microphone, and so I'd be very, very grateful if everyone could please give us a little review of the sound. We had some problems this morning. Everyone was being extremely helpful and kind and patient with us, and now I'm back with a brand new microphone, and hopefully it's a little bit better. To be there again says it's still buzzing. That's disappointing to hear, to be honest. You'll have to let me know how bad it is to be there again, because it's going to be. We've done most of the troubleshooting we've really been able to do. That's not quite true. There is something else I can do. Right, we're going to fix this. We're going to fix this once and for all. You bear with me, everyone. I'm going to disappear for just a moment whilst I get a permanent fix at long last to this issue. Bear with me. Okay. Can you please let me know whether that is any better? I have just switched over, so I've gone from an analog output. For anyone who cares in the slightest, we're using this wireless, Rode Wireless Go. It is good, and I've gone from an analog output, which I was using so that I could try and monitor at the same time, to a direct digital input into the computer. So if that hasn't fixed it, then nothing will. That is our last hope. RR says buzzing has stopped now. Fantastic. So I think that is nicely fixed. And fingers crossed everyone can hear us. Right. So you have the lists. We know that the top 3 spots are England, Bieda, and Germany. England, Bieda, and Germany are all on 2 team points each. England have got 29 game points, and that is the first tiebreaker points amount. So that puts them at the top. 5 below that is Bieda on 24. And 2 below that is Germany on 22. So those are our top 3. We also know which teams we're going to have in the next round. That's Tiernanog, which is an Irish team, and Scotland. So as Harry said before the break, it's a Gaelic off, as he put it, so delicately. Audio is much better, but quieter is what I've got now. I can probably resolve that. But that's good, that's great. Harry is back. Hello. So you need a different microphone this time, my dude. I fixed it. I fixed the audio. The buzzing is gone.
Hey.
We've done that just simply by, I don't think whether this is actionable information for you at all. We're now on a digital input straight into the computer, rather than an analog one. Yeah, these are a bit.
It's not working.
No, it's working.
Oh,
yep.
Okay, cool.
And then we can see on here. Yeah, we've got you. Give us a test, Harry. Give us a test.
Hello, welcome to the live stream.
And anyone in chat who thinks that either of us aren't sounding any good, please do let us know. Right. Yeah, to be there again says the quality of the mics is way better. Hardly any background noise. Well, hold. Yeah, we'll show you why that might be. So we go to? Sorry.
Sorry, I was just going to get the video on.
Yeah,
for these photos.
That's fine. You do that. Basically, the hall is empty. There is no one here but us, which might explain. Oh no, that's not quite true. There is one person. Hello. And that might explain why there's no background noise. But we'll see. Hopefully, this at least persists. It should be better quality.
We're going to nip off for the big team photo, I believe, in the next 4 to 5 minutes. But for your listening pleasure and viewing pleasure, when it loads up, I'm going to drop another video interview in with Adam, who's the team captain for Poland, who are currently second.
So that's Bieda.
Sorry, apologies. They're from Poland.
No, that's
cool.
That wasn't me like.
No,
Harry, get it right.
Get it right. I really should have got it right. But yes, so we're very exciting. So we've had a brief listen to Jakub, who's the captain of the England team, which are top of the leaderboard, which we could probably play again, frankly. But it was a bit brief and loud. They were very confident. He was riding high after that success. So
as well he should.
As well, indeed, and not just because it was quite a sizable victory from those guys. So I'll just get this file dragged in to the nations, our videos folder, and then we'll get that on, and we're going to have to dash out. But we're probably going to wait as long as we can to dash out.
Yeah.
Because then we don't overrun. We'll be the last people to arrive.
Otherwise, they'll get back to just empty chairs.
Empty chairs, which will be fantastic empty chairs. Because look,
they're great chairs.
I spent a lot of time making the backdrop less grotty and
I've
dodgy.
never seen you so invested in anything. Right then, we're being called, so we're going to leave you with this interview, and we'll be back shortly.
So we're joined by one of the joint top, pretty much joint top players. I think you're second by, is it just 2 game points or 3 game points or something like that?
2 or 3, yeah.
2 or 3 game points. So this is Team Bieda? Is that
Bieda.
Right? Bieda. And this is you're Polish, so you're on home ground.
Yes.
So this is a comfortable environment for you to be in. How did your first rounds go for your team?
So it went pretty smooth. So we won 5 games out of 6.
Mm-hmm.
One we lost with the minor lose.
Okay.
Personally, I won 11-10. It was a really close game against the Army of White Hand. So yeah, we feel pretty confident.
Excellent. So I shouldn't have said, we didn't introduce you, Adam.
Yes.
Adam, you played against, was it Netherlands in the last one?
Yes.
So you say Army of the White Hand. Army of the White Hand is one of these armies that lots of people really, really rate. What's the army that you took against the Army to White Hand so successfully?
Rise of the Necromancers. So my army, this is army I won Polish championship with. I'm individual champion of Poland.
Wow! Congratulations.
With Necromancer and the Eagles. So we could have 2 armies, but most of the games were played with the Necromancer.
Interesting.
It is quite risky to pick it because, in my opinion, it scales a little bit worse with the points. So on small points, it's really good army. On the bigger points, you need to do some brain stuff to make it happen. But in my opinion, a lot of people don't know how to play against it. And that makes me a little bit upper hand at the beginning.
Yeah, absolutely. But looking at the field, we've got the Necromancer, we've got 5 ring races.
5, yeah.
And then I see a warg over there and some spiders.
Yes,
is it 5?
5 big spiders and 2 small spiders.
And 1 warg.
And one fell warg, yeah.
1 fell warg. So really interesting, because in the last edition, this was quite an annoying army to play against.
Yes.
But it didn't often do top table tournaments unless it was different here in Poland. But interesting, so you're doing well with it. And what about the rest of the matchups? Because obviously, with the draw system, you can kind of try and engineer matchups. Did you have any particularly favourable ones that you managed to engineer?
It were not about favorite ones. It were about the matchup we want to avoid, because with the sparring system, you can avoid specific matchups if you play the draft well. So we wanted to avoid me playing against Fornost. It's one of the worst armies for me to play against.
Is that because they have spirit bonuses against spirits? Is that?
They have resistance. They have a lot of elves. So with elves, I am resurrecting wars, and I have troubles to fight them because it's even fight in most cases. Okay. And Glorfindel, who just wrecks my army, and if he gets into the Necromancer, it's really hard to escape. Yeah. So that was the matchup, and we wanted to avoid also Arnor against the Minas Morgul, because the Minas Morgul had two Witch King and the Nazgul, and Arnor is not making good against the army because the Malbet is getting transfixed, and you lose like the most powerful special rule in this army.
And they're winning against your courage too.
Yes,
so,
also.
Yeah,
it's
so not
best.
great.
And the rest matchups were even or little favor for us, so we felt pretty confident just avoiding those two matchups here.
Next, you're up against Team England. We've had a brief video just before the lunch break from Team England, who are riding high with I think 5 major wins and one minor win. Sorry, so they're doing very well. How are you feeling ahead of that game?
I feel like excited.
Good.
Because I really enjoy playing against top players. So I know Jacob, he's the captain of the Anglers. He's also from Poland.
He is.
I played him several times. I also played Dave Farmer on the team championship of Poland. The Team England came 2 years ago, I think, on the team championship of Poland. It's pretty funny story because we thought that Team England coming into the Poland to the championship are just not the best players. We didn't know who are they.
Right, yeah.
And it came out that they are top players. So we matched them like, I don't know, round 3, and we thought, so we're playing some guys from England that just came to have fun. And I started the playing, I saw that Dave made really good moves. Like, it was really smart, everything he did. And I talked to my teammate, wait, they are not that bad, actually. And we lost the sparring.
So they caught you off guard. Yeah. Well, best of luck in this round. I know I'm not going to reveal your... you've already had a plan for your drafting system, so I mean, I'm obviously English, so I'm going to support that. Hopefully your drafting goes badly, and I hope the English one goes well. But best of luck in the next round, and thanks very much for talking to us here. Cheers. Thanks very much, Sharon. Cheers.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Harry. I assume it was very informative. I can't hear it.
It's a quirk of the way we've got this set up here is that we actually can't hear what you have just enjoyed, I assume.
I mean, you were there, so you hopefully know a little bit about
it. It was at least 5 minutes ago before
so it's gone.
Sorry, I completely can't remember. All I know is there was some top banter at the end about me being English and him being Polish. But there you go, Adam from Team Bieda, who are the second Polish team.
So they're just 5 points shy of England.
5, I think, yeah. So they're so actually, in a way, England are doing very well in this one going into this first round. But of course, you could argue that you're more likely to do well in the first round of a tournament because you might be playing against a team who are less focused on the win, as it were.
Absolutely.
So now we're coming up to game number 2 of the stream.
So let's very briefly recap. So the hall is filling up. There are 330 people in now, so thank you so much everyone for joining. Let us know who you support. We're going to have an Irish team here and a Scottish team here. The Irish team is Tiernan Oak. And the Scottish team is Scotland. They're going to be on this streaming table here. You can see the room's filling up. We've got...
You've just seen... sorry, I was going to say, you've just seen our team captains go up there,
Yeah.
That's Finley and Dave Murphy. So very Scottish and Irish names respectively. They're both just been surveying the boards because as we've established in the previous round, which frankly was 4 and a bit hours ago now, the draft system is such that you roll a dice and you essentially, whoever wins the roll-off gets a priority to choose a board, choose a team that goes, and an army that will go on that board and so on. And there is event pack, to provide more detail on how that system works. But essentially, you want to win the roll-off to be able to give yourself a slight preference in terms of the army. So, they've had a look at the board. We are playing Hold Ground, which we'll get on the screen on a visual graphic at some point in the next amount of time. But we still don't know who our opponent, our two players, are going to be.
No. So Hold Ground, Tiernan Oak, Scotland, on this table back again. So this is a Maelstrom.
Yeah, so this might be a bit tricky for our competitors. Hopefully they're kind to us and deploy.
Because, again, what you can't see is the chaotic setup behind the cameras.
I mean, you can see a hint of it at the camera 4. You can see
that's true, on the right of the screen there.
The right of your screen, there's quite a significant amount.
So all this crap, and then there's this. So there's the camera, and that's literally just like a foot away from the table edge. So last time.
And all down here is hazards.
And what's even worse is the players are trying to play, and I'm going up, and you're going up, and trying to move the cameras around them, trying to get an angle around the ample behind. Yeah, it's a bit chaotic.
It is chaotic, but it's what we're here for. We're live, we're excited. How many people do you say we've got watching? 300 and something?
We've got 335 people, which is absolutely incredible.
It's a bit mad, really.
It is a bit
mad.
What
are you doing? Have you not got anything better to do?
It's a hot Saturday as well.
Hot, yeah. It's
outside.
Go to the beach. For God's sake.
No, stay.
No, actually don't. It's
remember,
dangerous.
YouTube, you signed into this when you signed to YouTube. It gives us your name, address, telephone number, and credit card details if you leave the stream early.
Exactly. And
we will abuse them.
Frankly, the sun is dangerous.
That's an
sunstroke, burns, cancer, all of these things are possibilities if you go outside. So stay with us. We've got probably another 6 to 8 hours of content.
That's just today. Back tomorrow as well.
Absolutely.
But
can't
yeah,
wait.
It's truly, really, really fantastic, and we're so excited. We can't wait to have what's going to be, I think, a Resurrection game. We've got 2 guys coming up, so perhaps these are our players. And we've got a whole bunch of, I don't know what's going on.
They're all having a look at the table here, which they're probably discussing what the terrain is. There's of course the river down the centre that they're all pointing at. Shallow water was the agreed situation in the previous ones. Although I suppose each of these players could agree something different if they wished.
That's going to make an impact. Shooting the centre board is like around here. So that's the 6-inch bubble that they have to hold. So they're going to be a lot of wading in the water, particularly if there's a cavalry army. They're not going to want that, are they?
It'll be very exciting. You'll love to see it. You'll love to see it. I'm excited to find out who we're going to have. So a reminder, we've discussed and we've heard from the top 2 teams, but these are sort of more middle of the pack. If you want to know any more detail about who's playing, army list, we'll run through the people who are on the stream when we find out who they are. But if you want to find out any of the information about any of the armies or who's doing well or whatever, it's all on mespgarmytracker.com, which there's a link to the Nations Cup event down below. So there you go.
Please get to your tables if you haven't already.
The dulcet tone of World Champion. So the draft is soon to end, which means the round is going to start very soon. It's very exciting.
Which means I can start filling in all the might, will, and fate.
Well, that's it. So we're probably going to fill for a little bit. In fact, what I might do is I might find the file we had earlier from the play some of these interviews that we've already seen. Apologies, they're not very long. We might be able to watch a couple of the interviews that we had before, so that if you've been away or you moved off, then we can have a quick glance. I'm just trying to see which one's which.
And we've got some responses to our invitation for people to, our hastily withdrawn invitation for people to go outside. Chris Powell says, I am panicking trying to get ready for Tizzy Gathering. Darren Dickinson also says some of us have too many models to paint for Tizzy Gathering.
Excellent.
Kurt says, I'm in Spain enjoying the stream by the pool. My God, that sounds lovely.
Yeah.
Not the stream bit, the pool bit.
Yeah, I mean, the pool, great. The stream... Okay, sure.
Jamie just says we're war gamers, we don't go outside.
Yeah, fair. That's true.
Right then,
so we still don't. I think this will be the video for the French. Do you want to hear from the Jakob team captain again? It's a very short interview. Are we happy to do that?
Yeah, let's whack him in. Wow.
Just because they're top of the leaderboard, and I want you to pay attention to the confidence in Jakob's face, and we still haven't quite worked out why it won't let me drop that in. It's because I was dropping into one thing. You just need to understand how confident he is about the success of England. So, reporting from the tables here, we've got Jakob, who is
James Stodge. Let's keep the disguise.
The disguise. Jakob, you're the captain for Team England. I understand Team England have done fairly well. What's the result been in the first round?
So we played Ireland in round 1, and we've won all the games, 5 of them with major wins. So unsurprisingly, we've won the matchup.
Anything that you can tell us about of those matchups? Was it a tricky matchup? I know Ireland are fierce competitors at times.
So 5 our lists were the same. We only had 1 different list. So it was basically decided on it wasn't about the different armies countering each other. Most of us did fine. I'm proud of my team. Yada yada. I beat Erebor Reclaim personally with my Men of the West. Aragorn had a very nice time winning Dwarf Heroes and 4+s. And Everyone did good, and now we're probably on table 1 the next time, so it will be much more difficult than that.
Excellent. There you go. You can hear the announcements in the background, but sounds good for Team England. Thanks, Jakob, for talking to us.
Thanks.
Back on, and there we go. So we're back on. So there you go. Jakob from captain for Team England. As you could sense, very confident there. Very confident indeed about the situation. Is that confidence going to dissipate as he faces up against Team Bieda, which is Poland's Team 2? And we heard from the captain just of Team Bieda before that, who is the reigning Polish champion. So strong field that the English are going to come up against. But we're not interested in England or Poland for now, except for the fact that we're here, because we've got Scotland and Tiernanog, which is the Irish second team.
It's going to be a good one. I'm actually really hyped for it. Loads of people saying, I think we've finally fixed the audio issues, hitting our stride, even with the room full, lower background noise. Like I said, what we should have done is use the expensive nice mics at the beginning rather than the sort of cheap off-brand ones. But at least that's resolved. If you do have any further issues, definitely drop in the chat. We want to make sure that you can hear and see everything okay. And someone's angry at me for not using Kellerborn. I think that was in my stream last week. I streamed a game with some Lothlorien. They did Lothlorien absolutely creamed their opposition, regardless of absolute Kellerborn. So I don't think we needed them.
Well, that's great. Well, yeah, I'm very excited for this stream. I mean, it's going really well. We've got lots coming up. Just eager to find out because the draft has only just started. So we've got
this is the agonising bit.
Yeah.
Like, what are we going to get? I know it's selfish. I want a nice theme matchup. I want a good and evil. No more orcs on orcs. Let's see what lists are in these two teams, shall we?
Yeah, that's what. And you know what? We do have some factoids about these teams. So let me delve into my factoid lists. Who we got on? Let's have a look. Poland. In fact, I hope. Okay, so I don't have any factoids about these two people because they're not at the top of the leaderboards from last year, I'm afraid, team-wise. But actually, you know what? I can revisit the factoids that I started working on earlier. We ran through the percentage of lists that are certain factions. So I think White Hand, Army of the White Hand is 25% of all evil lists. Minas Morgul's 21%. Depths of Moria is 20% of all evil lists. Dale is 18% of all good lists. Defenders of Helm's Deep is 9% of all good lists, and Erebor Reclaimed is 9%. So interesting that the evil lists are dominated by three factions, 66% of them. So that's really good news. And good, obviously, a bit more of a widespread, which is fascinating. If you're interested in the factions potentially implying that evil is a little less balanced as a force, or certainly some more overpowered, skewed lists. Are they going to be the target for an FAQ in August? Who knows? Now, so this is some interesting stuff. We've found some data to suggest that 64% of the army lists at the Nations Cup, so 132 players, 64% of them do not have magic in them. So I guess the argument here, does that suggest that magic, at the very least, up until this point, is not very good in this edition of the game?
It took a lot of nerfs. Has it been overcorrected? Personally, I really like, I'm not pretending to be a top table player who can see, see the matrix and know how everything plays out and shakes out. But I really like the new channel and the fact that, particularly with someone like Saruman, where you're going to want to get a couple of really clutch immobilizers off to take down key enemy heroes, stop them from striking, gank on them, things like that. Being able to know that you're going to get triple sixes, particularly pairing with his -1 ability.
Yeah, resist ability.
But I guess that's just one example, and what we do have is a lot of Saramans. He's the most popular hero at the event, so a lot of those magicians are actually in the Saramans.
Well, yeah, Saramans, and of course Minas Morgul has to have a ring wraith of some sort.
Yeah,
I think you have to have Witch King. I think, maybe I'm wrong, but you definitely have to have that. So if we put those 25% of all evil lists being the White Hand, 21% of them being Minas Morgul, that's 46% of the lists, if that maths checks out.
And another point on White Hand, I guess. Sorry, but another point on White Hand is actually Saruman isn't, despite the fact he's expensive and he's the leader, it's the special rules that are attributed to him specifically in that legion,
rather than the magic.
Rather than the magic itself. So
although they help, right?
It's this, yeah, you use it, but
it's interesting, yeah, because I mean, I still think like Compel and Transfix are still such powerful spells in the game, and especially with all these heroes knocking about. But I guess the thing is, with the nerf, I think it's less the nerf to magic, but the nerf to the other stuff. So strike is less effective, and the fight value of some of the big heroes has gone up. So that kind of combo of immobilize and strike is just against a big hero is less effective, because you might, for example, have in the past sent a Gorbag into Aragorn, immobilized him, Gorbag strikes above Aragorn and slices him, whereas now Gorbag's got he's fight 4, so
even on a 5 and a 6 he's only tying.
So it's less effective as a combo, so you've got to be. So I guess that's why we're seeing Hitmen of the West and things like that doing quite well at places. But even so, Dale is the most popular list. Go on. So what are the armies we've got? Turn and Og.
Turn and Og is Rise of the Necromancer.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only Necromancer here.
No, as we've just seen on the stream, the Polish captain that we spoke to from.
Well, okay, fine. So this is the problem with
I
me
don't know why you weren't paying attention, Alex. This is your stream.
I can't hear. Okay, right. Well, fair enough. We do have Rise of the Necromancer.
Which was worth noting. Rise of the Necromancer, Adam from Team Bieda, who are second at the moment. He is the Polish team champion, and he won that championship with Rise of the Necromancer and Eagles.
Interesting.
Although I think he said he played most of his games with the Rise of the Necromancer, so he reckons it's very good. In the previous edition, it wasn't very good, and it certainly hasn't been talked about a lot. It was annoying, but it didn't tend to win stuff. Whereas now, I guess the dominant rule helps with the
So
Necromancer.
what dominant do they get? What's the Necromancer?
I don't. I think he's slightly more. I think he's 4 or 5, but I'm not 100% sure. The Hobbit rulebook is somewhere, and I think they've nicked it, so I don't have it to hand. But either way, maybe not as good as you think. His combo had the Necromancer. I think 5 ring raids, some spiders, and a warg. I don't know what Ben's got. Ben Fitzpatrick, who's on Turn and On. Maybe we can just have a quick glance at that, so we have the makeup. I know we're focusing quite heavily on this one list, but it is interesting because you don't see it very much.
So it's the Necromancer, and he's got a warband with 2 hunter orcs, 2 Mirkwood hunting spiders, and 4 giant spiders. Witch King, Kamor, the Lingering Shadow, an Abyssal Knight, and another
so
Abyssal
actually
Knight.
that's very, very similar to the makeup that Adam had, so it's interesting.
I mean, another interesting thing, Dan, so this is one of the few armies that doesn't have an army of the White Hand. It does have an Isengard, but it's assault upon Helm's Deep. So no Saruman. We lose the Hatred Man, despite they lost their Hatred of Men on the way to Helm's Deep, apparently. But anyway, we don't have that. We don't have the striking captains. It's very similar to the old edition. We've got the reroll on the bombs. Let's see if they've got a bomb. And we've got the reroll 1s on the ballistas, which was great in the old edition, but it seems to have fallen by the wayside with the rise of the White Hand.
He has 3 ballistas.
Wow.
So that's interesting. 3 ballistas,
No
746 points, no bombs.
And no berserkers? Oh.
No.
Not a single.
So
no,
it's
that's
basically the old
me.
list. This to me sounds like someone who had the army before and has maybe just carried it over without adding anything to it, which may well be. But look at the number of crossbows he's got. I mean, he's got what is it?
No, but in hold ground.
Well, they're not going to be as useful, granted, but still, I think it's 12. Yeah, 12 crossbows, 3 ballistas.
Okay. Let's.
Because all those ballistas are going to come on one side of the board, aren't they?
It's true.
So in hold ground and Maelstrom, that might not do that well.
I think that will be if we get them. That would be one that might well be decided in the Maelstrom rolls, because if they get their 6s and they bring their army on around the ballistas, shut them down early, that's a huge portion of the army.
Yeah, ideally we don't get that one on stream, because that could end quite quickly. Yeah. If the ballistas are all ganked.
And then we've got to find something to talk about. That's just a nightmare.
Well, we could just stand around rolling past ourselves.
It's true. We'll find some armies to play a game. And then, so Tyn and Og, they've got Assault on Helm's Deep, they've got Rise of Necromancer, then they've got Riders of Aemir, Minas Morgul, Erebor Reclaimed, and the Reclamation of Asciliath.
Very nice.
And as
lovely to see Riders of Aemir making taking the ride out.
I love that list.
I love that.
I love the list.
Cool.
I'm really excited to do it myself, actually. Scotland, I've got Battle of Fornost, Garrison of Dale, Men of the West, more orthodox choices.
Yeah.
Oglut Scouts, we've already had one of those, of course. Usurpers of Edoras, and of course,
the Army of the White Hand.
The usurpers. I'd love to see usurpers of Edoras making the stream.
I like that list.
It's cool.
It's a
cool.
really good looking list, and you get a lot of models and some heroes that do some interesting things. I like it.
Yeah, 64 models in that list. So that's. And I think we mentioned
building 64 of the new classic world.
Yeah, I don't want to think about it. I mean, having said that, the largest army here is 94.
So that's goblins.
That must be goblins.
I think that's one's just captains of goblins, right?
And they lost in their first round against Eagles.
It doesn't surprise me.
Fog of War. So the goblins had to kill Gwyn here, and the Eagles just had to kill a goblin happening.
Yeah, so it's for the protect. It's not. Yeah.
Oh, we've got a Michael Bradford appearing. Is that to let us know who we're going to have on the table?
Oh,
excellent.
Who have we got?
I'll write it down. Yeah.
We've Marty Sanderson with the Usurpers of Edoras.
Excellent, yes.
And the wonderful Luke O'Reilly with Osgiliath, I believe.
Reclamation of Osgiliath.
They're both really looking forward to it.
Lovely. Thank you so much, Michael, for delivering that in your tone. So, Alex, are you going to
Yeah, I will do the list, and I'll leave you to talk to chat. But that's awesome. That's a great setup.
So what I'm going to do, while Alex is putting the details in about these armies, I'm going to try and we'll get them on the screen eventually. But if I can find my tab that I've got open, here we go. If I can find those lists, then we should be able to at least read them out for you while we're updating this stuff. So, excuse me.
Sorry, was that round start?
I think no, they don't. They said deployment, but don't stop playing.
No, there is no deployment.
Oh, of course. Yes, you're quite right. It's Maelstrom, so we're going to go straight into the round.
We're going into round 2, guys. We're going to get the timer up.
Right. Okay. So let me run through the. It was the. I've already written. Which one was it? Reclamation of Osgiliath.
So that's it. 2 hours 30 on the clock. I'll change the bug over.
So Usurpers is Marty's list. So let's look at the Usurpers of Edoras list first. I'm going to get it in front. If you need or want to follow on at home, head over to mesbg-army-tracker.com. Find the Nations Cup. It's linked below in the description, so you go straight to the Nations Cup and then search for Army de Marty, Marty's army. So he has 64 models, so quite a good start there. He has 20 bows, but of course most of these are wild men. So he's got Freka leading the army with a Crabine, 6 hill tribesmen with bow, 4 with spear, 2 with two-handed weapon, and 2 with flaming brand, which give those bonuses dominant for claiming objectives, which could be important in this in this one. We've got Hold Ground on next. Then we got in the second warband we've got Wolf, High Lord of the Hill tribes with Crabane. It doesn't say whether he's got the horse or not. Maybe it doesn't look like he has the horse. Interesting choice. We'll maybe clarify that in a sec. Crabane, 5 hill tribesmen with bow, 4 with spear, 2 with two-handed weapon, and 2 hill tribesmen with flaming brand, and just a plain hill tribesman there as well. We've got Lord Thorn of the Wold with some traitor Rohan, 1 with a banner, 3 with shield, and 1 with a bow. Then we've got 2 warbands of hill tribes chieftains with, it looks the same warband, 4, 4, 2, 2. Yeah, a hill tribesman with a bow, 4, spear with 4, 2 with two-handed weapon, and 2 with flaming brand. So quite a lot of models there, 64. Maybe not as many flaming brands as you would like, but there's 8 with flaming brands, so that's 16's worth of dominance there for the whole round at the end of the game. I don't know yet which side is who. I can't tell, but we'll have a look at the board in a second. I think if you just call it Osgiliath or something, then we can actually read what it's saying. It's a bit much. It's a bit much. It's a bit tight there with Turn and Og and Reclamation of Osgiliath. But let's find. So I'm going to do exactly the same. We'll go with Turn and Og.
Look at that.
Very nice. And which one do we say? Reclamation of Osgiliath. So this is Strider 1. I don't know the actual name. This model has got 41 models, so significantly less, but much better models we assume. It's got 12 out of 13 bows, so there's still a relatively strong bow contingent. A lot of the points gone into Boromir, Captain of the White Tower, with a banner, with the banner, horse and shield. 3 Knights of Minas Tirith, 6 warriors with shield, 2 warriors with shield and spear, and 4 rangers of Gondor with those spears. We've got Faramir there, captain of Gondor. Is this the chance for him to show his quality in the new edition? It'd be great to see him on the stream, seeing him and his new guys. We've got 6 warriors minister for him with shield, 2 with shield and spear, 4 rangers with spear. Then we've got Madril, captain of the Athelion, 6 warriors of minister for shield, 1 warrior with shield and spear, and 4 rangers of Gondor, for a total of 41 models and 12 bows. Okay, so far, I mean, I maybe it's just my instinct, or which could well be wrong. In fact, it's almost certainly wrong because it usually is. But I feel like I want to back the Reclamation, not the Reclamations, but the Usurpers. I want to back the Usurpers in this one. I don't know whether that's just, I don't know why. I just feel like they might have the upper hand here. They've got 64 models. They've got the dominance on quite a few of them, and they've got quite a lot of bows. Not that they'll be particularly important here. So we've got Marty is the Scottish player. So Marty is playing the Usurpers. So Marty, I don't think we won't really know who is who in terms of right and left on the board until they get deployed properly. Of course, because it's Maelstrom, it could be that they're wandering around the board all the time. We've got, and I don't know who he's playing against. It's Strider 1. We'll find out Strider 1's name in a second, if that's possible. So, guys, in the comments, do let us know, A, who you're supporting. Are you here for Tiernan or are you here for Scotland? Do let us know in the comments below if you're backing any particular side. And of course, which do you think is going to win? You might well think you want Scotland to win because you're from Scotland or have Scottish heritage or whatever, but in your heart of hearts, do you think the Reclamation of Osgiliath is going to beat the Usurpers in hold ground? We will find out what you think. We'll have a look through some of the comments in a minute. Alex is still updating these stats. I believe we're still going to get the microphones on them so we can keep track of what's going on. But as with the previous game, eventually it was decided that it's better because of the ambience in the room that we're going to just basically summarise what's happening as opposed to you being able to hear too much of what's going on. Just because where we're sat is a bit better for the old sort of sound, and hopefully the sound at the moment is vastly improved compared to what it was earlier. So, with that in mind, I might just have a quick glance at some of the comments that are filing in now. Of course, we're a little bit behind. It's how many? About a minute behind. Oh, sorry. Okay, yeah, 2 minutes until the round starts. Thank you very much, Michael. 2 minutes until they get going. We need to hand over some microphones. So, do you want me to put those microphones on Alex now? And we'll just let the ambience take over for a second.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just sort of chat.
If you can talk for a minute. Just to remind us, sorry, I don't know whether I said it's 750 points. 750 points, whole ground. So I'm going to strap those microphones on, and I'll be back in a second. Right then.
Wonderful. We're about ready.
Where are they?
Sorry, Harry wants my attention. Harry?
Where are the microphones?
The microphones are somewhere, that's for sure.
I'm sure they are.
There's one. And, sorry about this, guys. The other one.
They're on charge, basically, somewhere.
Yeah, they're on charge. It's just, if you could see our table, it's a bit of chaos. Right, it's fallen off the table, that's fine. Thank you very much, Harry.
I'll keep it.
So, let's see, that should be our resources now as Harry goes and sets those guys up. Let's have a gander. There we go. Faramir, Madril, Frecker, Wolfthorn, and a Chieftain. And do let us know if you think there are any errors in there, but I've just had reference to the book, so that should all be good now. Harry was doing some comments. I didn't listen to a single thing he said, as is my tradition, so I don't know which comments he's done. But I can see, as is very exciting, some real enthusiasm for Scotland. Dave is going to be the dark horse and say that he thinks that Usurpers are going to win it. Be there again says that you might be able to try it with the new mic setup. We might give it a go, see if we can get the players' voices, but what we don't want to do is cause anyone any more ear pain. I think their eardrums have suffered enough. Faramir is spelled wrong. Farimir. Yes, it is. Let's amend that. So it's really easy to see it. I fear that the course is bolted. Embarrassment. So Farimir. There we go. Beautifully recovered. And now we can head back to players and ourselves. So Harry's just finishing doing the briefing. We've got to tell the players a little bit about what's going on. Ask them not to go around the near side so they don't interrupt all of the technology, although that can be quite difficult because it is a hold ground scenario, which means that it is a maelstrom game, which means they could be coming on from any angle. Harry and I are praying, absolutely praying, that they're going to elect to go on the other side of the board because we don't want any cameras being knocked over. We don't want them to trip over, but we definitely don't want any cameras being knocked over. Other than that, obviously we try not to get in the way. We ask them to use the dice rolling tray, which is slightly awkwardly positioned, and we thank very much everyone who joins the stream and lets us film their game. Chris says we're quiet again. I will try. Oh, it's not moved. It's not moved. But I tell you what I can do. I can fix that quite easily. Because we can go like this. Oh, I can't fix that quite easily because we are maxed out on our.
Are we a bit quiet?
Apparently so. Let's see if we can fix that. Let's go.
Isn't it
that's going to sound horrible really straight away, but right, you'll have to see if that's helped, guys, if the volume is better. We're real close to redlining, but we are redlining a little bit. So just give us some feedback. Like I say, it's always a bit of a fact to work. But we've got someone from Canada sending us big love, all the best wishes this year. I didn't actually say love, I implied that bit. Thanks, guys. Ivy says, how's the doggo, Alex? Ivy, the dog is doing all right, but my heart broke leaving her for this weekend, I'm afraid. She's in a kennels and I didn't like doing it. But there you go. Are you struggling to hear the players there, Harry?
They're not saying much, so it's hard to know at this point. But yeah, we'll try and keep abreast. I think in some ways it's going to be harder because we're now wearing the better microphones. It's going to be harder for us to understand what's going on the table, but we'll try our best.
It's true. It's true. There are more things we can try to fix that. But,
USA, please. USA, you to one days of burying.
Didn't get any of that.
USA, that's all I had.
Oh, okay, fine.
Excellent. Well,
so this is Freck.
I think they're starting. So it looks like they might be rolling the first priority roll. A 3.
No, this is deployment. So
they're already on.
So they've already have priority first, and that was Frecker's deployment roll.
You got a 3, so he's going to might it up. He said, and might spent already.
Might on Frecker.
Yeah. So really, great start. I think which is interesting. Has he already got a war? He does already have a warband. So Lord Thorn, Lord Thorn is over here. So we can see the Rohan banner on the right hand side. Assuming that Lord Thorn didn't spend any might to come on the table, we've already got a might spent from Frecker, so that's interesting. Frecker
down to 2 might.
So Frecker down to 2 might. Yeah, there we go. Interesting. I think generally it's worth spending the might, isn't it?
It's so hard. I tell you what, when I was a new player, I found it so difficult to spend the might on deployment because I just thought, in my head I thought, that's it, that's a loss. If I'm having to spend my might now, it's a loss. And then when I played in the GP, we did hold ground against Men of the West. I had my Isengard, my Master of Isengard, and I had to spend all of my might, except for Saruman's, just to get on the table in the right place. And I still crushed them because the deployment is so important.
And certainly with an army like that, it's fair to say. There we go. We've got some more action on the table, and I think they're just lining up that first warband there. It's Marty and Luke. Luke is down as Strider as a username, but Luke in the pink shirt, which hopefully is close to the colour of the Turner Nog on the little round 2 placeholder at the bottom. So man in pink is pink on the Reclamation of Osgiliath. Exciting.
It is very hard to hear them.
It is incredibly hard.
It's nigh on impossible.
I would argue that's the case. If there's a way that we can change that would be great.
I think there is. It's not on there, that's the problem.
Yeah, did you get the email that sent over for the adverts?
Yes, yeah, we put one up during the break. Thank you. Yeah, I see it.
So you might see there's a flashing light on screen, which is because we wanted to add some party atmosphere to it. But Alex has cruelly taken away the pumpkin bags. There we go. So we've got another warband. I didn't see the roll there, but he has another warband, and it looks to be like he's coming on the north edge. So yeah, somewhere. Sorry, actually, just can you get rid of this turn and open it? So he's just
Sorry, roll that off.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, so they're coming on. Is it that bottom corner? No, they're coming on there. So that's the point here. They're coming on.
So which warband is this? How did you catch that?
No, I did not.
I'll go check that.
I think it'll just be it'd probably be Wolf. But I'm not 100% sure. I can't see the focus because his hand's moving. We'll find out. We'll get all these things. It is very difficult to hear the guys on the table. It's very loud out here. Sadly, it's a sacrifice that we've had to make there to make sure that you can hear us. There you go. Looks to me like that's. I can't see Wolf, but he is on foot on this one. So. So the first.
So that's the chieftain. That's the yellow chieftain.
See, he's got. I can see now he has a little rubber band. So there's the chieftain.
Yeah, that's the chieftain. And the other two warbands both rolled a 1.
Okay, that's interesting. So only half of the, just over half the army on the board for the usurpers, and of course this warband is potentially very vulnerable. But it looks like Luke's got his first warband over there, and I can't tell who that is. Is that Faramir? I think that might be Faramir. This is the Shadow of Alex.
That's Madril.
Madril. Oh, of course, because Madril has the bonus to help the rest come on. That's Boromir, so he gets a 5, which of course can return to a 6 no, he doesn't need to, because Madril is on the board, gives him a +1. So Madril can give him a +1.
Ah, brilliant! So Madril's bringing him on.
Yeah. So Madril has helped that, but now that's not what I would have expected.
So that's Boromir coming on.
That's Boromir coming on, very close to Frecker. Maybe this is
between Frecker
and the chieftain. I've got to be honest, I'm surprised by that. If you're in the chat and you're seeing the same, he had the choice there to bring him on anywhere on the board. Would you have put Boromir in this spot between these two? Or is his plan to simply put all of his army into this square here with a plan to take them out and then let these guys into the middle for the objective? Of course, the objective being this little bit here. So that's the dead centre then.
Sorry, real quick. Beer Matt Movie said, just arrived, how many battle camper technical issues were missed? I think the answer to that is quite a lot.
But we're pretty much over the majority of the technical issues, I believe. So let's see if we can get the dice cam in place just in case we roll. So yeah, interesting. I'm not. I mean, you can see he's lining the knights up. Those 3 knights there, kind of facing this direction. I don't know whether that's a deliberate. Has he measured it? Is this a 6-inch gap? Do we think? I don't know.
It's interesting. It is really interesting.
I think, given the choice, I mean, I think maybe because of Madril, he knows that he's got a really strong chance of being able to bring Boromir and Faramir on in a very similar position. So he's taking a punt.
If it's basically, as long as it's a 4+, he can get him near that corner.
But with Marty's 2 warbands,
who's this then?
That'll be a 2. He rolled a 2 on Faramir. It's not the best roll for him.
Oh, he's spending a might.
It looks like some might. Oh no.
Sorry, my mistake.
Well, he can spend 1 point of might. Yes, he's doing exactly what we said. I don't know how much might was spent there, but we can go and check in a second. But yeah, he's clearly got a plan, which is interesting. He knows exactly what he's doing in this army, better than I do. But it's a gamble because Marty, of course, has now got the potential for 2 extra warbands to come on and pinch, sort of sandwich Faramir and Boromir into some kind of mess over this side of the field, while this warband goes into the middle and has to duke it out with this warband. So, what do you think, guys and gals? I'm genuinely interested. What do you got? We've got 100% agree on Maelstrom Might. Ivy saying 100% agree on Maelstrom Might, both on not using it to start with and learning it. It's important. Yeah. Surely you do Madrigal first. Yeah, Ivy's right. He did. And then Dave reckons Boromir can take it. Just look, this board has no well. We call this high level play. # bring on the well. Interesting. Yeah. So Dave backing Boromir. I guess Boromir and Faramir together are a sizable and strong contingent, and they might be able to rapidly churn through this chunk and take the lead of VPs in that section here, as well as the banner.
Sorry, just to interrupt, this is shooting, this is Rangers going into, or bows going into Rangers, sorry.
They moved, so no hits there. Also no hits there. That was the usurpers.
Yeah, usurpers.
Shooting first.
Shooting back directly. Nope. Leading force.
2 hits.
Not bad.
5s to wound something.
No.
Yeah, because they're only defense 3.
So Boromir the Ranger. It's the Ranger shooting. And Faramir, excuse me. Can we get a kill? We do.
Oh, we got a kill from Faramir, so first blood there. Oh, the Fate! What was that roll for?
Do the usurpers have any kind of saves?
Not that I know of, but I may be wrong about that.
I do have something.
No,
it's a priority.
So it's going back to Reclamation, who are having priority. Interesting, Marty's handing it over to Luke, perhaps to understand where he's going to move, and then be able to bring his 2 spare chieftains on.
That's true, so still got 2 to come on.
He does.
I have to say again, the guys have brought 2.
Yeah, there is a 6+. There is a 6+ fate save.
So it's a sort of fury save kind of thing.
Yeah. For all hill tribesmen or chieftains.
It's intense, isn't it?
It's pretty good.
And they get Boromir charged, so Boromir's just charged.
Oh, look at that.
He's just come
straight in. Straight in there.
And a knight going in as well.
Yeah, so they've both agreed that they're normal. These pieces of terrain are normal.
So they've got a nice little choke point there.
Yeah, it's certainly you'd certainly back Boromir to crack through that. But I don't know. I'm still sceptical myself as to whether this is the right move. I would worry if I were him. Although actually, okay, now he's cleverly moving.
He's gunning the centre with the warriors here.
So he's already certainly either coming for the pincer move or heading to the objective. I don't know what his plan here is. I really don't, because Boromir could very easily get bogged down just wading through warriors there. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you back Boromir to crack his way through that sea of munchkins over here?
Well, we do have some. So Ivy says Boromir and Faramir are just going to be wrecking stuff, so I get it. So I think just a lot of faith in their killing power. Beer Matt asks whether or not Hill Tribesmen are as machine gunny as they were in the last edition. Mark says not so much as they were in the last edition, but still a spicy gun line.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bows in the army. They've got 20 bows, but they're quite spread out. We've got some of them over here and so on. So perhaps not as devastating as they could be if they were deployed
that's Gondor's move in its entirety.
So
what we just missed there, sorry, is just this contingent again going to tend to.
I just want to just stress how much of the army is in this blob, because we've got 14 warriors plus a Crebain and Frecker, plus Lord Thorn and 5 warriors. So it's only. What's that? It's very small. It's a very small contingent of the army. The bulk of the army is yet to arrive on the board. So maybe that's the thought: kill the leader, kill the banner, and jobs are good. Because I believe, unless I'm incorrect, that there are banner VPs in the scenario.
Oh, I'll let you check that.
I can do that.
While you are, guys, we can hear the players really well, and it's actually looking a bit healthier on the monitor we've got here. So I'm going to try turning the microphones on when they next say something, and if it's horrible audio at home, you just let us know. So that's their microphones on. Let us know if you get any horrible background noise. We don't have to have that all the time, but if you can hear them, that's great, because we're not trying to relay everything all the time. And that's them off. So give us a shout in chat. Have we fixed all the audio issues? That's the question.
Wouldn't that be the dream? So just to clarify, there are points for banners in this one. It's not the big 4 points for banners. 2 victory points if your opponent has no banners remaining at the end of the game. So maybe Luke's thinking, right, I can get in there, get Frecker, get the banner, and have a distinct advantage before they even get to the middle. Maybe that's the only way he's thinking of. He can get an advantage against this army, which really does have significant numbers advantage, and of course the dominance as well. But as we've said earlier, 23 model advantage of the usurpers, plus 10 models with dominance. So yeah,
that is a lot. That can swing it happily.
It could. But now we could kill a lot. Sorry, it was 6 with flaming. No, it's 8 with flaming brands. So 8 models of dominance.
So you should have just heard. You should have heard the players talking about the Green Chieftain. Let us know.
So they come on east or west, their choice. So that's east or west as we look at it is this and this. Wait, no, is that right? No, it's not. It's not. Sorry, east or west is this and this. So he's coming on over here, as you can see this. Oh, so we're off. We're not on.
We are on. I might just go to it. Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to work out the tech on the fly. So poor Harry's having to try and figure out what I've fucked up, what I've messed with. But it sounds like everyone can hear everyone okay. Players' microphones are on constantly at the moment, so let us know if you hear any distortion.
We can't get them any higher, I don't think. I think people are asking if we can get the volume, their volume higher. I think realistically, guys at home, it's going to be low volume for them. But at least this gives you a chance of hearing stuff that we're missing.
People say they can't hear the players at all.
Michael, they aren't talking a great deal, although they are talking now.
We'll keep on to you guys, and we will keep trying to relay to you what's happening. We're also having to struggle to hear what everything's going on. So is this everyone on now then, Harry?
I think there's still one warband. Is that? No, that's another warband that's just arrived behind Founder. Yeah. So we've got the Green Chieftain and another. That would be Wolf there, I assume.
And where's Thorn?
Thorn's here.
And Frecker?
Frecker's somewhere in that blob.
Okay. And then down here is Yellow Chieftain.
Yellow Chieftain. Yeah, sorry. And then we've got Boromir engaging here. So it looks like the usurpers. That's there again. Looks like the usurpers are holding the line a little bit here to potentially try and block off Boromir coming through the back.
I mean, it looks like they're going to get there first, right? Because this contingent has got the shortest distance to go.
But these guys are not far off either, and they have. I mean, there's only a few bows in there. There's only three bows in each of the two sides. So it's you know what? I think it's.
Got a
I
good
think
shooting then.
there's a good chance. I think it's quite an even fight actually.
Going at the wobbling. This is Faramir. That's
That was
the
the only
entirety
shot.
of the bundle shooting.
Well, we got a good versus evil. That's what we asked for.
2 hits. Nothing again. So it's 1 hit from these bows. No kill again. No kill again. So this is into Faramir's combat. Hopefully trying to, I presume trying to kill his own guy, but it's a miss. So that's the bunch up here, just shooting into warriors. Oh, that's quadruple 1!
Oh,
Quadruple 1!
ooh, that's a bad miss.
That is a bad miss. So this is a combat, Knights of Minas Tirith versus 1 warrior. Knights on 5. Warriors on 5, so Knights can take it. They charged, so 4 dice.
Oh, is that a 4 will do it just, I think.
So that's the 6 up attempted save, doesn't work, which means that's that warrior being flipped out there now.
Yeah.
And this is Boromir on just a single guy.
Boromir gets just a 5 high. He does have a banner, of course, inbuilt. Not that he'll need it. Yeah, he's easily chopping away those. So I think he gets rerolls on the charge now, doesn't he? Yeah. 3 wounds caused and no saves. Interesting. So he has cracked through. I'm not quite sure how much space there is on the other side.
No, I might
Got
go
some more combats there.
Sorry guys, this is the... Alright, that was the priority roll.
So Luke is keeping priority.
Yeah, he's keeping priority.
So that's the reclamation of Osgiliath taking priority. Just to clarify, Wolf is somewhere here, and there's a very small contingent of dudes over here. I think Faramir is over that way. So I don't know what we think of that, but it looks like yes, Luke is checking the measurements there. So he's measuring the 6 inches, and oh no, he's now Luke, this is a mightily unusual. So Luke is sending 2 models back to this massive horde to hold off Wolf. I think maybe he's just charged Wolf.
So you get that close up.
Oh, very nice. Well, it's over there, but either way, so these 4 he's clearly wanting to come to the centre, which is over this way. But those 2, I think they must be charging. I think that is Wolf. Yeah.
Is it just to hold the group up?
It must be just to hold Wolf off, which maybe he's trying to force him to spend a point of might for a heroic combat or something like that. Maybe he's hoping for a cheap.
That could end up getting him further.
He has to spend a might
this turn. So
so he denies his move, but maybe he's forcing him to spend a might to get the move on, which is not a bad move. There's Faramir there, who's just cracked through the back there, so he's come around to potentially come here. Oh, it's all very interesting. Where's
it's
Frecker?
a gorgeous looking game as well.
Thorn is there. Frecker must be that little character in the hole there. So Frecker leader. Lovely angle there. I'm really worried that Luke's tabard, his little...
It's going to knock all the minis over.
Yeah, it's going to knock someone's beautiful miniatures over.
At least we don't have a Witch King on Felbeast in this one, because that'd be straight down.
Instantly KO'd by the lanyard.
And rules, the tournament rules, interestingly, that's it gone.
Yeah,
You're not allowed to put it back up.
Only by lanyard.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
If it's a lanyard, it's fine.
Ball.
Or a tennis ball. Yeah. But we missed a roll there while we were guffawing about random stuff. Is that a courage check of some sort, or what was he rolling dice for?
I don't know.
It's 2 dice. Courage check?
Well, it fluffed it if it was. What would that be a courage check for?
I don't know.
We shouldn't be trying to make jokes, Harry. That's the problem.
Oh, tell you what, it's probably jumping over something.
2 dice? Oh, two minis?
Maybe there was maybe I don't know.
Whatever.
God knows.
Harry's going to go check. He's on it.
I just worked it out. I worked it out as soon as I got there.
Go on then, Harry. What is it?
Flaming Brands. So Flaming Brands cause terror for cavalry models. So which is a cool little rule. And as soon as I saw which models there were, it made sense. But so he failed that, or did he? 2 and 3.
2. He's got to fail it.
So not very good.
Yeah, there you go. 007 Games. Let us know in the comments. And Connor Booth as well. Fame Brands require courage. We belatedly got there, guys. We belatedly got there.
You understood. People are actually paying attention to what's going on, which we obviously aren't. We're too busy just guffawing about bloody tennis balls and lanyards knocking models over.
Well worth it, I'm sure.
Well, yeah, I'm sure people enjoy that. Oh, you come past the water, could you?
Oh. I don't like being on the table.
I know, I get that.
I just see us spilling a pint of water over all my favourite things.
Hundreds of pounds worth of technology. Lovely, jubbly. So there looks like some intense looking going over here.
I love that. That's gorgeous.
It's crisp.
People turn out, they play on a good-looking board with 2 good-looking armies. There's nothing better.
Absolutely. And also the added bonus of crotch cam.
Oh, I love crotch cam.
Yeah.
Everything's angled to try and get crotch cam.
Yeah. If we can, we want to see a bit of crotch.
Arse and elbows. No.
Harmless titillation. That's what we want.
I never said it'd be harmless.
I mean, personally, I think, and I don't want to put my stake my claim too early to who I think is going to win, but I think.
You think are you usurpers? Are you usurpers?
I think the Reclamation have thrown this game already. Yeah, I think their army is very good in shield walls, and we've seen lots of different. If we go back to camera 3, they've got lots of little pockets of warriors doing fights.
And it's an interesting, because the strange thing is, you might get there by accident in Maelstrom, but they haven't. They got there by choice.
By choice, yeah. And
Spencer might
look,
get there.
hey, maybe this is the right move, but I'm starting to think that it's just too piecemeal. I don't know. And there's a little bit there. There's a little bit there. There's a little bit there. A little bit there. A little bit there. A little bit there. It's all too spread out. Maybe it's part of the plan, but I feel like weight of numbers, that big blob is going to kill that little blob. Even if there's Boromir there, he's probably going to get bogged down. Faramir's maybe coming through, so maybe that bit will be okay. So Boromir's there, so I think Boromir's likely okay, and Faramir they're already through, aren't they? So they've basically finished off the little usurper's block there.
And this is Hold Ground is one of those games, if you're not careful, you can lose it by accident, despite the fact you're doing very well.
Yeah, you could be killing loads of stuff and then realise you've killed 30 something usurpers and then still not be on the centre.
That's it, yeah.
And I can't. Does this one end on break?
I'm sure it must be a break.
I think it's a random break, isn't it? Yeah. Let's double check that. I'm sure people in the chat will be immediately saying that it is or isn't. It's a random run break. So.
Can't believe Beermat's movie says we had pundit cam, but you didn't say it's a bold strategy, Alex. I hope it pays off. That's a stock phrase you can use later on.
That's true.
We're into shooting now. We've got some full rangers shooting, having moved. Need force to hit. Oh, not a sausage.
Not a sausage.
That's a bad miss. So these are hitting on 5s, nothing again. That's it, that's a pathetic shooting phase. Not bad as it is.
Great. Boromir's fighting here. He got the 6 there.
2 hours remaining.
Almost denied the Fury save there, but not quite enough. Boromir understandably dealing the damage that he needed still. Sadly, we can't see behind that building.
One more in Dunlending at the bottom right back.
Ooh, 6 from the Warrior Minnesota.
Another 6.
Ooh, another 6 for the kill.
Looking for the Fury save, but on 5, not quite. Warrior and the Ranger against 1.
I think that's Faramir in the Ranger against 1.
Oh no! So, on fight then?
It was a 6 on the floor as well.
Oh dear. Faramir and a Ranger. This is Faramir. Only 5. Got might if needed. And that's the Corso on 5 high so far. And the Warrior gets up to 6. So as Faramir strikes.
It's enough for a kill.
So because that was a traitor Rohan, no 6-up Fury save on that one.
I mean, so as expected, this contingent's doing okay. I'm more intrigued as to see how these guys do and these guys do. So I think that's just a warrior with a spear support, and they've got a 5 high there. And a 6 from the usurper, so they've got the win there. Oh no, that'll be Wolf's fight with a support maybe? And a friend.
Well, there is a 6 down there, yeah.
So that's a 6, so that kills the Minister of Warrior, I believe.
Yeah, there he goes.
So yeah, Warrior Minister of there. So Wolf doing the work that he needs to do. But, you know, I guess in a way Luke's strategy to hold him back, it's delayed him by a turn.
Sorry, Harry.
It's delayed him by a turn, hasn't it? You know, Wolf has been delayed.
Yeah, he has, yeah. Gets it on a 5. Big dead. So Ranger on. So this is one Ranger roll. So I think it's 5, but no kills. So looking for 5s on green, 6 of ice for nothing.
Yeah. There's a Krebine with Frecker.
Oh, Krebine. Didn't win, but...
Someone's asking what Turner Nog means. I think it's an Irish folk story. It's something to do with the land of like sleep or something like that. I'm sure if you Google it, you'd find out. But
I really don't like our stream having the land of sleep on it.
Yeah, I mean, probably an accurate representation.
Thoroughly dull.
Certainly after 6 hours worth of streaming, we'll be in the land of Turner Nog. I think so. I may be wrong. Something like that.
So this is 2 warriors versus Dunlending. Here's the 2 warriors.
There's a 6 on a IHL dice, the Irish Hobbit League there, being represented by this island team number 2. Ooh.
2 ones to wound.
And a reroll. No, that's the dual roll. That.
There you go. 5 and 6. Oops. No 6s, so no saves. There he goes.
So, I mean, look, the Minas Tirith Warriors are holding firm. They're not doing a lot of damage, but I mean, you can see the numbers racking up down here on the bottom right.
Yeah.
So that's 7 models there dead.
It's a bit upsetting, isn't it?
But then Minas Tirith lost a couple, so.
This is 3-on-2. Oh no, players match 2-on-2. So 2 warriors. This is 2 usurpers. So this is a usurper.
Oh, that's a 6.
Well.
That's big. See, this is what you see. I think that's an even trade. That so we can see 3 Minas Tirith Warriors to 7 were usurpers. Bearing in mind some of those usurpers were from Boromir and Faramir.
So that was a single Minas Tirith Warrior versus a single usurper. Went to the usurper. Why didn't he make a strike roll? What was a priority roll?
Oh right.
Sorry.
Straight into it. They're certainly getting straight into it, aren't they?
So the usurpers won the priority roll and have elected to take priority. And we're just deciding on heroics now.
So to clarify, the Reclamation have they got the priority? Sorry.
Usurpers took priority. At least that was my understanding.
Based on who's measuring, I think is that likely? I think he's already moving.
Unless we just missed a call to move by Reclamation.
I don't see anyone mark any mic now, so I think maybe no.
Oh, he's just moving. So yeah, so there's no calls.
Usurper straight in there. No calls for moves. So you can see here that's Lord Thorn. Moving into the centre there to try and prevent this little contingent of 3 models coming into the centre. And then this in the shadows there's the Green Chieftain who's obviously now also coming around to prevent that little warband getting in. Madril's warband is uninterrupted at the moment, so they're almost certainly going to get to the centre. But the question is how much of these Minas Tirith Warriors are actually going to make it in, because I just think they're getting completely bogged down here. I think there's going to be a lot of usurpers in there. I'm decidedly backing the usurpers now. I think I just think it's never going to go their way.
Will you put a pint on it?
Yes.
All right. I don't necessarily disagree, but just to spice things up, I've got a pint on.
You're going to bet the pint. Okay, fine. All right.
It's easy because I own the pint anyway.
This is in addition to that. Sorry. What do you think the Reclamation needs to do here to win them? Or what do you think they're going to do, pull out of the bag to make this happen? Based on what I've been arguing.
It seems like they're pinning their hopes on the killing power, to get through rows of usurpers as quickly as possible. So by the time they get to the middle, they're not so bogged down and they don't have to dominate on them. At least they don't just outweigh them in the middle. The problem is, as you said, I just don't see that they're going to look, we've got an hour and 53 left. It's not an enormous amount of time to get.
I think the problem isn't the time, because there's plenty of time, and the rounds are quite generous here, I would argue. But the problem is, once 30 usurpers are dead, or we're down to 32, or below, so it'll be down to 31, won't it? They'll break, the game could start ending. It's a question of how many usurpers stay on the field after them. But actually, at this point, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm jumping the gun here. But as you said, there's a lot. There's an hour and 45 minutes.
I don't think you're taking an undue position.
Okay. Well, there's a beer riding on it now, so it's actually quite important to me.
Oh, mate, it's so important. You care now. You've got reason to be invested.
Absolutely. Oh, Max Wilderhouse, Emp Newton Battle Camper are peak MESBG creators. That's very kind of you to say that. Thank you very much, Max. Beer Map Movies says Tierna Nog in Scottish Gaelic is a legendary realm in Irish mythology. The land of the young, so not land of the sleep. Eternal youth, beauty and happiness. Lovely. I love that. It's really, really nice to for an Irish team like this to represent some of their culture. I'm glad to get it on stream. Oh, look at that. So there you go. Look, those brands.
they're ready. But also, I guess there's a tricky decision here for Marty, who's playing with the usurpers, because the cavalry is all over here, and these brands may be quite useful to halt the
100%.
speed.
So what's the courage?
Crotch cam? About courage 4 probably. 6 plus, yeah. Well, 4 in all money. So there's a debate there, but I think really you want those. You actually want these guys right in the centre, surrounded by wave after wave of bodies, and then you've got that dominance in the centre, and then you just pray to God that you've got pass your courage checks when you break.
That's one of those rules causing mounted models to take a courage check. That seems very situational, but actually you come in so handy.
And it could be a game-changing thing, couldn't it? Yeah, absolutely. In this one, certainly. I think someone mentioned in the chat earlier. The dominant rule is such a great addition to the game, and I think there's no argument here. It's really fundamentally shifted how capturing objectives work in such a positive way.
It enables them to make some really interesting choices. So before, the problem is you have warriors that aren't very good at fighting, and they have to be cheap as a result. Even in the fluff, they shouldn't be that cheap because there weren't that many of them. Now you can mess around with dominant and things like that to give them a different role.
Yeah, exactly. It's a really cool idea, and it gives that, for something like a horde army, the ability to get flaming brands. I mean, what a cool thing, and it increases the hordiness of that horde army, which is really good. Glyn Seymour making a really good point there.
Reclamation needs to go hero hunting,
as we've suggested. If he's counting on breaking them, if he kills the heroes, then it solves the potential problem of the guys being on the board, because those wild men are going to run if their heroes have gone. There we go. I don't think we've had any might spin.
I might go check the resources.
I was just thinking that myself, actually. Yeah, just clarify. Hill Tribesman Courage 7 plus. So there we go. Which 7 plus. So pretty average. But the Chieftain's 6 plus with a point of will there as well. So Alex just checking if any might has been spent. I don't know whether much has been spent. But so we'll see where we're going. You can see a bit of Alex crotch cam there. He's getting excited by the trees. So now Madril's warband's moving into the centre. I put it back on the table. It's still there. It's over in the distance.
So, sorry, Harry is off recovering dice for players. We're going to update on stats because we actually missed a couple of might spends at the beginning of the game. There were 2 might spends for the Reclamation, even with Madril's +1, because they got a couple of 2s. Boromir and Faramir spent. So here's your updated might roll of fate. You can see Boromir's down to 5, Faramir's down to 2, and Frekkate's the only one to be spent from the usurpers list.
Interesting.
So still 10 might left.
I was going to say, so it's 10-9 at the moment in might count, so actually relatively even though.
So here are some shots. Map grew down to there. One hit.
So hit from the usurpers. So it was in the way rolls.
Combat. Lots of rolling for nothing tapping. Classic MSPG shooting.
We can decide the outcome of the game. 2 hits out of the 4.
No kills.
3 ranges of Madril. So needing 4s. And they're going for the guys at the bottom of the field, somewhere over here. 1 miss, 3 hits. Oh, 2 misses because they moved, sorry. Nothing again. I guess this is the difficulty with this one, is that Luke's usually very good shooting is being hampered slightly by the movement.
On to combats then.
Great combat with Boz. That's what we want to hear. So he's been charged.
Yeah.
But he's got a 5. So he's got a 5 high. Oh, no, not good enough.
So Boromir takes it. He's
forced to kill him. Yeah, he got the kill. So that heroic combat does go off.
No, that would have been huge. Double 6 there.
Yeah.
Saving them and turning off the combat.
None of those 6 pluses have come off yet, have they? So there you go. So that's Boromir and the Knight really looping around, yeah. So now we can see the sort of the thought process Luke's going through here is this little contingent just needed to hold off for long enough for Boz to come out. Maybe I do. Maybe I'm going to have to swallow my pride and buy you a beer.
I hope so, Harry. I really hope so.
6 high there. 6 high from Boromir's continued charge. Oh no, is that another one? We've gone back to Wolf, I think it was.
That was a kill.
Yeah, it was a trap. It was a trap here. There's a circle there. And I hope you can see those dice. Just let us know in the chat actually. Is the dice cam actually useful? Can you see it? Is it big enough? Let us know when it's in picture in picture, because we're happy to leave it on there if it's valuable, but it's not.
There we go. So that's another warrior of these two is dead.
Wiley kindly wants us to point out heroes. We can just about. So Lord Thorn of the Wold, Frecker, I believe, is somewhere here. Not sure exactly. Wolf is somewhere up there. Chieftain in yellow. There's a Chieftain in green. I think that's what. And then there's Boz. Can't quite make out Faz, but he's somewhere there. And then Madril is over there.
Very good. Ish. So sorry if I've been quiet. I keep taking my microphone off so I can eat a cinnamon swirl.
Don't lie to us, it's because you're eating that pastry, isn't it?
That's what I said, because I'm eating a cinnamon swirl.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I was being honest.
I actually can't hear what you're saying because I'm trying so hard to listen to these guys and it's very difficult to hear.
That's fair. I mean, not listening to what I say is good advice most of the time.
Generally true. So we're just churning through some combats at the moment, I believe.
That's another night warrior of Minister of Dead.
Ooh, that's interesting.
Look at them piling up there.
I was going to say that's without. Let's just cross it. Oh, okay, I was going to count them. That looks like 6 to me. 6 to 8. 8 down here.
Given the price difference.
Yeah, that's true. But these are Boromir's kills, aren't they? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, you're totally right. Yeah. Ooh, okay, interesting. If Boromir can make up the... that's another Minister of Warrior.
Bloodbath, absolute bloodbath.
It's the numbers advantage, isn't it? Yeah. This line that I mentioned earlier is crumbling, but it's being reinforced by the folks there. So Luke wins that fight and fight value and doesn't get a wound.
So done a warrior on one warrior? That must be 2.
The right hand dice takes it. The banner doesn't help him either.
So did they get a kill? 8-6s.
Ooh, that's a knight of Minas Tirith gone. That's a knight as well. That's the one that's just taken part in that heroic combat. So that's brutal. nasty.
Absolutely brutal. So Scribane on 2 warriors.
Ooh, another 6.
And I can't take it. So
I feel like he's been Luke's been punished as well. Yeah.
So can the Scribane get a kill?
It's another wound for a knight, is it, or is it a warrior? Yeah, that's a second knight of Minas Tirith down.
That's really.
I think that's 10. No, 8 models stacked up. So the levels exactly even.
That pint is getting further and further out of reach.
It is indeed. I mean, I'll be honest. Those were quite spiky dice, though. I mean, to get that many Minas Tirith warriors from quite small advantages was unlucky.
It was huge, yeah, that was huge. Really, really good turn from the surfaced. Two-handed weapons make a big difference as well, obviously.
Have they been two-handing much? I don't think they have. Just
they
rolling
have,
sixes. That was a Crabane.
That was Crabane with two-handed weapon, of course.
Of course, yeah.
That's a Dunland and dead, I think. That's a 6-set Fury save.
No, he keeps rolling 5, so doesn't he?
It gets very close.
Marty's rolling a lot of 5s.
So what's that? Dunland. That's a 1,
It's about 10. No, I think it's 9. I think they're helpfully putting them in rows of 5 for us.
These guys are fantastic stream subjects.
Exactly. All the way on. If only we could keep an eye on what they're doing.
If only.
I think that's the end of the combats of that section of the battlefield.
So we're just deciding on priority, I think.
It looks like it. Yeah, maybe there's a debate over. So maybe that was the role for priority. It
just came very fast. Look at those thinking faces.
It looks to me like Marty might have won the priority role. Faramir's calling a heroic move there. So Marty's taking priority. Faramir's calling a heroic move.
So that puts them down to 1. So
Marty's now debating
to counter that move. Yeah, so counter Frecker.
Okay. So we've got a fair bit of might being spent in this battle. It's a complete contrast to the first game we had earlier. Yeah. So Frecker down to 1 might. We might
roll off.
A big roll off.
So 1, 2, 3 goes to 7.
Reclamation is good, so therefore Marty is 1, 2, 3. You supers take it. Not what Luke wanted there. Not what the reclamation was being wanted.
So he's just measuring. So Frecker's there. What is there?
Faramir must be in the middle, just around that. Yeah, that little blob. Oh, sorry, that's Frecker. Yeah, Frecker. But if you look here, very close to Boromir. That could have been bad news for Frecker if he hadn't won that. So now he's able to sort of pin them down a bit and
while he does that move, he had a lot of resources spent. So let's just update you guys there. Boromir down to 4, Boromir 1, natural 3.
So it's 8-8 in might.
That's an easy opening, isn't it?
It is. It's interesting. I mean, yeah, that's interesting because I think that means they've spent a bit more. Boromir spent a point on heroic combat last time, didn't he? So that's why they've evened off now. I still think the reclamation is in a commanding place here. There's just very little in the way of Rohan, Minister of Length, especially after the spiky 2 knights being lost. Maybe a couple of extras.
Oh, mate, I've given up hope on my beer.
Yeah, I can't wait for 2 beers.
I know, yeah.
So yeah, we've got
like 2 quid each.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean they're going to be surrounded and trapped, aren't they?
Unless Boromir can just pull a real blinder.
I mean, frankly, he of any of the heroes in the game that can do it.
Yeah.
But now he's lost the charge this turn. He doesn't get the +1 to fight to his wound rolls on without the charge. So he's just on 3 dice. Is that going to force him to spend more might because of just bad rolls? It all starts spiraling if you lose a roll off like that. That could have been enough to get him out of dodge. I fear that that chance is slipping away. Are people in the chat agreeing? I'm intrigued to know.
Let's see
what people are saying.
Goes to the chat. Oh, hello. Are there dedicated translators at this event? No. So the rule is, if the 2 players share a language, they can speak that language. Otherwise, they're supposed to speak English because the TOs are English.
Yes.
And obviously, it's written for us.
I think it is largely because English is the common language, and frankly, it's the language the rules are written in, and there aren't very many translations out there. I think they used to do a German edition for MESBG. I'm sure people in the chat will correct us, but I don't know whether that's the case anymore.
Sean Clark says, as a fellow usurper enthusiast, I'm loving seeing reclamation folding. I mean, I must admit, I do like Usurper's Army. It's a very
It's cool, isn't it?
It's just got a lot of interesting little toys and tricks.
Picture-in-picture can be hard to do. Constantly showing just the dice cam full screen makes it harder to follow what's going on. Dice cam pip, please.
We'll do the picture-in-picture then for now.
I can see it, but I'm on a full monitor. So it seems like just showing a dice tray is not as advantageous as having the picture-in-picture by the sounds of it. So
I mean, genuinely, it's the kind of thing where, because you can see the dice better. I think the picture-in-picture is harder to see than if they were just rolling the dice on the table.
Probably. Well, that shouldn't be the case, should it? Because maybe it's because of the quality of the camera when it's put in as a picture-in-picture.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, but again, guys at home, technically using it caps the size of the picture-in-picture. Unfortunately, very small. Beer Map Movie says £2 for pint. Pints for 80p last time was in Poland. So we're being ripped off.
I think they said they were 16 or 17 zloty.
5 by 5.
About £2. But hey, we're in a big fancy hotel.
Fancy hotel.
I mean, look.
And they are nice beers.
Yeah, and I mean, look at there's
Just got to point out the chandeliers. Yeah.
I mean, this is no cheap.
Well, we were saying yesterday, it's an odd hotel. It's a mix. Some parts are very fancy. Some parts are not as fancy, a bit worn, and some parts are just weird.
It is. There's a slightly abandoned. Children's soft play area upstairs,
in the middle of a corridor,
which inevitably will be occupied by some drunkard English folks this evening. Alex, I believe it's going to be you.
I hope so. We're going to race there as soon as
although you're the one buying me the beers, so maybe it's going to be me.
Yeah, but you've got to come to the play park to get them.
That's true. Apologies if people are hearing me rustle the microphone. I'm just trying to get it into a place so it's not flapping all over my my collar, and also is in a convenient place. So let me know if it's making worse.
There's a few more Gondorian charges there on that side. It's still way out by the board. We've only made it a few inches into the board. Just charging to the back side of the...
Yeah, bearing in mind, that's the bubble we're trying to get into.
Yeah.
And Madril's there.
Yeah.
But all of these usurpers, there's some flaming brands in these ruins here. So yeah, I don't know whether that's 6 inches, but they certainly get close, aren't they? If they get to there, or even there, they might be in place. It's shooting by the sounds of things.
So close to a wounded Madrigal there. We're into combats. Players deciding whether to call anything. No calls, so there's nothing being spent at all from either Tim or Scotland. Starting on Wolf and 3 friends up there. A 2 from the Man of Gondor. Not a great bar. 6 on the Usurpers. And then I think we're about to see a dead Gondorian soldier. Yes, we are. Oh no, he's alive. So close. Look at that pile wrapping up. It's tragic to see. As much as I like the Usurpers, I also like the Gondorians. So watching them just get absolutely trashed is a little bit sad. So this is the Gondorian versus the Crebain. The Crebain have been on a rampage so far. Let's see what they get. Crebain win the fight again. No kill though. That's a shame. It's bleakly amusing whenever someone goes down to the Crebain. There are some real spiky dice here. Too high on that fight is tragic. Although at least not as much as dying this turn. Something to cling on to. Just happy to to be alive. So it's a shield.
You have 1 hour, 30
sixes.
minutes remaining. 1 hour, 30 minutes.
So it looks like our clock is slightly off because we just had the 1 hour 30 call from the TOs. So we're going
we did, yes, because we did think the game had started before it had, didn't we? So
let's just go.
That's okay.
There you go. Reset it to 1:30.
Good. Frecker and Friends, I believe that was. A 1. So Frecker's just rolling to wound. And he gets a wound.
Double 1 even with the bandit. It's just not going well for Gondor.
Yeah, it's just slowly chopping.
Spiky dice. Real spiky dice.
I think.
So another 1-on-1 here. Gondor on 3. Boromir bannering it.
5.
So Gondor have got it so far. Can you Circus banner it?
That's a 6. That's another 6. Oh, you can see the look on Marcy's face as well. He felt a bit bad about that one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Arsehole.
It's rough. It is rough.
Really rough.
And we're seeing the spike in real life.
And it can be really difficult when you're doing the punishment. When you are doing the punishment.
Yeah.
It's awful.
It's just as bad sometimes.
But
yeah.
actually, it's like, there's nothing I can do. I'm just rolling dice.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry.
It'll swing back. It'll swing back. But I must say, I mean, if we just swap that to, we're going to swap the dice kind of to the top left, so you can see at the bottom right. Here's the dead usurpers, and I don't think that pile's grown a great deal.
No.
Okay, as another one is taken to the pile, but
literally the perfect timing.
Thank you for that high level analysis.
Yeah. So we've got a question here from Max. Which teams have performed last for an event? And we know then again has it absolutely right at the end of the last round. England were right at the top of the pile.
And 4 game points ahead, or was it more than that?
Just 5. It's 5
game points.
They're on 29 points.
So, so basically the way the scoring works is that you have a team point. So if your team wins, you get 2 points, 1 for a draw and 0 for a loss. And then each individual player gains game points, which is the sort of the second score. I can't remember the word I'm looking for. Anyway, and they're highest on 29, I believe it was, or somewhere around there. If you want to find out all the details about where all the points levels, the lists. If you head over to the MESBG Army Tracker, follow the links in the description below, you'll be able to find the army lists. Just a note, it does default to French, but there is a thing at the flag on the top right, so you can.
So I was about to say, English team are great. Yeah, they're doing really well. The idea that the Polish team is second and third is.
Sorry to interrupt. There's been some heroics being called. I'm not sure what. I think it must be moves. I think we finished the combat. I'm going to go back and find out exactly what's just happened.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, Yellow Chieftain and Faramir just good moves. Yellow Chieftain and Faramir. So I was distracted by this comment from Beer Matt Ruby saying, seeing a lot of names of the various English and Scottish teams that I recognise from spanking Alex in his videos. Not unfair. So that's
that was a move from the Yellow Chieftain, and Faramir called the move using Boromir's Might, which is part of the new rules for the Reclamation of Osgiliath. So I believe Faramir's down to 1 might, but he still could call the move using Boromir's Might. So Boromir's now down to 3 might. So the Yellow Chieftain called 1. I don't know who won the. Maybe you. We did have the. We did have the dice cam. I don't know who won it though. It looks like the. Yeah. It went to Usurpers.
Of course it did.
Yeah, of course it did.
So while they're doing that,
it's always the way though, isn't it? When these things happen,
it's just blocked our faces out.
It's fine. We don't care about our faces. So the might field is pretty even at the moment, but for every might point that the Reclamation is spending, they're not getting the benefit from it.
because they're not getting those move offs. So Boromir's burning through might without very much to show for it.
They're absolutely right.
Shame.
Right. So,
as much as I predicted and therefore want to be proven correct, I don't like to see this. This is not what you want. This is not the way you want it to go.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I didn't dispute your prediction.
No. I never said you were wrong either. But
I feel so attacked all the time with you, so I'm always on guard. That's the problem.
I never said you were wrong. But I am quite looking forward to my nice cold beer that you're getting me later.
So this is
almost certainly.
So this is Ascilius' regular move now.
Yeah.
So it looks like their heroic move was turned off.
It does look like that. Because Faramir is there. We could get that. Sorry. Oh, that's right. Sorry, Marty, the Scotland player, is just asking for some water, which is being amply provided by Mr. William Champion, tournament organiser Supremo, head ref.
So, Gondor, that's Madril's warband, isn't it?
Yeah, so Madril's finally making it to the centre now, but I must say,
but with loads of
that's it. That's the problem
right there.
It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It feels like it's. I almost think that they might want to hang around here for a second, maybe pepper them with bowfire, because you've got an hour and 23 minutes left. All that's going to happen is these usurpers are going to come around this way, these usurpers are going to come around this way, and they're just going to crush everything in the middle until there's nothing left.
You're really going to town on that.
See, that is a pool of blood.
I see.
It's all dripping off.
I thought it was something else. I turned around, took it back. I was like, I can't leave you alone this for a second.
Yeah.
That's hot. That is a terrible,
grotesque face. That.
I was just going to say a terrible window into your soul.
Yeah.
The first bit of artistic expression I think I've ever seen you put to canvas, and this is what you come out with.
Anyway.
Men will do anything but go to therapy. You know?
Sorry?
Men will do anything but go to therapy.
Anyway, what was that? Oh wow, 400
just straddled the 400 viewers. There's 400 of you watching the Nations Cup right now, which is just utterly wonderful, and only a little bit completely terrifying. Just a little bit. But we're delighted to have you here. Thank you so much.
I'm so proud that we're managing to pull in people from seemingly across the world,
and they're not immediately fleeing. We've just dropped back below 400. So two people joined, like, I refuse to be a part of your statistics.
No, we're back to 400. No, that's not this. But it's great, and frankly, it shows if you've got a big event like this, 132 players, top quality games happening. We've got really good quality footage and technology from Alex. I'd like to say that I'm playing any kind of role in this, which I'm frankly not. I'm here, which is great. I'm pleased to be here, but frankly, the quality of the stream is all down to Alex and his expenditures. So throw him a super like if you can. Help pay for some of this kit that he's put in. So if you can, that'd be really appreciated.
So we should have a nice view of the struggle for the centre ground now. This is my favourite bit about whole ground, is when you finally get to the centre, particularly when one army's got there first, but perhaps paid for it with from others, and you get this desperate line, just trying to hold. That's the one of the fantastic things about MSPG. It's one of the biggest model camp games, I think, for non-squad based games, where each miniature moves individually. And because of that, you do get these really dynamic moments where for example, here on the left here, you've got the Gondorians just trying desperately to get to the objective, and these few elite warriors holding off the hordes of the wild men. Very themey, really cinematic.
It's true. I just wanted to have a look at the top down here, just so that we can, because I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So probably 12 dudes there, but I think there's easily twice that in warriors. And here's the rub: they have got the higher fight, they've got the higher defence, and they've got a hero in there who's actually quite good comparatively for the White Chieftain. So will those numbers immediately, if the dice turn?
Sorry, Harry, to interrupt. Go on. Just say the teams have just skipped past shooting. There was no shooting on the other side, so they're going into combats now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Boromir is spending a point of might. So I think that's a great combat called by Boromir.
Yeah.
And the chieftain is doing
yellow chieftain combat and Boromir combat.
So so sorry, just to finish the thought there. What I was saying is, if the luck turns in the centre, it could, one good turn could be enough. But I think because the lower defence on the back line, that might scupper things.
So Boromir's down to 2 might then. Really drain it.
Oh, is that a strike? It can't have been a strike. Oh no, this is Frekka's combat's going first. So the warrior that Frekka is up against is has just rolled a 2 high and then lost the fight to a big pile of dice, which are almost certainly going to remove into the table.
So 5 here then.
Yep. That's got it.
So another Gondorian down.
So that's those lot going in.
Combat goes off, yeah.
Ah, now they're going to the centre. So that's Frekka. Oh, just Frekka going into the centre, or is it the rest of them as well? Ah, yeah, okay. So that's interesting. So Frekka, the leader there, of course, dominant 3, heading towards the centre and getting him as far away from Boromir as possible. Banner going that way, which I suppose, fair enough.
Boromir's blowing his horn.
Toot toot.
Toot toot indeed.
Oh, we've lost the picture-in-picture there. I don't know what happened there. Oh yeah, so Boromir automatically wins that one. So he's just strolling onto the roof.
Is this courage check?
No, it's rolling the wounds.
Oh, sorry.
So, so he's taken. He's almost certainly taken. Yeah, so he's taken all of those guys off. So he's fighting 2, and he won the fight, and he's now moving on.
So how many have gone? It's 1, 2, 3.
I think there's just 2 in that fight.
Just
now,
2.
Yeah.
Still, we're nearly up to 15 now.
Yeah. But I mean, it's not far off that over there, is it?
No. At least it's not been entirely bloodless. So this is Thornwood. So a single Gondorian got a 5. I expect we're probably going to see that.
There's a 6 there.
Yeah. So 5's to kill. Yeah, that's still warrior.
There's a 6 in there, yeah.
Oh dear, oh dear. I guess Usurper's just wanted it more.
Spending a might point, I think.
Was it?
Yeah, so Lord Thorn has spent a might point there to score the wound on just a generic guy to finish them off, I think. Sorry if we're not quite following exactly where things are happening, but I think we're generally getting the gist, and I'm sure you can fill in the gaps yourself. You might be able to hear it better than us, frankly, because we're in a very busy hall and you're not.
So that's Thorn down to 1 might then?
Yeah. Well, we'll have a look at the tally in a second, but this is certainly an interesting game.
Really interesting.
You know what I'm going to do? I can see Dave Murphy, the captain of the Irish team, heading on to the top 10. We can see him lurking in the background. I think he's just going to get a photo. Well, I'm going to. He's even getting his glasses on so he can see the score. It's just quite amusing seeing him there. I'm going to collar him and see how the rest of them are going. So I'll be back in a sec.
We'll see you back here shortly. In the meantime, I'm going to catch up. Oh, this is Faramir we're doing next. We're into Faramir. Faramir against 2. So Faramir on 555 there. Banner from Boromir. 6. So on the warrior here. So it's 1 dead. Unless it's Fury saved, which it isn't, got a 5. Two strikes on the chieftain. Nearly 4s. Oh! 2 and 1. No wounds go through on the chieftain there. That is quite painful. this is 2 Rangers and a Warrior. Oh, going to the Ranger so far, unless there's a banner there. There isn't. So nothing. Oh no, it is Ranger, so there is a kill. Rangers take it on the 6. And another one, so that's 2. Chieftain dead, unless... Oh, we can! We do get a Fury save. So one Wildman survives that on a 6.
So just a little bit of info from Dave. So Dave Murphy of Tiernan Oak has won his game 8-5. Not bad, but he reckons that one of his teammates is going to lose. And he also had the similar assessment to us that the Minas Tirith dead pile is quite disturbingly high. Yeah. But he did make the point, which actually is something we probably haven't mentioned, and I don't think even the chat has picked up on. Faramir has a special rule which grants warrior models dominant 2 when they're broken or something like that. I'm going to get the rule up if I can. It might just be a reclamation of Osgiliath, or it might just be Faramir's rule. So let me dig that one out. If Faramir's alive, and if you win the roll to choose who has priority and choose to give priority to your opponent, then Faramir and friendly warrior models with 3 gain the dominant 2. So there's something there. So actually, if there's enough of these still remaining, and Boromir, who you kind of back to be able to chop through some of this, if enough of that and Faramir get into the middle, maybe the dominance will start helping. But it feels to me like it might be mitigating a large loss rather than...
I agree completely. I feel like it's going a bit beyond. And what did we say? We said that I get a pint as long as it's not a major loss. That's right,
yeah. No. Nice try. But he did point out, I'd completely forgotten about that rule, and it's a niche rule. It's a niche rule. Not many people seem to have picked up on the chat either, which is interesting.
So we've got Madril versus a Chieftain 3 guys. Madril got a double 3. The Sepus get it on a 6. Pretty bad Madril. There's nothing Madril can do about it because he hasn't got enough might to get to a 6.
That's a shame. I keep constantly disappointed that the reclamation that they're not making good on their bold moves to the middle and stuff. But
this could be really bad. 3 wounds on Madril.
Ooh, so that's a fatal death, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's just dead.
It's gone.
Oh dear.
First hero
Must
dead.
have been more than that. Oh, actually, they get +1 to wound, don't they?
Yeah, so he's wound, of course.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, grim. So we've got a Madril down.
Madril. Just like in the films.
Yes. The time of the wild man has come.
Well, apparently so. Apparently it has.
So I think the Minas Tirith or Reclamation just won a fight, killed a usurper, which was then saved by a 6+ again.
Oh, God.
They just can't catch a break, can they?
No.
With such low defence, you know, they should be going down like flies, but they're
he hasn't made all that many Fury saves, to be fair.
No, but
I've only counted the 2.
It's the psychological impact.
Yeah. Exactly right.
When actually in the middle where they're pointing, he really wants to be getting a lot of kills.
Yeah.
He's not losing much, although he did just lose Madril, so he's now not got the might.
That's pretty grim. That's pretty
bad. And
yeah, he died with 2 might on him as well.
Wrecker on the way, Chieftain there. It's going to dominate. It is kind of over, isn't it? Which is a shame because there's still an hour and 10 minutes left to go around.
That's got broken number. So that's the priority roll. Went to usurpers. Tin and Og just deciding whether or not to call anything. He's decided not to, so Scotland's usurpers get to move first. While they're doing that, let's update you on resources. You see, poor dead Madrigal. It's so bleak. So, rub that in. Like a wolf form between them still got 5 might, which is huge, given how much damage we managed to do without spending it, and just 3 left in front of Boromir. So here's some courage checks. Oh no, sorry, I'm way behind. I'm fighting. So this is a wound on. Right, so we've got a dead horse, but I didn't catch whose horse that was. Boromir's. Sorry guys, was that Boromir's horse down? Yeah, that's Boromir's horse down. So we're just going to go, bear with me, I'm going to change the camera angle so we get the action over there. So there you go, you can see the moves happening on that far side of the board. I'm not sure how that horse went down. Was that thrown weapons? So anyone got any thrown weapons here? Ivy asks how it's going. Ivy, I would say it's going pretty poorly for the Gondorians if I was being gentle about it. Otherwise, I'd say it's been a complete disaster. To be fair, Scotland's rolling has been pretty hot, lots and lots of sixes, both on killing and on saving their wild men with a couple of clutch 6+ saves, which they get from their army. And the Gondorians have just really, really struggled to win enough fights, and given the huge number of sixes coming in after winning those fights, it just means that the warriors are going down like flies. And of course, they've got the numbers disadvantage, so they're struggling, they're suffering. Madrigal went down last turn, right in the centre of the board, took 2 might with him, and the Gondorians are running out of mites. They've got 2 left on Boromir, and they've got 1 left on Faramir, and that's it, whereas the usurpers still have 5 might left. Golden's Gamers, greetings from Greece. Currently tuning in from a sun lounge by the pool. I'm very, very jealous. This must be Elliot. How has the day and the stream been so far, chaps? Well, I'll let the others comment on how the stream has been, because I don't want to either give myself a pat on the back or a kick in the groin. But I'm thoroughly enjoying the games and the event. We've got 2 caucus here, and right now what we're watching is Scotland really hammering Tyrn and Og, the Irish team. Usurpers doing a lot of damage to the reclamation of Asciliath. It's hold ground, and I think that the usurpers are going to hold the ground, to be frank. They've also, of course, got their flaming brands, which give them the dominant 2, but have also come in really handy with fending off the odd charge from some now long dead Gondorian knights as well. So, if you bear with me just a second, guys, I'm going to go get the angle adjusted again, as requested. So there you have it. That's the centre of the board right there. Eyeballing 6 inches, I think 6 inches is going to get all of these guys in. So you can start to count the models there. You've just got this little clump of Gondorians in the middle, surrounded by the wild men, who, just because they've got the initial numbers advantage and have done the killing, have got so much capacity to get around the Gondorian line, as such as it is, which now has no hero at all over there. And just start to crunch them into the dust. So that has been a couple of tests for a few of the Skillith guys who are still untagged, even though broken, and we're now into combats. Is this something combat on Boromir? Oh no, strike, sorry, strike. Strike roll. Only fight +1. So that's fight 8 and fight 8. So Boromir's blowing the horn. So approach check. Passed. Boromir gets double 6s. And 6 as well, so they tie fight. Roll off 1, 2, 3, goes to Scotland. Tiernan really needs this. Goes to Evil, goes to Scotland, goes to the surface. Really problematic. So this is a Thorn, making strikes against Boromir. All wound on Boromir. And then he's got 3 more guys to make strikes as well. Four wounds total. This is the Bane, we need 6 as well, fours. That's all. And then 5 in this last set. I think it's a dead Boromir. Ah, no, because you can spend Faramils, of course. So it's got 4 fate to spend and has to pass all of them. Has to pass all of them. So let's get big guys to trade for this. 4 fate needs all 4 to pass. Or Boromir is dead. So failed that. Spent 2 might. So that's the second one passed naturally. Third one fails. That's it. Boromir's gone. And he takes 2 might with him, trying to save himself there, and all his fate. That is sad. That is a big hit. And with Madrigal dead as well, it leaves only Faramir left on the table. Sorry, I was just updating my stats, so I've got those tracked so that when Harry gets back, he can't say that I've not been diligent in following the game. So that looks like Faramir gone as well. So that's it. That's all the heroes gone for Gondor. That is so brutal. So brutal.
We have 1 hour.
Still got an hour left on the clock. I don't think we're going to need it. There you go. Well, we got a wild man in return at least there. There's 15 wild men dead. Not that I think it makes up for what's being done to them. God, I can't believe I owe Harry a pint. Oh. It's actually quite hard to watch. So this is Chieftain on one guy. It's a bar of a 2. Chieftain takes it on a 6. And another one's gone. Good God. Good God. Absolute carnage. It's like the realist going to get through. So one that actually goes to Gondor. It's a D3 wild then. So he's actually got to kill once. And one that was not saved in the Fury save. So I think that's our 16th dead. Wild man. See the grown pile in the corner there. So there's now 3 wild men on 2 Gondorians in the middle here. 5 high for the Gondor. But another 6 for the wild men. But at least the man of Gondor is alive. Which is literally the best they can have for it. It's absolute nonsense. I'm surprised it's referred to there again. I'm surprised the game hasn't ended yet. Yeah, I know. I kind of feel like it should do. We should put that team Tin Rogue out of their misery. Harry, you've missed a lot.
Really?
Faramir is dead. Boromir is dead.
Well, that's part of the reason why I've been gone.
You killed them. Where were you on the night?
Well, I think I frankly saw the writing on the wall. I'm sorry to have been.
So you went to scout out the drinks.
So yeah, I've chosen my bottle of vodka, which is in the fridge that you're going to buy me, right? That's the no. I've gone out and I've spoken to Chris Murfitt from this Team Scotland, who's also finished his game against Cernunnock. We'll be able to see that in a bit.
So it's big roll. Sorry, game rating 1 or 2.
Carries on. Okay, so I've spoken to one of the Scottish and Irish games that have carried on, and I've also been catching up with one of the first top table games to finish. So what I'm going to do, we'll get those files ready to go, and when this game ends, which I suspect will be well before the end of the round, we'll be able to hear from those at the very least. So do stick around, even after this game looks like it might be over, because there's still plenty of MESPG content coming up here on Battle Camper.
I was
going to say Battle Streams in Middle-earth, which I don't know why.
It's definitely not that.
No, it's nowhere near as exciting as that. Anyway, here we go. Let's back into this game. Alex.
Hello.
Yeah, looks
left a little hole there. Going away. So over to the guys on the near side now on the river. Go passes. So another one's gone. Another one on the river there gone. last one of them. Planet Ranger's gone. Two run away over there. Fair play to him. He's fighting out to the end.
Well, I mean, ultimately at this point, his job is to deny VPs to Marty from Scotland, and because it is a team. Remember, it's a team win they're after. So all it can take is denial of VPs here to help maybe make up the VP difference later on, and
of course there's a lot of tiebreakers as well.
Yes.
The VP difference has been tiebreakers, and so
and a major minor win
of the tournament, right to the end of the tournament,
exactly
make a difference.
Major minor win, all these sorts of things can make a difference for the win or the loss of the round as well. So it could all be very important. So Luke, quite rightly for the turn and og, fighting to the death.
I'd have turned the table over by now. Fuck the team. Last two asking, will Gondor be completely tabled? I mean, certainly if it goes on long enough.
Yeah, I mean, there's every chance, isn't there? I mean, look at the traps that we're facing here.
So how many decks got left? We've got two. Is it just the three, or is there a ranger on this side? There's a ranger back there, I think.
Yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4 plus a ranger, and then there's there's rangers there, and then there's they are rangers, and then there's one knight. He's in trouble. He's in trouble. I mean, look, you can see. Marty's confident, the usurper's confident.
Yeah.
They're coming in. I think there's 5 models total. 5, 6, 7, 8 models. It looks like. So yeah, they're not long for this world. They're not long for this world.
So we've got shots now. So shooting on the rangers. Nothing. Okay, so 4 hits, but nothing, so 1 to wound. So into combats. No, Wolf is going to do a heroic combat.
I mean, at this point, why not?
Yeah, that's true.
He gets everyone close to the middle, which probably is overkill at this point, but I'm guessing Marty's going to be looking for that 20-0 victory.
That's Wolf's first might spent.
Really? Wolf's? Oh, no, did he get a point back for General Hunter? For killing Boromir? Or was it someone else who did that?
That's that knight death, so we just missed that. The Barbarian knight down, predictably so. So Wolf and all his compatriots just storming the centre there.
Yeah. I mean, they're gunning for these guys.
I have to say. I'm feeling confident.
Yeah.
Gondorian, they're due a second wind. They're going to get it.
I mean, at this point, I'd be very impressed. Very indeed.
It's never impossible.
I think the tabling could be denied by the reroll of a 1-2 this turn. Oh dear. It's not a great bar set as a 3 high. Hello.
He goes to it though.
He won it.
Good on him.
Gets a kill. Oh no wounds there.
Is this Ranger and Chieftain, is it?
Yeah, there's a Chieftain in there.
It's a 6 for Chieftain. There we go, just one gone. That's 25% of his remaining models.
Marty's bemoaning his lack of luck at rolling double 6s for his Fury save rolls. Said, I only get double 6s from this, not from my Fury save rolls. Honestly, Marty, I think you've had enough of it.
I think it's fine, yeah.
I think he's doing okay. I mean, based on the numbers, I think he's got a lot, but
he's got a lot.
15 dead.
Not a single wound for any of his heroes.
So he's not even halfway to breaking.
There again says, I haven't checked, but is tabling still an auto win with VP score normally?
What was that, sorry?
Does tabling auto-win?
Yes, I believe so. I don't know for sure if there's a slight variation at this tournament, but usually that is the default, and I suspect that will be the case here. So they will still count the VPs up.
Yeah, I don't think anything I'd suggest that DPS was done for this. It's another Gondorian down. So I think it's the last combat for the turn.
And a roll of a 3 high from the reclamation. Does the game end?
Big roll. It does. Round 2. So that's the handshake.
The punishing schedule there for Luke. We will, of course. I mean,
fighting it out.
We'll let them do the tally, but we'll bring you an interview with the players as soon as we can. They'll do some maths. I suspect it's a 20-0.
So who had which team? Usurpers, Ascilia, right?
Yeah. Go on, get to the bar. None of this.
I'll go straight to the bar. Okay,
that's fine.
Let's chat through the game.
Yeah.
While you interview, I'll go buy you a pint.
Oh, that seems good. That's a fair thing to do.
Go on then.
Shall I brag? Because I think I called it as soon as they.
You called it early. Go on.
I think Luke made a mistake straight away in spending might to get to the place on the board that he did. I think he got a bit greedy, thinking that he could trap Freka and Lord Thorn, which, to be fair, is a smallish contingent of the army, and you rate Boromir's chances of churning through most of that. The problem was he didn't. I don't think he really factored in the fact that there were 2 warbands still to come in, and I also think he perhaps overvalued the killing power and undervalued the number of models he had to kill. There's just so many. I mean, 64 models to get through. It'll take time.
Yeah. So he went into that little choke point right at the beginning. So let's get that. He came in here.
Yeah.
And then he went like that.
Yes.
There. And Boromir and a knight stood abreast there, and they charged into a big block. And if you just counted them, you think how many turns it's actually going to take, even if you assume you kill, even if you heroic combat.
Even if you're assuming you're going to kill 2 and then combat and then 2 and then 2, it's still
a good few turns. Through.
Yeah.
And in that time, they've gone in the middle.
And I think Faramir, if I remember correctly, also came this way, which again, it's the same problem, isn't it? And Faramir's probably got less killing power definitely has less killing power than Boromir. So both of the big heroes are there. And then it means that there's chieftains coming here. Sorry. We're hoping to come and chat to you in a minute, if that's okay. We'll let you do the tallying. Sorry, the guys there. So
you give me stink lines.
Yeah. Oh God. It does smell a little bit after all this. I think that was ultimately boiled down to that for me. I'm really intrigued as to Luke's justification of that strategy. He may well have a really solid idea and have thought that he had more killing power. I mean, he was unlucky, like losing some of the I think particularly the 2 knights to Crabane and something else was very unlucky.
Really,
but I personally think it was the wrong strategy.
It might have been a combination of the 2, but I don't think you can ignore the really serious spiky dice. There was both of our games now we have had a notable, I think, slant towards one player, and certainly it's made a huge difference. I mean, in that game, it wasn't just the knights that went down. There were so many Gondorians going down to 6 and 6 and 6 and 6 in fights against 1 or 2 wild men, where you'd expect firstly you'd expect they could win. They should have won more than they did, I think. But also, if they didn't, they would show more survivability than that. Like you said, because they split up, they didn't have as much opportunity.
I think that's it.
Shield wall, but still.
Yeah, because I think earlier on in the map we drew. I think there was a couple of guys went back here, so there was a couple there. There was a couple of guys here, and there were warriors coming, evil guys coming this way. And there was Boromir there was Faramir there, and there was another warband here. And they were sort of fighting here. So they were fighting on like 4 or 5 different fronts, and you want to be getting the D7 if you can, because particularly against the heroes, where stopping the heroes from being able to win on fires is a big deal. Halving the number of wounds you're potentially taking from just heroes. So I think that was a bit of a mistake. But I'll get over to the table and see if we can find out the full score, and then see if you guys are up for a chat.
Yeah, we've got an interesting point here, and to be there again, I think those terrain pieces will be protected him from the track quicker. Mike's close to the face, lads. We'll never get used to it. I think this is why you should wear polo necks. Just wear, no, you should whatever, a regular t-shirt, not a polo. But yeah, I think you're right. Terrain makes a big difference. I mean, it's definitely not an overly populated board, but there are some big pieces of terrain, and they have quite big footprints because you've got the buildings that rise up, and you've got the area around the terrain as well, like this bit. And this bit, the stairs, the bit behind, this little lump in here, and the river, of course, which is shallow water, which is going to be really bad for the cavalry. It just starts to slow things down, starts to box people in. Gondor just didn't break out in time. Right, I'm going to check in with Harry and see if he is ready.
You've won one, so is he going to
have his chat with us? No, he's still gesticulating.
Even though you've taken over.
I played the same army in game 1.
Oh, did you?
I took a loss.
So he's basically conducting, what he's doing here is he's conducting an interview, but just not on a microphone, is what he's doing. I can hear them talking about what they did right, what they did wrong, but they're just not actually committing it to the stream, which is an error, I reckon, an error, particularly after Harry and I have been armchair generals and criticised their game again.
That'll change.
Criticise our stream.
That's right, before you get...
Yeah, they're ready. Okay, they want to do some clearing up first, so we're not having an interview just yet. They want to do some clearing up, which is perfectly fine. And then, when they're ready, Harry will grab them, and I will go and grab his pint at the same time. No, we're interviewing now, are we? Okay, we are. We're good. We're good to go. Right, I'll pass you over then.
So we're joined here by Luke and Marty from Turner and Scotland, who we've just been watching, of course, for the last hour and a half-ish. First of all, Marty, I think the final score was 20-0 to you.
Yeah.
I mean, you must be chuffed with that. How'd you feel?
Yeah, it was a good result, but I feel like I was rolling a lot of sixes. I felt quite tough. I felt like I kept apologising, like I'm rolling so many sixes. It's not my dice. It's just how it goes sometimes. It's like being a dice game.
Yeah, of course. I'll just slot in there in between you there. I mean, did it feel like that to you, Luke? Was it all down to the dice? Because I know, obviously, with Maelstrom, it's really tricky to work out what to do. And I know you spent some night early on to get your guys into a certain position. And I guess the intention was to trap Frecker and kill him. Was that the plan?
Yeah, that was the plan. At the end, towards the end, as Marty said, his dice just were a lot better than mine. I didn't feel it was one-sided at all for the whole game. So.
Yeah, because I guess the intention or the plan at the start would have been Boromir coming around this ruin that we can see here and churning through, getting to Frecker, killing that, and I guess he just got a roadblock, and then you started losing. I think it was a Crebain and a warrior killing a knight each one of the early turns, which felt like a rough deal quite early on.
And I lost 2 raw combat roll-offs, so you got to roll off first, and Frecker then got to move away. So I was trying to get him, Boromir and Faramir into him, but when you lose the roll-off, there's not a lot of you can do.
Absolutely. But I'd imagine, Marty, you're going into this thinking you're quite confident. You've got 60-something models. You've got the dominance on the flaming brands as well. So, I mean, did you have a particular strategy going into this game to see? Did it kind of fall into your hands? Were you hoping that he might end up being blocked off into one corner, allowing you to get into the middle?
I went first with the roll-off, so that's why I went in this little gap here.
Yeah.
Because I knew you wouldn't be able to surround me which did happen. I rolled 1 on 2 of my war bands to come on, so I didn't get trapped. That's why I moved in that middle of those 2 guys, 2 ruins, not guys. My plan really was just to block with guys that don't have flaming brands, and because I've got 8 flaming brands in the list, so if I got those within 6 inches, that's 16. It's going to be very hard for him to stop or get more than that. So that was my plan: keep the flaming brands safe and get them into the middle. As you probably saw, I was putting them in the ruins and things so they wouldn't get shot, and just keep them in 6 inches if it ended. So the plan was just that, and then see where he comes on. And I think him splitting up and putting him here and trying to come down the sides helped me quite a bit because Boromir got stuck behind that ruin, and that's his banner that helps him win the fights because it's got like 6-inch banners. Also, I got fight 4 with Freka. It beats that. I think that's him being stuck there for a few turns. Him combating probably helped that one turn when he came close, but yeah, I think me winning those roll-offs, I was able to make the traps, and that's when I killed some guys that are a bit spread out as well.
You just needed more momentum, didn't you? As Marty's hinting out there, that Boromir just failing a couple of move-offs and just getting stuck behind there for perhaps that 1 or 2 turns more than you really wanted to be. Because I guess you wanted to be ploughing through, pushing back, and then eventually you might be able to get Faramir in the middle to use his dominance role.
Yeah, that was right. I got slowed down for 2 or 3 turns, and it just kind of the weight of the numbers gets the better of you in the end.
And I think you lost quite a few heroic move-offs, to be fair.
I lost a few of them towards the end, yeah. So when you're playing against that many models, you expect to maybe win 1 or 2, but yeah.
Yeah. And so I think when you lost a few of the move-offs and you didn't have the knight bonus, and then you're losing your attack, it all starts spiraling, doesn't it?
It all starts spiraling, and then when you're having equal losses to his losses, it's not as bad of a loss for him when it is for me. I feel every model compared to when you're playing against numbers.
Do you think? I think a part of me thought you kind of, because yours is a shield wall, you ended up having a little fight on lots of different fronts. So inevitably, when you get surrounded, you're going to lose that shield wall bonus, the D7, and all that. But I guess that's part of Maelstrom. But it did mean it just kind of weakened your already slightly sort of spread out army. I guess not being able to use that shield wall very much.
Yeah, I was hoping from the start when Boromir and Faramir came on just to be able to push up from behind, but it got slowed down and the plan didn't go according to plan. So there's not a lot you can do when you get slowed down. Then the weight of numbers again comes into play, and you're just like, when you get slowed down and the dice go against you, there's not a lot you can do.
That's fair enough. Well, congratulations, Marty, on a 20-0. Commiserations, Luke. No problem. Well, hopefully the rest of the team have made up for your loss, and we'll find out a little bit more about exactly how the rest of the team are going in a second. But Alex, we'll head back to you now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I didn't hear a word of that, so I'm just going to assume that it was all good. I'm hoping that my microphone is functioning correctly, but I'm sure people will let me know if it's not, because they have been doing all day. Hello, Harry. How was your interview? We want to turn these off so they don't...
It was very entertaining. Hopefully, I think people will probably understand some of the defences there that Luke was offering. I think he quite rightly thought that his Boromir and Faramir contingent would probably squish through that a bit quicker than they did, and also perhaps relied more heavily on the high defence than and just lost a couple of models where perhaps it was unlikely to happen, and then it started spiralling. But I think he accepted it with good grace. So he's going off now to check on the rest of his team.
I really thought you were going to say to cry.
It's what?
He's going off to cry. Yeah.
No, fair enough. And Marty was made a point just before I started doing the interview. He's like, "Oh, I've still got quite a lot of models left on the table. Should I pack them up first?" I'm like, "You don't need to rub it in, man. You don't need to rub it in. There are a lot of your models left on the table."
Yeah.
There you go. 20-0 victory to the usurpers of Edoras against the Reclamation of Osgiliath. Oh, it's just gone off. Sorry.
Did you turn it off?
Maybe not intentionally, but
okay. Good. Right. Harry's mic is turned back on. Good. What a consummate display of professionalism.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, we're fluctuating basically between, because here it seems to show it's just clipping constantly, and we can't hear what you guys can hear. It sounds like it would be horrible, but then you're telling us you can't hear us. So keep the commentary coming, the sound commentary. It's most welcome. Otherwise, good. We've got a whole bunch of time before this round finishes. What time is it going to, I wonder?
So we've got 36 minutes left. So that should be 20 past 4 our time.
And no one else in this pod has finished yet?
Yes, they have finished.
Who's finished?
Well, it just so happens that we have a video interview with those people.
Well,
I don't know whether that was an intentional teeing up, but it certainly is the case that we've got this one, I think. Sadly, we can't preview. I don't know why I'm not letting you preview these.
So Harry's just trying to figure out which video file.
I think I've got 2 files to play, so this one should be...
Why don't you order them and date they were created?
Well, it's ordered by number anyway.
Okay, fine.
So it should be
Which we would play this video roulette.
let's see what
Maybe you
happens.
get something intimate that Harry didn't intend to share. Maybe you'll get an interview.
God, I really hope it's
Intimate, yeah, me too.
Here we go. Right. Hopefully, we're going to hear from one of the members of Team Scotland. Here we go.
Right now, so we're getting a bit of an update for the rest of Team Scotland and Tiernan Nogue. I'm joined by Chris Murphy. Greetings, welcome to the stream. And you're one of the first players to finish on the Scottish side. How's it gone?
And Irish, like.
And Irish, yeah, of course, yeah.
Unfortunately, I lost 8-5.
Ooh, close. Dane Murphy, was it?
I was playing their captain, Dave Murphy.
Yeah, so just give us a sense of what's going on. In fact, we can just see a little bit on the board behind us. This is the beautiful Lothlorien board that we were looking at earlier, which I'm very, very jealous of. And what were you up against? What have you got, first of all, before we get
I
to
was using Garrison of Dale.
Okay.
Getting Wind Lance, 3 banners. That's about as interesting as it gets.
Sure.
I was up against Riders Airmer with Gandalf,
Very
Airmer, and the captain, about 20 odd guys. Went well for me, managed to get jump on Gandalf's warband, killed it. Killed lots of Airmer's warband.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I killed him a bit too quickly. He managed to get 3 models in the middle and killed the models I had in the middle with Airmer's 3 heroic combats. It ended when he needed it to end. He had 3 models left. Next turn I was probably getting about another 15 into the middle. But that's the way it goes.
So it ended on the roll of 1 on the first turn of asking?
It was on the 3rd turn of asking.
Right.
First turn I would have won, 2nd turn I would have won, 3rd turn he wins, any other turns I win.
Ouch.
Yeah.
That must be particularly bitter against an old rival like Dave
Yeah,
Murphy.
we've played many games over in international tournaments and local tournaments, Irish tournaments, Scottish tournaments, yeah. It was a good game though.
Okay, well I'm glad to hear it. And to be honest, I quite like to see Riders of Air doing well because it's not Dale, frankly, Chris. It's not Dale.
To be fair, Gandalf nearly died in the first round of combat. Ooh. He was surrounded, rolled a 1-1, he had a banner, got a 2, but I only managed to do 4 wounds on him.
Oh, wow. Okay, so a rough ride for the Riders of Air, but still a win.
I think you'll take a rough ride and a win.
Yeah, fair point. I mean, I know we don't want to prejudge anything because it may have changed by the time we broadcast this anyway, but how's it looking for Team Scotland? What do you think? Do you think you have the balance of things at the moment? We reckon on the stream it's probably going to go Scottish, but we'll see.
It might be close then, because I think some of the games are going Scottish way and some are not. So yeah, it might be a draw overall then.
Interesting. Did the matchups go the way that you were hoping? It's Finlay who's the team captain,
yes.
Isn't it? So he would have been assigned to that.
Yeah, I decided to give up captaincy so I could drink.
And there he is.
I think some of the matchups, certainly went our way. We managed to avoid the ones that I think we really didn't want.
Okay. So kind of maybe you've got the chance of taking something away from this round. Well, thanks Chris for joining us. Best of luck. Hopefully the beer assuages the grief of the loss.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
There we go. I'm going to assume that was great content, Harry. Well
Absolutely
done.
outstanding content.
Particularly how it starts upside down. So we've got a few comments about the upside down video. If you're saying it was filmed in Australia, we have been looking into that. I don't think there's any fix for the fact. So basically what's happening is Harry's going out, filming stuff in selfie mode on his iPhone, and then he brings it back, we copy it over, and then we just drop it into OBS, which is the platform that we use for streaming. And the difficulty is that the internet thinks that there's some kind of conflict between the way that OBS reads the orientation data and the way that Harry's iPhone is creating the videos. And so they're all weekend simply going to arrive upside down, and we're just going to have to enjoy it. I like it. I think what I prefer, because that time you went right click, transform, flip 180, and it's did a perfect 180. I prefer it when you grab the edge, and you got to try and whiz it around.
I think maybe I'll try the next one.
Part of the stream so far.
Great. Now I'll try the next one not in selfie mode and see if that makes a difference. But the stupid thing is, in the File Explorer, you play it on the computer, it plays out the correct way up. You put it in this OBS system, and it just doesn't.
But the weird thing is that's not the same with videos that I import. I drag and drop, and they
maybe it's because of the selfie mode. We'll remedy that.
I swear one of your. I think the first video you put in today, I think was in the correct orientation. The test one.
The test one was not filmed in selfie mode.
This is selfie mode.
So maybe that's it. Well, we'll try that. I'm just so desperate to get my face on screen that I have to do everything in selfie mode.
Mate, you're so desperate for the attention.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
So we heard there.
Whereas I don't crave the attention at all.
Absolutely
I'm
not.
very humble.
Well, anyway, we heard there from Chris. Chris, very unlucky by his own assessment. And to be fair, I did speak to Dave Murphy just after the game, and he did reckon it ended exactly on the turn he needed it to end for Turner Nog to take that win. So as far as we know it, there looks like there's some gatherings around the table down the way near where the Irish and the Scots are still playing. It looks like most of the games are still happening. I mean, there is still half an hour on the clock, so we'll find out how the rest of the street. They're over here. They're over towards the left of the screen as you look at it. So over somewhere over there. Yeah, that's actually the Ireland team, but it's. Well, anyway, that's good. So we've got an empty table. But don't you worry, have no fear, because there's more upside down video content on its way.
Oh my God, that is very exciting.
So obviously England and Poland are currently in the top two positions.
No, they're not. No.
The rounds have started to finish, so that's probably why.
Okay,
Poland went into this, you can't reveal this yet. Poland went into this. So
I can't do work in progress data.
You can no. Well, there's no point in that because then by the end of this it'll change, right?
Well, there are some clues because the team points aren't settled, but the game points. So that obviously
they're tweaking up as we go.
It's jumped in game points.
It has, but it hasn't got the team points yet because it hasn't completely finished. But what I can exclusively reveal, well, probably not because it's already on the Nations Cup website and the MESBG tracker. I can exclusively reveal how one of the games went. So let's watch another upside down video.
Now remember to swizzle it manually this time.
You want me to swizzle it manually?
I do want you to swizzle it.
Everyone else probably doesn't want that, but that's fine. Right, here we go.
Well, one guy said it was his best bit.
Swizzling it manually.
So, just as another quick update, I'm standing right in front of the top tables here at the event. You can see Dave Farmer just to my over the shoulder here. He's currently in the lead of the DVHL. He looks to be up against. Yes, I think so. It's Adam, who we spoke to earlier, who's the captain of the second Polish team Bieda. So real heady matchup there. And there's a lot of alts on the table, but there's also quite a lot of Nazgul still on the table of the Necromancer there. It looks to me that Dave Clubley of the England team has just secured a win. I believe he was just saying something along the lines of an unlucky situation. Maybe it ended sooner. Hi, Michael. Michael, one of the refs here. So it's hard to know how England and Poland are doing on the top tables. I might be able to grab. I think I will grab David in a second. I'm just going to pause. So yes, we just head over to one of the top table matchups that's just finished as I reach it. I think Dave, your team England, and Soma, your team Bieda, the Polish second team. How did it end, guys? Who wants to take it?
Well, the name of the team is Team Poor. The result was poor as well.
Oh dear.
Unfortunately. Well, I did, I think, most of I could. I killed all the army almost, but the game finished at the first possible turn, and that's why I lost. But on the other hand, it was really nice and friendly game, so thank you for that.
Oh, well, there you go, Dave. That's a glowing praise for you there.
Yeah, I was very looking forward to the game. I think I got away with it by the skin of my teeth. Very lucky.
So just give us a rundown of what you've got on the table. I can see...
It's Ugluk Scout, Step Samoria with a Watcher and a Barrog. This is the objective for hold ground in the middle, which Ugluk set a fire on and then ran for his little life into the corner.
Okay.
The game ended first turn. My models are therefore dominant too, so I had just more models in the middle. I had a banner, and he didn't, and I wounded the Barrog, and then he just had the break. So 7-3.
Interesting to see the Watcher on the water in the middle of a river.
It's a lovely board for the Watcher.
Yeah, so is it just that he just didn't have enough time to do the work that he needs to do to clear out that central objective there?
Well, the plenty of time it was. We already have some time, but what can I say?
It just ended too soon.
Yeah, it ended really too soon. I think that this one turn could be enough.
You made a slight mistake, didn't you? You were trying to not break me. And then he forgot we had some lights down on the flank.
I forgot about the goblins.
Right.
That traps, that make the break point on the Ugluk Scouts, and that's why the roll was on this turn, not the other one. So
yeah. I see. So a slight miscalculation based on just a placement of a combat, basically. Yeah. Well, it seems that that's a first win for Team England. I think it looks like this game next year is very close to finishing as well. But of course, this is top table, so I'll leave you all in peace. Thanks very much, guys, for talking to me. Cheers. Thank you. Cheers.
There we go. Again, Harry. I mean, that was a mess getting into that video.
Now, look.
I want that to happen on the news. I want it to be like, there's been a terrible car accident on the M4. Our reporter is live at the scene, and then the reporter starts upside down, and they've got to like be swizzled around. And the reporter's like, look, we've tried, everyone, but we're just going to have to get used to it, all right? There's no going back.
And you can hear, we intended for that not to...
yeah, instead of Harry turning off our microphones, he turned on another microphone. So you probably all just had...
The problem is, Alex has set everything up with a completely archaic system.
Archaic? No, state of the art.
I mean, it is state of the art, I mean, to be fair. But anyway, hopefully that was an enlightening matchup there. It sounds like Team Bieda's, I'm forgetting his name. You can see it on the screen just a few seconds ago. But either way, Dave Clubley was playing there, and he was pretty honourable about it and said, he got quite lucky in that game. So interesting. I don't know how the rest of the rounds are. And someone is asking in the chat, Mersu Planets. It's odd that many games are over, but the results can't be shown. And the reason for this is to do with the way that the scores are all validated. Essentially, what happens is the scores are uploaded, the games are finished, and then the team captain validates the accuracy of all of the team's scores, and then they're validated by the opposing team. So that if there's a discrepancy, they can fix it straight away and it not affect the overall tournament without having to then go back into it and faff around doing that sort of stuff. But I've asked if the Tech Wizards can have a look into it, and they promised they will. But of course, there is still 25 minutes left on the round, so there's plenty more things to change the score. So I guess this one.
I wonder whether soon we might get one of the organisers over to have a chat with us about how the day's going. Because it's a huge undertaking to... I mean, who in their right mind, frankly, would be like, you know what I'm going to do with my year? I'm going to fly to Poland to put on a Middle-earth tournament. I mean, it's an insane thing to do.
Yes, you can argue that is true. And it's credit to the organisers of this that, they are from the UK, and they're bringing quite a lot of UK players. So we've got 12 UK players plus, 12 English players. Then there's the Scottish, there's the Welsh, there's the 2 Irish teams as well. So there's quite a lot of people from the sort of Isles of Great Britain, or whatever the correct political terminology is, as well as Ireland, coming over here and it would make a lot of sense logistically for most of the other countries to be travelling here, but obviously that's not what the tournament is about. It's about including all the rest of the countries in the world and making them feel like they're part of this bigger thing, which I think is a great thing. So yeah, credit to them for doing this, and they've even put us on a plane to come over here.
I mean that's the most remarkable thing. When I started the YouTube channel, I never anticipated anyone would want me to do anything, let alone pay for my flights to do it.
No, we actively don't want you to do anything. We want you to stop producing content. Yeah. But no, here 362 people are watching as we speak. Yeah, it's very exciting. So there you go. Very exciting. Should we? Do you want to get one of the tournament, or we can see if someone of the tournament organisers?
Yeah, I know this can be a busy time for them.
It's coming up. Yeah, because we've got 20 minutes left on the round. There may well be
there's going to be people filtering up and giving them some scores.
Yes,
but we will get them up, and they'll give you an assessment shortly. So we've got one more round today.
Yes, that's correct.
And then just a reminder, tomorrow we're going over to your channel, Entmoot
videos. So tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock our time, 8 o'clock UK time, we'll be broadcasting from Entmoot videos. There is, I believe, a link in the
There is a link in the description. Yeah, have a click on that.
So feel free, while there's a bit of downtime now, to head over and click the notify. If you're not already subscribed or whatever, then that's fine. Just hit that bell if that's all you're interested in, and then you'll be notified where it is at the very least, so you know where to go. Hopefully you join us tomorrow as well, because obviously we'll be having an award ceremony.
Honestly, I find it very funny, of course, if no one did. We've got like 400, 350 people today, and tomorrow it's like 4 or 5 of your friends and family. Mum's in chat, she's having a great time.
I'd love it if my mum joined the chat, so that'd be great. But yeah, it'd be great if everyone joins both, and also, frankly, to see the finale. And tomorrow, we've had some of the
Mid-table, I think. So I think Scotland and Chernanog both lost their first round. So round 2 is day 2 is going to be more of the very high end of the room. So there'll be plenty of room to see England and Poland in action. Germany, I think, were doing quite well earlier. USA, I believe, are in the running to be second currently, depending on how the England-Poland game happens. So we'll shall see what happens. Yeah, very exciting. Do you want me to go and send someone over?
Send someone over?
As in an experienced TO?
Yeah, get someone over. I'll do an interview.
You do the interview.
Right.
Yeah, I'll hand over this microphone, and I will maybe gather some more content from the tables, which we can use Swizzle Upside Down Cam on.
Excellent. Yes, thank you very much for
I'll
that.
leave that to you.
Great. Well, while Harry goes to try to wrangle someone to come and speak with us, I'm going to go and have a look at the scores as we have them at the moment. These are not complete. These are not the end of the round scores because the round is still happening, but we have got an indication as to how the guys are doing, how the teams are doing with our temporary classification. And so, Harry, have you got...
I don't know where the microphone's gone. What do I do with it?
I put it over here. You need to turn it back on.
I was just going to say, it's not on. They'll be over in a few minutes' time.
All right, great. Thanks very much. And are you going out to fetch some content?
Yes, upside down content coming.
All right, upside down content. It's my favourite kind. Yes. So at the top of the lit pack is still England, and they've got 43 game points. Now, to give you an indication, that's the end of the last round. They had 29. Some of the games are still going. So to be on 43 before the round has even ended is big, particularly given that the second highest ranked now is Germany with 31. So we've got about 25% again. Well, no, because of the way maths works, we're 33% again on what Germany has. So that's huge. And the third place at the moment is the USA with 30. So it's USA, Germany, England at 30, 31 and 43. So England are in a very comfortable position at the moment. Bieda, who were second. They were second at the end of round 1, are at the moment in 4th, also on 30. So basically tied with the USA, save that there are other tiebreakers which have pushed USA slightly above, but they're extremely close in real terms. The big gap, really, to be honest, is between those three: Germany, USA, and Bieda, which is a Polish team, and England right at the top, which is quite an achievement. Last year England did well, but they did not get to the top. Poland won last year, so it's a really strong start. They've still got 4 games to go, of course. So what is going on in chat? So we've got some England love here. Sorry. Hi, it's Harry's mum here. Make sure you change your pants. I refuse. You're not my mum. He says, we can't win a World Cup, but we can win a game of toy soldiers. It's more our speed, I think. It's better. If anything, it's better. I think if you look at the countries that won the World Cup, they'll be looking at the nations and they'll be thinking, if only, one day. Mersu says, and actually I think the tournament rules even allow the captain to tell players what the current score is. Yeah, the results can be seen with some extra trouble from the temporary rule rank page. Okay, fine. Most says, it is very nice that you're producing content even though the main game has ended. Nice to see interviews and other stuff. It's very good. Good old Harry's out there tracking down some more content for us. I'll probably go do some later, but at the moment, I'm happy for him to be my little attack dog. To be there again says USA, woo, and we've got 4 Eagles. USA doing really well, and this is they weren't here last year, if I recall correctly, so it's their first year at Nations. So to be 3rd straight out the gate in the second round is great, but really, really necking it with the teams to their top and bottom. So Germany to the top, Bieda to the bottom. So it's going to be all to play for as we go into the next round. Glyn Seabold says anyone but England. What can I say? They're doing great. Let's hope that. Well, let's hope for your sake that one of the teams that are doing pretty well as well can pip them from the post. To be there again says they were here last year. Sorry, placed middle of the pack, I think. Apologies, USA. I didn't mean to erase your participation in last year's tournament. I can't pronounce your name, so sorry. Ria Gusmaj. So sorry. Says any dragons about, and to be there again, rightly points out there are no new books in this tournament. We don't have legacy profiles, we don't have armies of Middle Earth, and we don't have the match play guide. The reason for that was that the tournament organisers very purposefully, when they were setting up the events, set a deadline by which the army lists had to be in, and set a deadline by which the army books would have to be out for them to be legal for the tournament. And the purpose of that was, of course, to allow the teams to plan their armies, and that is a big undertaking. Teams of 6 people, each of whom have got their own lives, their own things going on, all having to coordinate for themselves which armies they're going to bring, particularly given they're not allowed any duplicate army lists and they're not allowed any duplicate heroes, means that they had to plan very carefully who was going to bring what, etc. And I expect there was a lot of panicked painting to try and get a set of 6 lists together that could actually run legally at the tournament. So to then in the last fortnight to say, oh, actually you're allowed to bring X, Y, and Z, the meta could change very dramatically. It's a competitive tournament. It would probably have caused a bit of a ruckus. Beer Matt Lover says, can we get Harry a helicopter and a jumpsuit like at the Annika race, like Annika Rice? That'd be great, wouldn't it? That'd be great. I'm all down for getting a helicopter, but I don't hold the purse strings. We were given a per diem to buy ourselves some beer and food. I am going to hazard a guess. It's not helicopter money. Right, I've been asked what time the next game is, the 3rd game of the day. Let me find that out for you. Team draft, FAQs and errata, email addresses, rules and questionnaires, location and timings. So, that's not what I want. It's not here. I'll have to find out what time the 3rd game is for you guys, and then I'll hand that over. Because it's not in my list. Superb. Hey man, what time's game 3?
Are we live?
Yeah, we're live, but you're welcome. You come here, take a seat, take Harry's place. Yeah. Hello, Michael. How are you doing?
Oh, we're going to talk. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, why not? You've been cornered now. So we've got 355 people watching right now, which is awesome. 355.
300. Well, that's
great. Yeah,
100
it's
better
really,
than
really
I
cool.
was exaggerating with.
I mean, I'm absolutely blown away by it, to be honest. So, what do you have to say to the 355 people?
Where's the rest of you? But also, thank
Don't
you.
Be greedy now.
No, where do I look? It's great to have you guys watching. Really is. What a pleasure, and I hope you're enjoying following along. I would expect nothing less with Alex and Harry at the helm hosting here. Yeah.
So sorry, I'm going to point this at your face because we've had some difficulty. These kind of on these shirts, they flop out that way.
Oh,
it's quite hard to hear. So
I can do that. I can save your arm
I'm going to do the same
strength.
thing actually. I do have very limited arm strength to spend, so we can't all be like you, obviously. The 3rd game, I think we've got some questions because some people have been here for like 8 hours and they're like, I think they want to go and experience the outside world. I think some of them perhaps forgotten what reality looks like.
Oh, it's overrated, reality.
Well, that's what I thought. I keep telling him. Harry warned them about skin cancers and all the other awful things that come with the sun, but they won't listen.
Yeah, so the last round should commence from about 5:10 and run to about 8:20.
5:10, so they've got 2 hours.
I can tell the time. Yeah. Why doesn't that look right?
We'll
What time is it now?
It's 10:00. Oh, that's wrong. No,
yeah,
4:10.
I was about to say. Yeah, no, we're on European
Polish time.
here. Yeah,
Yes.
so
it's 4:10. So they've got an hour's break.
So the round should end in about 12 minutes.
Fine.
Or whatever it says. Yeah, 12 minutes. There you go.
So if anyone wants to go and get a break before the next game starts, the next game starts at 5:10.
It'll start then. Yeah, we'll be doing the draft at 10 to 5.
10 to 5 is the draft.
10 to 5 is the draft.
5:10.
The game commences.
Okay.
8:20, everything should be wrapping up.
All right.
Sorry, I keep gesturing with the hand that's got the mic in it.
Gesture away, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we have scheduled. I think we were hoping Hold Ground would finish a bit quicker, but in reality, there's still.
Well, our table finished very quickly.
Yeah, some of them will be like that, and others will just finish as they do. Everyone will milk the time that they can with each other. And, yeah. No, it's nice. So yeah, it looks about like half the games are still going, so they'll probably run to time. Yeah. Any other questions?
No. Anything else you want to say to the people?
No, generally, like it's. Firstly, very grateful to you and Harry because you're a big draw for this.
We're very grateful to have been invited.
No, it's not a case of invited. You guys are a necessity. I think.
Muscling our way in, yeah.
No, you're a staple feature of this event going forward. But no, to everyone watching, I hope you're well. I hope you're having a lovely time doing whatever you're doing and also enjoying this. Keep an eye out for Development Nations Cup. We're already thinking about next year and where we're going to go, how it's going to build better, and how many more teams we're going to get. And we have a bunch of countries who couldn't make this year, some who couldn't make the first year either, but who are keen to come. And next year seems to be the one they're gearing up for. So it's exciting.
That's
really
very exciting.
And that's what this tournament's all about: is getting out there, getting more people involved.
That is so cool. Have so many different countries represented.
Yeah.
Do you think England's going to go all the way? Do you think England will go all the way?
You're asking the man from Northern Ireland if England's going to go all the way.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, look, we've got England on table 1 at the moment. It's dicey. Have you had an update, like a sit rep?
So I know, I've only got what I've been told by the tracker, which is that they are doing well, and they're on game points having a bit of breakaway, but I don't know what their wins and losses are for this round so far.
Okay, so I'm told that they have 2 major wins, 1 minor win.
Okay, so they need 1 more to get to...
Yeah, 1 more would clinch the round for them. They've Dave Farmer taking on a horde and having a tough time at the moment, maybe clinching the centre, which obviously is where the majority of the points lie.
It's not the big 96 Goblin horde, is it?
I'm not sure, actually, off the top of my head. I'd need to double check. I was kind of more interested in the looks on their faces. So concentrated. But yeah, so we're waiting to see how that could go. It could go either way. And then Ash Wilger is valiantly fighting a losing battle according to his teammates. But you never know. He could pull it out the bag. He's got the Balrog. The Balrog can do anything. So there's potential for anything. But
when you want the Balrog to do anything, that's when it won't.
So you actually actively have to root against it, which when I ran the Balrog was tough to do.
The second it thinks it doesn't like to take commands, but it has a very sensitive ego, I think. So the second you think it thinks you're disappointed in it, that's when it will pull out the bag.
Absolutely. And 4 dice was never enough to roll 6s.
No.
So if Mr. Farmer can get a draw, I believe the team captain, some James Kershaw or James Starch, has said he would be happy enough that would clinch the round win. So we'll see. And as for the Lions, if we go down all the tables, they're there somewhere. I think they've had a tough time this round as well. But
because they didn't have an ideal first round, did they?
No, they've had a run of it. I think Jamie is probably missing his assault Northorian, and I don't know. We'll see how they do, but there's always the next game to bounce back from, and that's the great thing about the scoring system. Actually, is that it always keeps the running tight.
Yes.
Nobody flies away because they'll always be within grabbing distance. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, thank you very much indeed.
No, thank you as ever. Can't thank you guys enough.
No, not at all.
Hi everyone, and thank you so much for tuning in. Please continue to do so. Keep supporting this event, and we'll try to deliver the best experience possible for you.
Great, and I think in just a moment we're going to have another report from the field from Mr. Parkhill.
Wonderful.
It basically I do feel like he's just looking for excuses to spend as much time as possible away from me and the table, which I respect it. You know, he's giving me a nod from behind the monitor. Yeah.
I think some more beers need to be consumed here.
Well, I sadly owe Harry a beer because I bet on the Reclaimers of Asciliath, and he bet a beer on the Usurpers of Edoras.
And did
the Usurpers very handily took the day.
He's probably not thrilled about that.
Obviously devastated.
They must have had a fun game. It's two fun people playing each other there.
Well, I had a fun game.
Yeah, you had a fun game.
I enjoyed watching. But it's that turn where like Boromir and Faramir go down in the same turn. It's like oh dear, no, it's over now. And Madril's already dead, so it's just hero-less, directionless Gondorian soldiers staggering about in the mire. Right then.
Thank you.
Not at all. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll be catching up with you again throughout the weekend.
Looking forward to it. And who do I
give that to Harry?
Wonderful. Thank you, Harry.
Thanks, Michael.
Just shout as you need anything.
We will do.
So, Harry, as this one copies over and gets ready, do you want to tee it up for us?
Yeah, so just to remind people, we're trying to get as many videos from around the tournament as we can. I think we hadn't yet heard from the German contingent who were on the second set of tables, so they'd done well in their first round and then but not quite as well as Poland or England. So we should soon be able to hear from those guys. Hopefully, fingers crossed, you won't see me in this video, but nor will it appear upside down.
What's the point?
What is even the point of doing this? But hopefully we get to see from the wonderful folks of Germany. I'm just trying to get the right
If you make this not massive, not full screen, then
it's all good. I've got it. I've got it.
out.
Here we go. So enjoy the folks from Germany. Right then, so we're joined by 3 members of Team Germany. We've got Hauke, Arno, and Tom. So I'll start with you, Tom. You're on the left here. How was your last game? You were on relatively top table, is that right?
I think it's a second table.
Yeah.
And we played Hold Ground, and I played with Battle of Fornost against Garrison of Dale, with 12 Hobbit archers. I think that's a special thing on this army list, and it works very good. My 2 warbands with Glorfindel and Eanur killed all of the Dale warrior, and with the fight value 5 and the double banner, they make a great job. The hobbits with the rangers come 3 rounds not into the board because they roll twice a double 1, and then the 2, and the rangers have already 1 might, and then they can't upgrade the dice, and they run the whole game in the middle, and in the last rounds I destroy the enemy full and win the game 20-0.
20-0.
Yeah.
Wow, that's brilliant. And who? Which nation are you against? Who are you playing?
We played against Italy.
Italy, brilliant. I'll come over to you, Hauke, and then we'll go to Arno last, if that's all right. So, Hauke, how was your game? What have you got? Who are you up against?
This round I played with Ugluk Scouts versus the Battle of 5 Armies, and I got absolutely slaughtered. But Ugluk lit his campfire and won me the game because it ended on the first round that it was possible to end.
Oh wow!
So 1 more round and I would have been absolutely demolished.
So was there anyone in the middle at all?
There was like 17 models for me. My last 17 models were in the middle, and they counted twice and thrice even in Ugluk's case. And the other guys, Guahir, Legolas, and Nori, and all of these guys weren't enough to keep up with those points.
Right, and this is coming from a win in the previous round as well. So
not for me,
not for you, but for Germany in general. Yeah. So you reckon you'll be flying high, will you, in the league? Will you be doing well? Yeah.
We'll see where this goes in the next one.
Excellent. And finally, then Arno, what's your army and how did it go? Who are we up against?
So I played Army of the White Hand against Lord Scouts, and first I was in a rather bad situation, I would say, because I was like in the middle of one corner, and he was had 2 warbands on each side.
So you were sort of trapped?
I was trapped, exactly. And my lightning hit like 13 people and killed like 2 or 3.
Oh, that's.
But then first combat round, I won every combat, killed every model, and then I snowboarded, and then it was rather one-sided. So I was really lucky, basically.
So you sort of had a steamroller after that, just roll straight through.
I just steamrolled after the first round because I killed like 8 guys or something. Yeah.
So I mean, based on that, you guys, there's you all 3 of you are here with wins. How's the rest of your team going? Do you guys know? Is it? Could you guess one way or the other?
I think this one is looking promising. Maybe the other 2, I'm not sure, because all the models look the same, and it's hard to make out anything.
Yeah. So we're looking over. Is that a mirror match? Is that both Army of the White Hand or something similar?
No, he actually played a mirror match last time, but this one it's all dark bases and dark models. And our team captain has the hardest matchup, I think, this round. So we'll see how this goes.
Well, guys, thanks very much for chatting with me. I'm just going to show everyone what's happening on these tables before we go, but catch up with you in a minute. So let's just have a quick look over here. We won't interrupt the game as it's going, but you can see here there is quite rightly a lot of orcs, a lot of Kubane hovering in the middle of the table. So a lot of maths still to be done to work out who's going to hold the ground. And if I slide over to the end table, again, we've got a Witch King right in the dead centre of the table there, occupying the whole ground and looking like, it does look like there are very few orcs left on the table, but they're holding the line. So the question is, will the game end at the right time and give Italy that win? It looks like the other guys who we were speaking to earlier were accurate in their assessment. And just scoot back onto the final one of the Germany versus Italy matchup on the top 2 tables. You can see again that central objective there. There's a lot of dudes surrounding it. It's hard to tell which army's which. I think there's a Lothlorien army. The elves are winning by the sounds of it. Leptis there on that table. Not sure which elves. Well, there you go. So that is that one. Sadly, no upside down video content this time, but we will return. So don't you worry. With some more content from the tables here at the Nations Cup. One more game remaining. Alex, back to you.
Right, there are 30 seconds left in this round. Thank you very much, Harry, for that special report once again. It looks great. It looks great. I can't hear it, but it was the correct orientation, which means it was shit and worthless.
Yeah, next time we'll have to have it upside down again, and therefore we also get to see my face for a much longer period of time, except at the end. So. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. That was a bit of the German team, though. They seem to be doing very well.
Yeah, well, they're second at the moment in the preliminary leaderboards. Obviously, round has just ended, so we're going to get more scores in, and we're going to start to see some crystallisation of where everyone stands and who is going to be on the podium going into round 3 for today. In the meantime, I've just had an update on the hobby competition, which is going to be tomorrow. So there are podiums for both best miniature and best army. Last year, there were a lot of displays. There was a lot of some fantastic painting on display, as well as some very, very carefully and expertly crafted display boards, so we will get some really cool hobby content, I'm sure. Obviously, we've got players from all over the world, and so it's nice to see how different people do it. Last year, we also had some really big and impressive displays as well, including a Helm's Deep, so hopefully we'll get something like that back. But that will all come tomorrow. We will head out and we will bring you detailed coverage of all the hobby on offer. Today, I'm afraid, we are stuck with the gaming itself. And we've got now, as I said before the break, or before Harry's little piece, we've got until 10 past 5 Polish time for the next game to start, and that is 10 past 4 UK time. So if you did want to break, now is the time. Harry is trying to put a slideshow together, aren't you?
Yeah, I've just spent a lot of time spinning a load of images around, which are the wrong orientation, and then
you just love spinning media.
I bloody love it.
It's like your pastime.
But then the stupid phone has just spun them back round again. So it almost knew that I'd spun them, which is annoying. Because we're meant to be showing sponsor videos throughout the stream, which so far we've gotten into 7 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, and we've shown nothing but one slide of sponsors. So we really should thank all the people
let's get our sponsors up. So
because ultimately, as many of you will know watching this, most of the people who are here are doing this out of the goodness of their hearts for no money at all.
That most was so pointed. Like, who are the 2 or 3 who are raking in the gold?
I assume someone is raking in all of the profit. But no, everyone here is making no money, basically. And therefore, although people are paying to be here, the costs of renting a hall like this, of providing prizes, we saw the Nations Cup earlier, we'll have a look at the prizes again later on potentially, all of this costs a lot of money, and ultimately so much of it is being provided by sponsors like the ones that we have here. So just give us a shout out for those people.
Yeah, some fantastic companies. Generation Shift, who make superb resin bases specifically for MESBG. Loads of really amazing themes from Broken Fortress, which is obviously great if you're doing like a Helm's Deep board, or they've got some fantastic woodsy bases which look great for everyone to do. Mirkwood, things like that. We've got Army Painter. Everyone knows Army Painter, I think. Some really fantastic paints. Actually, recently, I've not been paid, so I say this as an honest and experienced thought. I bought the Army Painter Metallics paint set, and they're actually superb. It was really, really good. So big shout out to them. Battle Camper, obviously a super fan. Just everyone knows that. It's a hobby institution.
It's a shame, really, that they're on there, but
well, they paid a lot of money to get there, but
I understand that they're taking all the profits. Is that right?
That's where the money's going. Yeah. Everyone is very upset.
No,
about it.
I should shout out Battle Camper because obviously we're on the channel at the moment, and Alex won't do it himself. But Alex has put an awful lot of time, effort, and money into making this stream look as good as it has. I mean, I know that there has been the inevitable hitches, which are just going to happen because we're moving a lot of kit from one country to another, and then resetting it up. And so it's not in a perfect environment, but it wouldn't look anywhere near as good as it if it wasn't for Alex's investment. So if you feel so obliged, do drop a super like down in the comments.
Oh, mate.
Give him a coin.
Oh, mate.
Because he needs some money to pay for all of this.
It's all I care
gear.
about. It's all I care about.
The super like is, and genuinely, if you're watching at home and you think this has been good, it would be great to help out the kit and all that sort of stuff, because it was hundreds of pounds.
Yeah. Well, as you said, when I messaged you, so I did a trial stream a few weeks ago, and the quality wasn't great. You know, the resolution was poor. There were problems with the audio, cameras turning off, things like that. And so I went on a bit of a spree trying to figure out a way of making it so that was really embarrassing. Yeah.
Sorry, I just got a load of pips. I didn't expect to drink a glass of water and have pips in it, but sure, carry on.
And I messaged you about it. I was very excited. And you said, great, you managed to throw enough money at the problem until it goes away.
Yeah, and even then it hasn't probably gone away either.
No, it's a bit gone away. For us, you can't buy talent. That's the real issue.
Yes, and you have none.
That was implicit. Yeah. It didn't have to.
I just wanted to hammer it home.
This is the problem: is you say something nice and you build me up, and then you just rip it away again.
Yeah, that's the plan.
It's like being stuck in an abusive relationship.
Yes,
right.
exactly.
Anyway, but our other sponsors, we've got Micro Art Studio, who I believe were a sponsor last year as well. Rampage Games, which I think they're in France. Cool. And had a really cool video last year, although they put some some copyrighted music on it, so it demonetized the stream.
We'll have none of that.
Entmoot, of course. We like Entmoot, but I'm sure we'll say some nice things about you tomorrow. For the moment,
I mean, I'm just here for the ride, frankly. So
I need time to prepare my comments. You know.
Okay, yeah. You need to have some stinging criticism ready.
Well, I promise. I don't feel any sincere emotion toward you, so I need time to prepare it, because I can't just do it off the top of my head. We've got Hegemon, the SPG magazine, again, obviously really fantastic. 7th City Collectibles. 7th City Collectibles have got another good little testimonial. I ordered my books from a company that I won't name, the new books, The Armies of Middle-earth, last week. And they didn't. They took my pre-order. They didn't tell me that there was a problem. And then when I messaged them on the Friday asking whether it would arrive in time, they said, "Oh no, we never actually got any." And I messaged 7th City, and they said we've got one, and it was shipped within about 20 minutes of my order. It was fantastic.
Yeah, and credit to them, I had exactly the same situation. So.
Yeah, really good stuff. They obviously called me a traitor for buying it elsewhere in the first place, but fair enough.
Yeah, true.
Right.
And there's also one other. Do you know who that is?
No, I must admit. So we'll get them on screen. I ignored it because I don't know how to pronounce it.
That's why I did it. It
says
RRETE, and I'm not sure who it is.
Who they are? I'm sure they're awesome.
I bet you they're fantastic.
Yeah,
I think there might be a 3D printed company actually.
All right.
And actually, who isn't there is Forge Master Miniatures, who have been kind enough to give a miniature to every player. There's a goodie bag, and every player gets a miniature. We even got one. And Forge Master, a UK-based design company making 3D printed miniatures, which I must say, I'm not generally a fan of 3D printed miniatures, but the quality of these are very good. I often found that when I did first get 3D printed miniatures, they're often quite brittle, and these are very good. They're bouncy. You know, they kind of got a bit of ping to them, so they don't completely.
I really wish it snapped.
I was hoping that it didn't, and it didn't. So yeah, so they're really good.
Like
you can actually sort of bend the spear back into place if it's bent a bit. So they're really quite good. These are little orc models, I believe. So.
It's like when I was arguing with an American about whether whose notes were better, because that's an important argument to have. And notes, bills, like a $10 bill or a £10 note, and it's when the plasticky £10 notes just come in, and they were like, oh, you know, the dollar bills, iconic, everything. And I was like, no, but ours are like indestructible now. They've been redesigned. And I got it, and I just tore it in half. And I was like, because I expected to be able to, it would just resist. I was like, yeah.
Well, you should have poured a cup of water over it. That would have been a better proof.
Well, what's that do?
Well, a dollar bill would
soggy,
yeah.
Well, we can't all have your brains.
No.
We didn't all go to Lincoln University, presumably.
More money than sense is the problem here. Happy to rip up a £10
and I don't have much money either. So.
And hence the super-like requirement. No, I'm joking. But,
so I think we're going to... Will might be coming over to join us. He's munching on some crisps at the moment, so we're going to see. And then we might go to a break before the next game begins.
Sounds perfect.
Mr. Champion...
I'll hand over the microphone.
Are you busy, or... Right, we're going to get Will over. Sorry, he's Will and Harry are just having a discussion about making sure we get our sponsors beautifully shilled.
While I stuff my face with pretzels.
Stuff away. I mean,
busy.
I was trying to. You look busy, but I feel like it's a bit of an act. So you've got to put that as high up as you can. I'm afraid they're a little bit sensitive. So I would just hold it and point it at your face. That's actually great.
That's
great.
Does that check out? Okay.
But yeah, let us know whether you can hear it when Will's hanging it from his nostril.
How's that? Is that okay?
Yeah, that'd be great. Happy? Two rounds in.
Can we go full vibe?
Full vibe?
Yeah.
You want to go full vibe? You won't be able to hear anything from these, but
we can pretend.
Okay. I mean, mine are noise cancelling, so now I can't really hear.
I'll do one off like a DJ. There we go.
I didn't I'm gonna have to. I can't. They're noise cancelling.
You're just a hot mess.
I am a hot mess, or a mess at least. So you're 2 rounds in.
Yeah, these are silly actually.
How are you feeling?
Really, really good. Yeah, everyone seems to be having lots of fun. We've not had too many questions. We've had like a reasonable amount of questions, I think. Everyone seems really happy. No one's had any fist fights, which is good.
It's good stuff.
It's like a no accidents for this many days side.
Yeah, yeah.
Like we've had no fights for
2 games.
2 games.
Yeah,
Which is
pretty
good.
good.
Yeah, no, super good.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of a runaway at the moment. It seems like England are doing really well.
So I've not actually seen the England scores yet.
You're not. Am I giving you spoilers?
Go on, tell me. Hit me. How are they doing?
Well.
I'm of course incredibly impartial.
Of course. But so what we've got so far, obviously we don't have the team points in yet. But last time I checked, we were 47. So 14 points, 47 game points. So that must mean they won. Because I know last time we checked, we had 3 wins, 2 major and a minor for Team England. So they must have just picked it over and got to 4th one. And I know a few of them were in jeopardy. So they'll be very pleased about that. But 4 game, get a team points.
So 2 round wins.
Yeah, 2 round wins and 47 game points.
That ain't
7 above.
bad.
No, 7 above the next, which is the USA.
So they had I think it was a 5-point clearance last round. So they're still increasing their lead, which is obviously
we don't necessarily know that yet, do we? Because it looks to me like the USA haven't finalised their scores yet.
Potentially, yeah. Also, because we had no team draws last round, anyone in what you would call the chasing pack, it's still neck and neck.
There's really close stuff.
Yeah.
33 for Corsairs of the North, which is a Polish team. Bieda on 36, another Polish team. Germany also on 36, and so obviously they're going to go to the next round of tiebreakers. But I think for all intents and purposes, they're really fucking close, aren't they?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And America's kicking ass, which is awesome. Yeah. So it's all shaping up to be a good one. I wouldn't say England are running away with it just yet. I think once the round's finished, if they can keep just marginally extending their lead, it means that they can afford some tighter games on day 2, which is when the hard games are going to come. But I mean, taking on Team Bieda round 2 is not really what you want in the run-up. So the fact that they've managed to win that round is pretty impressive.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing we've noticed with both the games here. There's been some really spiky dice. That last game, certainly, from about a quarter of the way in, it was quite clear which way it was going to go. And I think from about half an hour to the end, it was a done deal.
Sure.
But the players kept on fighting for every point.
Defiance.
And I think that's what this system encourages them to do, right? Because for 2 reasons. Firstly, the tiebreakers are going to count down the line if you're going to tie up with on game points with other teams. But also, because you're in a team, you're not just letting yourself down. You're letting the whole team down.
Exactly. Yeah.
And it really motivates you.
It's crippling pressure.
Yeah.
It instills the correct attitude. Because you never really want to see anyone concede a game, but when you're in singles, you're like, listen, bro, you've got me fair and square, let's go to the bar. Whereas in a team format, every VP could matter. And if you decided that it was looking like a 20-0, so you let it go for a 20-0 and you went for a beer, and then you miss out on a spot by a handful of VPs, you know that's down to you and it's going to keep you up at night.
Yeah, 100%.
You have to look yourself in the mirror and,
Which is why I'm perfectly happy to sit here and judge their gameplay.
Absolutely.
But I'd never be brave enough to do it myself. Never. It looks terrifying.
It's good fun. I think the camaraderie hugely overrides the pressure.
Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, we flew out from Luton yesterday, and we happened to be on the same flight as a couple of the guys in the Lions, one of the other English teams. And the spirit, already you're at the airport having a pint, strategizing. It's a holiday and it's a tournament, and you're going with your friends. Of course, you want to win, but I think that sense of camaraderie, the sense of teamwork is really cool.
It's just exciting. You don't get to go on too many holidays with your friends when you're starting to turn into real adults like we all are.
Friends?
Yeah.
I thought 30-year-olds do they have then?
Well, they start disappearing. That's why this is so special.
And when you've got a low reserve to start with, there's not much headroom.
The pool's diminishing already. But the idea that you can go away for a weekend with your mates and you've got like a bit of a team sport with you, I just think is such a great feeling, and it's one of the reasons why we work so hard to make these events, because they are the best events that you could go to. Even if your team isn't particularly good, it's just such an amazing social, and you get to speak with people who you may never have met if you hadn't have come to a tournament like this.
That's absolutely right. I'm so sorry. I'm so paranoid about all the sound and tech and things working. It's all working. It's all fine. We've got a few comments in. Destro, who's often in our streams actually, so massive welcome to you. Says Houstonian greetings, so tuning in from Houston. Shame I had to miss so much. You are in an unfortunate time zone, but that's on you for living in the USA, for us, to be honest. But I hope it's all going well. As you've just heard from World Champion, who's the mastermind here, it's going very well indeed. We do have more support to be there again, USA. Very pleased to see the USA team in second. We've had loads of support for British, a range of British teams, for the USA, for the Polish teams, and for the Austrian team as well.
I actually got a little look from Shaka, the dev for the tracker app, and they've got like a heat map for who's logged in to the tracker app.
Oh, really?
And normally you've got like a centralised bubble around sort of France, Italy, maybe England when I'm running an event, but not generally. Whereas this morning it was all over Europe, just little hotspots everywhere.
Absolutely
so people are checking in and looking, which is awesome.
I mean, like I said, we had 400 people here, which is a massive testament to the power of this event. And the fact that this game, imagine 5 years ago, imagine saying that you'd have 132 people from across the world in Poland playing the Middle East Strategy Battle game.
It's unreal.
It's crazy, and it's a huge testament to you, so massive congratulations.
I appreciate that. Someone wants to bribe me with beer, apparently.
Yeah, they want to bribe me with beer to re-roll the interview, so I'm not entirely sure what they're asking. Are they asking us to reset and go back to zero? I mean, I enjoyed it, but I'm not sure I can sit through it again.
I don't know if that's a funny joke or devastating criticism.
Well, that was my paranoia. my paranoia was, so that's one of these shirts, these microphones flop over. I was like, can they actually hear you? They are very floppy.
I'm sure they can. I've got,
You do have your voice. I tell you what, I had my phone earlier and I had dictation on, and I was struggling to get it to recognise my voice, and you were talking from across the room and it was clear as day.
That's it. All those years of police radio, you've got to be very...
I was going to say shouting at...
Enunciative.
Shouting at participants as well. Well, really fantastic to have you back. Thank you very much. And I think we've only got about half an hour. Well, 20...
Give or take. The next round on paper would start at 4:50. I imagine we're going to be running a little bit behind.
That's the draw, isn't it? 4:50.
But not too far behind at all.
So people
don't go anywhere.
Okay, so if they do want to go and have a drink, go cup of tea,
go get
be
the
back
kettle
at 5:10.
Absolutely.
Right. Thanks very much, Will. Much appreciated. You've been out socialising with the plebs again?
No.
Getting your feet dirty?
No.
Hands dirty?
I've been doing the work of the champions, which is putting together a little bit of a sponsor video.
And is that ready now?
That should, well, sort of. I need to drag it in.
But we can
and
test
it's probably going to be upside down.
No, I sincerely hope so.
We hope not. It might take a couple of seconds.
Okay.
Yeah. What have I missed? What have you guys been talking about?
Well, Will was giving us a rundown of the tournament, how he thinks it's been going. Sounds like it's going very well. Not much stress, not much aggravation between the players, which is great.
That's brilliant.
No one's had a fist fight yet. But
yet,
well,
we're anticipating it happening.
Oh, for sure.
And we want.
I mean, last year there were some tense moments, you know.
Yeah, there were. I mean, we want to see that on camera, right? Like that's. That's what we're all here for.
We want blood. We want blood on the table and off the table.
Indeed.
But if it happens when everyone's drunk in the evening, that's completely fine. As long as we wrap out the menu can, we start the day with it the next day. USA are doing really great. We've got a real bottleneck of teams. England still up front, 49 game points now, and they got the 2 new T points, which means they won their round, so they must have got their 4th out of the remaining 3 victories. We talked about it was still go for a while. But it looks like USA are hot on their heels, and then behind them Germany and a couple of the Polish teams. Both there's 3 Polish teams, aren't there? So 2 of the 3 Polish teams are then really close behind them.
Yes, I wasn't aware of that, but yes, there are 2. Yeah, now you say it, there is another one that I think had a Polish emblem of some sort of a lion or something like that.
There's is that
what it is?
Is Corsairs the North? Are they not? No, Corsairs the North is something else.
They're England, aren't they?
No, I don't think so.
I don't know.
Well, whatever.
Clearly, we're the official.
Why are we here?
What are we doing? What are we doing, ladies and gentlemen?
Right, so I think we're going to go to a quick break then, are we?
Nope, it's just crashed.
What's crashed?
The thing to drag the video in is crashed. So we'll try again.
All right, well, I'll do some comments while we're doing that. To be here, there again says, so much Texas rep. Do I know you? Funny doings. I don't know what that means, I'm afraid. I think what the problem is I've joined the conversation too far low. When and where is the event based next year? I don't think anyone knows that yet, do they?
No, I think there are whispers, but not whispers that we're allowed to
share.
repeat.
Okay. What I'd say, Mersu, is definitely keep an eye on the Facebook group, because the Facebook group for this year's event, I think, will just be turned into the group for next year's event. I think it's what they did last time. They just renamed it. So stick in there, and you'll be the first to find out where the next year's event is going to be. Shout out to Houston from San Antonio. Vamos Polska. So we've got some Polish fans in. Going to a 7/19 tournament here in San Antonio. I'm not sure what a 7/19 tournament would be, but do feel free to elaborate for us. Off topic, but what are you taking to Tis Gathering, Alex? Well, that's an interesting question. Tis Gathering, Harry, is your tournament next weekend. It's a wonderful event. It's the polar opposite of this. It is low stress.
I think that's probably true. The way that my tournament is geared up is that it's got 60 points per round, 20 of which come from the VPs you score in game, 20 come from the sportsmanship your opponent rates you, and 20 for hobby your opponent rates you. So for, over the course of the 6 games over 2 days, you'll have 360 points up for grabs, a third of which are only VPs. Win or lose your game, don't matter. You want to score as many VPs as possible and be nice and do well in your hobby.
And last year, first game in tournament, one of my best friends, a man I've known for years, I worked with him in my first job in London, gave me a 7 on sportsmanship.
That is true, because out of 12 at the time, that was because I'd clearly said to people at the start, now, you can't give everyone a 12 because that would be unfair.
But 7!
It was quite
savage.
It was
I
quite
gave
savage.
him a 12.
Yeah, well, that was just cheating, basically, giving your friend 12. So he was playing it by the rules, you were not.
That's not the way I see it.
Well, fair enough. We're just getting that video in, and then we'll be able to...
Was it about 30 seconds long?
Yes.
Let's see if we put it on repeat, or hopefully, because otherwise it's just going to stop.
Yeah, that's true. But so I don't know what's going to happen next, because you've been making plans without me. What's going to go on? We've got an hour break, is that right?
Nowhere near. No, you've wasted most of that. Right. The draw is meant to start in 10 minutes. I don't think it will. The next round is meant to start in half an hour, but we think it'll be a little bit late. We do suggest people come back in half an hour to log back in. I was going to suggest a little break, but I could, of course, just piss off and leave you here to fend for yourself.
Yeah, you could do that. To be fair, right now, I am just kind of flailing a bit, so here we go.
We'll take a quick break.
Let's see what this. I don't know what that means, but let's see what happens.
It just means it's syncing to my drive, so just drag it in.
And we'll see what happens.
Good luck, which is all great. Look, okay,
let's... Oh, it says magic movie.
That's funny.
It's got random music. It should be a copyright free now.
Fingers crossed. Sorry. Oh, it's below the... Look at all this.
Oh yeah, we get rid of all that. Just not the one at the top.
Where's the whiteboard? Ah. I'll just say 5 o'clock. Sorry?
Terrible.
I absolutely love it. It's not my favourite bit.
Okay.
This
I love that you're like really anxious about everything else, but you're happy with that.
But this is obviously purposefully shit.
Yeah,
it's just different. Like this is on brand.
That is true. Well, we got something. Okay.
Right, let's make sure everything's on. bottle opener anywhere? Have you got a bottle opener anywhere? Bottle opener. Yeah, sorry. Or someone who can open a bottle with their teeth.
Well, Will doesn't do it with his teeth, but he does it with the edge of the table, if you can find Will.
Oh, brilliant.
Sorry, buddy.
No, it's thank you. You have bottle opening talent, I hear.
What do you?
Bottle opening talent?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I can do that.
Wait, sorry. We're due back, aren't we?
If I just, once I've got this
That's the draft it's on now.
is that charging us? I'm just trying to load it. It's taking a while. Can we just let me get the file on first?
Yeah, sure thing. So
it just being delayed by a minute. Well, no, we're not in line yet. Peel the end off the table. I think you'd be better on the stage. You're better on the stage. Just for some reason. There we go. I'm very relaxed about this.
I've not had this before, so I want to try that one today.
Yeah, sure. I didn't like that one yesterday, actually. I didn't look at them, sorry. Also, it was my win. Mine! Hi, are you in Greece? Hi. They told me that I should click yes. Can I just, I'm just going to come and grab you in a second. Hold on. Right. What I'm going to do, I don't know where he is. I'll go grab him. Do you want to kick off the stream?
I'll get started, yeah.
And reintroduce everything, and I'll join with some more details. So that's coming across. So the latest one. I mean, you feel free to play if you want. But
okay.
Yeah. Hi. Nice to meet you. I'm Harry. Nice to meet you, Chris. Yeah. Well, I just want to have a very brief chat with you, just about how the tournament's going so far, how the game's been. Is that all right? Brilliant. I'll just put my phone in.
Oh, hey. It sounds like our microphone's been on the whole time, so I'm just going to turn off the video now. There we go. I'm also going to clear the screen.
They have?
I think they have, because someone just offered to lend me a bottle opener, which I was only talking about when the microphones are supposed to be off. So, although the offer is very, very much appreciated, let's go to that bug, because that is an older one. So, we're back on stream. Harry is just in the background. He's off to speak with the Greek team to find out how their weekend is going. I did grant Harry his beer. I lived up to my end of the bargain, but I'm going to bet him again in the next round to see who can predict the winner, and this time I'm going to get a beer back. But we're having a wonderful time. We're having such a good time here in Warsaw, Poland. As you can see, the huddle has now started. So the players are huddling. They are deciding who's going to play who. So in no time at all, we will find out which players and which armies we have here on this table. We do already know the teams. And the teams are Spain and one of the Italian teams. I say one of the Italian teams because I think it's something with the gin. But the website is currently down. I don't have the list, but it is not the Italian flag carrying team. It is the other Italian team, something of the gin, company of the gin, I think it is, and they were playing Spain on this table. So two countries with very similar languages, both having to speak English for our benefit, which is very much appreciated, and I do feel quite guilty about it. It feels a little bit condescending, a little bit entitled, but it's where we are. Anyway, going into the next round, the gap has closed between England and the next team, which is the USA. There is now only 2 points in it, so it is now 49-47 now that the points have been tallied. So England did win their round, only just managed to get 4 victories, which means that they are on 4 game points, as is the USA, and a bunch of other teams, and I'll tell you as soon as my website loads, which it is now doing. But as I say, that gap is closed, and so we could very, very happily see England lose the top table spot in the next round, the final round, third round of day 3, because there are so many teams within a hair's breadth of them right on their tail. Here we go, I'm about to go into the current classifications. Again, you can always go into the MESPG Army tracker yourself and have a look. It's Germany actually, so it's Germany that are just behind. So first is England, 4 team points, which just means that they've won 2 rounds, and 47 game points. Sorry, just getting an announcement in the background. Being commanded to quiet down.
So, there's a slight miscommunication on the tables. It's my fault, I can't speak French. So just to be clear, England, Germany, table 3. USA, Corsairs, table 1. This is not based on rankings. That's where the confusion's come from. Poland versus Vienna, table 2. Greece versus Scotland, table 4. Italy versus Lions, table 5. France versus Belgium, table 6. Wales versus Austria, table 7. Spain versus Company of the Gin, table 11 on the screen. Netherlands versus Switzerland, table 9. Czech Republic versus Terminal, table 10. Denmark versus Ireland, table 8. Apologies for confusion, I am restarting the draft time now.
So there you have it, just as you heard from Mr. World Champion himself. It is Spain and the Company of the Gin, a Italian team here on our table. I was just chatting with the guys in chat, Harry, and noticing that the Spanish and Italians have very, very similar languages. Often you can sort of get away with one and speaking the other, and yet they're both going to have to speak English for our benefit.
You know what? I hadn't thought about that, because we have the privilege to be able to choose to an extent who comes on the stream, and we had the choice middle of the pack. We've been requested to choose from the middle of the pack, and it was Belgium and France, or Spain and Italy.
It's similar issue for both teams. It's fine.
Hopefully that'll work out okay.
We had the Italians on last year. I think twice we had the Italians on.
Oh, brilliant.
So perhaps we'll get a returning player. That'd be quite nice. We haven't had a player return to the stream yet.
No.
And I'm trying not to be insulted by that, although it's really difficult to do. We were just going through the results, which have been updated. Like I said, England won the last round, but are only a hair's breadth ahead of Germany, 47-45, and Germany are only an even smaller hair's breadth ahead of the USA, 45-44, and then Corsairs of the North, which is a Polish team, on 42, and then Poland themselves on 40, and those are the only teams that have won both rounds so far. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that have won both rounds so far, and all of them exist within that 40 to 47 game point range. So super, super tight, and we could happily see England dethroned at the end of round 3.
I think frankly at this stage it's probably the way the scoring works for the Nations Cup. It's potentially quite likely that we get quite a lot with the similar teams points, but I think this is where it starts splitting off when we're starting to see the leaders of the pack develop. Can England hold on to that lead is a big question. Germany, we saw the video interview with them earlier. They were doing very well in that particular round against some very tough opponents. Can they hold on? Who knows? Also, I want to give a big shout out to Greece. We'll hear from them in a bit, because Greece are doing much better than they themselves reckon they would be doing. They may well be in that lower pack, but they're at the higher end.
Yeah, they've won a round.
They've won a round, and they're at the high end of it, 34 points. So they're very happy with their results. And get this, they have an army of Ents.
Yes, represent.
And the army of Ents. Yes. You didn't need to flag the joke, but thank you.
You didn't quite enunciate it properly, so I felt like it'd gone over your head.
Indeed, but the Ents have won both of their games with major victories as well. So that is brilliant, because we're seeing a lot of teams with very similar combinations of armies. Fangorn is a standout, and they've been performing well.
That's good. I mean, obviously in this edition, they are a bit of a beat stick.
They are very good, yeah.
At hold ground, I'm not massively surprised that they could take that.
That's
depending
true.
on who they were against.
Fog of War, I suppose, is also a good one for them as well. But hey, we can't. Let's sing their praises while we can.
Exactly. I'm not trying to put a downer or a damper on the Ents. They are
exactly, and quite right too. So we do have a couple more interviews. scheduled to go out if we can get them on the airwaves. We've got some Belgium action, as I mentioned, Belgium against France, and
spicy.
That could be spicy. I will hear what Louis Van Heck, the team captain from Belgium, thinks. We did hear a bit of French earlier, from the French earlier. Hopefully, we'll get them on the stream.
His name's Louis Van Heck.
Van Heck.
Van Heck, that's a fantastic name.
It's a cool name. We like that. We like Louis. He's a lovely chap. Very good painter as well.
And that respect for anyone who's good at the game and a good hobbyist.
Yes. Well, I mean, okay, true. Neither is a case of me. It's true.
You're both. Jesus Christ.
No, to be fair, Alex, you're a decent painter too.
Thank you. I am a decent painter.
But you're not very good at
No,
the
not
game,
very good. I'm an intermediate player.
I think that's true. I think we're both intermediate players.
Look. I readily concede you are better at the game than I am.
I'll take
You've
that.
been playing it longer.
I'll take that. All right.
I'm nipping at your heels. That's what I'm doing.
You are, okay, fair enough. So excitingly, we're going to find out who from Spain and Italy will be featuring in the stream very soon. I can see the huddle developing in the corner of the screen. But yeah,
let's get that huddle on then, shall we? So there we go.
Not quite. They're actually just off the screen to our left, which I can't quite see.
We can get them. I mean, I think one thing that we're forgetting in the stream, Harry, is we can actually move cameras.
What an outrageous suggestion. Outrageous idea. Okay. Yeah, they're over there. So the Company of the Gin, I don't know the story behind the Company of the Gin, but they are the Italian second team.
There they are, just after that pillar there. Harry, are we going to be doing another little wager? Happy to risk a pint back?
Whoa. I don't know. I am happy to make a judgment call. Do you want it to be based on pure randomness, or do you want it to be based on the quality of the armies up against one another?
Because you picked the army last term, and I just took the opposite in the name of fun. So I think the honourable thing to do would be that you allow me to pick an army and you take the opposite in the name of fun.
I think that's fair. You do owe me another beer, by the way.
All right, well, this one will come after that beer, okay?
Okay, fine.
I do owe you another beer.
Yeah, okay, no, we're just joking. Either way, yeah, that's good.
I'm just joking, as long as you get me the beer.
As long as I actually get the beer, yeah, that's fine. So I'm just taking a bit more time to get this interview than initially expected. It does take a bit of wiggling to get the files out of the device I'm recording on, which is a phone.
Glenn Seymour put it quite nicely. He said, between the both of you, we get a decent gamer and hobbyist, yin and yang.
Yes. I think if we smushed us both together, yeah. We're both half of each.
Which is why we're sharing a room after the whole.
Yeah. You don't want to know what goes on after
He
the
hit
night
me in the
show.
head.
Yeah.
And I remember it as if it was a dream. I don't remember it as like a real thing happening. So apparently I was snoring. So I don't blame you. Although I'm not sure I'd have hit you in the head.
No, that's true.
But I didn't think I snored. But I'm also really, really bad at holding my alcohol. Really bad. So a couple of beers in, apparently I do. So Harry was just like, no, fuck
Yeah,
this.
so do I want to bet the beer? I don't know whether I want to bet a beer if basically I lose. Either way,
you lose
'cause
either
you just
way.
drink
Yeah.
alcohol and I
Well,
can't
I
sleep
could
tonight.
drink not beers. I could just drink spirits.
I mean,
better.
I'll get you a cheap vodka.
Yeah, sick.
Well, maybe we should have vodka. Maybe we should do a shot live on stream.
Oh, I haven't done a shot in years.
No, I don't think I'd want to do a shot live on stream either, because I think it'll go badly wrong.
No, it'd be great.
Okay, all right, we should now have two interviews ready to go.
Sick. We're going to make one now?
And get this, they're going to go upside down.
Hey!
Well, we'll test it.
The best bit. I hope so.
The last one went perfectly, and that one was facing forward. So we'll see. I've done this in selfie mode again, so we'll see what happens.
Sounds like it.
So let's get the right folder up.
This might not be the right time. We've got players.
Okay. Well, we're gonna. There's two members of the Company of Gin.
Yeah.
So we'll give it a bit more time. It's not going to take long to smash out a bit of content from the Belgians. So here, ready to flip it upside down. In fact, I'm going to let you do the flipping of the.
Oh, thank you very much.
There we go.
Right,
here we go.
This is
So we're returning now to have a bit of a catch up with one of the teams that we haven't yet featured on the stream in any way, shape or form. Team Belgium, welcome along. Louis, how are you doing?
Ladies and gentlemen.
There it is. I am losing my voice a bit. It's very loud in here.
Yeah.
And we're talking non-stop. I assume you are as well. I gather you're kind of middle of the pack. How's it going so far for Team Belgium?
Well, not too bad. We lost the first round against Italy, which wasn't an easy matchup, and then won the second one against Denmark, which was a bit more favourable, I think.
Right, okay.
So, can't complain.
Not too bad. What sort of armies have you guys got? Is it the same as everyone else, or are they a bit more spicy? What have we got?
We got Dale, Lothlorien with all Pyjama Elves.
Nice, that's cool.
And Men of the West, and then on the evil side we have Ugly Scouts, Step of Moria, and White Hand.
Depths of Moria, does it have the big Gribblies, or is it mostly orcs and goblins?
It's the Balrog and goblins.
Balrog and lots of goblins. Obviously, it's interesting that a lot of the armies a lot of the teams are bringing very similar armies, but hopefully that'll change after this tournament with the introduction of the new book. But how have you found just the sort of the makeup of that and the drafting process to allow you to choose your fights? Do you think you've gotten good out of the drafting, or has it been a bit lucky?
We thought our pairing was fairly okay, at least on the first one. Second one, we were very happy, so it helped us. And yeah, we looked a bit ahead of time, see what we wanted against what and on what table. So we had a bit of a pairing. Yeah, worked out well.
Brilliant. And what army have you specifically brought?
Dale.
Dale, you're on the Dale. Okay. Yeah. And how have you fared in your game specifically?
Lost the first one against Dale.
Oh, a mirror match.
Yeah, and won the second one against Minas Morgul.
In the mirror match, was it exactly the same list, or
no? I had more win lances. He had more numbers.
Okay. So and that was Fog of War.
Yeah.
So
correct.
And did it just boil down simply to which heroes you chose to protect and kill and stuff?
It came down to not breaking him and he breaking me while I got his leader, basically.
Okay, so it's a bit of a close one. Interesting. So I think this is going to be quite a bitter rivalry. This game.
No, it's going to be a friendly rivalry.
I'm sure a friendly rivalry indeed. No, you're up against France in this this one. Both middle of the pack. I mean, how are you feeling? Do you think you're going to do okay against them?
It's going to be a tough one, but we'll see how we get at.
Excellent. Excellent. Well, good luck in the game. Thanks very much for chatting with us. Hopefully we'll be able to get you on stream tomorrow potentially, but we'll see. We'll see. All the best. Cheers. There you go. So that's Louis van Heck from Belgium, team captain of Belgium. And what do you think to that interview, Alex?
Well, I thought that the faces moved in a manner which suggested you were both speaking words, and that is the baseline expectation of a successful conversation. So I'm really all in.
I agree. I did tick those two boxes.
Yeah.
So you may, Alex, you're going to start filling in the deets.
I'm going to start. I don't need that mouse because that's for that computer.
Sorry, I don't know why I've given you that. I just
really
wanted to push things over towards you to imply some sort of level of control. I was going to show you the table because we have our opponents. We know who our opponents are now, but they are currently not there. So this is what our table looks like.
We can say what our armies are, right?
Well, yes, we can. So this is the view at the moment, as we might be able to see in the bottom corner the armies are starting to appear. We have Justin from Spain, who is going to be using the Defenders of Helm's Deep. So Defenders of Helm's Deep. We'll find out the exact makeup of that army in a second. And we've got Luca from the Company of the Jinn, which is Italy's second team.
Italy's second team.
Italy's second team.
So let's
Sorry, he has Berda's Horde.
Berda's Horde. Thank you, Harry. So the Defenders of Helm's Deep, this is the Spanish list, is of course Theoden, has to be in it, has to be the leader. And he's got 2 Royal Guard, 2 Warriors of Rohan with shield, 4 Warriors of Rohan with spears, and 4 Galadriel Warriors with elf bow. We've got Legolas, of course, with armour, no elven cloak. 4 Warriors of Rohan with shield, 4 with throwing spears, and 4 Galadrim warrior with elf bow. So clearly going for the full third of an army is Galadrim, and all of them with the bows as well. We've got Haldir, Galadrim captain, and he's of course got his heavy armour and elf bow as he has to have in the list. And he's got 3 Warriors of Rohan with shield, 3 with throwing spears, and of course 3 with elf bow, 3 Galadrim warriors with elf bow. So pretty much on the money at the moment. And then finally, and I think this is the only potentially sideways move, is Gamling captain of Rohan with the Royal Standard, and you know how I feel about that.
Yeah, it's not as good as it was.
Nowhere near as good as it was. And he's got 2 Warriors of Rohan with shield, 2 with throwing spear, and 3 with throwing spear, and 3 Galadrim warrior with elf bow.
Yeah, so we've got 14 bows there, plus Haldir and Leggy. So I think
all the bows,
totals up to 17, 19 shots per turn.
Yeah.
Potentially quite powerful. But remind me, we're playing Recon. Recon is the scenario. I don't know whether we even knew that. I've remembered. I just too late there.
Well, that's great. I can set up the bug then.
Yeah.
Should we have a look at Birder's Horde.
Yeah, Birder's Horde, very exciting.
So, Birder, of course, Hill Troll Chieftain has to be there, has to be the leader. A Hill Troll, 2 Warg Riders with throwing spears, 2 Warg Riders just vanilla.
2 Wild Wargs.
Wild Rags, sorry, Wild Rags. 5 Orc Warriors, Amar Orc Warriors with shield, 5 with spear, and then we've got a Captain with 5 Orc Warriors with shield, 5 with spear, and 1 with a banner.
And then the next warband is exactly the same.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Yeah, so it was 5 with a shield, 6 with spear, and that's exactly the same again. And then finally, warband 4, a Wild Warg Chieftain, 4 Wild Wargs, I love this. An Angmar Warg Rider with shield and throwing spears, 4 Orc Warriors with shields, 3 Orc Warriors with spear. I must admit, I'd like to have seen some more Wargs, but we've got some in there. And
I mean, actually, the way that this list is often built is kind of leans heavily into the Wild Warg Chieftain. So the way I've certainly seen players in the UK use it is Birder, 2 Wild Warg Chieftains, and an Orc Captain. And
I'm so sorry, Harry, just to interrupt. What did you say it was? The scenario was?
I said it was Recon.
Recon, thank you. Sorry, carry on.
So yeah, so we've got actually quite an interesting one. We've got an army here that's much favours castling up and staying where it is and shooting, and then another one, Birder's Horde, which massively favours movement. The deployment here with the little trick that Birder's Horde can sort of appear out of terrain or off a board edge or things like that. So I like to think that Birder's Horde has a good advantage here, but the bows could be absolutely withering on the approach for the rest of the army. So it could be all to play for here. I probably shouldn't have put my cards out there on the table so quickly, because Alex, you get to choose who you're going to back in our bet.
So because Harry chose his last team to back, and I simply got the other one in our bet for a beer, this time I get to choose. And you think Birder's Horde has got the advantage?
Well, I'm not 100% sure that Birder's Horde had it. I think because of the way that the scenario deploys, Leggy and Haldir have a good shooting line. There's 19 shots or whatever it was.
I'm happy with the defenders. I'm going to let you take Birder's Horde, I'll take defenders. On my head be it.
I genuinely don't know in this one. It'll all come down to the deployment and also, crucially, where Birder turns up and the terrain piece that he appears out of. Because that warband could just appear, walk off the board and make it really difficult. Or the defenders could be deployed in a really sensible location to be able to block off any potential channels of escape. So let's actually have a look at the board, because obviously we've been watching this same board all day, but depending on which side they go on, it could be quite important. So let's just get this on. So we've got the board there. Thank you for putting that on. The story behind the Company of the Djinn, by the way, is it's a kind of a play on words of the Fellowship of the Ring, but the company, they wanted to focus on the sort of the fellowship side of it, so they've removed the fellowship and changed it to a company, as in they're all having a great company, they're here for a laugh. So they're doing well, but they are here for fun. So this is perhaps the final of our fluffy, well, not fluffy, because everyone here is playing competitively, but perhaps our lower competitive games of the weekend.
That's
tomorrow.
Right, because tomorrow we're going to be top teams.
Top table all the way. It'll be fascinating to see what happens there. So as I was talking about here, a lot of terrain on this board. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 bits of terrain that it can appear out of, Birder could appear out of. And if you, look at the proximity to the edges here. We've got, I think in the previous game we had Boromir sneaking through that gap. Oh no, it was on the other side, wasn't it, that one? But either way, it could be on this side, I suppose. But either way, it feels to me like this is not a bad one for Birder's Horde to be able to appear and then send stuff off straight away, whether it's from any of these bits of terrain.
Yeah, so I suppose the question there is, what are the numbers in the two armies? Defenders of Helm's
Deep. We said 45 models in the Defenders of Helm's Deep.
Yep.
I don't know the Birder's Horde, that's 55.
Oh, God. I made a bad decision.
Yeah, you might have made a bad decision there. No, you can, I genuinely don't know.
This is the thing. I like the Defenders of Helm's Deep list.
You do, you use it.
I like Rohan.
You're planning to build this, are you?
I am. I'm halfway through my Defenders. I love the new models, so I feel compelled. I'm the fluffy player, build a sweat lord. If it costs me a beer, I'll make it back tomorrow.
It's fine. It's fine. I don't mind being the sweat lord if it wins me a beer.
Beer, yeah. I mean, I'm just covering for my regret.
Yeah,
now,
of course,
of course.
What is worth noting, people may be confused when the models appear on the table, because already we're seeing, I think Luca is explaining how the Birders horde interacts with bases they've got to be touching, all this sort of stuff. But you might see, this is Birder, this is the Snow Troll. Now the Snow Troll, is standing in as a hill troll, and Luca made the reasonable request, can I include it, because I've just painted it and I'm pretty proud of it, and frankly it looks fantastic. So hopefully we can get some nice beautiful zoomed in shots of the Snow Troll, and I suspect it might feature in our painting competition tomorrow because it looks brilliant. So looking forward to seeing that in close quarters action. But yeah,
we will
just
of course make sure to get
some
some beautiful shots of the game as it progresses. I mean, we've been blessed. 2 really nice looking games so far, and it's my favourite part. It really is my favourite part, capturing those scenes where there's a real struggle, a story in them. I absolutely love it. So I'm looking forward to seeing these ones on the table as well.
Absolutely, and also probably worth noting for tomorrow, we'll have the painting competition tomorrow, as you say, and we'll be featuring as much of that on the stream as we can. But also, I think we're probably going to change up the table as well. Because,
definitely be doing that.
Yeah, because obviously changing it mid-tournament, midday is difficult. We're not going to be able to move the streaming, but we certainly will make sure that you're not looking at the same board if you're watching again tomorrow. So there's that. Alex, your progress. How is the progression going on the thing?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of work left to do, so I'm leaving the chat in your very capable hands.
Okay, cool.
I might even leave you to go and do the microphones if you're okay with that.
I'll do that in a second. Yeah,
I'm still trying to get all the data into
that's fine.
I'll
just have a quick dip into the old chat to see what folk are saying. Someone's asking whether there'll be photos of the painting competition on Instagram or Facebook. Absolutely, there'll be photographs on the Nations Cup Facebook group. So if you search that out, all of the updates have been posted there as it is. But yeah, excuse me, the beer is repeating on me. But yeah, we'll have some of that there. I think so, yeah. They're just having a request to change the dice tray, which is fine. So we'll swap that out and we'll sort it out. It looks actually not bad already, but I'll tweak it a bit. So we'll do that. Alex, talk.
Okay, right. Well, my data entry duties have ended for the moment then. Which is a shame. I thrive in data entry. Harry is going over to set the players up with their microphones so that we can get cracking. He's also looks like he's about to do some camera adjustments as well. I'm sure he wants to make sure that we get the best possible views of the table. Harry, you're looking for the other microphone. I think he's got it. Yeah, he's got it. Sorry, they're everywhere because between games, because they're remote microphones, we have to make sure they're charging, which means we go scrambling around because they're attached to battery packs and plugs and things like this. Right, let's have a look at what's going on. As you can see, because it's recon, of course, it means they go straight to turn 1 and they roll to see who shows up at the first turn on a 4+, so there is no deployment period, which is baked into the tournament format. In this tournament, you tend to have 15 minutes before the game starts, but we've got none of that at the moment. Let's have a quick look at chat whilst they're setting up. So 007 Game says, can we get the top tables tomorrow? We absolutely will, 007. We felt that it'd be fun to get some of the mid-tier tables today, make sure that everyone gets an opportunity to get on the stream. Last year we did top tables for the entire time, and it meant that we ended up with some of the same teams coming back and back. But yeah, absolutely, tomorrow is just top table games, but of course we'll have the hobby and stuff in there as well. Glyn says, Birders Ambush can also be any board edge. Yeah, I'm regretting I'm not going to get a beer back, am I? I'm not going to get a beer back. Well, there you go. That's my fault. That's my fault for being silly. I really like the Defenders penalty. It's a fun list. It's a cool list. It's so iconic, and you get some really amazing fluffy matchups. So no regret. I will sacrifice a beer for the sake of the Defenders penalty and its glory. And if they win, then glory it will be for me. But I'm not feeling overwhelming confidence. We'll see. I need to refresh my memory on how Birders Ambush actually works. So, Harry's back with us at the table. I can hear that the microphones are working as intended. We've got a new dice tray.
Yeah, I'm trying to get his name. Jostin, he requested that he change the dice tray, which actually is quite appropriately Nations Cup coloured.
Very on brand, yeah.
If only he'd let us keep it. He's requested that, and he feels more comfortable using that dice tray. So fine, let's let him use that. It looks nice. So
before I finish my data, I'm going to make sure we've got a nice close angle if we want to cut to it.
Yeah, so that'd be lovely. We'll let all that happen. Hopefully everyone is cheering on their respective teams. I think Brian is in there going, let's go Spain. Harry playing chess here. Yes, that's right. 60-40 to the Bordeaux Horde. Yeah, I think that's probably a fair request. I think. Sorry, just being overwhelmed by the volume of the admin staff here calling out which teams need to do things. Yeah, I think a 60-40 for the Bordeaux Horde. I think that's probably a fair bet. I think the board massively favours Bordeaux's Horde, to be completely honest.
Bordeaux's board, would you say?
Bordeaux's board.
That's
very good. That's very good.
But you can't win because when you don't acknowledge my pun, I repeat it ad nauseum, and when you do acknowledge it, I accuse you of patronising me.
Yeah.
So
it's true. That's the way. That is the way to succeed in this life.
I just hate you and me.
Yes,
that's the problem.
Absolutely. So I don't know whether can people at home hear the players again?
They can now. We've just turned the player microphones on. You will, of course, let us know if there are any issues.
You might not. It's worth noting. I think someone said in the chat earlier, Spanish and Italians can often get by speaking a sort of hybrid of their own languages. We have requested they speak in English, although I think if any very complex discussions are happening, it may well happen in Spanish or Italian or some hybrid of the two.
I mean, they are speaking English very kindly at the moment.
Yeah.
Isn't it? It makes us seem like lazy ass shit to go to another country and you could ask them, like, do you want to speak my language? But if they ask me to speak Spanish,
well, I could say hola.
That's pretty good.
Uno. How many mic do I have? Uno.
Right, I'm going to leave you alone for a second while I finish my data.
Yes, absolutely, that's fine. I'm going to just have a look at what the guys are doing here. Sorry. So they're choosing the deployment here. So it looks like Luca of the Company of the Gin, which is the Italian, has chosen to deploy on the side to our right as we're looking at it. So he has won that roll off and chosen that one. And bear in mind, Luca is the Bordeaux's Horde. So that means we can probably safely expect a Bordeaux, or a Bordeaux, maybe a Bordeaux here. So that's what we're up against. So, but as I understand it, as if there are models touching, so if Justin deploys all of his models in a circle around here, or around here, or around here, so that he can't fit them on the board in that terrain piece, it can essentially block off those bits of terrain. So it may end up being that it's this one or this one, but that could end up spreading his line quite thinly. So we'll see how they go. I think this one could be won or lost in the deployment, so very intrigued. I think there's some debate happening over there with Justin and Luca, just trying to work out which terrain pieces they're allowed to interact with. I'm sure Ed will weigh in if he gets too testy. Just saying, they seem to be discussing quite. There's Bordeaux's Horde in Recon, so there's a lot of potential on this board. So Ed's shaking his head in dismay at potentially having to be involved. But it looks like actually that the guys are deciding amongst themselves what is right, and that's brilliant to hear because obviously we don't want to have anything too testy. Also, Alex, I believe it's round 3, and you have left it round 2. The board there. Round 3. Do you want to put Recon? You've got Recon in now, great. There we go. So, it looks like they're starting to get ready. So, I think it's 2020. So, I'd imagine it starts in about 8 minutes, the actual round. Do let us know.
They've started, they're off.
Oh, the actual game is starting?
They're going. Yeah,
I'm way behind.
They asked for permission, he said they can go.
All right, they're off. Here we go. So, well, they haven't deployed yet. So,
I think I just heard a dice roll.
We've had some dice roll, but they've only been deciding on which.
Oh, I see.
Because they decided the board edge, and now they're seeing which models are coming on when.
Yeah, still, it's still the
start. Yes, the models
first
coming on,
turn
of course, is good. Yeah. Glyn has just commented saying Birder could also pick any board edge to arrive on, and I believe that's not accurate. You may have to check this in the Birder's Horde's rules, but as I understand it, this is the scenario in which they are not allowed to walk on to a board edge. They have to come out of the terrain piece or walk on their own edge. Somebody on the chat will probably correct me on that, but as I understand it, they can't walk on from one board and the board edge. They can't, for example, walk on this board edge and then quickly walk back off the board edge. Birder's in the Armies of Middle-earth book. So he's in that book over there, because he's in the Angmar PDF. So Alex has been trying and failing to fill in the data because he's looking in the wrong book, because he's an absolute moron. Well, there you go. So we're starting to see some stuff coming on though. So that's the Defenders of... there you go. Defenders of Helm's Deep coming on. I think it's 3-3-1-3, if that helps.
For Birder?
Yeah, I believe it's 3 will, 3 might, 1 fate, and 3 wounds. He's trying to find it, he can't find the book. I'm sure that's right. So, who is that? I believe, is that Haldir that's just come on? I think so. I think Haldir is on there. Oh no, okay, not Haldir, because they're just about to roll for Haldir. Oh. Haldir isn't on the board. Just. And I missed that one. So now on to, so actually only one warband comes on for the Defenders of Helm's Deep. So we've got no warbands from the Italian side. The Wild Chief. So nothing comes on for Birder's Horde. But of course, Birder's Horde comes on, I believe Birder appears on the 3rd turn and there's no roll required, he just appears out of a terrain piece or whatever. Interesting. No, very few models on in the 1st turn, so I don't know whether that's an advantage for the Helm's Deep or not. So Legolas, removing Legolas. So Legolas is on the board. Can we just have a quick look at Birder's Horde?
Yeah.
There's a debate raging in the chat about this Birder special rule, so let's have a quick look.
Whilst they're moving on, we can get a look at the resources. That should be accurate. If it isn't, anyone, I'm sure, is going to shout me down in chat, which I encourage you to do because that's engagement and therefore drives the videos. Push. Feed the algorithm, please.
Right. So, Birder's Horde, let's get it correct. On the move phase of the 3rd turn, the ambushing warband must choose one of the following. Move onto the board from a board edge via the rules for reinforcement. Deploy within 1 inch of a wood building or a piece of terrain. But it does say, models that enter the board, this is where, oh, it doesn't say that. They agree with the opponent at the beginning. You know, it doesn't actually say anything about the recon, unless it says that in the recon scenario, but I could swear there was some sort of special rule about recon. I think there might have been an FAQ about this, which I'm not sure on. I'm sure the guys on the stream know better than we do, frankly. I'm none the wiser. If someone's able to check the FAQ for us, that would be very helpful. But I'm pretty confident there was an FAQ to confirm how Birder's Horde interacts. There we go. To be there against us, the restriction is in the mission in the designer's notes. Special rules that allow for models to arrive on from any table edge, such as the Goblin Mercenary Captain, must choose the controlling player's table edge for this scenario. So there you go.
on from any table list. So they can either deploy out of a piece of terrain or from their own table edge. So I assume he's going to come out of a piece of terrain.
Very good.
We're all statted up, are we?
We're all statted up. We had a request in chat that next year you swap me for Kiwi. Kiwi, if anyone doesn't know, which will be most people, is my dog. And I'll tell you what, when Kiwi can afford an A10 Mini Pro video switcher, then you can invite her along.
Fair enough. Lovely. It looks like Halday? I think Halday's come on. I'm going to go and check who's on the board.
Yeah,
I have no
Harry's
idea at this point.
go
I missed what's going on.
But it hasn't been a very successful game so far in terms of just getting on the board, the models on the board in the first place, which is really a fundamental part of actually
Legolas,
having
that's
games
it.
on the SPG.
Okay. Is that Halday?
I'm quite delighted, given I have a second beer in the balance. That
Yes, that's him. Thank you.
Better progress getting on the board, but I am still
Gambling
very
roll?
deeply aware and concerned.
Oh, no.
And getting outplayed. Harry, who is on the board?
So we have Legolas in the front, in the hero of the West pose. So he's just there. Then Halday is at the front there, the Helm's Deep pose. Gambling just rolled a 1 to come on the board. And a 3 has been rolled for... Where's Theoden? He must have failed that roll as well. So, but we have now seen an orc
So we're in
captain.
turn 2 now, right?
Yeah, this is turn 2. Yeah.
So we've had a request. Can we swap Harry with an empty chair? Which I think is pretty harsh.
That is actually quite brutal.
Does that hurt?
It does a bit. And actually, frankly,
guys, I mean, we have banter, but I need him. I don't know the things. He's gone. He's gone. He's off in it. He's 2.5. Don't worry, it's fine, because what we'll do is we'll just draw him back in. He's very thin. He's got quite a small head. Beard. He's got a lot of floppy hair at the moment. You've been replaced, it's fine. If anything, he's better. Sit down, you're going to be identical. I swear to God, this will be a spitting image.
That is correct.
It's
not bad.
Look, your face fits right in it.
Fits perfectly. The Snagger captain successfully came on the board, so we've got a Snagger there, who is just an orc captain. To be there again misses me already. That's great. Thank you very much to be there again. Lovely. Did we play both of the interviews? We did, didn't we? Did we play Greece?
I don't think we've listened to Greece yet.
Well, while they're deploying, do you think we should get a bit of Greece on?
I would, because they're about 5 minutes long. Personally, I reckon we wait until the end and we can put it straight on as soon as the game ends.
Okay.
While we're waiting for scores to come in.
Yeah,
The game might end early, and then the Greece interview is ammunition. Because then we don't have to pretend to be entertaining.
Of course, by the time that that Greece interview will appear, they will have been playing their game, so it may well be out of date. But you won't know that. No, I won't.
So no one's listening. They don't care. This is just white noise in the background.
Exactly. Frankly, everyone is painting.
Yeah.
And they don't really care what they're looking at.
Every now and again, we should start being like, "Oh look at that! Look at that!" Just to get them to see.
And then they're looking, and then it's an advert.
Yes. Or even worse, it's just the same thing they've been looking at for 20 minutes anyway.
Which is an empty board.
I'm going to turn that bug off for a second though, because I love that shot, just snaking down the river there, with the elves lining up, with the elves and the men of Rohan on the left-hand side. So Legolas is in that group there.
He's at the front there.
We've got the Galadriel with the bows at the back, and we've got the Warriors of Rohan at the front.
Very nice.
Yeah, that's great.
That was, I think Ed's just stolen our book.
I stole that from them.
I think that's my one, but that's fine. The referee's just stealing our stuff. I think we're going to see some pretty solid shooting soon.
Yeah, well, lots of elf bows. They're going to have to do a lot of work.
Well, it's not just that. It's where and when will Berda appear? Because this could be the only...
Why don't you explain how Berda appears?
I did literally talk through that a few seconds ago.
I wasn't listening, I was doing a data entry.
You want to know yourself, don't you?
No, I mean, when I said for people who don't know,
I'm literally you and you weren't listening. Okay, fine. So Berda, on turn 3, the end of the move phase, the ambushing warband may usually move onto the board from any board edge by the rules for reinforcement, but as we've discussed, there's been an errata which clarifies in this sort of scenario that can't happen. So they can either come on from the right-hand side, or they can appear in a piece of terrain anywhere on the board. And it says deploy in or within 1 inches of a wood, building, rocky outcrop, or similar piece of terrain that models could hide in. It requires a degree of common sense, which is always dangerous, I think, when you're asking gamers to go for common sense. But they shouldn't be leaping out of a river or from behind a single rock, it says. So models deployed in this way cannot be placed in base contact with or within the control zone of enemy models, and models that enter the board this way do not activate as part of the move phase and will count as having moved half of their move value for the purposes of shooting. So no rocks in the first turn. But still, at the end of the next move phase, Birder will appear. And it actually, in some ways, at this point, because there's no Theoden or gambling on the table, it could be a really prime target. Yeah. So say, put him right here, go for Leggy, or perhaps here, go for Haldir. Get Birder into Haldir, send some stuff off, and just start, or even send Birder off. He's worth a lot of points.
They've got the numbers, so the pressure is all on Rohan. They have to find a way to stop them, or basically just win by default.
Yeah, it's true. Interesting.
So is this Birder?
No, this is one of the Rohan warrior warbands coming on. We'll find out who. In a second. Who's that? That looks like Theoden to me.
I'm going to get up and have a check in a second.
It's definitely Theoden, because he's not got the banner. Assuming he's starting with Theoden, which actually he may not be.
What do you think about the low number of Royal Guard in this list? Because of course nowadays they can only go in this list, they can only go in Theoden's warband. But I think there's only 2.
Well, I think the only benefit you're getting from Royal Guard these days is the high defence and the fearlessness. But
the fearlessness is big. That can be big.
But if you've got elves, you've got high courage anyway.
And the same defence, you've got the D6.
Although, having said that, the Galadrim warriors are all with bows, so no shields to be seen. So actually, they're defence 5 anyway. So it's a defence 5 army, which is fairly brittle, but high numbers, 45 with a lot of bows. And Legolas should not be undervalued, because he is he's an absolute beat stick. I'm sure many people know.
Very, very annoying. Unless you're using him, in which case, very, very excellent.
As you've said, you're planning on building this list. So you're going to have your Legolas, I'm sure.
I've already got my Legolas is done, mate. It's done. Took him to 7 stones, didn't die. It was just wrecked face.
That is Theoden. I believe that's the new plastic school. And
that's Gambling's warband right at the back there?
No, that would be Haldir's warband, because Gambling hasn't appeared yet.
Okay, fine. So we've got Haldir, Theoden, Legolas.
Yeah. That's right.
Okay, so these guys, these bows are shooting, they've moved less than half.
Maybe I mean, they have got an extra range in this one. So
they do, yeah.
They've got 30-inch shoot, but I mean that's 24. That's probably 30. I don't think they're going to get a shot anyway, are they?
Like down there, up there, down there. If they're not in there, then it's going to be difficult for them to get effective shots in there.
And there's Gambling.
So he's just come on.
So clearly, we mentioned earlier how is Justin going to deploy this to try and stop Birdo appearing, and it appears that he is going to, for a very long spread, I mean, almost the entire spread of the board here, models are being placed in terrain there, on terrain there, so he's denying that bit of terrain. This bit is impossible to deny at this point, it's far too big. This bit is being denied, and it looks like Gambling is within an inch there. So I think he's actually done a cracking job of stopping most of these bits of terrain. That one is undeniable. That one is being stopped, and this one looks like it'll also be stopped. So leaving Birder this one, or this one to appear from. Or frankly, Birder could just decide to appear here and march up the rest of his army, which probably is throwing away a good advantage. But next turn, these guys will be going up to here to try and block off this one if they can. Sadly, I think they probably needed to go the previous turn. But am I right in thinking Gambling has March?
March.
Yeah.
I think Gavin comes March. Let's check him out.
Ed stole our book.
Ed stole our book. I'm pretty sure he's captain.
He is, yeah. So he's got defensive march, I think. So they could potentially circle off this one, march to circle off that one, and then it would be basically forcing Berda to appear here or in here. And even these guys look like they're going to go and surround there. A lot of annotation there, but the point being, frankly, it's going to be quite hard for Berda to come on anywhere other than this big ball, big one here, which is right next to all of the big heroes.
So it looks like
doing a really good job here, Justin is from.
Sorry,
I think Justin's doing a really good job here from Spain.
So he drew his last round. He drew round 2. Just to find out how he did in round 1.
Oh yeah, if people want to look, they can. It's all on maspgarmytracker.com. The link is in the description below the video.
So he won round 1. So he's won 1, drawn 1 so far.
Okay.
So he's on it.
Strong performer.
For the company of the gin. Luca lost round 2, 49.
Against the garrison of Dale, it must be added.
Yeah. In round 1. Lost 9-13. So 2 losses so far, yet to get a win.
Yet to get a win with Berda's Horde.
But against Arnor round 1, and I say Garrison Dale round 2.
I mean, I think Berda's Horde probably isn't excited about Fog of War with 2 Orc captains and a Wild Chieftain as your targets. It's probably also hold ground if you're up against the wrong army with Garrison of Dale with +1s to wound. It's not got a massive amount of killing power outside of Berda, so maybe the matchups have been cruel to him.
And it's also, I mean, that's the kind of thing where a bit of swing, if you've got like one monster leading the army, like the Balrog, but a little bit less extreme, has to do the work, and if it's not doing the work, then the plan falls
And he's
apart.
also got a Hill Troll as well, so, and against Wind Lances, if the terrain piece or the board that he was playing on wasn't particularly favourable for that, a couple of Wind Lance shots could kill it. Well, it'd kill a Hill Troll in one go, wouldn't it? So
yeah. And we've seen the tables today, there's a real mix of how much terrain, how much of the terrain is line of sight blocking, whether it's like little bits of scatter and things like that. So quite feasible he's had a bad couple of matchups.
That's true. And I wonder, I mean, I think you mentioned we've had a look at some of the terrain very early on in the event. Maybe actually, for context, we can go and have a bit of a look around some of the other boards just to see how busy they are. I know you said you were keen on doing that, so maybe you want
I'll go out and have a look at some boards. I mean, the interesting thing as well is that you've got 2 teams that are trying to use the system at the beginning of the turn at the beginning of the game to make sure that they have a favourable chance of winning. And the crux of the question is always, do you try and match up in, so you've got some shoddy matches, but some great matches, and try to make sure you've got 4 of which the rock, paper, scissors is in your favour? Or do you try and average them out so you've all got an all-right chance at winning?
Well, based on what Jakob, who's England team captain, who of course leading the tournament at the moment, he said they've been trying to avoid bad matchups rather than create
gone for
favourable
the latter,
matchups.
try to make it so that everyone has a reasonable prospect, rather than a few that are quids in,
Which
that
I
are
suppose is putting your confidence in your players to perform well in an average to decent matchup.
How very inspiring.
Which is true, as opposed to handing someone a victory in the knowledge that you're also potentially handing someone else a loss. Yeah. So there's a lot of strategy that we probably haven't got anywhere near the wherewithal to go into.
Well, when we've got the top table guys tomorrow.
It'll be really interesting to know how they decide these things, and frankly, it'd be great to have an insight into some of this process. But because all of that happens behind closed doors, we don't want to be revealing people's decisions as they're happening for fear of any potential. I mean, it's unlikely, isn't it, frankly? But yeah, we don't want to give away game plans, especially if it's winning. Oh, here we go. Is this Birdo appearing? Yeah, this is Birdo. Here we go. So he did manage in the end to get around that one, not the big one, which is fine. He avoided these, which is interesting. So let's get a nice shot of Birdo and the Hill Troll, who of course is the Snow Troll in this match, appearing out of that building. We've got that little scud there. It might wobble a bit and refocus briefly. Yeah, there we go. So Birdo on the right there. Sadly, it looks like he's been a victim of the base changing. He's got a little base there, but he's glued onto the right side. The Snow Troll looking absolutely fantastic over the other side there. The Wild Riders in the middle of the terrain, which feels an odd choice for me. They are going to take ages to get out of that terrain, aren't they?
Are they going to be? Well, they're not cavalry, so half not quartered.
No, they are
riders
cavalry. They are riders. Yeah, they
are.
are. So unless they had some agreement that there was clear terrain, because these are ruins, they might have decided differently. But it looks, I mean, they're right there. They're right in the guns of all these throwing spears. Let's have a look at what we've got to look at. In fact, I would quite like to have a bit of a gander at how spear heavy this contingent is. But that to me looks like Haldir. So there's a lot of bows. Where would you be sending your arrows?
I mean, my temptation, to be honest, after recent experiences, would be to go full Birdo, because it always feels a bit futile. You've got a big monster, high defense, you've got fate and a few wounds, and you're like, well, I'd rather jump off the warriors. But recently, I took down Treebeard just with leg lasso shooting. I found I got really, really lucky. But
a couple of points of might behind it.
If you do it, then that's your big heroes who would otherwise be tied up trying to take down Birdo the troll.
And with it being elven shooting and throwing spears, it's strength 3, it's all winning on 6s, defense 7, but all winning on 6s because of the strength 3. So that is a potential target. Whereas Birdo, he is from this angle. No, that's the hill troll. Oh, I think Birdo was here, wasn't he? Yeah. If we look at the other angle, he is. Yeah, he's there on the left-hand side of the building. So yeah. Oh, sorry. This must be the start of shooting.
It is the start of shooting. It's not gone so well so far.
But so far, they're shooting here, I believe.
So we've had a few of the shots that didn't do anything.
Yeah. So not a great deal of success there. Final shot from this contingent over there, needing 5s. So now he's clearly lined up these guys last turn. Knowledge that they may end up doing. I think it's throwing spears first. Can't see the number here. 3 spears from there to Birdo. 3 orcs in the way. Yeah, I think that's right. So 2 orcs in the way. That's very generous of Luca to say that. Justin said 3. Luca said 2. No hits for the shots. The chances were slim, I suppose. They'd moved. Haldir is going for the Warg Riders up here. 1 hit from Haldir. So it just kills it. The Warg Rider passed its courage check. There we go. So Haldir shot the rider off, but the Warg remains in place. We're just the dice tray is slightly off. I think the camera's just going to move in the way just to centralise that in the frame a little bit more. So 1 more Warg Rider. Alex, maybe a little bit more. If you okay, so we're just getting Alex just jiggling with the cameras. If you move the dice tray a little bit, pivot more to your right. No, to your right. That's it. That's fine. That's fine. There we go. There we go. That's a bit better. Hopefully you can see that. Some good shooting here. So 2 wargs there and a Warg Rider. So not a bad start. I was just using your headphones and a bit of sound protection. I wish I'd brought.
Very hot he is.
Thank you. You've got a very hot nose.
Sorry?
You've got a hot nose.
I've got a very hot nose. Best feature.
Alex has some noise cancelling headphones, which I should have brought mine, but they crushed my head. Sorry, I didn't want them.
you've not got a very big head to start with.
I do have quite a large head. Thank you. So, not a bad turn of shooting there.
then.
Not a bad turn of shooting. Is that a 6? I think that was a 6 on that logo.
5 and a 1.
Was it a 1? I thought it was a 6. That
5 and a 1.
Are you sure?
That's what they said.
Oh, okay. It looked like a 6. Maybe the logo's on the 1.
You're looking sceptically at me.
I'm sure you heard it correctly. So yeah, some good shooting there. We've unseated, so we lost a couple of wargs, which I'm guessing Justin's sensibly going for the targets that have the highest move. So he killed 2 wargs, and the warg rider was unseated. The warg, fortunately for Luca, passed his courage check down the board.
So there's no heroics then, sorry, by the sounds of things.
No heroics in this
It
game.
doesn't sound like it, unless they're still figuring it out.
There's a roll of a dice there.
Doesn't sound, no.
Oh, throwing spears on the way in there.
Throwing
That's
spears,
so, yeah, of course.
Still.
Courage test. There's a birder charge on the horizon, I think. We can't see anything with that camera. That's all right. Past the courage check charge. Alex, we can't see anything on the main camera. This one's showing nothing. Nothing is. So yeah, so we've got some charges there. We've got some engagement, which is interesting. I guess you have to pin Birdo down. There's no getting around it, is there? What's interesting is what's going to happen with these. Are they going to stand and shoot? Are they going to come around the back to support over here? There's this big warband over here that's almost certainly going to go that way. And then there's Gambling's warband there that could stop here. Lots to happen. Some more shooting happening, sorry. A few throwing spears on the way in that we keep missing. Apologies for that. We're not used to throwing spears at the moment, and it's not been something we've seen on the stream a lot.
I was checked out for a bit, Harry. Anything died to the throwing spears?
No, nothing to the throwing spears. No, a lot of misses, I'm afraid. Mark Sode makes a fair point.
Yeah.
But I think saying Birdo's warband does seem tad exposed, which it is a bit, but that's
the risk of the rule, though.
Yeah, I guess that's the difficulty is, do you choose to put him in this one?
Yeah.
Knowing that you might be able to get a warg off or sneaky through warg through or whatever, or do you put him in this one knowing that you're going to hang around, fanning around in the terrain for a while, or do you waste the rule and just put him here? And then you're ending up marching and being shot at anyway. Yeah. So maybe he's counting on the fact that putting him here is going to draw a lot of the shooting from this way, maybe even from some of these guys over here, and that'll give these guys a more uninterrupted path.
I mean, if nothing else, it puts a huge amount of pressure on. It means that, like you say, shooting's being either the shooting's being drawn over that way, or he's going to have to commit a lot of forces in combat against something that can do a lot of damage. And as you say, otherwise, that's the point of the rule. You know, you don't have to. Not everything in that world has to survive. They've just got to make a hole and get through. And Birdo getting off. I don't know what dominance Birdo has.
I think it's 4.
Yeah.
It's certainly more than a normal troll. Yeah, dominant 4, and the hill troll is worth 3. So actually, if Birdo gets off the board, it's not a bad move, because in Recon now there are points for getting more heroes off than your opponent.
Yeah.
Up to a maximum of 3, so I think it's
one of those nice new little rules to
one victory point for each hero that comes off the board. So if you get Birdo off, it's 4 points for the scenario and an extra victory point. And of course you've denied any general VPs as well, which is potentially quite good, especially if he can smash through Theoden, who is this way.
So, I mean, that's the other point, of course, is that if they are all just going to line up here to shoot down at Birdo, it means that they're not getting off the board, they're not walking. And every turn you lose, so many times in Recon, you've got models within 1 turn or 2 turns of the board, and the game times out.
Yeah.
Or you've lost enough models, or they've lost enough models that you break.
I think with this one though, it's a tricky one, because Defenders of Helm's Deep are, I mean, by their name, a defensive army. They're standing and shooting, and it's a tricky one to stand and shoot against because of the fact that they're going to be really in their face straight away. But
You know what? I think my bet might not go my way based on the way that Jocelyn's been playing. I think he's doing it really well. He's playing it perfectly. I have no criticisms so far, but it's interesting. I still think it's an uphill battle.
He's going to get me a pint.
I think I might end up having to get the pint, but it's
but only after the next pint.
Only after you've bought the second one. By which point you're probably less interested in having a pint anyway.
Wait. Yeah, Mercy says, I agree. Now almost the entire Rohan will make an interactive burger. It's difficult to get the perspective. Let's get this other angle. Can we see anything in there? Because the terrain is high and there's a lot of line of sight blocking.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as clear as it looks necessarily from the top-down view, particularly when we've got these guys here, and of course that's where Legolas is as well.
So there's no windows in this piece of terrain, and it looks like there's a path through there with that door,
but
that's
it's elevated,
actually a second level up. Yeah.
Let's have a look at that. So that's what Harry was just drawing on this here. Yeah.
So that's there. So it's actually quite blocked. So as you can even from where the camera, sorry, let's just put that one back. Where the camera is roughly where Legolas is. I think he's below this bit.
Agreed. Yeah.
So actually, there's very little that we can see there.
We've got a few new people in chat. Whilst they are,
Four Farthings Gaming in. Welcome along, Four Farthings Gaming.
Oh, hello. I made a question from Four Farthings Gaming. In your professional opinion, does the +1 to fight value on the charge armor bonus in the Battle of Fornost stack with Aena's ability to match an opponent's fight value, meaning he outfights anything on charge?
Well, what do you think, Alex?
I think it's a really good question, and I think it's one that the people at home are really interested in getting answered, and we need to get an answer because they deserve that kind of certainty in their lives.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
totally agree. Yeah. I hope that answers your question for Farthings Gaming.
I sincerely hope it answers your question because it's not getting any better.
Well, I'm quickly leafing through to have a. Sorry, my voice is already going, which is a disaster.
We have been streaming for like 7 hours.
We have, but I don't even know where the hell Ayana is in this thing. Rohan, no. We'll have a think about that because I'm intrigued how it's worded. So I think some half moves going on there.
So what 2 armies are fighting scenario? That's at the bottom of the screen. You've got Company of the Jinn with Burda's Horde, and Spain with Defenders of Helm's Deep playing Reconnoiter, and this is round 3. Since we've got a moment whilst these guys are moving, I'll show you the heroes and the resources. There you go. Theoden, Gambling, Haldir, Legolas, Burda, 2 Angmar captains, and a Wild Warg chieftain.
I have absolutely no idea where. Oh, there he is. Ayana. Right, here we go. What was the question?
Does Aena's fight value stack with the +1 bonus in the Battle of Fornost, therefore making it so that on the charge he outfights
He is always +1, more than one fight. Yeah,
okay. Mark's side says the fight value bonus takes effect before Aena's.
I would be surprised if they stack, personally. But it depends how it's worded, doesn't it? Sorry, there's a lot of page turning here, which is just because, honestly, I find it really difficult to navigate these books. Right, here we go. Right. Friendly Gondor cavalry models gain a bonus of +1 to their fight value on a turn in which they charge. At the start of a combat involving Aena, before any heroic strikes resolved, Aena may increase his fight value to match that of a single enemy model he's engaged in combat with.
So I'd say no, because you can increase it to match that of an enemy model. And if the bonus,
So the way I read it is it says on a turn in which you charge. So I would it depends how you interpret it.
That's at the beginning of the fight, isn't it?
I would say, I would say when you're charging, you gain the +1 value, which is in your move phase. So you get the +1 value in your move phase, and then you go up to your fight value to match the single enemy model when you're in combat.
I agree.
But there may well be an FAQ about that.
It's done.
No, we've decided, have we? Okay, there we go. There we go. So we're going to twiddle the cameras again because stuff's moving. So you can see here Luca moving into the centre of that ruin there. And again, a block of line of sight there. Again, even though this door is here, there's an elevated platform there, so there's some stairs. So that is providing some line of sight blocking.
They should have quite a nice view on the Orcs there. Bunkering up behind that building, trying to exploit the cover as best they can. Who can blame them with this much shooting?
In some ways, I wonder whether actually the move here is to march. I don't know whether it does look like they're moving quite far. Actually, I don't know. We haven't missed a march, have we?
I don't think we have, but I mean, it would have made sense.
We sent a guy back here. I wonder why. So there's some guys around here.
Yes, it's an interesting manoeuvre.
I wonder whether they're going to come this way or whether they're just.
Because it could have come on that way, unless they were part of this warband.
They were part of that warband.
Okay, fine. So they've just split. I'm still not entirely sure why you do it.
Maybe he's anticipating these guys coming up this way at some point and wants someone to block off that manoeuvre because they're staying very still so far. And if he moves all of these this way to help Berda, then there's a clear run this way or this way.
But they don't. But they've got the numbers. They don't have to block, do they? Really?
Well, it depends if he wants to score all of his VPs. Maybe. I don't know. You're probably right. Maybe it's not the most sensible move. Maybe he's feeling very confident in the number he can get.
Yeah, Mark's side says to summarise it in, it goes into fight 7 at the charge phase, and then for the start of the fight phase, it's ability triggers. I think that's right.
Just so you know, Funny Doings TV. I know somebody's already answered. It's all of the deets are here at the bottom. So it's Recon, it's Berda's Horde, and it's Defenders of Helm's Deep. Berda's Horde's obviously travelling this direction, and Helm's Deep's travelling in that direction. And if you want to know the full army lists, they're on mespgtracker.com, linked in the description below. So do have a look there if you want to find a bit more detail. But in short, Legolas, Haldir, Gamling, Theoden somewhere in here. I'm not quite sure where he's got to at this point. And Berda, Troll, Captain, Warg Chieftain's not really doing a lot at the moment, is he? Or is this? Yeah. Or is that the Warg Chieftain? Either way, Warg Chieftain, notoriously very good and fast and strong.
Okay, looks like we've got some shooting.
Model.
Sorry, Harry.
It's not really doing much at the moment. Yeah, let's have a listen to the shooting. Sorry, we've got 30-inch bows being measured out.
So some Galadrim shooting going across this way here, with an in the way for this building here. So past. It's difficult to hear that, but it looked like a hit, but failed the in the way. What are the VPs? That's a good question. I'll get those for you.
It's a significant number for having triple the number of models going off the board. I think that's in the region of 10.
I think that was it for the shooting, Harry, which is quite remarkable.
Not a lot going on.
Offensive fights now.
Yeah, so it's 12 victory points. If you can triple, you need to have 3 models at least, or
and
a dominant 3.
Their tally.
And nothing else for 12.
You get 1 victory point for each of your hero models that's off to maximum 3. And then obviously general kills up to maximum 2 if the general use moves to casualty. And 3 if they break and you don't. So red is Berda, green is the Orc.
They're in a fight.
So I missed what happened there, I'm afraid. There was a Berda fight. Yes, but I didn't see who won. It looked like... I'm going to go see who's in combat with.
Yeah, sorry, we just got a request.
here for another content creator who's filming for a Polish channel. So we're going to get a camera on the fight and hopefully find out exactly what's happening here. It looks like Birdo's alive and well, so we're still moving. Death there. I think that was a trap strike from. Maybe
Glavin that just went.
Is that a troll?
Yeah.
The troll did that fight. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, we're just trying to work out what was cracking on there.
So it's in this clump here. Sorry, the lighting's not very good there. Oh dear. I had thought this set up a nice little camera angle, but people get in the way.
It's all right.
So it's a barge, I think. Yeah, we've got a barge there. So where's he trying to get to? So 5 inches. So where's he going? So he's just tagged up a Rohan warrior. So as you can see, the troll was here. He barged, went 5 inches that way, wanted to get a hero but didn't have the move, and so ended up just tagging up a Rohan warrior. But he's putting a lot of pressure on, and he's only like 6 inches from the edge of the board. Nonsense. So that's Rohan warrior dead. So that's another combat. It's Rohan warrior goes to the troll, and that's another Rohan warrior dead. So that troll defeated one warrior, barged him, used that to get up the board, and then killed his next target. Which hero is it right at the top of that board?
Gambling is on the top.
Gambling's at the top, so it's Gambling that he's threatening, who obviously isn't going to have many tools at his disposal to defeat a troll. Glyn said that Birdo lost to a shielding Rohan warrior. That's unfortunate. Okay, so that was the priority roll. And it has gone to the company of the Jinn, so that's Birdo's Horde. And so now it looks like Spain is deciding whether or not they want to call a move. So that's it, a move with Gambling in there. And he got a 6 to get the mic back as well. Ooh. Wow, it actually happened.
Hey!
That's remarkable. It never happened to me.
It did happen that once.
Once, okay, for once. Still,
in that game where I absolutely smashed you, can you remember that?
No.
No,
I don't remember that.
I don't know why. You'll have to check it out on the stream once you've finished watching the next 20 hours of content.
Defamatory statement.
Sorry, a bit absent there for a second. I was just a bit absent there for a second as a response to a message of my wife and child. There's not a lot of time for interacting with child.
Have you thought about not having a wife and child? It makes things so much more straightforward.
The thing is, that's called infanticide at this stage. If you once you have the child, you can't just get rid of it. I could just leave.
Live in the hotel.
That's right. It's quite good.
free food?
I mean, I don't.
No, it's not
endorse
free
it.
food because
It's
we paid for it in advance. I can't believe you're talking about infanticide. I can't believe you even brought it up. Anyway, I know. Are we excited about the idea of looking at the rest of the boards? Do you want me to get some videos of people showing off the boards, or do you want to do that?
I'll do that.
Do you want to do that? You're excited about that? I can sense it in your face.
So I will. I'll wear my heart on my sleeve.
All right.
I'll take my phone. Sorry.
You can do this one if you want. Yours is like got 1% battery.
So I'm afraid, chat, I'm leaving you in Harry's semi-capable hands.
This is what happened when I was. And then.
Will it link automatically? Yeah.
All right. So we've got Alex heading off. So Alex heading off to have a look around the boards and do us a general tour. I'll take over the commentary for a second. So let's try and get a decent shot of this. I've just seen some movements there. So yeah, you can see that is Gambling in the centre of the screen there. He's working his way up there, and I believe that's Hal there right next to him as well. So that Birder's warband has suffered somewhat, it's fair to say. But we can see the troll over there making a break for it. He's got dominant 3. Could be all he needs to get off the board to get the win. Just a bit of stuff there. Some in-depth moving going on here after Birder was deployed here. The troll has head up that way. Birder, I can't actually see Birder at the moment. Let's see where he is. Is he? He must be in this bit here. That's where he sort of roughly is. I can't remember. I've got Joseph from the MESBG tracker here, sat next to me having a bit of a gleg. You're responsible for the website that everything's running on here. Joseph, is it going smoothly?
Yes, we have a little crash from 5 minutes, but everything is running smoothly. And the first run was a little harsh because all players have to discover the app and then try it. But since round 2 now, everything goes smoothly. So I hope it will continue.
And this is the biggest event you've ever run on it, I believe.
Yeah, it is. We have 132 players. We already ran an event with 120 players. And there are more people on the website because I think at the same time at the Nation Cup there is 2 tournaments in France right now on the app and also 1 tournament in Italy. So yeah, I think we are running like 4 tournaments at the same time right now, including the Nations Cup.
Well, it's brilliant. I'm sure people have been delving into the data that's available in the app on the description, which is linked down below. So if you're watching now and you want to know what the army lists are that are playing at the moment, or frankly any of the army lists here at the tournament, do have a look at the website. Thanks, Joseph, for joining us there briefly. Let's return to the play. There's some conversation there happening about the terrain and what's happening with the terrain. I think there was a conversation about whether the speed at which the Wag is allowed to travel through the river. So a little bit of a debate about that. Well, it's a debate, just to clarify. But it looks like that must be the Wag Chieftain, that yellow one there. It's certainly on a bigger base, so maybe it's not the official GW model, but nonetheless, it is there. And then we've got this warband here. That's interesting. He seems almost paralysed with indecision over where to send that warband of troops. That's the bulk of the Birder's Horde army.
right there, and it's almost, it's too scared to go this way to face Legolas, but it looks like he's kind of toying, wondering whether that's the right path after Berda has lost some fights. We've got a courage, I think we've got a 7, not quite sure what that was for. That was to charge the hill troll at night. Let's get the picture-in-picture just in case the dice roll is required again. There might be a few more throwing spears popping up as we go in, but it's mostly, I think, just sliding the warriors around and picking the fights. That's the dice roll. So here we go. This is the break that we were wondering whether it would happen or not. Clearly, Jocelyn is considering moving the troops through that piece of ruin in the centre, and potentially this way. Surely he's not got enough models to make it through. But is it enough, or is it enough to make Luca of the Berda's hordes reconsider which way to go here? Could it be enough? Could it force him to split that force and go that way? That's a good question. I'd say it's a good question. I asked it, so who knows? Just a bit of context of the board again, and you can see in the background, I think almost all of the games are probably still going. Got an hour and a half left. Plenty of time still on the round. I suspect this round will end a bit earlier than the previous ones because of it being recon. People have not needed the deployment time that they get extra for, so not quite as slow and uptake. If that's the right phrase, probably not. It can't be that it's just these 3 models that died on the right-hand side, surely. Berda has not made the impact that I'd imagine Luca is wanting to have made the best. They're making a break. It looks like they might be. This is interesting. So we have that move. Here we go. So the Legolas's warband is trying to go up through the centre, which I'd imagine means these guys are going to come here. These guys will come here, and these guys will probably end up getting killed. And then maybe whatever's left will go there. But will they hold out long enough? Who knows? Oh! How many models there? There's some coming through the middle as well, so there's at least 2 or 3 models there. You can see Luca pacing a little bit. Is he feeling confident? I think body language would suggest he's not all that confident here. Maybe he's thinking, but he certainly doesn't give the impression that he's in command of the battlefield. Glenn Seymour is asking what happens to the beer bet if it's a draw. Well, I don't know the wording of the agreement that was made. You'll have to rewind to the stream. But I believe it was, the wording was that the defenders of Helm's Deep will win. So if there's a draw, I get my beer. That's how I'm going to argue it with Alex anyway, when he's back. He's still currently wandering around the hall. If you're just joining us here on Battle Camper, I am not Alex of Battle Camper fame. I'm Harry of Ent Videos fame. and we're broadcasting live here from Poland, from the Nations Cup. We're in Warsaw in a hotel. There's 132 players, 18 nations represented, 22 teams, 6 players per team, 3 evil, 3 good. But we can have good versus evil, we can have good versus good, or evil versus evil. So all is happening, and it's being broadcast live on the Battle Camper channel today, and tomorrow it will be broadcast on my channel, 8 videos. If you go down to the link below, you'll be able to find the deets about tomorrow's video, which will broadcast from 9 AM local time tomorrow morning at 8 AM UK time. So there we go.
Thank you.
Alex has rejoined us, as we've been discussing.
I am back. Thank you so much. What has happened? What missed?
Actually, you've missed the break.
Am I closer or less close to a beer?
I think you're closer. Berda is struggling up here. There's not a lot of dead Rohan. And the Legolas Warband and some of the guys from Fairden's Warband and these guys are making a break for it. But there's still a lot of orcs left.
There are a lot of orcs, yeah.
So who knows? Who knows how it'll pan out? I think my chances of buying the beer have increased, but I still think I've got a good chance.
Yeah. So me?
Yeah. Alex is being borrowed by one of the judges here. Hopefully you can hear what the players are saying to an extent. Close. We might be able to get a better shot on that in a second. I'll try and get a decent shot on that in a second, but in fact, I'm just going to move the cameras, so hopefully Alex has disappeared again. Hill Trolls are dominant 3, Berda is dominant 4. So yeah, getting Hill Troll off the board could be relatively important. So it looks like we've started on the actual fights here. There was a Hill Troll, a few guys against the Warg first of all. That's all happening in this general area. Let's get the picture-in-picture back. Sorry, missed that one. That's a success. So we've got a Warg killing a Rohan warrior there. Another Warg here fighting. Oh, a 6. Oh, it's a 6. It goes to the Rohan, I'd imagine, if there was an elf in the fight.
Sorry, I'm back again. I've not been very committed the past half an hour.
That's all right.
How are we getting on?
So the combats have just started. We've had a dead Rohan warrior, but it's still low in the kill count.
Yeah, that's low. That's it, those 4 models. And that's 1 Galadrim and 3 Rohan.
I can't see where the dead... In fact, I'm going to check it now, how many dead orcs there are. So I can't quite make it out on the board.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to try and clue myself back into what's going on. I'm afraid I'm so out of the loop.
Actually, very low still. 5 orcs and a Warg. No, that can't be right. But we did have more than 1 Warg.
And they've got, at the top corner, I can see a troll literally a turn.
Yeah, he's ready to go off.
But I suppose the question for him is...
He's just barged out of that combat, so he's pushed these guys here into the terrain, these guys over this direction, these guys this way, and that's giving him the very distinct opportunity of dominant 3 being walked off the board.
To not run, because it's a troll. Like, I want to go to stay and keep killing stuff.
I think
but in that circumstance, I think you just want to bag the points, don't you?
I think here he's struggling in this fight generally. So getting a guaranteed 3 points off really puts the pressure on this.
Huge pressure.
Because if these guys don't make it through this gap,
that's max points.
That's 12 victory points there.
Absolutely.
but we'll see. I mean, it'd be nice. I think I would be really keen to get Berda off the board if I could, but.
Right, I'm going to try and swizzle the camera a bit. Let's see if we can get a nice angle on the lines as they close in together.
Okay.
It's a day of swizzling.
Yeah, there's a lot of jiggery pokery going on. Yeah, Glenn, as you've just commented, I think you've got it exactly the same point. Hill troll barging, so yeah, I think that is probably the move that. But there's still. It requires him winning a priority role here, doesn't it, for him to actually win and get off that board and not be tagged. So it's still not beyond the realms of possibility of Helm's Deep, the defenders, stopping that Hill Troll escaping. I believe there's models here, although they're in difficult terrain, and I think there's some over here as well. So it's not impossible for them to catch him, but I think you're right. The Hill Troll's probably secured a lot of points. So back to France. Sorry.
Does Rohan have a hero in that top left-hand corner by that troll?
Not anymore. No, I think they're mostly here, or maybe now getting to this end of the thing. But so there's certainly no one. There's certainly no one there. But there might. Yeah, I think that's gambling right there. In fact, so it definitely is. So he could call a heroic move, which I assume would get some of, if not all of these. But whether they could get in and also pass the push. And the push again. Yes, and the Hill Troll can barge himself on the board here. Yeah, which would be handy for him. Yeah, charging one Rohan warrior into there might not be enough. A 5-inch hurl, I believe that sounds like. Oh no, sorry, it's a barge again. So Berda coming this way, so Berda clearly gunning for these guys.
Do you think that's just to escape the bottleneck? Well, it's sort of a bit of a trap here, isn't it?
Potentially, but I also think this has moved up 6 inches this turn, so Berda on his own. There's also Theoden is somewhere. I don't think he may be under the building.
Back to priority there. Should we get the?
Yeah, let's get the priority up. It's on there. So priority roll, yeah. Priority. So that's 6. It's 6 to a 1.
So Spain taking priority.
Yep.
Any works? Have we spent any resources?
You know, I haven't heard any resources being spent. I'm going to go and check on the way.
Oh, Tim Ellis is in chat. Hi, Tim.
Tim commenting, how was lunch? The food here has been absolutely extraordinary.
It has been very, very good, and Harry won't shut up about it. It has been very good, and Harry won't shut up about it. So, Harry's just checking whether or not there's been resources spent. I think he's going to relay that back to me. Yeah, here he comes.
We've had 1 point of mine spent by gambling.
Okay. In the combat?
There was 2. 1 was free, so it's only 1 total.
Okay. So gambling spent 2 might, and 1 of them he got back with his banner. So I can just check 1 might off gambling, which puts him down to 1. And while these guys are moving, I can remind you of the resources and heroes, just very briefly. There you go. Theoden, Gambling, Halder, Legolas, Berda, Angmar Captain, 2, and the Wild Warg Chieftain, and only a single point of might spent on the entire board. So, it looks like some very, very careful movie shenanigans going on. I can see that Team Spain has got one of those interesting little trinkets that measures an inch by inch round corners and round bases, and it's one of those kits that allows you to keep a full inch away from enemy models at all times, which I always find really intimidating. I'm joined by Michael. Hi Michael, how are you doing?
Hello, how are you?
Are you my new Harry?
I could be, I'm not.
Are you my new dad?
But I could.
I doubt that.
Do I put these on?
You can put those on, yeah, absolutely. So there you go, put that on. For people at home, Michael is joining us. Are you familiar with, do you know what's going on in the game?
Am I free to?
Do you know what's going on in the game?
Yes. So at the moment we have 2 guys playing MESBG. I think they are
succinct synopsis.
Yeah, I'm guessing they are on the. Do we know what phase they're on?
So we're moving.
Yes, as I was about to say, the movement phase.
Yeah, about to say that. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it was on the tip of my tongue.
So you can see, because we've got a troll here, literally just about to get off the board.
Oh, his hands move now. That's
And I think the Defenders of Helm's Deep player, the Spanish player, is desperately trying to stop the troll from getting off if he possibly can. He's also got a problem because Berda and his warband came up in this piece of terrain here. It's been causing some problems, but not doing much damage. And Berda himself has now fled down this way, and he's here trying to catch Legolas and this warband down here because they've got a pretty open shot getting off the board that way.
Do you see Berda making that distance? No. It's an interesting one.
Got no march, is he?
What, sorry?
Berda doesn't march, does he?
Does he not? No, okay.
I don't know, I'm wondering.
It's been a while since I've used his profile.
A quick gander.
What I'm also wondering is, what are the dominant values on these trolls now?
So the troll, we think Berda is 4, and the rest of the trolls are 3. So that troll is massive. You know, if he can get off...
Yeah, it puts the 3-0 pressure on immediately.
Yeah, that's 12 points unless Rohan can counter it
But again, given the time that's left, just over an hour 15, I would say, there's plenty of time for Legolas and his ilk to get off.
Yeah,
what's this down here?
So that is just a bunch of orcs. So there's 2 Angmar orc captains.
Okay.
That's all their warband. A little bit split off. We came down and sat behind there. So you can see there is a way of blocking.
Yes. So it's a good tactic. Right. Sorry, Mr. Handsome is back, so I'll be handing over imminently. But no, they've got a good rear guard there, and the trolls are putting the pressure on to get the dominant points. So very good. I personally would be running Berda off. I would say if you can delay the elves long enough.
Berda got blocked, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I mean
he could cut his way through. Right, here's Harry back anyway. Leave you in good hands.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, buddy.
I assume you are offering excellent insight because as a top table player yourself.
Once upon a time.
Once upon a time. That's not true. Don't believe his lies. Michael's a top player, and remains such, in heart and in mind.
So we've not made much progress since you left. The troll is still on the side, ready to leave. I couldn't see that anyone actually got into combat with him. I think that's a failed crew checks.
Interesting. Well, I think part of the problem was he barged some people into this piece of terrain, which was difficult terrain. So it was a very clever, shrewd move. Okay. So I don't believe you're slowed down by difficult terrain when you're being barged. So if you've got to make the 3 inches footage, you've got to go through. You've got to go through it. I believe that's currently the way it's being read. So whether that's accurate or not, I don't know. But that's certainly how they've interpreted it.
I mean, I made an error in my last stream because I thought that you couldn't get pushed back into difficult terrain a full inch.
Yeah, you can.
But you can.
You absolutely can.
Well, I know that now.
Well, there you go.
It was to my advantage that I didn't know that.
There you go.
Have you been off filming, have you, Harry?
No. I just got you a coffee.
I just got you a coffee.
Which I just handed you.
So I was very pleased. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're right. What I'm going to do though is upload the video that you've filmed. So we'll have some interviews from the Greek people. And
so we had chat earlier. Said that we have already had Greek interviews. So Glyn Seymour very, very helpful there in saying we only had one chance to charge and we failed. So that was the Rohan's one attempt. But I don't think that would have helped anyway because the troll would have won the fight and then he'd barged off.
Are you sure we had the Greek interview? I don't think we did.
That's what chat says. Chat, weigh in. Did you have the Greek interviews earlier? If not, then we'll put them on. We definitely don't want to waste them if you haven't had them. But if you have had them, let us know.
All right. Well, at the very least, we'll have Alex's Wander. Well, in that case, I best go out and find some more people to talk to.
Yeah, you best have.
Although, having said that, this one does look like it might go down to the wire. Nobody's dying.
No. And there's a long way for the Rohan to move. I think it is going to go down to time.
I think you're right.
Okay, so Glyn says we haven't had the Greek interviews, so perhaps we'll have those after this game.
I don't know whether I put them in. No, that's fine. We've already got it there. Right. Okay, cool. I'm going to wander off. I'll leave you in Alex's capable hands for a minute or two.
Okay, so this is a 3-inch move onto that difficult terrain, which is the water. Stealing a bit, Harry. And this is Legolas's
This is Legolas's contingent. Obviously trying to outrun Birdo down there. Jack Brown and Beer Mat Movies both agreeing we have not had Germany. Had not had Greece, sorry, we've had Germany. That's awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll make sure to put those on after this game, as well as my little video, which I don't think Harry's going to be particularly impressed with, but I enjoyed it. That is very menacing, isn't it? Birdo in the background, just staring these guys down. Eyeballing it though, I think they're still way over 6, and so probably essentially in the clear, except for the fact they're still halfway over the difficult terrain, shallow water. So maybe Birdo will catch them. So that's it. That's the troll gone. You see, taken off for 3 points, or 3 models worth of escape, whatever you want to call it, which means they have got the 12 VPs in the bag, unless the defenders at Helm's Deep can do something to turn that around. That's a big move. It just puts so much pressure on the defenders. They've got to find a way to break through now. And I'm now seeing the logic. I know I chastised it earlier, but I'm seeing the logic of this little pack here, because they're safe, they're sat there, they didn't need to do anything else. All they have to do now is stop the defenders from escaping, and they can do that because they stayed safe, they weren't taking arrows, and they can just become a little spike trap. Imagine like a police deploying a spike trap. Bunch of orcs just taking residence in that little house as well. Not sure why they've gone inside that house. There's a whole bunch of them in there. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose of that is. Stay safe from shooting, I guess. And we're coming up on 1 hour and 10. So they've had 1 hour and 20, over halfway through their allowed time. Not an enormous amount has actually happened so far. It's been a reasonably bloodless game. We still only have the 5 defenders dead down there. So got some shooting coming up. In the way for the front line, failed. Nothing. This is at the Wild Chieftain. Nothing again. So a hit on the Wild Chieftain, but no wound. Seymour says that the reason they're hiding in the building is because they ignore moving penalties and they reclaim cover whilst waiting to ambush the Roman trying to cross the river. Yeah, fair play. Same as before, I guess, just lying in wait. They don't need to do anything, they don't need to play aggressively. All they have to do is hold the line and they win. So this on a Wild Rider, missed. Hit from the Glathrim on the Wild Rider, up and down. Goes to the Warg. And it's a dead Warg. So the Warg Rider got a 6. So he's standing up and acting as normal, not that he's got anything left to do this turn. Hello, Michael. Have you returned? Michael, the prodigal son returned.
Oh yeah. Budget Harry Parker. That's a good view right there.
All my hope. So me and Harry have a beer riding this. I took the defenders, he took Burning Sword, but I feel like it's slipping away from me. So the Glathrim are finally doing a bit of shooting. They just killed a Warg, and then with another arrow killed the rider that dismounted. So that's the guy that just died there.
Okay.
But that's the most they've really done with their shooting. It's been really poor, given they've got a max third of the army with Glathrim. Every Glathrim has a bow. They've got Haldir as well, of course. So it's not been fantastic.
So he's sitting and shooting?
No, he was. He played it really slow. Sat back. But of course, like I said, we've got orcs here, orcs here, orcs here.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Yeah. Let's see if that pays out for him. I really wanted to say that this weekend. I mean, he has the tools. You say Haldir and Legolas, yeah?
Sorry?
Haldir and Legolas he has, yeah?
So Legolas is here, across the river somewhere in this little clump here. Haldir, is that Haldir? I might go check.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's been a bit of a clump. So Burder is stuck at the top of the board there. The problem is that troll that I pointed out last time, he's gone.
He's gone. So there's 3 points in the bag.
It's Burder's game to lose.
Yeah.
Because he's got the 3 for the dominant 3. So all he has to do is stop any from the Riders of Rohan getting off.
Oh.
And with only an hour left.
I was saying he should press with Burder, press forwards, but almost I would say if he starts spreading the net out to catch anyone trying to get off the board, Burder could do more damage just heading into the fray.
Yeah.
If he's confident he can stop people getting off.
So this is, I think, sorry.
Yeah.
So that's a dead orc. I mean, the defenders are killing stuff at least. So it's a one-on-one fight. I think there's a defender of Helm's Deep, a warrior, with for a 1. It goes to Burder's Horde. It's a dead. It's a Glathrim. It's a Glathrim warrior. So that's another bow off the table. Problem is too, I don't think Haldir and Theoden, I'll check, but I don't think they're near enough each other to get for Haldir to be super Haldir.
Right.
So that's
where is Theoden there?
I'm going to go check. It's a very good question.
Yeah, no worries. Oh, hold the fort. If anyone wants to submit songs for Alex and Harry to duet later as part of karaoke, please send in your suggestions now.
You know what? I don't know. Haldir's up here, but Theoden I can't see for the life of me. If anyone in chat knows where he is,
he is alive.
They're paying attention more than I have. But Burder just spent a might to win that fight in Barge. So Burder is down a might now. I think that might be the first one.
There goes the big lad.
Let's have a look. Burder, 22. I need to check that. I've been out too long. I've been out filming, roaming around. Oh dear, it's not. Excellent elbow cam there.
People pay good money for that now.
So that was priority. And
looks like Berder could be in reach, right?
To take it.
So could Berder be in reach there, maybe, if he gets the go?
Eyeballing it, it's difficult to say, isn't it?
So inconsiderate.
Back to elbow cam. I'll try to get a better angle, see if I can.
I'm wondering who is this here behind the hand? Is that Theoden maybe?
Let's find out.
Looks some gold and red there. I wonder if that's why Berder's making a beeline, or a beeline is being faked. Perhaps we'll see. Moving through shallow water there, so difficult terrain, half movement. Now trying to forge ahead towards the other half of the board. We have just over an hour to go, and we're saved by a handsome man who will take my place again.
Oh, you don't need to go on my account. Don't worry.
This is where you excel.
Ah, thanks, Michael. All right, we're back. The dream team's back.
No, he's just left.
Oh yeah, sorry.
So we have identified Theoden. He should be in shot right in front here. Here he is. That's Theoden right there.
So, can you catch me up, please, Alex? Because I have been absent and
I can't remember when you had the troll left the board by the time you.
No, he hadn't.
So troll's gone. Troll's gone.
So
Berder had to spend a might to get a barge off here.
Oh, okay.
But I think it's looking really bleak for my team.
He did what? Sorry.
I think it's looking really bleak for the defenders.
Oh, it's looking bleak. So you think Berder's going to take it?
I definitely think so. He's got 3.
He's got 12 VPs currently, and these guys need to get off the board.
It's a long way.
Yeah,
even just walking it, that's a long way, and they've got a lot of walk. They're just not going to get through that walks in that time.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Particularly given they're not doing that much killing.
Sorry?
Particularly given they're not doing that much killing.
Yeah. There's very few dead models in general, I thought.
I mean, if you think about it, mathematically speaking, so that's about middle line. So they've made it about halfway, which means they've got about halfway to go. So
4 turns.
Yeah, 24 inches, exactly right.
So, well, I mean, in an hour...
4 turns without any obstruction.
Yeah.
Now, to their benefit, they've still got a lot of might. So a couple of decent moves and then heroic combats, maybe makes a hole, gets a few of them out. Obviously, they only need a 3 and a break or 3 and a wound on Berder would be great, but I just think the chances are slim.
Yeah, it does seem unlikely in my book, but hey, it's not impossible. It's not impossible. Remember, Theoden has March, so he is able to potentially.
It's true, but he's still on this side of the river, which is the river is such obstruction. So Chat was saying earlier, they think that rivers in competitive games aren't any good. They're unfair. I don't necessarily agree with that, because they should have the same impact on both sides. Obviously, some armies are going to suffer more, but you hope that the rule designers have accounted for that in balancing. But also, I just prefer to have. I hate the idea that we ride the slippery slope down to 40k style L-shaped buildings on every table in the name of balance.
And frankly, the terrain rules in MESPG are so good and so interesting and so in depth that not utilising the. Sorry, Alex just spilled coffee and then panicked,
slapping
the heat.
And it makes a mighty slap as well.
I think they're so in depth that it feels a waste to not use them. And actually, one of my big bugbears in the game is when people say, this bit of terrain here that's on this big base, what are we classing that? Open? Yeah, let's open. It's like, what is even the point? Then it is just blocking line of sight like those L-shaped polystyrenes and 40k. So I'm 100% with you there.
Before you know it, you've got an ITC recommended table setup,
which we do not want. Although I do think, in the defence of the tournament organisers, they have a very specific way of setting out the boards. So although they're not all the same, they're all meant to be equal and fair no matter which way you get set up. So.
Marsu has said he thinks that, or they think, excuse me, that there should be 2 crossing points which are open terrain. I do agree with that.
Yes.
I do agree with that. And there are...
I think there are on the
which
maps.
players could agree. So, it's, well, yeah, and even
So I
these,
think... sorry, where's the board? So that is
exactly
a forward
right.
and that's a forward. Yeah.
I don't think that's how the players are playing it.
No.
But that is how I would have played it.
That's fair, yeah. Interesting. I don't know what's going on at the moment, but let's have a look at what we've got. To go. If you're interested, in the chat, we've got, if you're supporting either the Netherlands or the Dutch, then we've got some chats with both of those. Although I have a feeling, I just sort of, while saying the word Dutch, I think at the end of the video I described them as Danish, which is not true, they're Dutch. So if I get that wrong, please do. I apologise on my own behalf in advance of when that happens. But yeah, we've got a few little interviews catching up with. I think most of the nations now have had at least a small clip of themselves on air over the course of the day.
Yeah, it's great. And any of this that we need to mop up, we'll mop up tomorrow.
We will mop.
Run them down.
Well, I think the only ones
they'll
that
see you coming and they'll flee into the lounge.
Indeed, and of course,
escape.
And of course, tomorrow we'll be focusing much more heavily on the competitive side of the field. So we've got likely, but not guaranteed, the USA, Poland, and England. Depending on who, at least 2 of those are likely to make it to the top tables.
So we've got some interesting comments in here. Glyn says, to be fair, the Defenders player had tried to stand and shoot for 2 hours. I've no sympathy. Also, the 2 fjords should have been open. Yeah, I do agree with that, absolutely agree. Griffin says, Birder teleporting across the map makes this 9 impossible with a water feature, also slowing the Defenders player.
Yeah, it's not inaccurate.
And Michael says, go Netherlands. We are indeed not Danish.
I do apologise, Michael, in advance.
Every day's a school.
Hey,
don't worry about it.
No, I said Dutch at the start, and I've said Dutch just now, but I have a feeling I said to the chap's face, and I've forgotten his name, Max, I believe it was, to his face, and there is the view from the Danish. And he's right there, sat there, and he's too polite to say anything otherwise. So maybe I did say Dutch, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. Anyway,
have you got a tattoo on the small of your back that says people from the Netherlands are Danish?
I don't know. Well, I wouldn't be able to see it if it was on my back anyway, so it's no help to me.
I've seen it.
Oh, okay. So just out of interest, what you were saying here about the Defenders players trying to stand still and shoot for 2 hours 30 plus. I think there's some truth to this, because this bit was held by Legolas and some bows for quite some time, and these guys just sat behind there for quite some time. Maybe Luca was sensibly thinking, if I stand here and maybe move backwards, move forwards, move backwards, it might encourage Justin to wait it out and fire the odd in the way and all that sort of stuff. When actually he needed to be coming towards them, not the other way around.
That's it. That's absolutely it. This is a game. So often, Recon, you win or lose it on a model that you get off at the beginning. You know, someone that you get off just as a bit of an opportunity, making sure that you've got the pressure, making sure you've got the relief, and it's up to them to try and catch up. And then they just can't catch up in time.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the problem. And why? Birder's Horde have a massive advantage in this instance, though, don't they? With the deployment teleportation thing, and the fact that he's got a dominant 3 model in that warband that's resilient enough that if you get it close to the edge, it's going to do well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, it's an uphill battle for them. It's fair to say.
And the shooting, I mean, as we're seeing at the moment, it's not doing much good for them.
No, well,
it's done very little damage.
And also, it's kind of superfluous at this point, because these guys don't need to be killed. Their whole other than blocking these guys up, there's no point. He should be moving at full pelt, marching, and trying to get past them in some way by calling heroic combos and stuff.
It's a shame,
not
isn't it, when you're
moving half and shooting.
When you've maxed out your strength 3 bows, hit on 3s, and you've got the Legion bonus to get the plus 6 inches as well. You just feel like you should be shooting. I'm not saying that's right. I'm saying that it's a powerful incentive.
And I think it takes a strong player to know when to not use your bows. And it's actually
that is genuinely sage advice.
It is, and I think it's actually for newer players. I think it's a really difficult decision to, particularly on now elves don't have the ability, or bowmen generally don't have the ability to take spears. It's choosing the right moment to go, I'm going to commit my bowman into the fight is really, really difficult, because in the past you might have been able to join late and spear support your enemy, the sort of line, or edge forward and arrive a turn later, and it wouldn't matter because you'd be spear supporting. But now there are fewer spears. I think only rangers have spears and bows, so they're okay at that. But even so, it's still difficult. Fine, max your shooting in the games to the death, or fog of war, or whatever, where it's you're able to take it to advantage.
Yeah. So, sorry, just to interrupt, Harry. No, I think it's a really, really good point. Yeah, the fewer spears is particularly.
Sorry, you were interrupting there. We're going.
Just to say that is one all gone, but the fact that struck me shows, I think, how ineffective the shooting's been. I mean, look at that clump by the building down there. That's where an orc just got taken out by a number of shots. It meant that
see better on this angle. I think at least it's not out of focus here.
Well, let me go get
that's fine.
get some angles. But I mean, also Berda there. I mean, first we were thinking, why isn't Berda just getting off the board when he has the chance? But now he's menacing these guys. He's got control here. He's going to make it across there before anyone gets past him.
And crucially, there's a Theoden right here.
Yeah.
And actually, if these guys are clumped there, these guys are clumped here, there's a gap in the middle, it's not impossible to end up going that way.
I agree. How long have you been waiting to do that?
I seized the opportunity.
Streaming for 10 hours.
I did seize the chance. Many times this scenario is impossible to win because the time just runs out too early. I think that's unlikely in this scenario for here at this tournament, because not only are the round times generous as they are, but in the deployment is a given 15 minutes, and in these scenarios there's no deployment, so it becomes a 2.5 hour round for a 750 point game, which I think is very generous. 2.5 hours, you could probably fit an 800, 900, or even 1,000 points into 2.5 hours. I would argue. Maybe you would disagree, but you're right though. Whoever said that, I can't remember. Mersu, yeah, the time does run out too early. So maybe this is actually Jostin playing to the time quite cleverly. There's no break so far. It seems unlikely that the break or the models killed is going to affect the end criteria. So maybe he's just playing the clock very, very wisely. But it does still feel like a lot of time is left on the table to get him. These guys, well, that's 4 turns away, isn't it? And there's no chance of it.
Well, I mean, the river is actually slightly left of centre.
Yeah, exactly.
Slightly left of centre, so it's going to be a little longer than that. And just look at, I've got a whole army waiting there. So, priority? Some intense thought going on. That with the company of Jin.
Okay, Luca's giving Jostin the move. It's interesting. So maybe he's thinking he wants to respond to where these guys go and send Berda to whoever he thinks
it's
worth
rare.
doing.
Rare you get someone giving away priority this stage.
Not at this stage of the game, no. This wild chieftain, though, absolutely wasted. He's gone from, I think, here up to here and around here without engaging anyone. It's a lot of points.
It doesn't matter.
Well, no, but equally, it shows the power of that deployment bonus for this Berda's Horde. That these guys just appearing in that terrain has won them the game.
Yeah, it's been huge. Absolutely huge.
And he didn't even need the rest of the army. These haven't engaged, these haven't engaged, these haven't engaged. This guy's gone on a wild goose chase all around the board. Meanwhile, they're just hiding behind buildings to avoid the shooting. Berda has won the game, and Berda is doing all the work himself. He's still on hunting generals.
Looks good doing it too.
It's a shame we've lost the snow troll from the field. It was a beautiful model. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any snow trolls in action in this edition. It's a lovely model. It's on the paint to paint pile.
Is it?
It is.
It's a big pile, though.
It is a big pile. I've got the new Rohan Heroes to paint, the plastic hero, and the other ones from the box set. And then once I've done them, I'll move on to the usurpers and so on before, hopefully, new Riders of Rohan arrive. That's what I'm hoping for.
Please.
Fingers crossed.
Came right by my feet and that didn't help. Well, or at least getting up to the river.
Yeah, it's not good.
So now the Wild Ride Chieftain might come into play.
Yeah, I was just going to say he's almost walking that one single Rohan warrior into the mouth of a hungry Wild Chieftain. Yeah.
Yeah, suboptimal.
Maybe it's a ploy to bring him that way for some reason.
But for what?
I can't see why.
Because the hero's over there. So Haldir's way up north. He's out of contention. Théoden's down here. I don't know where Gambling is.
Well, let's vote for him in a second.
Yeah, he's in the centre somewhere. I mean, that's one thing. None of them have died yet.
Let's go and have a look while the camera's being blocked.
So Harry's going to go find out where Gambling's hiding.
Still over here.
So I'm going to
And Haldir over here.
Because it's now where a lot of the action is happening. So I'm going to go.
You couldn't quite see from where I was because of Jocelyn's head there in the way, but Gambling is somewhere in. There you go. Hold on. Okay, good minute. He's gone again. That's Haldir and that's Gambling, roughly.
Okay, so they're both out of contention up there.
There's no way they're going to be unless there's a last-minute march, because I think there's a couple of orcs still here that are just tying them up occasionally. So they're just proving a thorn in the side of those two heroes.
There's 46 minutes left, I think now.
I mean, Gambling has 1 point of might, so he could potentially throw a march, and if he gets that lucky 6, you might get 2 marches if he's very lucky.
Yeah.
But even so, I mean, that's 9, 18. They're way off. They're way off. I do feel that Jocelyn has done a decent job here, but the matchup has been a really tough one for him.
Like I say, defensive army in a very defensive scenario.
Yeah, indeed. I'm going to go.
Doesn't like to have. I mean, not many people do, but that doesn't like to have a troll in its face.
That's a fair point. Yeah, 2 trolls. I'm going to go and find out how the rest of the Spanish and Italian games are going. Actually, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, you crack on.
Yeah, well,
report back.
Report back. I won't be too long this time.
Oh, we can. Beer Map Movie says, can we get a close-up of the snow troll on pundit cams and stuff aboard? I will get Harry to return with that when he's back in a moment. Yeah, Grumbles, I think that's right. Birder's just going to act as a bouncer, basically, isn't he? Barging anyone who tries to get across the river back across the other side of the river. And there's not a lot anyone can do about it. He's so close. He's so close to being the mythical troll under a bridge. If we had a bridge, that would be fantastic. Extracting his tolls, dishing out riddles, generally just being a nuisance. I mean, we've been at this angle a few times and he's just been stood there the whole time. So you can see more orcs as well coming up on the right-hand side, just completely blocking off that exit there. There's just no way for the Rohan to get through. Absolutely no chance. Not at this point in the game. Birder's moving up, it looks like. Going to try and tag that one row here. Yep. Measuring for a possible barge into whoever is down at this side of the board, which looks like if this is Théoden, then we're in a lot of trouble here. Yeah, Grumble saying orcs blocking all the paths, basically the nail in the coffin. Absolutely right, I think. Yeah, there's no way past that. Yes, that is Theoden right here. So in potential barge range. Okay, so there's a roll up here, which is now sensible to see whether Birder can actually make that charge. Because they didn't. Yeah, so he has. So they didn't place him exactly right, Bloodstones. So they rolled the dice to see whether he was actually able to make that charge because they didn't use the dice to mark out where he was, but he has. So Harry, here's the problem. Birder is right here. He's moved into this row here, and he is in barge range of Theoden. Right
Lovely jubbly.
Yeah. So it's beer o'clock, I think, because that is going to be problematic.
Oh, that doesn't look like 6 inches. To me, it sounds like that's not in barge range. From what they've just agreed there, they're saying if you've measured it, that's fine. And to be completely honest,
that's a big 6 inches.
It is. I mean, this is roughly the middle. So if we cut that there in half, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. But anyway,
well, that's what
they've agreed that, so that's fine. I bring tidings from the previous tables.
Oh.
And actually, it's not very conclusive evidence at all. Okay. I genuinely have no idea. Looking at all of the 5, I think there's 5 tables still playing. All of the games still active between the Company of the Gin, the Italian second team, and Team Spain. And I would say almost all of them are on a knife edge.
Really?
There's one in particular at the far end of the army, the White Hand against the Balrog, where the Crabine have just won a combat. So depending on how the priority lands,
classic Crabane move.
The Crabane both. So I think there's 2 or 3 Crabane flocks that could make their way off the board. Not completely off the board, but they would escape the goblins. So depending on how priority lands there, who knows? But other than that, it's pretty tight. It's pretty tight. So honestly, this one actually, I think may be the only one that's obvious which way it's going to go. And even then, it's not guaranteed. We've still got 40 minutes to play for. So
I think this is getting close to guaranteed.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we've got 40 minutes to talk about this. So we have to make sure there's dramatic tension.
That's very true. Don't leave, guys. It is not a foregone conclusion. There is still a possibility of reprieve. I don't know how. I don't even know whether it's mathematically possible.
Well, look, I do think as the numbers of models reduce, there's a small chance that they get through. But no, I think realistically they're not. Did anything happen over here? Why are these not moving at all?
I don't know why.
Could they have marched, or are they just in combat here?
So there is a few in combat because there's orcs up there.
Maybe there's a right combat due. I don't know. It just, Haldir has stayed in the same place for a long time, and so is gambling.
I can't answer that question. It's an interesting one for the interview, I think.
Maybe it's just taken a long time, longer than I think, to get around to moving those characters.
Yeah, possibly.
Maybe he's just decided that they're too far away.
We're in shooting now, so maybe they just wanted shots.
It's hard to see why, though.
Yeah, I agree.
But they're not going to kill anything of value unless he's going for the break.
He's a mile off, though.
Yeah. We're going to check how many models have been lost on the Birder side.
So we've got an orc dead. Second orc dead, so that's not nothing. Doing a bit of damage.
21. So 21 models on the Birder's Horde are dead. So that's actually quite a lot more than I thought.
That's more than I thought as well.
That's 21 out of 55. So we need to kill 6 more, is that right? Or 7 more before they're going to break. So maybe that's what Jocelyn's focusing on. He wants to get the break. It feels like a big ask, but I suppose there's a lot of guys still down here that could kill these guys.
I just don't think that's going to happen.
I think the break might happen. They've got 30 minutes, and they do have although the troll Birder is in the way, so.
So break and unbroken, we give him 2, I think.
Oh, he's not going to win because of it, but I do think he might be able to break him.
Okay. The thing is, even a single model off would change that VP difference so dramatically. Lose the third, lose the triple for having gotten his snow troll off. and if you got the break as well, all of a sudden they're within a stone's throw of each other.
It could certainly narrow it, maybe down to a minor loss. Maybe that's his objective. But it just feels like it's too far away to actually get anyone off the board.
Yeah, it does.
If Gambling was able to march...
But you've still got this little company of Yorks behind there as well.
It's tricky. It's tricky. Tricky to know what you do in this situation, isn't it?
Really tough, yeah. So it's the barge on Berda. Won that combat in a 6. Where's he going to go if he can't get to Aiden? That's the question. Let's get rid of that bug so that you can see what's going on down there. So he's charged lettuce if Berda is into Legolas now.
Sorry?
Berda's into Legolas.
Ooh.
Yeah, that is
juicy.
spicy. Right down here. So Berda's just done 2 wounds to Legolas. Two fate failed. He's dead, Legolas. Legolas has just been killed.
I think
all 3 fates.
Oh, that's rough to go down in one go like that.
Oh no, perhaps not. So he can survive.
Because he failed on a 1, but he's spending all 3 points of his might, which he hasn't spent at all, yeah.
That's right. So we can update our stats. I think our stats are... I don't know whether you want to check up on stats, Harry, because I think they're woefully out of date. I can go do that. So Legolas, 0 might. And 0 fate. But alive on 1 wound. I'm going to go have a look and see what other resources are.
And what, sorry?
I'm going to go check on the resources.
Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. So this is a cluster of combats here. It's hard to see. If you didn't hear that, that's just clarifying that Legolas spent all 3 of his fate and 3 of his might just to stay on the wall. But hey, he's alive. So I think that was a priority.
That was a priority roll.
Yeah.
Yep.
It goes to Justin from Spain with the Defenders of the Helm's Deep. I don't know what he's deciding to do though. So Justin is looks like he's making a decision here on what to do.
Heroic move. Heroic move on the captain. I think that'll be his last fight.
Captain, if you heard that, yeah.
So that captain.
So the captain somewhere down here is calling a heroic move to counter Justin, but I don't really think Justin has anything hero far enough forward to.
Captain just called.
Gambling has marched, which is something that I've been
back.
talking about a long time.
So
I think he rolled the dice and he didn't get it back.
That's right. So he's out of might.
So I mean, realistically, Gambling is barely out of the. I mean, if we're going to divide this up, maybe that's not quite equal, but he's barely in the second half of the board, is he? So that 9 might get him here.
but then he's still got two.
Yeah, he's still got the river to get
4
across.
turns after that, which
Let's
it's probably too little, too late. I don't know.
whilst those orcs move, let's update on our resources. That's what I have.
Interesting again. After the game earlier, we've got 2 heroes here that have spent all their might and 2 that have not spent any might.
I must admit, Theoden and Haldir having 3 left each seems odd. I'm going to double check that.
I don't think it's wrong, because Theoden's barely been involved. He's been avoiding Berda the whole game. He's not really fought any combat because he came all the way through here. So I don't think that's wrong. Haldir has been standing back shooting. And maybe he just hasn't needed the might to score a wound or anything. So I think it's generally a sign that things you could have been using your might better if you get to this stage of this stage of the game and you've not spent any of it. Maybe he's been waiting for something specific for it, but it feels like Haldir over here is definitely not going to spend 3 points of might.
We're going to put we've got a few new joiners, so we're going to put the puck back up so that you can see who's playing. We've got Spain, company of the Gin, which is an Italian team. It's Berda's Horde versus Definitive Helm's Deep at Reconnoiter. We have a few comments, including a few people saying that there's some issue with the fate roll. Grumble saying the fate rolls must be rolled one at a time. I think result before bending, rolling another one. But he used his might in such ways to basically
the final fate, wasn't it?
It was 2, because he rolled 3 fates, failed the first 2. He's only got 2 wounds, so he has to have passed 2 fates, which means I think he basically went back.
If he just threw all his fate at once, that would be fine.
Well, no, because 3 wounds went through.
So he'd throw all fate at once?
No, you're right. 2 wounds went through. So he threw the first 2 fates, both failed, so dead. Unless you say he passed his 3rd fate, put all his might in the 3rd fate. So I think it was fine.
I mean, I think that's fair, Grumbles. You have a point in terms of the logistics of it, but Luca has generously allowed him to spend the might. Frankly, Legolas with 3 points of might and 1 wound left on the, he's probably not as much of a danger as he could be. But yeah, it's probably the accurate reading of the rule. Sometimes in the spirit of competition, denying someone who is frankly on the back foot an opportunity
really
to spend 3 points of might to save a hero is probably a bit harsh.
So where's Theoden in this mess?
Theoden is that him there?
Looks
he's certainly coming this way. I think he was.
I think that is him, but I'm going to go have a quick look.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's definitely him. That's
so he escaped the Berda trap.
So he had, so Berda's here, but I mean, he looks like Justin has wisely left a guy there, 2, and another guy to prevent any barging shenanigans. So Theoden's going to come through here, and Theoden does still have 3 points of might.
And he's dominant 3.
He's dominant 3, and he's a hero worth a VP. Could we be seeing the comeback of the century?
I would love it.
Because if Theoden gets off the board after spending a couple of points on might on a march, that evens the tally because it's both a dominant 3 and it gives him a VP, which would give him the lead.
That would be sexy.
If that happens, that would be the comeback of the century, and I would gladly buy you a beer for that in honour of Justin. I would. Well, I couldn't give a toss. Frankly, I'd just be glad to see Justin doing it, and I'd be very happy to have had a clutch. Well, I can buy you a shot of vodka if you want, but I'm not having one. My throat can barely handle what we've been drinking all as it is. So. It is interesting. I think this is getting into the stage of the game where movement and speed of movement and conversation and the interaction between them is going to be very, very important for how many turns they get. And I think it's the sort of game that if you were particularly worried about if it was the top table final game, I would be personally, as a referee, be pretty wary of how quickly these guys are interacting. 100%. But I don't want to cast any aspersions because Luca has so far been an incredibly generous player who is holding the lead, and Justin has been playing, perhaps a steady game, but maybe he's showing us what we know by moving all of those things to the final throws of the game and actually having a chance to pull it out of the bag.
That would be wonderful.
It would be insanely good. I think it's still slim because I don't know whether Theoden can even get in combat here. But if he gets in combat next turn, pulls heroic combat, bounces up to about that mark, marches, he'll be over here.
He needs a lot to go right.
He does, but it's not impossible. That's one turn, so that's one. And then second turn, 3 turns in 30 minutes. It's close. And remember, there's a 15-minute grace period after dice down.
So as long as you get to the third turn.
I think that's going to happen. Who knows?
It's just this gauntlet here. One wrong move, and they'll close in.
How much might is on the captain down here? Because I think one of them spent might. Okay, yeah, that's interesting. I think that actually could be a decider.
Because it was him who spent the move, so he might have one actually.
Interesting.
I'm going to go check that because I think that's
that important. That is important. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry, I just cleared my foot there. So I'm intrigued to see whether people now think there's, based on what we've been saying. I think you guys are having a debate about the might. As I said, I don't think it's a new rule. It's always been the case. You've got to roll the might. You've got to spend the might before you roll the next dice. Which, if you've taken 3 wounds, you'd always roll all 3 at once. If you've taken 2 wounds, it might be wise to spend the 2 and then spend the might before you roll the 3rd. But I know you're saying no need to deny and just remind, but. Either way, that's amounts to the same thing. So, what's the situation if we got?
So both the captains are down here, and there is certainly at least one with a might on him. So they do have the might down there.
Do we know where these guys are?
It's a bit of a
cluster. Where are we looking? There's Birdo. I can't even see the captain here. Oh, there's the captain. There he is. So that's one of them. It's like Where's Wally? This. Is that Musga? Looks like Musga. So we've got a captain there. I think the other one must be over this end, but I'm not sure. So just into the shooting phase now. They're just working out who has line of sight from here to shoot who. So I think the argument is, or not argument, they're just trying to work out, can this guy shoot this guy, for example? Birdo is in combat, so he's in the way. But these are good guys, so they can't shoot through them. So these two look like they can shoot. So that guy and this one, he's arguing, can shoot a bit further in. I think they're trying to chip away at the spear supports here. So some crucial moves here.
So, Theoden hasn't spent anything, as we know. Captain's on 1, Gambling spent 2. Hardy hasn't spent anything at all.
No, but he is. No, in fact, he's there, so he's still shooting, which just seems pointless to me. Oh no, tell a lie. Could it be him? It might be him. That's a bow of some sort, but I can't tell which one's which.
Not Haldir, yeah.
Yeah, no, Haldir is the one at the front. So Haldir and Gambling are standing right next to each other.
So they haven't had Uber Haldir, basically.
Sorry?
They haven't had the defenders fantasy Uber Haldir throughout the whole game.
The Uber what?
The one that's the buff 6 being within 6 inches of Theoden or Aragorn.
No, I don't think so. No, he's been too far away. And actually, you could argue it's perhaps the deployment wasn't although it was recon, so he maybe didn't have as much choice to deploy things together. But Gambling and Haldir ended up next to each other, which is probably not what you wanted, because Gambling can't get them rescue the might from Haldir. He could have done from Theoden, so perhaps that's why we're seeing the might spent in the way that it has.
So is this another effort to get?
I think there's a debate here as to how close Theoden is to Berda potentially for a hurl. Because of course, if Theoden's knocked over, that scuppers the plans. If he then halves his move next turn, that's a big deal.
So it didn't make it by looks things anyway. So that's Legolas now gone.
Is it?
Yep, Legolas just died to a hell. That's him.
And this guy is playing. So he's having to do a swim test next turn, which is always very exciting. Not a
swim test.
Not a rule you get to hear very often, which is nice. I love that about the A, about MESPG, and B, about the tournament. I mean, I know people have been debating in the chat about whether having rivers is balanced or not. I like
swim test though.
I like the fact that he has. Love to see a swim test. Got to get a swim test on stream. Considering the lack of wells, I think a swim test is about
devastating lack of wells.
Yeah.
But it reminds me of the game I played against Aaron, which about half his army drowned. Swim tests.
I vaguely remember, and he decided after a while to stop doing swim tests.
Yeah.
Probably wise.
So while these guys are having a chat, there's the resources. Dead Legolas just died to a hurl. Very humiliating way to go for an elf. An elf priest as well. Thrown at a man.
It's not great. Not great. All to play for though. All to play for. So Theoden was out of the range of the hurl by the sound
he couldn't. So he couldn't get hurled, but it's still got Legolas down. I mean, if he got Legolas killed and not Theoden down at the same time,
that would have been a bit of a big move, a bit of big balls move.
To be honest, just shout swim test. Respect it.
Yep.
Everyone loves a swim test.
Yeah, I don't disagree. So these combats, so the Rohan winning but not killing in that fight. Just working out. Can we see a better angle on this? No, we've just got arse cam here. See a bit of arse cam.
That is objectively better.
There you go. So there was a debate over which direction that this guy wanted to move back. So he's gone that way rather than that way, which is what Justin clearly wanted. That's interesting.
This is where it gets to the point where every little move makes a difference.
It certainly does. Annoyingly, the place of Justin there is meaning that we're losing focus because it's automatically focused on his head.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. There's a 6 from Luca there with his orcs. I think that was it must have been with the captain or something. Because he won the fight automatically against the Rohan warrior. So now there's just he's dead, and Jocelyn already taking off before he even rolled the dice. Such was his confidence. Another win to the Berda's horde and killing another Rohan warrior.
They're really thinning that group out.
There we go. That's a win for Rohan though. On a 6, the banner didn't do anything, but he was shielding. So clearly trying to avoid breaking, which actually now we're looking about it. Yeah, I mean Justin's sending away the dead pile, but I think he's lost a few models, but it's certainly not going to be that close to breaking. I would have thought. He needed to lose 23 models to break, and I think we're more like the 15 mark.
So this is a captain now, the Orc captain, plus support.
Captain gets it on the 6. There's a kill on the 5.
Warrior.
Another dead warrior. That's 4 models to break the Berda's horde, but there's only 14 dead on the Defenders of Helm's Deep, so that's getting on for 15 more models to die. So this is getting squeaky bum time, I reckon.
6.
To who?
To Rohan.
Okay. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. Just saw the rolls, but didn't see who rolled them. So Rohan have the priority here. Berder, is Berder calling a heroic move with Berder? It looks like it. I think he has. Checking it off the book. So Berder, what's he going to be able to do from here? This way or wrap round into those? I don't know. I think he's probably going to come this way, isn't
I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah.
I wonder whether he can get there this turn. Well, if he was in within 6 inches for a hurl, he should be able to.
I think that was the roll-off.
This model's in the way, though.
Sorry. Yeah, he would only be able to get around and back there. But Theoden has won the roll-off. So Theoden called a move there and has won the roll-off. So that means Theoden's down to 2 might.
He's blocked. Can he get through that little bit of terrain? No, I don't think he can.
Doesn't look like it. Can we see a better angle? Let's just have a quick look. No, it's nice and hilly there. So that's definitely difficult terrain there. So there's a throwing spear on the way in, which misses. So someone has charged Berder, pinned him in place, which is handy. And Justin really working here to deny that possible barge. Theoden appears to me to have not... Has he moved yet?
He has. I think he's basically just gone up behind that warrior front. Essentially an inch. He can't get past.
So it seems like he's done that in order to prevent Berder from moving at the expense of him being able to come further forward.
Well, I don't think he fit.
He could, because this guy can fit past him. He could have easily gone forward there, couldn't he?
But there was a model there, because obviously he had to move first because it was heroic. So he came down here, and there was no way he didn't actually go that far. Theoden was like there, and there was a model there, and so he moved there and just stopped because the model in front blocking him in.
Oh well, so maybe that march was premature. The idea of the march. Maybe there is really no hope. Here's the other Orc captain. I've just spotted him. Snagger there on the left, and the other Orc captain on the right. I'm not quite sure which one you've been keeping a track of is which, but there's definitely a point of might still hanging around down there.
I think it's the Snagger captain who has a point of might.
Okay. It's pretty cool. I like the conversion. He's got a shield as well.
Very nice, yeah.
Because all captains have to come with a shield.
Nice little free handing on that banner.
Yeah, it's nice. Simple but effective.
Yeah,
and another banner over there, which looks like Musgo. It's very
15
nice.
minutes.
It's nowhere. No way is Theoden going to be able to squeeze through that, unless there's some miraculous that allows him to get through that gap in 2 turns. But realistically, it's just the number of combats that we're going to have to go through that it's going to take quite some time.
Just a matter of maths.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see just over 200 people still watching after all this time. I think we've been on for 10 hours.
Just over 10 hours, yeah. Gabriel says, just joined in, is this Rohan's board edge? No, Gabriel, it isn't actually. So what you're looking at the moment is that's exactly right. So Harry's just drawn that on screen. That's the direction of travel for Rohan. Very good.
Excuse me, it's better than your writing than the breaks.
I thoroughly disagree.
Okay.
That's apocalyptic. Anyway, Rohan are going from left to right, and Berder's Horde are going from right to left. Berder's Horde currently have a big advantage. They've got a troll off, which is dominant 3. So Rohan have to get someone off the board in 50 minutes, and I think this is their furthest forward group. And as you can see, it's blocked in. There's just no way they're really getting out of there. And there's Angmar, there's Berder's Horde, there's Berder's Horde.
We might get a bit of bum cam, but actually this is the better shot.
It's a fantastic shot.
That guy there is the furthest forward.
Yeah, and he's in real trouble.
He is in real trouble, and he's also quite far away from Theoden, who is here. So that's probably the 6 inches for a heroic move. So Theoden might be able to get to there, maybe get this guy to here, but how long that's maybe it's at least 2 turns left, isn't it? So we're looking at 3, maybe 4 turns. No, it's not happening, is it?
No.
So what here at this point? It's close to 11 hours now. That's true. right now moving these northern models means very little. Yeah, I think you're right. In my eyes, I think if they'd have marched a couple of turns earlier and got them secured that gap, maybe held it up with a couple of chaff models, then maybe they'd have a chance. But really, if I were Jocelyn, I would be focusing on the time here. But actually, it's not Jocelyn moving; it's Luca. I think what you'd be wanting is say, you know what, I don't care. You move your models. I'm not going to move anything over at this end of the field because this is the only chance that he can do to get off, and the speed at which he moves those models is
really
absolutely essential.
It's a really good point. And it feels a bit gamey, but it's the only way you can do
and
it.
It is the only opportunity, I think. Yeah.
Very kind, by the way, Gabriel. Thanks so much. 3:40 a.m. in Australia. Gabriel's still tuned in after work as well, saying lovely stream, doing great work.
I think Gabriel has only just joined, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, Gabriel's just joined. So I mean, you'll if it's 3:40 a.m. in Oz, yeah, you when you get up in the morning, you might be able to catch up on the whole of today's thing before.
Or join in for tomorrow's.
Well, absolutely join in for tomorrow. That's true. But as we've been mentioning throughout the day, we have got another day of this. I'm sorry to say we have got another day of this for you, but it'll be on a different channel. It'll be on Entmoot Videos instead of the Battle Camper channel we're on at the moment, which the video is in the description below. So, but before the time, just so you know, the timer may well be running out in 12 minutes, but we still have a few bits and bobs of progress from some of the teams that we haven't yet featured on the stream today. So we'll be hearing from the Swiss, the Dutch, and I think the Greek as well. So we'll be hearing a little few updates from that, and of course we'll give you the final tally at the end of play. If you're interested and you're planning to watch tomorrow, we'll be able to give you a good sort of rundown on what's happening. Now Luca here, I don't want to accuse him of anything, but he's moving models that have absolutely no bearing on the game at all. So he doesn't need to move those, nor does Jocelyn need to think about them. But Luca has the right to move them, and frankly, it's in his interest to move them and take up time. But is that slow playing? I don't know.
I don't think you can blame him for.
No. He's just and to be fair, I think did he break? I don't think he did break in the end. So he's probably trying to avoid any in the ways, because we have got some bows here. So that's probably the only way that Jocelyn's going to get any points.
So these two going this way shooting over there.
Yeah. That was a 2 to hit, so not very good.
Failed hits, so we've got a 1 on that first.
I'm just going to double check how many it is to break at the moment on Birders Horde.
Really shoddy shooting in Rohan's defence. Some really shoddy shooting here. Some poor rolls, which is unfortunate when you've booked so many points. So there's Glattering Bows, and you've got the range rounds as well. But it just hasn't come into play at all.
So there's 24 models dead for Birders Horde, which I think is the same as it was a couple of turns ago, which is 5 off breaking. So it's still it's very doable. The break feels like the only points that they're going to get here, unless Birder spikes a loss. If you throw all your elves and Rohan warriors into Birder, who out might, or is he? I don't know. I think he might have one left.
Let's get the resources up in a second. I was just checking where Birder is, but he's still just.
Yeah, so he's got four guys fighting him, or 3. So, but he's not trapped, so he's unlikely to lose. But he might take a wound, maybe, which would be a VP. I think those are the only chances we're going to see any kind of mitigation from the good side here.
Yeah. Great.
What's the tally?
We've got 9 minutes and 44 seconds.
And what's the might?
I'll show you what I've got, but I don't know whether it's accurate. I might go and check out.
Yeah, I thought Birder had a point like that. That sounds right.
Right, they're going to combat.
Theoden's not up to date. Theoden's definitely spent a point might since then, but that's okay. Trying to keep track of what's going on.
Yeah, it can be difficult, particularly when we're moving cameras and jostling, and we're trying to listen on the players as well. I can go get him now.
He wants to, yeah.
I just said no one approaches the media approaches.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, basically Mark said he wants to chat with me. So.
Oh, okay.
The strategy back game is there is 10 minutes remaining on the round. Less than 10 minutes.
So we're running out of time here, and I think we've basically run out of time for the Rohan defenders to make it. it looks also like. Sorry, Alex is heading off to do another chat with some of the players here in the arena. That's a 6 there from the Rohan, so there's a win. Is he shielding? I think he might be. Let's see if we can get a bit more detail. Maybe not. Let's see. So just a reminder, Theoden's there. I think at this point, Theoden probably should be shielding just to deny the VPs. He's not going to break through, is he? It's a real shame that the game has ended up fighting all the way down here, where a head in the way blocks our view and makes it all fuzzy and blurry, but we cannot tell the guys here how to play the game. So there you go. We will, of course, be bringing you an interview with the players if they're interested afterwards. Not everyone says yes, so it's been a long day, so we wouldn't begrudge them that. It's nearly 8 o'clock here. I know some of you in the UK, some of you in Australia, or wherever you are in the world. But yeah, these guys have had a very, very long day of gaming. It's been quite intense gaming for some of them. And so we won't begrudge them a no if they say no. But we do have plenty of interviews in the can, ready to have a chat with you about their various progress of the various teams, and we'll be bringing you the latest from the head referee here, Will Champion, who can give you some analysis of the scores and how things are likely to go. There's a dice under the table. Berda has just barged someone through the Rohan guy, and of course they're prone in the river now. How far is he going to go? Is there 3? Is that 3? So he's actually, is that only a 1? Anyway, I can't see what it is. Either way, it's Berda's won the fight again. He's gone straight into that guy, and it looks like he's smushed him. He certainly did. Of course, he wasn't not prone in the river, sorry. It's only if you can't back away the full 3. So the guys having a conversation now, seeing whether seeing what the situation is. I believe it's a heroic move with Theoden at the bottom end of the fight, which is... Yeah, so that's the heroic move range there that we're measuring out. So Theoden still bottled in here though. He's not going to be able to get off the board. And frankly, even this guy's not going to be able to get on board. So it's just about trying to break them at this stage, I think. Maybe, I mean, I'd be sort of tempted to throw Theoden into Berda, why not? See if you can get that lucky strike off. Berda's out of might, I think, now. That's how I would think, knowing that I've lost the game. Whereas these top table players are, of course, thinking about preserving as many VPs as they possibly can for their teams, which is, of course, the right thing to do in a competitive sense. Thanks to Gabriel for re-watching and joining the stream later on. Thank you so much. It'll be on Endnote tomorrow. It should be in the description below. And of course, if the stream is finished and you want to catch up with some of the factoids, have a bit of a glance at who you think will be on the top tables and therefore what we might be watching tomorrow morning and throughout the day tomorrow, MESPD tracker is on in the links as well. That's where all of the armies are being listed, and it's got all of the results listed as well. Although not halfway through the round, just wait until the end of the round, so that all the captains can validate their team's results before they go into the pot and arrange the next round. clarifying there how many points of might will and fate Snagger, although it's just a not captain, has. He has spent all his might, but he still has his will and fate intact as well as his might. So now again, as we were saying earlier, it feels a bit of a moot point over this end of the field to be moving anything up here. Frankly, Joston is very much aware that the only things that matter are here. I suppose there's a small chance Haldir and Gamling are able to score enough runes to break the Birdos horde up here. So there's some VPs on offer, but likely not enough. Berda is certainly in barge range now of Theoden. Whether he can probably fit through that gap if he pushes the Rohan Warrior up. So Alex returns the stream, and I think
last minutes.
I was going to say there's only 1-2 minutes left, but realistically, I think it's a done deal at this point.
Yeah.
So I cleverly played a game of chess with you earlier on, chess of the mind, to persuade you to back the defenders of Helm's Deep.
I leapt at it.
Sure.
I leapt at it.
You did want to do that, didn't you? So
I did. I still love the defenders.
They're a great army. This wasn't the scenario or the matchup for them, let's be honest. And frankly, Jostin has been an excellent player, I think. I don't think he's made a huge number of mistakes, perhaps being a bit slow to move Legolas and his warband, which was somewhere over here.
Well, and Haldir, I mean.
Yeah, but he did quite, I think he certainly started well, denying the Birdos horde from deploying in a really horrendous place. But it was a hiding to nothing, really, frankly, wasn't it, from the start?
Yeah, it was difficult, really difficult.
Really difficult matchup. really, really difficult.
And so what stage in this turn are we at? Are we going to overrun this?
I think we're only just finishing the move, so we're going to have the combat phase. So this will be the last turn. We've got 30 seconds on the clock, or 40 seconds on the clock.
So they're still moving those models at the top then?
Yeah, I don't see why. I mean, I guess the only thing he can do here is get a break. And I guess putting all the heroes in there.
I mean, he just feels like he wants to play the rest of them. It's just like, well, I'm not going to win, I'm going to play.
He's come here for a game. Yeah. But having said that, he hasn't put Haldir and Gamling in fights.
No, yeah, there they are.
That seems mad to me. Not quite sure the logic behind that is, I'll be honest. If the only points you can score are those ones, then I think you'd be trying your best to get those break points.
Yeah, agree.
So yeah, Gamling and what? I really don't understand that at all. And maybe Jostin has a reason. Maybe he thinks Haldir's better off shooting into combat, shooting at stuff. Gamling, though, should be in there, definitely. Unless he's just not moved him yet.
That's a possibility.
It did look like he'd moved everything over there. Throwing spears, or is that shooting?
Yeah, I think. Oh,
he's certainly checking for where he can shoot here.
So here comes some shots. And there they go. It's been poor. His shooting has been poor. Really poor.
I think, to be honest, Luca has played it well in the sense that he's not given Jostin very many good shots. He's always been hiding behind this ruin or having to shoot all the way through these ruins as well. So there's never been a very good opportunity for for Justin to take advantage of his superior
the
shooting.
shots he has had have been.
I mean, he hasn't rolled great. Yeah, that's fair to say. But when you're up against 55 models, even if you've got 19 bows with this much terrain, it's still not going to. It's not always going to make a lot of difference.
No, I get that completely.
Checking a line of sight there.
From who? Is that just another grab
From this
with the
guy
bow?
to see if he can get anything down here. So maybe he's trying for spears. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, there he goes. Yeah, so I think he's going to get in the way for a spear spot or something like that. One hits. Let's get at least one in the way. It goes through. Hits the second thing. And he's removing the terrain. Not sure that's allowed.
Hit it with a bow.
Yeah.
So that's it's gone.
It's getting serious here.
Yeah. Not sure it's proportionate to the benefit that it will yield.
I think you're right. I think the better use of his time would have been to charge gambling into something. Although the Wild Chieftain is there, and the Wild Chieftain is very good. And he also hasn't done very much either, but then he hasn't needed to, so... Interesting.
So heroic combat.
Is that from the Wild Chieftain?
Wild Chieftain?
Yeah, I thought so. So he's up here. Who he's going to go for, I don't know. Probably one of the people not in combat.
So it's gambling.
I think Wild Chieftain's fight 5, gambling's fight 4 now, so...
He's fight 4 now?
Yeah.
He's such a piece of crap.
He's just a standard Royal Guard. That's all he is. He's just got a banner. Leads the... follows the king with his banner down the centre of the line at the Pelennor Fields, but only fight 4. He's just a man with a banner.
Banner got worse.
And a slightly worse banner, yeah. And he's got less might.
Yeah, lost a might. Really took a hammering.
Yeah, perhaps Jocelyn should have included someone other than gambling in this list.
I'll never take. He's just useless.
He is pretty poor. So dig out those Rohan banner models because there's no need for a gambling anymore. Oh, okay. The roll off goes to the good side. So Theoden's heroic combat goes first. That'll be his last point of might. He rolls a 4 high, a disappointing roll there. Although he does win the fight.
I'm not entirely sure where he's going to go.
That was against the captain.
2 wounds?
There's 2 wounds on him. A fate or death. He passed the fate. Jocelyn holding his arms up in dismay, shaking his head there, as we see the roll not go his way once again.
Gabriel and halfway done says.
Oh, it's the wrong way around. Is that what I'm saying?
Fight 4 went.
Sorry, that's right. Yeah, you are. I remembered that there was a fight 5 and a fight 4, but I couldn't remember which way it went.
So not as thoroughly pummeled as we thought.
Still pretty bad though.
Yeah, he's pretty crap. Fight 5 won't save him, but that at least that is something.
Although in this instance it might save him because I believe the Wild Chieftain is fight 5. Although someone's stolen our book, so I don't know for sure.
But he's not. The Wild Chieftain's not got to combat.
He's calling heroic combat, so
that's true. But he's not got to gambling yet.
Not yet. I mean, I don't know who you'd be going for. I don't think there's any chance of the defenders of Helm's Deep actually breaking here. So there's no important target. Other than are there points for banners in this scenario? Probably are actually. Now I think about it.
I don't think there are.
Maybe gambling is worth killing if that's the case. If not, frankly, I wouldn't be bothering rolling any dice up that end of the field. I'd be going to the bar and securing myself the first beer of the evening after a long day's toy soldiering.
No banner points.
I didn't think so. No. That was the only thing that I could potentially think. Bird was the person who's called the heroic combat.
That's dice down.
I know, 10 minutes until dice down.
10 minutes, did he say?
Yes, still on the clock. You're in overtime. 9 minutes left in overtime. So there will be time to finish this round.
Yeah, they won't need all of it.
Birdo is in a fight against Theoden though. Can we get a good camera angle for that?
Let me go do that. Last camera, the angle of the change of the day.
Fabulous news. You're right, Beer Mat Movies. Alex is buying. That is correct.
Looks like it.
It certainly looks that way. Very good. Look at that. That's a great moment to end the day on, though.
Yeah.
The duel between Theoden and Berder.
I know who my money's on. It's Theoden.
I don't know whether Theoden had the. Maybe he did strike in the end. I don't know. I don't know who they're rolling for at the moment.
Captain.
Okay.
Captain.
Captain killing a guy.
Takes a Rohan warrior off the last round, plinks him off.
As you say, Beer Mat Movies, there has been 11 hours of broadcasting. Thank you very much for complimenting the length of the stream.
Tomorrow we'll unwind with another 11 hours.
Yes, that's a great way to relax, isn't it? And tomorrow it's going to be much more intense gaming. Perhaps to a higher standard. Not to say that there's been bad quality gaming here today, but we're going to be certainly streaming a lot of top table action. It's going to be really worth watching. These are the best players in Europe and the world. USA, Poland, England, all likely to be on the top. So fascinated to see how they're going to do it. I believe that might be it.
That's it, I think.
So did Theoden and Berder not fight the game? Did we not?
I don't know, you were talking about tomorrow.
Fight 7, okay, so they're just discussing the stats here. Oh, he's rending Theoden, so he's won the fight. It's 2 wounds on Theoden. Could Theoden survive this? 1 fate. 2 wounds, so passes a fate, keeps him on the board.
His eyes darken. Oh yeah, nice, for the big last roll.
And actually we can see them there as well. I think they might be discussing whether he can might to win the combat or not.
We'll see.
I'm not quite sure what the debate is. Oh no, that's the fate, and I think he had the might. Oh no, he didn't have the might. So a 3+. Theoden has completely removed the fight.
Rended in the last
that's
of the game.
Brutal on a roll of a 3+.
Yeah.
I don't know whether you saw it on the stream. There's
and he breaks as well with that.
Oh, he doesn't break on the... no, I think it must be Luca that's broken, surely. Maybe he does. Actually, yes, looking at the pile of dead. That looks like 15 or thereabouts to me. So I think Luca might have broken. We'll find out. Once they've done the tally, we'll grab Luca and Justin, see if they want to talk, first of all. And then we'll see if they're up for just running through some of the strategies that perhaps we picked up on. In particular, what was going on over here? Why didn't Haldur and Gambling make a move for it earlier? Why has the terrain piece moved over here? And why didn't Legolas make a move for it so early? And crucially, was there anything he could have done to stop Berder and the Hill Troll heading off that way?
I mean, there's certainly stuff that could be done differently, isn't there?
There's a lot to be done. I don't know whether, is it worth playing some of the videos that we've got now, while people are still here, while we're doing some tallying. We've got a pile of footage gathered over the last hour or so from the other tables in other countries.
On.
Do you want to do that while I sort out the people? Because you're much better at spinning the... Well, it's... so we want these ones here. So I don't know where we are at. I think we've got 3, maybe 4.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
So we're just trying to work out which videos we've watched. So we haven't heard from the Belgians yet. Oh no, we did. Did we hear from the Belgians?
Yeah, we did, yeah.
All right, so 73 will be the next one. I think it was the Greek ones that were the last one we haven't heard from.
Sorry guys, we're just trying to figure out which video is the next.
Yeah, there we go. That's the first. So we've got the Greek captain to discuss how Greece was doing going into the final round. And I'll find out. We're on the veranda out here. At quickly, pivot it round. Very, very sunny here. Beautiful weather in Poland. I'm joined by Chris from Greece.
Yes.
Welcome along.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. First of all, Chris, how have your games been going? How's your team faring so far in the Nations Cup?
We're doing pretty well, unexpectedly well.
Oh, good.
My main goal is to be good opponents. We want to be the good guys of the tournament.
So you want to beat Poland? Is that your?
Yeah.
Love it.
We've had some bad experiences in other organizations, international organizations. So we wanted to avoid this, and we wanted to be completely non-confrontational and just play the game, just have fun. As far as I have seen, the 2 games we have played, everyone was great. The organization is perfect. The TOs are great. I'm really happy to be here.
Oh, brilliant!
Seriously.
Oh, I'm really glad. And well, let's get into the nitty gritty then. And what armies have you? What army have you brought specifically? And then we'll look at the rest of your team in a second.
I'm a dwarf guy.
Nice.
I'm playing Erebor Reclaimed. Yes, I know Bofor. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
He's an unusual one.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I wanted to play Iron Hills Pure with Dane, but it's not competitive. It's not worth me paying all this money to come here from Greece and play. And we have pretty meta lists, like we have Balrog, Ugluk Scouts, Garrison of Dale. The only upset is Fangorn, one of my friends that wanted to play the trees, and it's going pretty well.
Well, the Ents are doing good.
Yeah, 2 major wins actually.
Very good, very good. I'm really happy to hear the Ents doing well. I'm a massive fan of Ents, being an Ent-mood podcaster.
I wasn't expecting that.
I can imagine. Well, I'm going to interrupt our interview because it sounds like they're making some announcements that you might have to hear. So, Chris, thanks very much for this brief chat. Maybe we'll get you on the stream tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All the best.
Yeah. That's the Greeks.
Yeah, as you can see, that was just before the start of that game, so where the announcements were all happening in the background. The Greeks they were feeling quite happy at the start of the round. I think they were doing better than they expected them to be doing.
See how they're doing now.
Yeah, great idea. Let's have a look at that. In the meantime, you know what? Before we find out how the Greeks are doing now, unless it's very easy to find.
No, you crack on.
Let's just crack into the second video that we've recorded earlier on in the stream. So let's find out some more about some of the other countries that have been playing here at the Nations Cup in Poland.
Hey, how's your day going? Who are you? What are you playing for?
My name's Alan. I'm Team Scotland.
Yeah.
You can tell,
the face and general atmosphere. Yeah. And how has your day been going?
Better. I lost my first game. Narrowly won my second game, and then I just won this one quite well.
Very good.
I did.
That's quick. We've got an hour and a half left. So
I was playing against Ents with.
We were just singing the Ents praises because they've done well so far, and you brought their streak to an end.
This was a very hard matchup for him because both of my heroes on the charge wouldn't them on 5s.
I'm gutted. I'm floored.
He did get Treebeard off with Berry Pippin, but the rest of my army got off. He only killed one guy.
So
he did as well as he could. It was very difficult.
Yeah, it's difficult. So your highest fight will be 8 there, would it?
Yes.
Yeah. With a strike as well.
With a strike.
So you're matching Treebeard's fight and striking up. And then you've got to fight 7 as well.
And he also matches whoever he's fighting.
Because that's Aena. Yeah, so you've got... and you can't strike against Aena.
No, you can.
Can you?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
He can strike 2 though, so...
But so he gets up to 8. So you've got 6 mighty... So you've basically got 6 potential strikes against Treebeard. And of course, Beach Boners lost strike in this edition.
Yeah.
So yeah, real difficult
that's
matchup.
Why he's dead.
That's why they're all dead.
They didn't try and fight Treebeard. They just let him walk past.
Okay.
But no, it was a good game. It was fun, and it was a good opponent. So yeah.
What do you think of the tournament in general so far?
It's amazing. Yeah, it's great. The venue's odd, but very cool.
It is odd, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think later we'll go check out the secret children's playground hidden in a corridor of bedrooms. If you got time, do you want to come? Do you want to go on an adventure? Let's go on an adventure. Come on, we're going to go. So just for the record, Harry suggested that I go out and tour all the boards. I started filming all the boards, and then I realised all it became was a video of me walking past boards going up to forest, to houses. Oh, yep, another forest. It was a bit dull. So I'm glad we found each other, so we can go on a little adventure instead.
I'd like to see it, because I've seen some odd things. There's
a lot of,
near
there's a
where
lot of
our
odd
room
stuff.
is, there's just a little odd corridor, and there's a window, and it was just about 20 pigeons just watching me.
Oh, we had a big pigeony room as well.
It's very strange.
There's a lot of pigeons here. I'm not sure why we're doing this. Left Harry alone to stream. He can let go for himself. He's a big lad, you know. He's a grown up. But he'd be like, who puts a mirror in like the...
Oh, I didn't even notice that. It's like bigger.
Yeah, but it's in the stairwell. So this is our floor. I'm taking you back to my hotel room. How do you feel about it? Another mirror. Fuck, they're obsessed. They're obsessed. But it's one of those weird hotels where, on the face of it, it's really fancy.
Oh.
But then, as you get deeper in, it just becomes more and more unusual. I mean, they roll out the red carpet, but then once they've locked you in, once you've got a room, they just leave it lying around on the floor.
It looks a lot. It doesn't look. Well, it looks big, but it's a lot bigger on the inside.
Are you talking about the hotel, or are you talking about the yeah?
I mean, this is huge.
So this is, I mean, yesterday, when we came in here yesterday, it was pitch black. So it just looked really creepy, like sort of set against.
Did you go down the slide?
I haven't been down the slide yet, shall I? Do you want to go down the slide? Okay,
I
you
don't
hold
want to go down the
this.
slide, but I'll
Okay, you hold that. I'll go down the slide.
Although I'm going to have to turn it.
Oh my God, you've got to like, oh, tessellate yourself. I am not good at this. It's actually pretty good. I enjoyed it.
I think that'll make a good outro to the video.
Okay. Well, there you go. That's what Alex was up to while I was desperately trying to fill content this afternoon.
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
I don't know. I know
You didn't even tell me until we just started playing the video.
You're like, oh, I've got to go find the Greek captain. I've got to go find the American
Yeah,
captain.
I'm trying to do
content.
work.
Oh, yeah, and I'm like, I run into the first person I recognise. Like, do you want to go on the slide?
Yeah, yeah, literally. Oh, I know you. I have played you before. You're a nice guy. Nothing about including the rest of the nations. But anyway.
Well, our first idea was to go and get ice cream. So I think, if anything, you got the higher calibre of content out of the two available options.
Fair enough. Well, hey, look. All I'm saying is tomorrow there's a swimming pool here.
We're going to take the GoPros.
We'll see. I mean, we probably won't, let's be honest, because we're not going to jump into any pools. But we did promise you that we would have a chat with Justin and Luca, who I believe are ready for a chat. Do you want to take the reins on this one?
Go on then.
I'll hand it over to you. Justin is just starting to pile his minis in a bag, and Luca over the other side. I think they're just verifying their results. But Alex will give me a nod when they're ready to have a chat.
Yeah, we will give you a nod.
So just thanks for the smiling and laughy faces about peak content for the slide moment. It's really good. We'll see if we can gather them in. I believe there's someone still hovering around having a nice chat.
You guys still good to have a chat?
Yep. Let's have a look what
fantastic.
That's going here. So you should be able to see.
You can have a quick chat.
So Justin's just joining in. There we go. So over to Alex over on the other side there.
Sí, entrevista. I'm going to try. And the English for me now, it's going to be terrible, but
No.
I can try.
I mean, your English will be a lot better than my any other language, so it's going to be fine. So that looked like perhaps you had a bit of a frustrating time trying to get across the board there. Tell us about what happened.
I think the match was very, very hard because you start with two monsters in your deployment area. You know that they are going to game. You try to stop them, and when the first troll goes out, I know that I can try to get some point, but the match was there. And I think it's the dice. The last two turns, I kill another guy. I lose all the combat there. Theoden, two bones to the snag, and the fate. I think it was the 3 points I could try to get was there. Snaga and his fate.
It's difficult, isn't it?
Snaga, the captain, lead to the additional 2 points for the leader because resisting that turn make possible to kill him. And that's it. And broke and make the broken. Snaga is the hero we need. And in this scenario, I'm starting so in an advantage position. I already played this game with the defensor of the Helm Deep in a previous tournament, so I more or less know the dynamic of the tournament of the game. And then the river helped me a lot because slow his infantry and does not slow Burdur.
Yeah, so the river was a quite controversial feature in chat. There's a lot of people thinking it did a lot of work for Burdur. Why Gamling? Because he's changed quite a lot in this edition. Why did you bring Gamling?
When I make the list, I share two lists with the team, and they said this one like me. Also, in scenarios where he must kill heroes, Gambling has the heroic defense, so you can treat to prevent the bones there. Also the banner that have 6 inch. So I thought one banner with 6 inch and the recovery of the power that I used here and it was successful, or the other, and it was valuable with the team and we choose this one.
That's fair enough. And as for you, you got the snow troll off really early, 3 points in the bag, and a lot of people were expecting you to do the same with Burder, to barge a few times and try and get him off as well, but instead you came down the river. What was that about?
I did not need any other body count out of the game, and if I bring Burdur out of the game so earlier, because it was the 5th turn probably, he has a huge amount of Helves, Legolas, Theoden, which could destroy my line.
Yes.
So also because Theoden has the march, has the gambling at the end of the game, so it could cross the river very easily, and I only have maybe 20 orcs between me and his exit without Burdur. So Burdur is more psychological obstacle to cross the river. So I did not do the point for the hero outside, but it was more useful there. And with Burdur, I broke him and I killed the leader. So at the end of the game and at the end of the day, probably it was the good choice to keep Burdur in the game.
And if you could have done anything different now that you've seen how the game played out, is there anything you would have done differently?
Any different during the match? Roll 6.
Yeah, roll 6s, yeah, fair enough.
I don't know, maybe I lose some suits in the Legolas warband, but if I move before and he hide his swords, I can shoot, or if he charges me and the combat is in the line, I can shoot, so I don't know.
Fair enough. Well, thank you both very much. Really great game to watch, and yeah, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much. Hello. So,
greetings. Sorry, apologies for that. I was just trying to work out how to turn the microphone back on because I didn't want to be whispering and snuffling and snorting while you were over there having a look. Interesting. I mean, I couldn't hear what the exact result was. What was the tally in the end?
15-0, I think.
15-0. Okay, interesting. Was there an explanation in there for the sort of perceived lack of movement on behalf of the Lothlorien, the elves in particular, Haldir, Gambling and...
No, so I didn't press it because...
no, that's fine.
So what he said was that it was difficult to have Burder right in your line.
Yeah.
And he also said that he felt like his rolling was very poor, and I do think some of his rolling was poor.
That is true.
I said he really struggled to roll 6s, and when I said, was there anything you do differently, he said no, other than roll 6s. And what I didn't want to do is say, what about Haldir? What about Gambling? I did ask him about why Gambling's in the list, and he said basically he's got his heroic defense. So in missions where you're trying to protect a hero, he's got his defense. I must admit, heroic defense is a weird one. I feel like when you need it, usually it's something's gone wrong already. It can be really helpful, obviously, against things like Anduril, or there's a huge amount of rules now, and particularly with the proliferation of two-handers and people wanting to two-hand more readily, where they add one, and with hatred as well, as you mentioned earlier, you have more hatred. So I get that there are more ways to get through someone's high defense, but so often you defend, and all it does is it postpones it by a turn.
Postpones the inevitable, doesn't it?
Occasionally it gets you out of dodge.
Interesting. Well, there you go. That's our broadcast from the Defenders of Helm's Deep against Burder's Horde, Spain against the Company of the Djinn, which is the Italian second team. So I think the next and final thing I suppose we need to discuss, we've got a couple more videos to play of some of the teams that are remaining, so we might as well make sure they're polished off before we finish up in the next half an hour.
We also have some interesting scores.
I was going to say, I think we should. What do you want to do? Do you want to reveal the final tally before we
just
play
to get some people might want to be logging off and living their lives.
Sure.
So let's do some of the scores.
England in the last game of the day have been knocked off the top spot.
Interestingly,
and they've been knocked off the second spot as well.
But have you noticed how?
Well, they haven't managed to get the 2 game points. They didn't win their round.
They drew.
They drew the round.
So this is interesting. So England playing against Germany in the final round. If you could just scroll down slightly so I can see the stats. And so they've got they've got 62 game points in hand. 62 game points, which is essentially the team has done very well in terms of the wins and the ratio of the wins they've got.
I mean, that's actually higher than Poland.
It's higher than the second place finisher, yeah. That's correct, yeah. Germany, however, are on 59, but with the same draw level there. So they've got 5 tournament points.
So that basically means that both Germany and England have won 2 rounds and then drawn the round against each other.
Exactly, but nipping over them in the final, the third game there is Poland, which have got 16 points and 61 game points. As you mentioned, lower still than England, but storming away in the lead.
Yeah, USA.
It's the USA with 16 points and 70 game points.
I mean, that's 6. So both Poland and the USA are now the only 2 teams to have gone 3 rounds for 3, which is super impressive in any event. But then to have a full 9 game points on top of Poland as well gives the US a bit of a buffer in the event that they continue to level peg in terms of continue to win rounds.
So the question here is, when it all shakes out tomorrow, we've got 3 games in hand. We've got the USA against Poland for the top spot. I don't know whether England will play Germany again. Maybe they will, based on that. It might be rejigged because of they've just played each other. But presuming that USA play Poland again, he's just taking it off. Sorry. Presuming USA play Poland again, if we see another draw, that would give USA and Poland a strong lead.
Yeah.
Whereas if we see one of those come off the top, it actually could give the England a chance to catch up or Germany a chance to catch up, if that's a possibility. So
Poland,
it's all in that hanging
Poland
about.
and the US will play first tomorrow. Then.
Absolutely, they will. Yeah.
So one of them is really going to, yeah, like you say, if you draw, fine, catch up. Otherwise, we're going to have a runaway lead.
No, I think here a draw is what England want. They want USA and Poland to draw, England to win, which would put them all on 7 points.
Yeah.
So that's interesting, but who knows? But on the other hand, it puts everyone in level pegging. Maybe England want to win and Poland and USA to lose, one of them to lose, and then it gives them a slight advantage if England win the next game.
It solidifies a second place spot. But
indeed.
Yeah, interesting stuff.
Lots of maths to be done.
Before we go into the videos, because there's quite a few people filtering out, which is perfectly understandable after a very long day. Just remember, tomorrow we are on Entmoot at 9 o'clock Polish time, 8 o'clock UK time. So we're on Entmoot tomorrow. There's a link in the description. Don't come back to Battle Camper because we won't be here.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much for plugging that. And it has been a cracking day. If you've enjoyed it, hit the subscribe, like the video, throw some comments down below for the old Battle Camper, even a super like if you so wish.
We haven't had any yet. So.
No, indeed. But it is well worth. I mean, I like to think that these 11 hours have been worth Alex's investment. So hopefully you think so too. Whack a super like in there for 50p or something.
50p?
Whatever, a quid, 5 quid, 20 quid, £1,000 if you so wish.
Better, thank
you know, if you want, fine. So I think that's it. So we do have a few, just because there are a few nations we haven't mentioned yet over the course of today, including the Dutch / Danish, depending on what I call them. I can't remember. We'll find out in a second. And there's also the Swiss. And I think there's one more nation. Let's find out which of those is yet to come. So we've got whatever this is coming up, and we're going to have to turn it upside down. So let's just finally wrap things up with these last few videos. So the sun is almost setting here at the Nations Cup as the final game of day number 1 comes to a close. We're on the veranda. There's beer on the table. And we're excited. We've got Patrick here from Team Switzerland. So welcome along. First of all, Patrick, how are Team Switzerland doing so far? I know the final round hasn't finished yet. How are they doing?
I play. Oh, my English is really.
No, that's okay. How is Switzerland winning, losing?
More losing, leider, sadly. But the 2 games that we have we lost.
Right.
And the place was not so very good, and the pairings, I guess, maybe can be better. Okay. I must play the first game versus Lorien with my 2 Mumacs, and Paralyze, I don't like it.
I see. So, first of all, though, congratulations on bringing Mumakil, because, Frank, I think they're the only Mumakil here, and, you know, a lot of people would not rate them very highly in a competitive setting, but this is a competitive tournament and you're bringing them anyway. Why did you bring Mumaks?
I bring Mumacs because the people don't play a lot time versus Mumacs, and I hope that people don't know of what they must look, but it's not the true. My first enemy has now that he's shooting the commander down, and then I have sadly moments with versus his shooting, and in the second game also Lorien, and in the fate phase I have 16 bis 22 elves on my Mumak.
Ouch.
That's hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the game.
That is the game. I suppose with the Mummak, you're hoping for a good trample. Have you got any good tramples at all yet?
No, only in my test games. And I guess my best trample was in the second game. There I have 8 or 10 elf trampled.
Well, that's not a bad tally of trampling. It's always good to hear of a good trample that kills as many elves as that. But yeah, it sounds like it's been a rough one. What about your final game? So you've played 2 games against Lothlorien. What was the last game that you've just finished?
The last game was versus the Balrog.
Okay.
I have guessed that I can the Balrog trample, but in one moment I was fear, and I go back with my leader, because the other Mumak was stampeded, and I have hit trample 4 once on the Balrog, and one more than was broken, but
only
doesn't
4
matter.
rounds, you need one more.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, all in all, though, have you been enjoying your time here at the Nations Cup?
The time is nice, the people is nice. I won't come next year again. I was last year on Nation Cup and this year, and I play only 2.5 years.
Okay.
It's really good for the experience.
And I imagine for Team Switzerland as well, it's just great to have a team of you guys coming and interacting with so many people from different countries.
Yeah. Of course.
Well, brilliant. Thank you so much for chatting us here on the veranda at the Nations Cup. We'll find someone else to have a chat to in a second. There you go. The action from the Swiss table. So not going great for the Mumakil there. Double Mumaks, bumped into some Balrogs.
Respect for bringing it though.
Yeah, you know what? And I think I said that to the chap there. Is that ultimately you come into a competitive event, bring in the Mumakil. Big round of applause for that. Yeah. Let's just quickly fire through the last ones. We've got only a couple more videos here before we're wrapping up for the day. So let's just catch up, I think, now with the Dutch. So we found someone else on the veranda enjoying a few beverages. It's all gravy. We've got Max here from the Netherlands. So we haven't had any of the Dutch players on the stream yet, I believe. So Max, how's it going? First of all, how are you faring in the tournament? Has it been going well?
For me personally, decent. We first played against the Polish team, the Polish second team, Team Bieda.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't fare so well on that one because, well, he's a very experienced player. He's already been to a couple tournaments. Piotr is his name. In the second game, I did fare a lot better. It was against the Irish, against Stevie Mack.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a very nice chap, and we had a very nice game. And yeah.
Excellent. And what army have you brought?
Depths of Moria.
Depths of Moria.
Like so many others here now, but I was playing it before it was cool. I've been in the hobby. I've been in the hobby for 2 years now, and yeah, that's the first army I had, Moria, and with the Balrog. So.
And is that the makeup of it for you? Is the Balrog, or have you got the Watcher as well, or?
No, only the Balrog this time.
Okay, and just lots of goblins.
Lots of goblins.
Lots of goblins. Okay, that's cool. So you had 3 games. So yeah, the Irish one in the middle, and then wait, no. What was your first game? So you've said you've got the Polish one, the Irish one with Stevie Mack.
The Polish one was the first, and the Irish one was the second,
and the third.
And now I played against
the Mumak.
Patrick, yes, that was your name. Sorry.
Patrick. Okay. So you played the Mimic as well?
I played against the Mumak, yeah. Apparently Balrog is quite nice against it.
Yeah.
He did caught me off guard with it though. I deployed outside of 8 with the Balrog, thinking, oh, I'm smart. But then he called an heroic march and could still take advantage of that. Only luckily the 2 wounds. Then it was a lot of slapping against the Mumak.
And they've had failed courage checks and things like that. So that's
yeah, exactly. Eventually you filled a bunch and then the Mumak was stampeding. Yeah.
Fair enough. And so, in general, how are the Netherlands faring at the tournament? Are you doing well, or I mean, obviously we've still got the 3rd round to finish. But how did you, as a team, do in the first 2 rounds?
The first one was quite disastrous. We only won 1 game, and I think there was a minor one.
And that was against Poland, though. They are as the reigning champions. So
the second team.
Oh, the second team.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Even so, the second team of the Poland are probably better than equally good as the first, probably.
Oh,
so.
you're just making me feel better.
No, it's true. It's true. It's true.
No,
the captain of their team is the reigning Polish champion of the second team.
Okay.
So they're good players.
I think they played their matchups pretty well. For me, at least, it's my first time here, so I don't know how the thing works exactly, where you put an army down and then
I
put
find
one
it
against
complicated.
it.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
it.
So I just say, okay, don't put me against something bad, and I'm happy with it. Just let me play the game, and I'll be fine.
But then against Ireland, your team fared okay.
Yeah, and against Ireland was a lot better. I think the matchups were also a lot better. I was against Erebor Reclaimed.
Nice.
So with the Balrog, it's you have a lot of counterplay against that.
Yeah.
Nice.
How have you have you enjoyed the event? I mean, did you get here last night? Have you taken in much of the ambiance, enjoying just the general vibe of the tournament?
Enjoying the Polish beer.
Ah, yes, there's plenty of that, and it's cheap. Yeah,
it's pretty good too.
It is very good and very cheap.
Yeah, and the location is great. I mean, there's plenty of room for everything. It doesn't feel too oppressive. There's airco even, which is a must in this heat. It's overall been great.
Totally agree. Well, thank you very much for talking to me, Max. And there you go, the view from the Dutch here at the Nations Cup.
Okay, thank you very much, Harry, presumably for what was... I mean, you could have just been slagging me off.
We were.
Yeah, 2 minutes straight.
Absolutely, we were, yeah.
Yeah, and there's nothing I can... And I'm never going to go back and watch it.
No, because it's 11 or 12 hours or whatever it is.
I will never dip into this again.
What time did we start? We started at 9 o'clock
9 o'clock on the
dot.
dot.
So nearly 12 hours worth of streaming. 11 and a half hours worth of streaming.
With a couple of sort of like 5-10 minute breaks. It's been a bit nuts.
But hold on, just before we go, Michael H in the chat has said you even did say Dutch at the end, not even Danish. So
you
was
just
panicking.
doubted yourself.
I was panicking about calling him Danish. Damn it! Anyway, so he was.
So now you've ruined
now
it.
I'm ruined it.
You
good old Max.
You were fine.
Good old Max. He didn't say Danish. Said that. Sorry, guys. I built up this idea in my head that I'd clearly cocked it up. But anyway, it has been an incredible stream.
I'm just going to say, so I feel a bit rude. There was a bit of action whilst you guys were away watching that video. We saw a very, very lovely person came up and gave us some Polish snacks.
Peter.
Peter, he's a Polish streamer. He's running, or at least working on the Polish event next door. I'm going to find out who he is, and I'm going to
give him a shout out
because he's a lovely guy and he gave us snacks.
And he gave Alex quite a lot of snacks and a lot of miniatures and things like that.
Ignored you.
Yeah, he didn't acknowledge me, but that's okay. It's fine. It's fine. Harry, I didn't feel bad about it at all.
I felt very good about it.
No, I joke. No, to be fair, we should probably have mentioned at some point that there is it's crazy. There's 132 players in this event that we're covering, this Nations Cup. There's like a 60, 70 player tournament in the other room happening at the same time in the same hotel.
Absolutely.
So there's nearly 200 players in this hall or in this hotel at any one time playing MESBG in Poland. So it's an absolute hub of sweat and BO right now.
Yeah. And all those players are getting dinner because, as you can see, the room is emptied. It's just us left. Mm-hmm. Our voices echoing around this ground room. I don't know why we're still doing this, and we're not going to be for any more time than is strictly necessary.
You could just see, I was just saying Stephen Denby was the person in the room.
Awkwardly wandering past. There he is.
There he is. Look at him go.
Look at this. It's quite a sad scene. It's like the end of some kind of like art house movie.
So apocalyptic.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I was going for. Yeah.
So just finally, obviously we've got that table there. We're going to have a new table.
Yeah, we're going to revamp it. Some new
table
terrain.
Tomorrow.
Yep.
We're going to be having
I assume USA and Poland game number 1 tomorrow morning because
Most
they're
likely,
top of the tables. And then what will happen after that? We
knows?
just don't know.
No
it's
one
so
can
exciting.
say.
It could be
and
really
of course, and last time we'll be on Entmoot. Please go to the description. Entmoot is where we will be at 9 o'clock Polish time tomorrow, 8 o'clock UK time. Otherwise, we just say have a fantastic evening. Thank you so very much for joining us. It's been a ludicrously long day, and some of you have been with us for the whole thing, which is nonsense, but also very much appreciated. We've had a fantastic time.
I mean, I will say I have had a fantastic time, but I am quite tired.
Yeah. So let's wrap it up. Many thanks again, and we will see some